1 bowl of eel ramen, 60 taels, 1 kunao, 100 taels, 1 detonating charm, 200 taels. Chapter 1 Unlimited Purchase System. The edge area of Konoha, the land of the Uchiha clan. Hua Xian was lying in the small yard of his house, looking up at the sky, letting Bayun slowly drift past in his eyes. Hua Xian, you are going to skip class. Teacher Irika of your school told me that if you don't go to class again, the school will expel you. The patriarch's wife Uchiha Mikoto suddenly walked into the courtyard, frowned dissatisfiedly, and said to Hua Xian, I'm sorry, Auntie Mikan, as you know, my academic performance is very poor. Besides, I am more active and not a person who can sit still. It is really annoying to let me sit dryly in class and listen to the teacher's lecture. It's hard, so. It doesn't matter if your grades are poor, but you can't skip classes. If you are expelled from the school, it will be difficult to receive the subsidy for your parents who died in the line of duty. Hua Xian, you are only 7 years old now, and you don't have any subsidy from the village. How do you live alone? Even if you can't become a ninja in the end, you must at least learn some basic common sense and skills in school. Originally, Uchiha Mikoto was angry at Hua Xian's lying down, but when she thought that the child lost her parents not long ago and became an orphan, her heart softened. It is not easy for Hua Xian to get out of the shadow of losing her parents. Wouldn't it be too cruel to persecute the child at this time? Not to mention, Hua Xian's parents died while carrying out the mission. It is reasonable for the child to resist the profession of ninja in her opinion. I'm really sorry, Aunt Mikoto. Okay, let's not talk about this. At the school, I will try my best to help you communicate more. You should also adjust your status and go to class as soon as possible, so as not to leave too many classmates behind. If there is anything you don't understand, I will ask Suzuki to help you make up your homework. This. Okay. Hua Xian had a bitter face, and Mikan also sighed, and then left the courtyard. Originally, Hua Xian and her were not related, so she shouldn't be in charge of such matters. But there is no way, who made her the wife of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch, is busy with work every day, so he has no time to condolences. The third Hokage Hiruza Sarutobi could spare time, but the conflict between Uchiha and the high-level village officials is already very acute, and Hiruza Sarutobi is not good at this stall. If Uchiha's nerves are provoked, it will be troublesome. In this case, Mikan's appearance is undoubtedly the best choice. Not to mention, Hua Xian's mother and she are still best friends. Helping my best friend take care of the orphan, this can be regarded as a kindness. Seeing Mikan's people go away completely, Hua Xianren also heaved a sigh of relief. He, Uchiha Huashin, is actually a traveler from Blue Star. Just like in many novels, after a car accident, he came to this world inexplicably. And as a traverser, Hua Xian also obtained her own golden finger, the unlimited purchase system. The system will update the products in the system mall according to the world Hua Xian lives in, and Hua Xian will purchase them by himself. Among them, the products in the mall are mainly divided into two categories. One is the unlimited purchase area. In this area, the system will collect all the items that can be purchased normally in the current world and at the current time point, and provide an unlimited supply for Hua Xian as the host. Although the products in this area are marked with corresponding prices, all the money spent on supply is actually reimbursed by the system. For every purchase and consumption of a certain amount, you can earn 1 point. The points obtained can be used in another category, which is the special purchase area. In this area, you can purchase goods obtained through abnormal channels, such as skills, bloodlines, or very special consumables or equipment. It can be said that as long as it is available in this world, it can be obtained in the system mall. Just like the current world of Naruto, the unlimited purchase area in the system mall provides Hua Xian with many items that can be purchased in the current world store. /60/100/200/10/150 These items that can be purchased in daily life can be found in the unlimited purchase area of the system mall. And for every 1 million taels spent, Hua Xian can get 1 point to buy items in the special purchase area. Fire Escape, Great Fireball Art, 1 point, Wind Escape, Great Breakthrough, 1 point, Thor's Sword, 3 points, Hineda's Bloodline, 5 points. Even the strongest family blood in the world of Naruto, the Otsutsuki blood, is clearly marked in the special purchase area, up to 100 points. To put it bluntly, as long as there are enough points, Hua Xian can become the strongest existence in the ninja world, and even the entire Naruto world in the shortest time. The unlimited purchase system gave him the confidence to stand on top of the world. Now, host Uchiha Flower Fiber Age, 7 years old Bloodline, Uchiha Bloodline Equipment, 3 kunao, 7 shurikens, 10 cubic meters of system space blood successor boundary, Sharingan 1 hook jade, both eyes, skills, transfiguration, clone, substitution, chakra control proficiency, climbing trees, treading water, chakra amount 0.1 calories comprehensive strength evaluation, ordinary ninja consumption amount in the unlimited purchase area, 74 taels special purchase area has points, 100 points for a child who is only 7 years old. Such a panel is actually not bad. Even in Uchiha, there are only a handful of people who can surpass Hua Xian at the age of 7. Even Uchiha Suzuki can't compare with Huashin. Of course, that doesn't include ninja school. Although Hua Xian's grades in school are not as good as Suzuki's, that's actually what Hua Xian did on purpose. There is no way, at this moment, it is too fatal. The conflict between Uchiha and the village could no longer be reconciled, and clan meetings were held frequently within the family. Maybe one day, Itachi, the double agent, will raise a sword with Brother 2 and destroy Uchiha. In this case, even if Hua Xian is a genius, she won't show it. He would rather be mediocre, so as not to attract the attention of the village's senior management. However, Hua Xian is not helpless. Earlier, when he bound the system, he also got a novice gift package. The 10 cubic meters of system space and 100 points were obtained from the novice gift pack. And 100 points may not allow him to defeat Itachi, Obito, and others, but if he just survives the night of genocide safely, there is still no problem. Although 100 points may not seem like a lot, it is already able to buy some good things in the special purchase area. After all, the strongest Satsuki bloodline in the world only has 100 points. Chapter 2 Purchase of Flower Fiber. At the moment, Hua Xianren is also browsing the special purchase area of the system mall in his mind. Although he is not very clear about the exact time when the Uchiha clan was wiped out, he does know that Suzuki was 7 years old when he opened a Guya Sharinan, and when Suzuki opened his eyes, it was the time when Itachi swung the butcher knife to slaughter the tribe. Now, although Huaxian doesn't know how far the conflict between the family and the village has reached, he can feel the uneasy atmosphere in the clan land. In this way, Huaxian knows that she must become stronger as soon as possible, and must have the ability to overcome the crisis of genocide as soon as possible. As for the rest of the family, there was nothing he could do. As for himself, he doesn't have any very good friends in the clan, and his relatives also rarely interact. Especially after his parents died in the line of duty, few people from the family came to visit. Of course, there are people in the clan who care about him, for example Uchiha Mikato is one of them. It's just that Huaxian, who knows the plot very well, knows that Uchiha Fugaku and Mikato had the will to die when Itachi wielded a knife to wipe out the clan. In this case, what can Huaxian do? If you really want to intervene, in the eyes of the other party, I'm afraid it's meddling. He won't make fun of himself. System, by Ashura Chakra Enhancement, Pillar Cell Enhancement, Indra Chakra Enhancement, Guya Sharinan Advanced, 3 Guya Sharinan Advanced. Successful purchase, Ashura Chakra Enhancement, obtain the chakra of Atsutsuki Ashura, the second son of the sage of the 6 paths Atsutsuki Yoromo, so that the chakra holder has a fairy physique and a powerful yang chakra, which greatly increases physical fitness, vitality, and upper limit of chakra. Need points, 10 points. Pillar Cell Enhancement, obtain the cells of the first generation of Naruto, Senju Zujian, so that the cell holder has a fairy physique and 3 chakra attributes of yang, water, and earth, and obtains the limit of would escape blood inheritance, which greatly increases the holding power. Have the physical fitness, vitality, self-healing ability, and upper limit of chakra. Need points, 15 points. Indra Chakra Enhancement, obtain the chakra of Atsutsuki Indra, the eldest son of the sage of the 6 paths Atsutsuki Yoromo. The chakra holder has fairy eyes, obtains powerful yin chakra, and greatly increases the holding the spiritual power of the hunter, the upper limit of chakra. It needs 10 points. Advanced Sharinan with Erguyu, make the holder who is Sharinan with 1 jade goad to advance to Sharinan with Erguyu, endowing the holder with excellent insight into Sharinan. Need points, 3 points. 3 Guya Sharinan Advanced, make the holder who has the 2 Guya Sharinan advance to the 3 Guyu, and endow the holder with excellent copying ability and hypnotic ability. Need points, 5 points. After some purchases, 100 points were directly deducted from Huaxian's 43 points, leaving only 57 points. As a gleam of light flashed on Huaxian's body, he himself felt a huge physical change. Host Uchiha Flower Fiber Age 7 years old Bloodline Uchiha Bloodline Intercolumn Cells Equipment 3 Kunao 7 Shurikens 10 cubic meters of System Space Blood Successor Boundary Sharinan 3 Go Jade Both Eyes Wooden Escape Learnable Skills Transfiguration Clone Substitution Chakra Control Proficiency Climbing Trees Treading Water Chakra Amount 3 Calories Chakra Attributes Yin Yang Water Earth Fire Wind Thunder Comprehensive Strength Evaluation Shinin No Combat Experience, consumption amount in the unlimited purchase area, 74 Tails special purchase area has points, 57 points. At that moment, Hua Xianren also walked into the room, opened his Sharinan in front of the mirror, and the Scarlet Sanguyu immediately emerged. Speaking of which, the reason why Hua Xian opened his eyes was because his predecessor knew about the death of his parents and was overwhelmed with grief. It was also because of the sudden death of his predecessor who was overly sad, mentally and physically exhausted, that Hua Xian, who had traveled through time, had the opportunity to perfectly integrate with this body. And as a time traveler, mental power is naturally extraordinary. Hua Xian can also feel that she has a unique talent in the field of illusion. It's just that the predecessor didn't have many connections, and he never had the opportunity to learn ninjutsu and illusion. But now it is different. With the binding of the system, it is undoubtedly very simple for Hua Xian to obtain power. Not only does it save a lot of study time, but it also allows you to think more about your own development. Now that all kinds of body hardware have reached the standard, it is natural for Huaxian to buy some software to strengthen herself. 222111122222222. There were gleams of light shining on Huaxian's body. These ninjutsu were exchanged by him after careful consideration, and they were extremely practical. Afterwards, Hua Xianren focused on the fairy mode in Kaleidoscope Sharinan. Although the techniques purchased above are highly practical, they are also enough for Huaxian to cope with the night of genocide that may come at any time. But Immortal mode and Kaleidoscope Sharinan are the most important strengths that determine Huaxian's career as a ninja. Even if he only bought one of them, it would be enough to make him a cage-level powerhouse in the ninja world. Of course, this is only on the panel. Combat experience is also very important when you really encounter the enemy in fight. System, by Shikbon Forest. Immortal mode, 5 points, Kaleidoscope Sharinan Advanced Kamui version, 10 points. After all, having seen the plot, Huaxian soon had a choice. Although the immortal mode of the Wet Bone Forest is not clearly expressed in the plot, it can basically be determined that it is the ability used by Qianshao Zujian. Since Huaxian already has Mu Dun, this power will definitely move closer to Qianshao Zujian in the future. Needless to say, the strength of the ninja god. As for the ability of the Kaleidoscope Sharinan, it must be the divine power of Brother Tuesday. This is the common choice of almost all Uchiha traversers, and Huaxian is also unavoidable. If you don't choose with such a powerful ability, you will be punished by God. Chapter 3 Confronting Itake Host Uchiha Flower Fiber Age 7 years old Bloodline Uchiha Bloodline Intercolumn Cells Equipment 3 Kunao 7 Shurikens 10 cubic meters of System Space Blood Successor Boundary Kaleidoscope Sharinan Shinwei Mudan Learnable Skills Transfiguration Clone Substitution Chakra Control Proficiency Climbing Trees Treading Water Proficiency in All Attribute Chakra Shape Change All Attribute Chakra Nature Change Proficiency Wooden Dungeon Wooden Clone Art Wooden Dungeon Impersonation Wooden Ephemeral Art Illusion Sharinan Illusion Shiranui Illusion, Bubble, Magic, Narakumi, Magic, Mirror World, Fire Escape, Extinguish Fire, Wind Escape, Wind Blade, Lightning Escape Purple Electricity, Water Escape Water Mirror Art, Earth Escape Earth Spear, Dustless Confusion, Strange Power, Painful Foot, Immortal Mode, Damp Bone Forest, Kamui, Suzano. Chakra Amount 3 calories Chakra Attributes Yin, Yang, Water, Earth, Fire, Wind, Thunder Comprehensive Strength Evaluation Junior Shadow Level, No Combat Experience, Consumption Amount in the Unlimited Purchase Area 74 Tails Special Purchase Area has points 4 points. Sure enough, things like points are worthless. Huaxian is a little helpless, although he is quite satisfied with the current panel, but no one thinks there are too many points. In the Special Purchase Area of the System Mall, he still has a lot of things he wants to buy, whether it's ninjutsu, bloodlines, or equipment. Huaxian wants them all. For example, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which is a time-space ninjutsu with super mobility. Although it has limitations, its mobility is not inferior to Kamui. Moreover, among the ninja's skills, Huaxian still lacks the sealing technique, sensory ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, and he also wants these 3 abilities. It's just that the points are urgent, and these 3 abilities are not necessary in the current situation, so they are put on hold for the time being. But once there are enough points, Huaxian will continue to strengthen herself, there is no doubt about it. Although he doesn't want to be a tool ninja in the traditional sense, he wants to be the strongest and most versatile. It's a pity that although the abilities purchased in the Special Purchase Area can make Huaxian instantly proficient, if he wants to use these abilities in battle, he still needs to explore by himself. This is the importance of combat experience. If he can perfectly apply these powers in actual combat, then Huaxian's strength is definitely not just at the Junior Shadow level, at least it is the existence of the Peak Shadow level. In addition, the amount of chakra is also a problem. Although Huaxian already has a chakra level of 3 calories due to the immortal body, which is quite impressive compared to his peers. But if you want to perform truly powerful ninjutsu, 3 cards are definitely not enough. Not to mention anything else, Huaxian's current Kaleidoscope Sharinan, if you want to use Susanoo, 3 cards are really stretched. It may be no problem to use the arm in the initial form or the half-body skeleton in the first form, but if it is the weapon state of the second form, it will be a bit stressful. Going one step further, Susanoo's third form, the half-body armor state, will definitely put a considerable burden on Huaxian's body. As for the follow-up Susan form, needless to say, the amount of chakra of 3 cards is definitely not enough to consume. Therefore, Huaxian needs time to grow up, at least let his current body grow up. He is confident that when he is 15 or 6 years old, even if his chakra volume is not as good as that of the tailed beast, it will definitely not be much different. If he is lucky, Indra and Azura's chakra are fully fused, and he can even awaken the reincarnation eye by himself without purchasing the reincarnation eye advanced in the Special Purchase Area. After all, there's no reason why Huaxian can't do what Master Madara can do, at most it just takes more time. In the evening, after school, Suzuki happily ran to the village with his report card. This time, he took number 1 again in the age test. He wanted to be affirmed by his father, Uchiha Fujigaku, just like his elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. That's right, his brother Uchiha Itachi was also number 1 when he was in school, so he will definitely not lose to Itachi. Unfortunately, Suzuki didn't notice, and Itachi stood on the high tower of the village, looking at him with relief. Of course, with Suzuki's current ability, it is impossible to detect Itaka's gaze. Team leader. Two root ninjas suddenly appeared beside him, which made Itaki, who was still smiling, immediately sink his face. I will continue to monitor the Uchiha clan, so you don't need to worry about it. This is naturally the best, but, Danzo-sama. Let me report to Danzo-sama, that's it. As soon as Itaka spoke, the two root ninjas stopped talking and disappeared directly from the scene. Just like Itaki is a double agent, so are these two root ninjas. Although it was assigned to Itake by Danzo, the two were actually monitoring Itake all the time, and reported to Danzo at any time. Once the Itake was found to be acting abnormally, the two would attack him directly, beheading him first and playing later. Danzo has never trusted Uchiha. Even if Shisui Uchiha, the descendant of his former companion, covets the power of other gods, Danzo will directly attack without any hesitation, let alone Itake, the son of the patriarch. Even though Itake had already betrayed a lot of information about Uchiha, Danzo still couldn't trust him. If the timing wasn't ripe, Danzo wouldn't mind attacking Itake directly, knocking off his eyes and putting them on himself. You live really hard, brother Weasel. What? The sudden sound made Itake startled, and with a glance, Huaxian had appeared beside him at some point. You are Uchiha Hanes. Itake looked horrified. Huaxian's appearance could be said to be unnoticed, even he didn't notice it. If he was assassinated, then Itake didn't think he would be safe and sound. Even if you don't die, serious injuries are inevitable. Don't be so surprised, brother Itake. Although I haven't had much contact with you, I still have to thank Aunt Mikan for taking care of me during this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. Huaxian smiled, and then bought 2 strings of 3-color meatballs in the unlimited purchase area of the system mall. Seeing this, Itake was even more astonished. Perhaps Huaxian's buying meatballs from the system mall is just a normal operation, but in Itake's eyes, it is a fairy operation. In his opinion, the method of appearing out of thin air is a proper space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Hanabi, who the hell are you? Didn't you say, Uchiha Huashin? That's me. Eat. Huaxian casually handed Itake a bunch of meatballs, but the latter was unmoved by this and just looked wary. Eat it, it's not poisoned. You don't have to worry. If you really want to do something to you, you're dead just now. While talking, Huaxian also opened her Sharingan. The scarlet 3-go jade spins instantly, converging into a kaleidoscope windmill. Chapter 4. You have to live well. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. You. Don't be so surprised, it's just a kaleidoscope. It's easy for me to open my eyes. I said, do you want to eat it? I'm in trouble with this thing. Huaxian shook the balls, and Itake frowned slightly, and the man took the balls. 1 bite. The familiar taste is still there, which somewhat relaxes Itake's depressed mood. Uchiha Huashin, who the hell are you? Come on, don't ask repeated questions. Uchiha Hansen is Uchiha Hansei, that's me. It's just that I'm special. Speaking of which, among the current clan, there is someone who can really make me admire. There are only 3, you, Shisui, and your father, Uchiha Fugaku. Unfortunately, Shisui is an idiot, and even leaked out his kaleidoscope pupil art ability Tianshan. But if he can use the art secretly, if it is applied to Patriarch Fuyu and Danzo, we will not be in the situation we are in today. A good hand of cards is badly played, and he deserves his untimely death. No, Zishui is not wrong. He is just protecting the village and family in his own way. So he died. Itake, who wanted to scold Huaxian angrily, was dumbfounded immediately. Since everyone is dead, no matter how much he argues, there is no point in arguing. Regarding this, Huaxian shook her head and said, so you and Zishui are both dumbfounded. Now that you have come into contact with that man, how could he not play tricks on you? This is the technique of spores. Not only can you possessing on the target and absorbing the chakra of the target can also play a role in monitoring the target. You know that man. Of course, there are only a handful of things in this world that I don't know. The 9 Tails rebellion in the village was caused by that man who took advantage of the 4th Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, to give birth. Renzo, when the force is in production, the seal of the tailed beast will be weakened, and the timing of his attack is just right. Jinchuriki production, you mean, and Kushina is Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Itake's eyes widened, and Huaxian realized that Kushina was a matter of Jinzulai, and it could be said to be a secret among secrets in the village. Even Kanaha's son didn't know about it. However, he didn't particularly care about it. With the death of Kushina, this information is considered outdated. Even if Itake finds out, it doesn't matter. The general situation is like this, then, you should put this corpse away and don't hand it over to the village's senior management. Also, find a way to extract its cells and transplant them into your body. What do you mean? It has the cells of the first generation of Naruto Senjujima in its body. Although it is a degraded product, it is very suitable for your current physical condition. The kaleidoscope Sharingan is not only a powerful weapon for you now, but also a poison for your life. If you can transplant intercolumn cells, it should be able to relieve the burden on your kaleidoscope Sharingan, and even enhance your strength, Huaxian said with a calm face. But this made Itake's heart agitated. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, although he opened his eyes, he didn't tell anyone. Neither his father, Uchiha Fugaku, nor the high-level Konoha headed by the 3rd Hokage Hiruzuru Sarutobi knew. However, Huaxian knew it. How on earth did he know? Where does his information come from? And Huaxian revealed a lot of things, even involving the secrets of the kaleidoscope and interstitial cells. How much does Huaxian know? This series of questions made Itake startled. Seeing Itake was silent, Huaxian also laughed and said, I know what you were thinking, but it doesn't matter. Helping you is actually just for the sake of Aunt Maiken. Besides, if you live well and are strong enough, it should be a big trouble for Danzo and that man, so live well. If you have any problems, you can come to me. As soon as the words came out, Huaxian's body also gradually became transparent, and then completely disappeared from Itake's eyes. Even if Itake turned on Sherry-nan, he couldn't see through this method. Dustless confusion. This move is the special skill of the second generation of Dokujinyu. It has a terrifying invisible ability that makes people unable to perceive chakra. It is by virtue of this trick that Wu can get the title of nobody in the ninja world. Huaxian purchased this trick in the special purchase area to prevent her actions from being captured by the perception ninja. Even if it is absolute, there is no ability to see through this trick. It is only possible if you have the special perception ability to see through maliciousness like Nine Tails. Compared with Wuchen Misai, Moonlight Gale's Tou Dun can only be regarded as a younger brother. Seeing Huaxian leave, Itake also had mixed feelings in his heart. Looking at Baiju's body, the man also took out a scroll and sealed it. Although it was unbelievable, he could feel that Huaxian had no ill intentions towards him. As for whether to transplant Baiju's cells, Itake was not skeptical. However, others took Huaxian's words into consideration. What happened today can be said to have completely refreshed his three views. Country of water, hidden fog village, in an underground cave. Something went wrong, Obito. As I said, I will be called a Fae or Madara in the future. That name is already dead. Obito looked at Ju with a dissatisfied expression, but the latter didn't care at all, and said, okay, Fae, the sport technique I planted on Itake has been cracked. What? With Itake's ability, there should be no way to crack the sport technique. No. The whole Konoha probably won't be able to perceive it. Obito was a little stunned. If Konoha could break by Ze's sport technique, then his future actions in the ninja world would undoubtedly be greatly restricted. In this situation, he can't tolerate being indifferent. Chapter 5 Brothers Visit. You are right, Fae, if someone in Konoha can perceive and decipher my sport technique, then Konoha should have noticed my past lurking long ago. However, Itake's situation is really helpless. Explain. Ju said, Konoha's ability, he is quite clear. It is precisely because Konoha does not have the ability to see through other techniques that he has stolen a lot of confidential information. Whether it is the root of Danzo or the problem of Renzhuli, these are all masterpieces. Then go meet him. Itake has opened the kaleidoscope. Sherry-nan, he is a talent, worthy of our attention. However, if he really becomes an uncertain factor, then we have to re-examine him. Obito said, definitely nodding his head. I really need to meet him, and I want to use the sport technique on him again. This time, I will keep a close eye on him, and I will definitely find out his secret to crack the sport technique. But having said that, Fae, Kirigakure, what should we do in the village? You control the fourth Mizukage, but you have formulated a lot of ridiculous policies, and more Kirin are expressing dissatisfaction. That kind of thing doesn't matter. What we can really covet in this village are the three-tailed and six-tailed two-tailed beasts. If you want to blame the fourth Mizukage. Yakura is the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Obito's words were full of indifference, while Ju showed a sinister smile. Others don't know about Obito's situation, but he knows it very well. In the past, wasn't it the Kirigakure executives who took Obito's sweetheart, Nohara Rin, as Seino Jinchuriki, and planned to invest in Konoha village? Although there is Madara's handwriting in it, it doesn't matter at all from Ju's point of view, as long as Obito doesn't know about it. Now, Obito vented his hatred on Kirigakure and Yakura, and he could only blame the village for being unlucky. The village of Blood Mist is enough to become Kirigakure's pain that cannot be healed. In the evening, Konoha, the land of the Uchiha clan. I am back. Brother, look. Seeing Itake came back, Suzuki immediately took out his report card and showed off his number 1. In this regard, Itake showed a shallow smile, stroked Suzuki's hair with one hand, and didn't say much. Welcome back, Itake. Today. I'm sorry, Mom, I also have a task tonight, so I'll leave after dinner. Yeah, I got it. Uchiha Mikoto sighed. She could feel that since Itake joined Umbu, she has drifted away from this family. Unfortunately, she can't change anything. Ninjas are themselves defined as tools in the common sense of the ninja world. Not to mention, it is Umbu, which specializes in dealing with shady matters. Suzuki, after dinner later, you go to Huaxian's house. He hasn't been to school for a while, so you can help him with his homework. Flower, all right. Suzuki pouted, a little reluctantly. Although they are in the same class as Huaxian, they hadn't had much contact with each other before, so they can't be considered friends. Even if they were from the same family, the two sides didn't have much contact. He prefers to stay with his family than to help others with tutoring. Itake was shocked and looked at Mikoto. Mom, the Huaxian you mentioned it's the Uchiha flower of the family. His parents died some time ago, and the school specially invited him for a long vacation. It's just that the vacation is over, and he didn't go to school, which makes me very worried. His mother used to talk to me. He is a classmate, so in my spare time, I will visit him, or bring him some food. Mikoto didn't think so, but Itachi felt strange. Although I have already learned something from Huaxian, but this time it was from his mother Mikoto Uchiha, the more Itachi thought about it, the more awkward he felt. Ask Suzuki to help Huaxian make up lessons. If this is all right, then he might have to learn from Suzuki. Suzuki, after dinner, let's go to your classmate's house together. Okay. Suzuki nodded, looking very happy. Mikoto, on the other hand, was quite puzzled, since Itachi had said that she had a mission before, so why did she get involved with Suzuki again? But she didn't think too much. She could tell that Itachi's eyes were full of kindness towards Suzuki, and he would never let Suzuki get hurt. After dinner, Itachi and Suzuki went to Huaxian's house together. Before leaving, Mikan did not forget to pack a meal for Itachi to take. Mikan still likes Huaxian, a child of her best friend's family. After a while, Mom, really, why do you want me to help Huaxian with tuition? On the way, Suzuki complained. Itachi was thinking, and said, don't you like him, Suzuki? That's not really that. It's just that Huaxian is very dull at school and doesn't like to be in contact with people. That he has always been alone. Although there are some girls around him, he never pays attention to him. Gradually, in school he is almost like a transparent person. Suzuki said, Huaxianren is actually good looking, at least comparable to him. Both of them are also popular with girls in the class, but because of their grades, Suzuki's popularity gradually overwhelms Huaxian. Although Suzuki doesn't have any ideas about girls, Huaxian is the same. A transparent person. Itachi was thoughtful. He felt that he might understand Huaxian a little bit. But Suzuki, Itachi thinks he is still young and ignorant. Soon, the two appeared in front of Huaxian's house. The lights are on, you should be at home. Huaxian, my brother, and I are here to see you. Suzuki knocked on the door and shouted loudly. As the door opened, Huaxian also looked at the two brothers and surprised. If Itachi or Suzuki came alone, he might still understand. The two of them came together. What kind of trouble is this? Come in, it's rare for the two of you brothers to come here together. Excuse me, this is the dinner my mother prepared for you. Itachi was carrying the packed meals, which gave Huaxian a headache. Auntie Mikan just cares about it. Although I don't need it, since it's Auntie's wish, I'll take it without hesitation. Huaxian took the package and brought the two of them into the house. At this time, he was actually eating dinner, and the table was full of dishes, which directly made Suzuki and Itachi dumbfounded. Lamb chops with cumin, tuna sashimi, clams steamed with wine, all kinds of special sushi that appeal to your taste buds, plus other delicious dishes. Is such a good dinner really a lonely orphan can enjoy? Huaxian, is this your dinner? Huaxian didn't care at all, and didn't care about Suzuki and Itachi's eyes, and started eating on her own. However, the first thing he ate was the dinner that Mikan helped him prepare. Although the dishes are simple, there is a taste of home, which he likes very much. Hey, the two of you came to my place. Besides delivering food, you should have other things to do. Well, Mom asked me to help you with the homework you missed during this period. Huaxian, if you don't study hard and improve your grades, the final exam will be over. When you study abroad, you will lose the whole Uchiha face, Suzuki said, but Huaxian didn't think so. A bite of lamb chops, a taste of soup, looks very refreshing. It doesn't matter, I didn't plan to continue going to school. Tomorrow, I will report to Mr. Irika. How can this be done? Huaxian, don't you want to be a ninja? I don't want to. Both my parents died in the line of duty. I still want to live a few more years. I don't have the heart to be a ninja. And why would I want to make a tool when I can be a human being? Suzuki, who was still worried about Huaxian, immediately fell silent. Huaxian even mentioned his dead parents, so what else could he say? Although Suzuki is still young, he can understand some Huaxian's feelings. Besides, Huaxian's parents, Suzuki, also knew each other, and now that they are gone, Suzuki is actually feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. Itachi was thoughtful, although Huaxian didn't name her, but Itachi could feel that Huaxian's words were meant for him. If you think so, then I can't help it. Huaxian, don't blame me for not helping you make up lessons. This is your own choice. Don't worry, I won't blame you. Then, I'll go back. Well, take this and eat it. I know you want to eat it very much. Don't pretend to turn a blind eye. While speaking, Huaxian directly picked up a lamb chop and stuffed it into Suzuki's mouth. The delicious juice filled Suzuki's taste buds, making his eyes shine. This is what you forced yourself to give me. It's definitely not what I want to eat. Yes, as long as you are happy. Huaxian smiled, and continued to wipe out the food on the table regardless of Suzuki's embarrassment. After he achieved the immortal body, his appetite directly increased several times, and he became more edible than before. In terms of appetite, Huaxian is at least 5 times that of adults. He eats more in one meal than Suzuki and his family. Brother, let's go back. Since Huaxian doesn't need to make up lessons, we can go back too, Suzuki said, still holding the bone of lamb chops in his mouth. It seems that he doesn't even want to let go of the juice in the bones, and wants to squeeze it out completely. In response, Itachi shook his head slightly and said, Suzuki, you go back first. There are some things I want to talk to Huaxian alone. Well, what are we talking about? It's some trivial things in life, and plans for the future. since he doesn't want to go to school, he naturally needs to make more plans for his life. Okay, then I'll go back first. Huaxian, I'll go first. Suzuki didn't doubt that he was there, and under Huaxian's nod, he left alone. I'm afraid you didn't do what you ate tonight. How come you see? Other things are fine. Tuna sashimi is definitely not something that ordinary people can eat in Konoha. Tuna itself is a specialty of the country of water, and the amount imported into Konoha is very limited every year. Only royal nobles such as daimyo can eat it. Yes, if common people want to taste it, they must be available in certain big hotels. Besides, it is absolutely impossible for Konoha's vegetable market to sell such precious ingredients. How can you, an orphan who lost his parents, buy tuna, not to mention making it into a sashimi? As expected of Brother Itachi, Uchiha's genius ninja is really extraordinary. Speaking this kind of words from your mouth will only make people feel ironic. Itachi was a bit bitter. If he was really a genius, there would be no need for him to come here. Huaxian, who can quietly appear beside him, is a genius among geniuses. Of course, based on Itachi's current cognition, Huaxian can definitely afford such an evaluation. Kaleidoscope sharing on, and the special invisibility technique. If Huaxian wants to assassinate someone, in Itachi's view, no one in the entire ninja world will be spared. Even if he survived by luck, his skin might peel off. Eat? No need. Instead of eating, I want to eat how you made this table. Itachi said, whether it is decoration, dishes, knife skills, etc., Huaxian's table dishes are extremely delicate. In Itachi's cognition, only the chefs of those big hotels can make such dishes. You don't need to know about this. You can also rest assured that I obtained these by my own means and did not violate the village's regulations. What about you? Since you came to me, you just have a question and want to ask for advice. Since you said that Zishui and I have too narrow a vision, I would like to know if there is still a possibility of mediation between the village and the family. Yes, and there are many methods, but the feasibility is very low. How to do it? Itachi doesn't care about feasibility at all, but he wants to know any method that can mediate. As for whether he can do it or not, he will judge for himself. There is no need for Huaxian to ask. The first one, let the third Hokage abdicate and choose a person who is not affected by the will of the second Hokage to serve as the fifth Hokage. When the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato was in power, the village and Uchiha got along very well, and once the third Hokage abdicates, the power of Konoha's senior elders headed by him will be more or less affected. Even Danzo, who is quite prejudiced against Uchiha, has to be constrained by the fifth Hokage, so that the village and the family can reconcile. Hope, Huaxian said. Itachi shook his head directly. Impossible. With the current situation, even if the third generation of adults wants to recommend the fifth generation of Hokage, there is no suitable candidate. Why not? His disciples, Sunins Jiraiya and Tsunade, are both qualified for the position of Hokage. Of course, with Jiraiya's disposition, he is definitely unwilling. Tsunade's possibility is relatively high, but her current state is not good, and it is very difficult to get her to take the position. Itachi thought for a while, but agreed. It's a pity that the far water can't quench the near thirst. I'm afraid the day Lily will be cold when Tsunade takes over. Moreover, even if Tsunade is willing to become the fifth Hokage, is Sarutobi Hiruzen really willing to abdicate to Sien? This ferret can't guarantee it at all. Then, what about other methods? Other methods? Huaxian looked at him with a half smile and said, it's very simple, Itachi, you will be the fifth Hokage. Chapter 7 Obito visit. Itachi frowned, shook his head again and again, and said, I know what you want to say, Huaxian. Indeed, as long as I become Hokage, many things can be solved easily. However, I don't think I have the qualifications to take office. Moreover, the third generation my lord is doing well now, it is impossible. Just use another god. Itachi, hasn't one of Shisui's eyes been entrusted to you? Huaxian said with a half smile, and Itachi immediately frowned, and shouted, don't think of other gods, Huaxian. Although I don't know where you know these secrets, but this shouldn't be something you covet. You don't have to say anything about the position of Hokage, I won't agree to it. Then let's do it another way. What do you mean? It's very simple, let the third Hokage accept you as an apprentice. Itachi was stunned, and looked at Huaxian full of astonishment, but the deadlock in his mind seemed to be solved again, and he was pleasantly surprised. That's right, let Master Hokage accept me as a disciple. That's right, as long as the three-generation old man accepts you as an apprentice, then you can truly become a bridge between the village and the family. Moreover, after becoming a member of Hokage, you will definitely control part of the village's power in the future. Even if this part of power is not belonging to Uchiha, but in the eyes of outsiders, it is no different from Uchiha in power. The most important point is that after becoming a member of Naruto, you will also have the qualifications to succeed Hokage, which must be what the family wants to see most. The result. Now the reason why the family is resentful is not because they have been suppressed too much. But as long as you have the hope of becoming a leader, the family will definitely put all their hopes on you. As long as you still have the hope of becoming Hokage, they will definitely settle down and wait for the day when it will blossom and bear fruit. You are right, Huaxian. Sure enough, it was right to come to you. Itachi's face was full of joy, but his heart was also full of regret. If he and Zishui could meet Huaxian earlier, Zishui might not have to sacrifice. Huaxian also nodded. As a traveler, in the era of information explosion in his previous life, he could naturally see the current political situation of Konoha clearly. To put it bluntly, if you really want to play politics, Huaxian can also achieve dimensionality reduction and attack, and it is no problem to solve the Uchiha's dilemma. Itake, the method has been given to you, but I also hope that you can be mentally prepared for the difficulties involved. Not only you and I know what it means to be a Naruto, but Danzo and Sandai are also very clear. The reascension to power is based on the premise of the sacrifice of the fourth generation. Accepting you as a disciple at this time will inevitably give the village and the outside world the illusion that the third generation intends to train you to become Hokage. At that time, the crisis of the village and the family will indeed be resolved. But the pressure you will face will also be unprecedented. Moreover, this kind of matter involves too much, and the third generation may not really accept you as an apprentice, so that when necessary, I still hope that you use Zishui's other god. This, I will seriously consider it. Itake didn't refuse this time, because he knew that things were so serious. If you hesitate at this time, it will only make the situation worse. Indecisiveness leads to disaster. Pa. What a remarkable political vision. I didn't expect that there would be a political prodigy like you among the Uchihas. It's really impressive, Uchiha Hansei. The space vortex twisted instantly, and the next moment, Obito's figure also appeared in the hall. Seeing this, Weasel and Huaxian couldn't help but change their expressions. The two knew that the strategy of letting the third generation accept Itake as a disciple was completely in vain. Such a decision itself should be a secret among secrets, and it must not be easily leaked. Even if Obito and Konoha high-level people are not the same people, as long as Obito secretly leaks the secret to Sandai and others, there is no doubt that Itake will completely lose trust among Konoha high-level officials. After all, anyone who knows that their thoughts and will be secretly modified will become angry from embarrassment. If the third generation didn't skin the ferret on the spot, it would be considered that he has a lot of it. But seeing the ugly faces of the two, Obito felt a sense of relief in his heart. He came here originally to find out about Itake's tone, and to find out how the Beiju sport technique was deciphered. I didn't expect to find out such an important secret by chance and coincidence. And, not to mention, Huaxian's method is really good. At least in his opinion, if Itake's plan really succeeds, then the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha might really be resolved. Genius, at least from a political point of view, Huaxian is really a super genius. Obito sincerely admired it. TCH, what a bad luck. Huaxian snorted coldly, and in the next moment, something suddenly occurred to her mind, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Itake looked at Obito with murderous intent on his face. If he didn't know that the other party was not easy to kill, he really wanted to kill him with a shot of Amaterasu, so that this strategy of recruiting disciples could be implemented. What are you doing here? Itake's eyes were full of cold light. Obito didn't take it seriously, and said, I just wanted to understand the situation, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish in the clan. While speaking, Obito also glanced at Uchiha Hanabi. Now his mind is full of how to deal with Huaxian. After all, if such a political prodigy can be used well, there may be many unexpected gains. After all, Weian Village, country of water, is still under his control. However, regarding the issue of Konoha and Uchiha Huaxian is very obtrusive. Eliminating Uchiha, weakening Konoha's power, and collecting Sharingan, all of these are of great benefit to Obito. Therefore, it is undoubtedly a good choice to abduct Huaxian and control him like Yakura. Obito here is fanciful, and Itake is naturally full of thoughts. Huaxian didn't hide anything, and said it directly and generously. Now that Obito has noticed, he knows that even if he wants to pretend to be innocent, it is impossible. Chapter 8 Obito's Fear. How is it? It's a pity for a talent like you to stay in Konoha. As soon as the Obito words came out, he rushed towards Huaxian. Itake, who had been wary of him for a long time, stood up and stood in front of him. This is not a place for you to run wild. It's useless, Itake, you can't stop me. As soon as Obito spoke, his body penetrated directly from Itake's kick and went straight to Huaxian. In this regard, although Itake didn't understand the principle, he turned around immediately and was ready to attack at any time. Since I'm young, do you think I'm easy to bully? If you are too self-righteous, you will suffer a lot. What? Obito was taken aback for a moment, and before he knew it, Huaxian already had a handful of kunao in his hands. Obviously his Sharingan has been staring at Huaxian, but he didn't notice his movement of grabbing the weapon. However, Obito didn't pay too much attention to this. It was just a handful of kunao, which was nothing in his eyes. Thorn! With a swipe of the sharp kunao, an arm immediately flew up from the soil and landed on the floor. Shocked, puzzled, at this moment, both Obito and Itake's eyes were full of inconceivable expressions. Huaxian actually managed to cut off Obito's arm with a handful of kunao, which seemed unprecedented to the two of them. Obito didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, and directly clutched his broken arm to stay away from Huaxian, his eyes full of surprise and uncertainty. He can be sure that before he was attacked by Huaxian, he had definitely used his divine power and blurred his body. However, even in this state, he was actually recruited, which was something he never thought of. The same is true for Itake. Now he still doesn't know the true identity of Obito, he only thinks that the other party is Madara. But that's what makes it all the weirder. The dignified ninja Shura, the legendary ninja, had his arm cut off by a kunao. Did he suffer from an illusion or was he dreaming and not waking up? Uchiha Madara, is it so weak? You little bastard. I've said it before, if you underestimate my words, you will suffer a lot. Hua Xian grinned grimly, her eyes had turned into kaleidoscope Sharingan. Although, like Obito, the pupil technique is divine power, but the lines of the kaleidoscopes of the two are not the same. But these are not the main points. At the moment when Hua Xian revealed the kaleidoscope, Obito was already stunned, dumbfounded. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, I didn't expect you to have reached such a level, I was too careless, Obito said fearfully, but Itachi glanced at Hua Xian, and his eyes turned into kaleidoscopes, full of murderous intent. Hua Xian, do you want to keep him here? Give up, it's really head-to-head that it's not difficult to defeat him, but it's impossible to kill him. If space-time ninjutsu is used to escape, no one can do it. When Hua Xian said this, Itachi couldn't help but feel helpless that he knew that Hua Xian was right. Although he still doesn't know the specific ability of Obito, it can be seen that it is indeed a time-space type ability. In this way, the idea of relying on two pairs of kaleidoscopes to eliminate Obito is doomed to be wishful thinking. However, what he didn't know was that if Hua Xian really wanted to kill Obito, it was not impossible. After all, his kaleidoscope pupil technique is also divine power. Under the premise of having an intelligence advantage, it is indeed possible to kill Obito. It's just that he doesn't want to do that. Obito is still alive, which is beneficial to his future development. This time it's my fault, but don't try to mediate the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. Itachi, I believe we will have a day to cooperate, because, you need me, Obito said. His body also disappeared under the power of Kamui. Facing two kaleidoscope Uchiha ninjas at the same time was simply too much of a risk for him. Especially Hua Xian, his pupil technique faintly suspected of restraining him, which made Obito feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Retreat is undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. Regarding this, Itachi showed a dignified expression. Looking at Hua Xian, others couldn't help but feel apologetic. Sorry for dragging you into an unnecessary vortex. This matter has nothing to do with you. Besides, if the conflict between Uchiha and the village is not resolved, one day I will not be able to be alone. Then, what should we do next? At this time, Itachi couldn't help looking at Hua Xian with hope on his face. In his opinion, whether the current deadlock can be resolved, the focus is still on Hua Xian. Anyway, he is helpless. There is indeed a method, but it is almost impossible to succeed. Let's talk about it. In this situation, a dead horse can only be treated as a living horse. Doctor. Okay, one of the methods is to let Uchiha release the power of the Konoha guard. Itachi's complexion changed, and then his face was full of bitterness. The Uchiha have now lost most of their power, and this guard is their last. If even this is given up, the family will have to coup immediately. However, Itachi also knew that this was indeed a solution. The reason why Konoha's senior management doesn't trust Uchiha is because Uchiha is too eye-catching about power. If the family decentralizes power, then the problem will naturally be solved. There are other ways. Let the family delegate power. This is probably more uncomfortable than killing them. Itachi pinched the center of his brows with a headache. He already had nasolabial folds, but it seemed to have gotten deeper at this moment. Yes, the whole family moved. Since you can't live in peace with the village, there is no use. Although the ninja world is currently in the era of the 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages, but the world is so big, there are always places they can't reach. Find a safe place to live, far away from right and wrong, there is no problem. Hua Xian, the family must never abandon the village. Moreover, once the other ninja villages know that the Uchiha family has betrayed Konoha, I am afraid that the ninja world will not be peaceful again. Seeing this, Hua Xian looked at Itachi unhappily, and said, You are too idealistic, Itachi. In this situation, there is no way to get the best of both worlds. This won't work, and that won't work, then you can figure it out yourself. I'm out of luck. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, after all, you are Konoha's Uchiha. Attack it, flower fiber. Okay, go and carry out your mission. If the 3rd generation or your father asks, you don't have to hide it. Just report my situation, that's it. While Hua Xian was talking, she also put away the bowls and chopsticks and ignored Itachi. For this, Itachi couldn't help lowering his head, full of apology and helplessness. He couldn't feel Hua Xian's alienation, but he didn't blame Hua Xian. After all, Hua Xian is just a 7-year-old child, and it is inappropriate to put the burden of the village and family on him. Even if Hua Xian is very capable, he shouldn't be responsible for it. Itachi only blamed himself for his lack of ability, that's all. Chapter 9. Away from Konoha. As the night grew darker, Itachi walked on the way to the village office building full of thoughts. In the end, he stepped into the office of the 3rd Hokage and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen what happened today. He doesn't know if Obito will play tricks in secret, but one thing is for sure, he must not lose the trust of Konoha's senior management now, otherwise, he will really have no chance. Really, Itachi, that Uchiha Hanazen, has opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yes, although he is only 7 years old, Hua Xian's strength is extraordinary. When that man was in trouble, he could easily cut off his arm. In addition, his political vision is also very unique. Itachi explained the plans Hua Xian gave him one by one, which made Sarutobi admire him. He is indeed a genius, But it's a pity, Itake. At present, the whole village is tense. If you are accepted as an apprentice at this time, even if it can ease the situation in the village in Uchiha, I'm afraid it won't convince everyone. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Itake lowered his head, feeling a little disappointed in Sarutobi. If possible, he still hopes that Sarutobi can accept him as an apprentice, because this is the easiest way to resolve the conflict. But in the current situation, how could he fail to hear that Sarutobi was making excuses? Naruto accepting apprentices, this is no small matter. At the moment when Uchiha is disliked by the public, if he accepts Itake as his disciple at this time, then Sarutobi himself will be condemned by the public. Sarutobi doesn't accept apprentices, it's not because he loves his wings. Seemingly seeing what Itake was thinking, Sarutobi lowered the Hokage hat and said, Itake, since that kid Huaxian has this talent, I hope to use it on the right track. Go and bring him, I want to talk to him. Yes, Itake responded, and the man left the scene immediately. If Huaxian could be allowed to intervene, it might not be a bad thing. At least in his opinion, with Huaxian's foresight, the village and the family should not have any major problems in a short time. It's just that when others entered Huaxian's house again, they couldn't find him no matter what. Huaxian, could it be that you? Itake's face was ugly, thinking that Huaxian had proposed to let the Uchiha clan relocate before. Others decided that Huaxian had escaped from Konoha. After all, what can an orphan do if he doesn't sleep at night? On the other side, the country of water, Hidden Fog Village. Uchiha Huashin disappeared. What happened? The specific situation is not clear, but it seems that I was dissatisfied with Itake, so I chose to leave Konoha. Ju opened his mouth and said that the natives were also thoughtful. This time he went to the Uchiha tribe for a surprise inspection. He didn't go alone, and he actually followed. It's just that he was the only one who showed up, and Ju was secretly monitoring all this. Ju, have you planted spores on him? No, that guy seems to be aware of my existence. I don't dare to get too close, so I can only keep a certain distance from him. Heiju transmitted the picture into Obito's mind. After Itake and Huaxian finished talking and left, Huaxian, who was packing up the dishes in the house, suddenly put down the things, and the whole person immediately distorted in space and disappeared. Impossible, this is. What happened? It's Shinwei. He used the same kaleidoscope pupil technique as me. Shinwei, no wonder he was able to cut off my arm when my body was blurred. It's not that my technique was broken, but that when his body entered the Shinwei space, he also used Shinwei to enter my space, and this was the only way to hurt me. Really, he was put together, that brat. Obito was trembling with anger, but what followed was a headache and trouble. As a user of Shinwei, he naturally knows how tricky this space-time pupil technique is. Moreover, Huaxian still has the power in his eyes, which means that his divine power is even higher than that of Obito. After all, in Obito's monocular state, he is definitely not as good as Huaxian. What should we do next? Since that kid has the same pupil technique as you, it will undoubtedly be very difficult for us to deal with him, Ju asked, and Obito did not deny it. It's really troublesome, however, at least we know the pupil technique ability of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. And the divine power can interact with each other, which also gives me the possibility to deal with him. Even if the divine power spaces on both sides are not connected, once we touch now, there will be a chance to deal with him. That's it, however, you only have one-eyed Sharingan, so it may be difficult to defeat his divine power. You are right to say that, but I also have advantages that he does not have. Kaleidoscope Sharingan itself is accompanied by huge risks. The more you use it, the faster you will lose your sight. That kid's eyes will eventually have the sun will surely lose its light. That's right. Before I came here, I also investigated that he has no siblings at all. Even his parents died because of the mission. His eyes have no chance to advance to the eyes of eternity. By the way, what about my broken arm? The intercolumn cells can also prevent the kaleidoscope Sharingan from going blind. Don't worry, I've already taken care of it for you, that brat. There should be no way to get in touch with the cells between the columns. That's good. Maybe, if we seize this opportunity, that little brat can be of use to us. When necessary, his pair of kaleidoscopes of kaleidoscope can also become my spare eyes. I see. Then, what about Konoha and Uchiha? Since that kid has left Konoha, it means that he has completely given up on Konoha and Uchiha. Although Itake has been mediating, his ability is not enough to influence the overall situation. Continue to act according to the plan. Can. Okay, I will secretly instill spores on him and continue to monitor him. Well, it's over to you. After Obito finished speaking, Ju's body also dived into the ground and disappeared. So, Uchiha Hanazen, where can you go now? Obito muttered to himself, and he was also lost in thought. For the thoughts of Huaxian, a 7-year-old kid, he is full of curiosity at this time. At the same time, the country of Tea, located between the country of Fire and the country of Wave, is a small town of Akuta Port. Huaxian's figure also appeared from the void, standing on the street. Chapter 10 Businessman. The town of Jagan is located in the coastal port area of the country of Tea. There are two chivalrous groups in the town, the Wasabi family and the Kazuko family. For the management of the town, the two have been fighting tit for tat, and if there are conflicts on weekdays, there will even be a big fight, which will harm the residents of the town. Of course, it is said that they are knights, but they are actually more like local black sticks in the real world, or young and dangerous boys in the late 20th century, who usually collect some protection fees and taxes for a living. It's just that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and there are only so many resources. For the management rights of the town, the 2 families will have a competition every 4 years through the worship ceremony of the local Hongtaisha to confirm the priority of both parties. In the last ceremony, the Kazuko family won the competition because they hired ninjas. Now, the entire town is still managed by the Wajiko family, and the Wasabi family can only get some soup to drink at most. Of course, even if there is a distinction between primary and secondary, once there is a conflict between the 2 parties, it is still possible to fight when it is time to make an appointment. Even if they don't fight any day, they will feel strange themselves. In the early morning, the Wasabi family's big house. As the boss, Wasabi Jiro looked as usual, drinking morning tea. The fragrant tea fragrance wafted in the living room, and it also made him feel refreshed immediately after waking up. "Boss, something is bad." "What, did you have sex with the mustard man again?" Seeing his younger brother running towards him in a panic, Wasabi Jiro didn't take it seriously. Because of such a scene, he would experience it almost every day, but the time was different. Sometimes it will be in the morning, sometimes it will be in the afternoon, and conflicts will suddenly break out in the early morning, which is common. "No, boss, something happened to the Giazza family. I don't know what happened. Last night, there seemed to be an infighting with the Giazza family. Including the owner of the family, all members of the Hegiazza family were spared and all died." Wasabi Jiro's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Although they don't like each other, he knows Patriarch Hegizi quite well, and he is definitely a well-mannered person. If there was an internal fight, he might still believe it, but because the internal fight was completely wiped out overnight, everyone would feel that there was something hidden in it. And as a deadly enemy with the mustard family, once this kind of thing happens, his Wasabi family will definitely become the object of suspicion in the first place. After all, the Wasabi family will definitely be the first beneficiaries when the whole army of the Kazuko family is wiped out. In the small town of Jagang, it's not their Wasabi family who will have the final say in the future. Go, and see. No need to go, Elder Jiro, and the mustard family, I did it. Just when Wasabi Jiro got up and was about to find out, Hua Xianren had quietly appeared beside him and spoke. "Who are you?" Although Hua Xian looks like a young kid, but the indescribable temperament makes Wasabi Jiro feel that it is not simple instinctively. Moreover, there are many talented ninjas in this world. The ninja world is so big, it is not impossible for 1 or 2 monsters to appear suddenly. "Don't worry, Boss Jiro, I'm just a businessman. The reason why I got rid of the Kazuko family is because they have a bad reputation and are not welcomed by the town residents, but they control the town. Even if I want to choose a partner as a businessman, I still have to choose someone with a better reputation." "Humph, that's a nice word. If something happens to the Akutako family, can my Wasabi family be alone? With your actions, let my Wasabi family. Sharingan, you are a ninja of the Uchiha clan." Before Wasabi Jiro finished his long speech, Hua Xian's flashing Sharingan immediately shocked him. At this moment, he thought a lot. Even, in his opinion, there might be a shadow of Konoha behind Hua Xian. As expected of a well-known character in the chivalrous world, he even knows Uchiha Sharingan. "Stop sycophanting, I just want to know whether the destruction of Kazuko's family was meant by Konoha or Uchiha." Wasabi Jiro asked. It is true that he does have some reputation in the night world, but compared with Konoha, the largest ninja village in the ninja world, and Uchiha, the legendary ninja family, that is not even a fart. "Don't worry, Boss Jiro, this is what I mean by myself, and I also said that I am a businessman and I am here to do business with you." "What kind of business?" Hua Xian didn't want to say it, and Wasabi Jiro didn't ask. Anyway, whether it's Konoha or Uchiha, his Wasabi family can't afford to mess with it. Even Hua Xian, who was only 7 years old, didn't think he could get anything cheap from the other party. Even if the whole army of Hegiaza's family is wiped out, if his Wasabi family really fights with Hua Xian, the end will definitely not be much better. In this case, it would be better to follow Hua Xian's wishes. Maybe there is really business between the 2 parties. At that time, not only can you make friends with each other, but you can also make money. That will be a good thing. Except for ninja employment, I can buy and sell all the goods in the market, medicines, food, clothing, jewelry, and even ninja tools. I can provide them in unlimited quantities. While Hua Xian was talking, she purchased products in the unlimited purchase area of the system mall. This also made Wasabi Jiro and his staff dumbfounded. The originally empty room was suddenly filled with various commodities. "You, Boss Jiro, I want to build Jagang Town into the world's #1 commercial street. What do you think?" Wasabi Jiro widened his eyes, then took a deep breath, and said, "If that's the case, my Wasabi family will naturally support it. It's just can you really provide unlimited products?" "Of course, however, I have a request." "Please speak." For Hua Xian, Wasabi Jiro is already full of respect at this moment. As the manager of Jagang Township, he naturally hopes that the town can develop. There is no doubt that now Hua Xian gave him this opportunity. In this regard, Huaxian also nodded, quite satisfied with Wasabi Jiro's understanding. I hope that the price of the goods I provide is 3% of the outside market price. What, 3%? Isn't this a cheap sale? Whether it's cheap or not has nothing to do with you. Anyway, I will provide the goods. The Wasabi family only needs to call on the residents of the town to provide a place to sell them. Of course, this matter will not let you do it for nothing, except for the local taxes. In addition, I only charge 3% of the profit from the product. The rest of the profit will be distributed by your Wasabi family and local residents. What you said is true. Wasabi Jiro had an unbelievable expression on his face. There was no other way. The conditions proposed by Huaxian were no different from giving them money for free. Chapter 11 Uchiha Extermination. A few months later, the town of Jigang has developed, the Wasabi family has developed, and the residents of the town have also developed. Even Huaxian, which provides commodities for sale, is also extremely developed. The small town of Jigang itself is a port city, and the flow of people is not low. When foreign tourists found that the prices of the goods in the town were shockingly lower than those of the outside world, countless people discovered the business opportunities. They only need to buy at a low price, and then sell it at a high price to the outside world, and they can directly make a fortune. So, everyone went crazy. Originally, the town of Jigang was not a place of production, but with the influx of a large number of orders, it directly became a golden town for countless businessmen. As for this kind of thing, Huaxian naturally smiled from ear to ear. The influx of a large number of orders allowed him to shop freely in the unlimited purchase area of the system mall. Although the unlimited purchase area needs to spend 1 million taels in exchange for 1 point in the special purchase area, it can't stand the amount. Coupled with the fact that countless tourists came here, especially, Huaxian spent an astronomical amount directly in the unlimited shopping area. Host Uchiha Flower Fiber. Age 7 years old. Comprehensive strength evaluation. Junior shadow level. No combat experience. Consumption amount in the unlimited purchase area 5,964 taels. Special purchase area has points 42 points. In just a few months of hard work, Huaxian gained 38 points. He was naturally extremely excited about such a big profit. Of course, as the source of the product, Huaxian did not disclose his identity to the public, but controlled everything as the person behind the scenes. His identity is very sensitive. As Huaxian's most important gold-selling cave at the moment, he can't easily expose it. Otherwise, no matter whether it is Konoha or Obito, they will definitely trouble him immediately. Even in the Wasabi family, the only people who know his identity are the boss, Wasabi Jiro, and a few confidants. To see him, Wasabi Jiro must come forward in person. No way, this is also for confidentiality. He, Uchiha Huaxian, will firmly carry out the go to the end before earning enough points. One afternoon. It's not good, Your Excellency Huaxian. Did something happen? So anxious. No, there's nothing wrong with the small town. It's the Uchiha of Konoha. Something big has happened to the Uchiha clan. Wasabi Jiro showed anxiety on his face. Huaxianren was also taken aback, then sighed, and said, the Uchiha clan, let's be wiped out. You know? If I'm not mistaken, the murderer is Uchiha Itake, right? Yes, now, the fact that the Uchiha clan has exterminated the clan has been completely spread to the outside world. It is said that the Uchiha Itake directly wiped out the clan, leaving only his younger brother Uchiha Suzuki still alive. I know what you are worried about, Elder Jiro. Don't worry, the reason why I ran away from the family is because I expected this result. As soon as Huaxian said this, Wasabi Jiro realized it. When meeting Huaxian for the first time, Huaxian said that he sought cooperation with his Wasabi family in his own capacity, and had nothing to do with Konoha and Uchiha. Thinking about it now, there might be a lot of hidden secrets in it. And the reason why he was anxious was actually because he was afraid that Huaxian would leave them because of Uchiha's affairs. Wasabi Jiro has self-knowledge. Without the help of Huaxian, Akuta Port Town would never be able to develop. Huaxian, he is the biggest contributor to the development of this town. Without him, the Wasabi family and the residents of the town would probably still be eating and swallowing vegetables. Boss Jiro, my identity is very sensitive. In the future, I must be stricter in keeping secrets. Although I am not a ninja, even Konoha cannot define me as a rebellious ninja. But as a Uchiha, just this identity that's enough to attract the attention of the outside world. Don't worry, Your Excellency Huaxian, your existence, my Wasabi family will never reveal it to the public. All those who know, even if they die, will go into the coffin with their secrets. On this point, I, Wasabi Jiro, can assure you. It's not that serious, Boss Jiro. If the outside ninjas notice it, you won't be able to keep the secret with ninja methods, as long as you don't leak it to the outside world. I also have my own methods, and Konoha can't detect it. My existence is the same for other ninja villages. In short, you just need to do your job well. You can also rest assured that I will not leave the town unless it is absolutely necessary. Thank you. Wasabi Jiro gave a heavy kowtow to Huaxian. Although Huaxian called him the boss, Jiro called Huaxian the boss in his heart. He also believes that as long as Huaxian stays in the town, the development of the town will definitely get better and better. At the same time, in the country of Chuan, there is an underground river somewhere. Itaka sat on the boat and let Obito row the oars to the secret base of the Akatsuki organization. Although it wasn't long before the clan was exterminated, at this moment his heart was extremely calm, like a pool of stagnant water, without any waves. I didn't expect that you would let your younger brother go, obviously, you even killed your parents yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter, you can handle your brother's affairs yourself. It's Uchiha Hanaseki. Do you have any news? No, I still want to ask you what he said. Did you secretly attack him? Itaki asked, and Sherinan also glanced at Obito's masked Uzumaki face. How is it possible? I lost an arm in his hand that you have seen this with your own eyes. In that case, even if I want to kill the carbine, I may not be able to get it right. Humph. Itake turned his head and ignored Obito. He also misses Hua Xian a little bit. As for Hua Xian's escape from Konoha, he didn't feel anything, and even felt that Hua Xian was very prescient. If not, the night of genocide would have become extremely difficult, and it might even trigger a war within the village. But in any case, Hua Xian has indeed attracted the attention of many people. Whether it's Obito, Konoha's third Hokage, Gen's Danzo, and others, they are currently secretly tracking down his whereabouts. Chapter 12 Undercurrents surging Konoha, the office building of the village. Lord Hokage Kakashi, who was wearing an Anbi uniform, knelt in front of Sarutobi, waiting for instructions at any time. Beside him, the older generation Zuludi stood aside with a serious face. Sarutobi nodded and said, Kakashi, I have asked you to come here this time because I have an important task for you. You should have heard of the town of Akuta Port in the country of tea. Is it that coastal town that has suddenly sprung up recently? Kakashi asked. Sarutobi also nodded slightly. A few months ago, that small town was an ordinary town with nothing special about it. However, recently, that small town has suddenly produced countless goods and products, and the prices are even higher than the prices on the market. It is much lower, which has greatly impacted the commercial markets of various countries. Countless factories and merchants have to sell their products at extremely low prices. However, even so, the products produced in Jigong Town still have unparalleled advantages. Their products are of extremely high quality, and they are first-class goods. Although this is very beneficial to the people, it also makes countless businessmen lose their money, gnashing their teeth with hatred. Even the taxation of various countries has been affected by this. As soon as Sarutobi said this, Kakashi didn't understand what he meant. Obviously, the existence of Jigong Town has touched the interests of countless high-level dignitaries. Then look at Shikis and Nara, Kiki Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi next to him. The three major ninja families in Konoha also have their own businesses. I am afraid that the three clans are also victims of Jigong Township. Master Hokage, what do you mean? Jigong Town has touched too many interests, but given the environmental conditions of Jigong Town itself, it is simply impossible to produce such high-quality products. Therefore, it is certain that Jigong Town is just one of those. It's just a sales platform for the people behind the scenes. I have already received news that many ninja villages have sent people to investigate secretly, and want to know the source of the goods. Konoha and the Country of Fire can't fall behind, having mastered that channel. Kakashi, you should be very clear about what it means. I see, Hokage-sama. I will definitely investigate the source of those things. Kakashi responded. Sarutobi also nodded, and then handed him a piece of information. On the first page of the information, there is the head portrait of Wasabi Jiro. Right now, Akuta Port Town is being managed by the local chivalrous group, the Wasabi family, and this Wasabi Jiro is the head of the Wasabi family. It is rumored that all the goods are passed on through the hands of this man. If you want, you can also start an investigation from him. However, you can't hurt him. Now countless big shots are staring at this man. Although he has touched the interests of many people, he has also been favored by many people. Moreover, once if there is a problem with him, it is unknown whether the source of goods will be interrupted. If possible, draw him into the camp of the village. The village needs him to provide a channel for goods. While talking, Sarutobi took out a scroll and handed it to Kiki Yamanaka. This time, Kakashi will secretly investigate the channel of the goods, and the three will represent Konoha and sign a business agreement with Wasabi Jiro. Sorry, as the third Hokage, I must put the interests of the village first. As soon as Sarutobi said this, Hai and the others nodded helplessly. Among them, the rise of Jigong Town has dealt the biggest blow to the Kayadeo family's business. The Kayadeo clan themselves are good at making secret medicines, but the secret medicines provided by the unlimited purchase area of the Huaxian System Mall are more effective than theirs, and there are no side effects. In this way, all fools know how to choose. What's even more frightening is that Huaxian even started a price war. That is only 3% of the market price, which is even lower than the cost price of the Kayadeo clan's secret medicine. It can be said that Huaxian's action directly seized the secret medicine market of the Kayadeo clan. The Kayadeo clan didn't even have a chance to struggle, and they were directly played to death by Huaxian. And the secret medicine market is the most important source of income for their Kayadeo clan. Without the support of this business, the ninjas' task rewards alone would not be able to support their family at all. If you want to maintain their family's 300 jin weight, how can you do it without money? Of course, the same situation also happens to other manufacturers, and the Kayadeo family is not one of them. Now, countless people want to know the source of Huaxian goods and establish commercial trade with them. The reselling behavior of buying at low prices and selling at high prices has become the only way for these manufacturers to survive at present. The Kayodeo family is naturally one of them. The town of Akuta Port, the Wasabi Mansion. At this time, Wasabi Jiriko is entertaining the daimyo of the country of tea. The rise of Jigong town may have more or less affected the tax revenue of other countries, but for the country of tea, it is a great thing. The tax paid by the small town in the past few months alone is several times higher than the total tax paid by the country of tea in 1 year. The daimyo of the country of tea was naturally very happy about such a good deed, and even the demise of the Hejiaza family was ignored by others. There is no way, the town of Jigong pays too much tax, how can his imposing name be difficult for money? Speaking of which, Master Jiro, can you really introduce me? You should know that if you introduce that big boss to me, then not only the small town, but the development of our tea country as a whole will flourish. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Daming, that person doesn't want to have too much contact with other people. That once an agreement is negotiated with you, then other countries will definitely get involved. Issues raised to the country are what he doesn't want to see. Forget it, I just hope you can stabilize the person behind you. Whether the small town, no, the country of tea can prosper depends entirely on you. I will do my best next time. Wasabi Jiro said. Of course, he didn't dare to speak up. Even though Hua Xian had already made a promise to him, he couldn't restrain him whether the other party obeyed or not. Regarding this, the daimyo of the country of tea did not say anything more. As long as the country's tax revenue can be guaranteed, he won't care even if he can't get involved in this matter. Where, my company can grow and thrive, all thanks to the care of the elder Jiro. If it weren't for the goods provided by the town of Jigong, I am afraid that I am still worrying about the sales of the goods. I have to say that the goods of the town of Jigong, it's really good and cheap, Boss Jiro. Wearing sunglasses, the short Kato greeted Wasabi Jiro. Although he looked like a profiteer, Wasabi Jiro had a kind face and entertained him very warmly. It is also an honor for me to be appreciated by the president. So, what business do you have to discuss here this time? Of course, Boss Jiro, I might as well tell you that this time, I have my eye on the market of the Land of Waves. You should also know that the Land of Waves is a country composed of a group of small islands, and its wealth basically depends on foreign trade. My company is also a shipping company. If it can monopolize the sea traffic and transportation of the Land of Waves, then this Land of Waves is not up to me. President Kato, you should know that the Kingdom of Waves and the country of tea are neighboring countries, and they are also one of the important customers of our small town of Jigong. You are not authentic in doing this. Wasabi Jiro's face was already a little displeased, and Kato reacted immediately, and said, Boss Jiro, listen to me, this money-making thing must be earned by everyone, and the things in the Land of Waves are naturally the same. In this way, if Boss Jiro is willing to cooperate with you, we will share of the profits of the Kingdom of Waves at that time. What do you think? No way, President Kaduo, we are only businessmen after all. Once it comes to the bottom line of the country and Ninja Village, I advise you to weigh it yourself. This kind of thing is not something that businessmen like us can play affordable. If you are not careful, be careful to play with fire and set yourself on fire. Hey, don't worry, even if other countries are involved, we can go to Ninja Village to hire ninjas, and it won't cost much. Okay, stop talking, President Kato. I will not stop you if you want to do things about the Land of Waves, but I will definitely not interfere in this matter. Of course, you are still my client, you should give. I won't miss you a single penny, that's it, see off. Hey, Boss Jiro, Boss Jiro. Kato wanted to discuss with Jiro, but was invited out by his subordinates. Wasabi Jiro also has self-knowledge. Rejecting Kato's proposal will make him earn a lot less money, but he has a steelyard in his heart. He knows that if he really intervenes in the country's politics as a businessman, then he will definitely plant a hidden danger of extinction for the Wasabi family. People are self-aware. Once the Wasabi family attracts the attention of other nobles of the royal family, then, with his small arms and legs, he will probably be eaten to nothing. Good job, Master Jiro. Your Excellency Huaxian. Seeing Huaxian appearing from the space distortion, Jiro Chang was also a little surprised, but he made a cup of tea himself and handed it to Huaxian. Although I am not afraid of trouble, I also hate trouble. Being able to make money easily is naturally better than anything else. It is much better to enjoy wealth and honor than to get involved in unnecessary power struggles. What you said is, Your Excellency Huaxian. However, if Kato really intervenes in the Kingdom of Waves, then the Kingdom of Tea may also be affected to a certain extent. It doesn't matter. Although that guy is a bit cunning, he still has brains. If his shipping company wants to survive, it is doomed to be inseparable from the goods I provide. Let him toss about the country of waves, and he will take it off sooner or later. When the skin is layered, when the world finds that any items they produce are only at a loss, then the world will completely become dependent on my goods. Therefore, our business is destined to go to the whole world. The world cannot do without let us go. Yes. Wasabi Jiro agreed, but he also noticed Huaxian's ambition. Once the world really relies on Huaxian's goods, then Huaxian can completely rely on the power of capital to interfere with the direction of the world. At that time, whether it is the 5 great nations or the 5 great ninja villages, or any force, I am afraid that they will be constrained by Huaxian. This is a brand new war. It is no longer a ninja war between a big country and a big ninja village. but the smoke contained in it is more terrifying than any ninja war. Huaxian will use the power of capital to completely defeat and occupy all countries, ninja villages, and market forces, and indirectly control the entire world. He directly transformed the armed struggle in the ninja world into a game of capital. And this kind of capital war can be called a dimensionality reduction blow in this world. At that time, no one or any force can be alone. Compared with Huaxian's capital war, Kato's strategy for the Kingdom of Waves is simply playing tricks, not worth mentioning. In this regard, Wasabi Jericho was helpless, because he knows very well that the Wasabi family is just a tool for Huaxian to sell items. As long as Huaxian can still provide goods, no matter where others develop, they can continue this capital war. Because of this, Wasabi Jiro chose to obey. Since sooner or later you will end up being controlled, why can't you be more comfortable? Meanwhile, in the small town, Master Tsunade, look, it's so cheap, it's really cheap. I didn't expect that the rumors turned out to be true. Tsunade and Shizun entered the clothing store, and the clothes that originally cost 300 taels outside could be bought here for only 60 taels. Moreover, not only clothes, but also the prices of various food stores, restaurants, and other goods are ridiculously cheap. For the same money, in Konoha, you may only be able to eat a bowl of ramen, but here, you can enjoy exquisite and delicious top-quality steak. Such a gap, everyone will enjoy it. Shizun and Tsunade picked out a few clothes, while the pet pig Pigtail followed obediently, not daring to stay too far away. Of course, this shopping belongs to shopping, and the two did not relax their vigilance. From the moment they first entered the town, they could see envoys from various countries and ninjas sent by major ninja villages from time to time. The popularity of Jigong Town during this period has swept the entire ninja world, and it is only natural that it has received the attention of major forces. There are many people who are popular, and the more prosperous this town is, it is doomed that there will be many things to do. Oh, isn't this Tsunade Heim? I didn't expect to meet you here. That's really surprising, Cho of Sand Hidden said, and Hakura and other Sand Shinobi who accompanied him looked at Tsunade warily. Cho, I'd be the one to say I'm surprised. Even though she's getting old, she hasn't retired yet. No way, the juniors are useless, and the older generation will inevitably come out and walk around. Speaking of which, this time, are you here on behalf of Konoha, Tsunade Heim? This has nothing to do with you. Let's go, Newt. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun nodded slightly, and hurriedly left with Tsunade. Chapter 14. I didn't expect that Konoha would send Tsunade, one of the Sunin. It seems that Konoha is also interested in the secrets hidden in this town. Seeing the backs of Tsunade and Shizun leaving, Hakura immediately frowned, with a dignified expression. Sanyin and Konoha, whether it was a ninja world war or a local struggle, Sanyin didn't take advantage of it. The appearance of Tsunade this time gave Hakura an ominous premonition. The other Sand ninjas also looked ugly, but Cho, the leader, was much calmer and said, "You don't have to worry too much. Compared with the business of Akuta Port Town, compared with the major ninja villages, the impact on our Sand ninja is actually the smallest. Our village is located in the land of the wind with a harsh environment. The main source of income is daimyo, and the proportion of foreign trade is not large. The reason why we come here is because the goods in this town are far more than other goods in the outside world. It is more affordable. Over the years, the daimyo has been reducing military expenditures for the village, and we have to reduce unnecessary capital expenditures. Here is a good opportunity. Compared with Sanyin, the most prosperous Konoha and Fire Kingdoms have been damaged. The most serious. The growth of Jigong Town itself is grabbing other people's market. Whoever has the most money will be unlucky. As expected of Elder Kyande, you can see clearly. Then, Tsunade sighed. Don't cause trouble, we're here to discuss business. No matter what kind of conflict there is, it's best not to break out here. Give the local snake a little face. If you annoy the other party, business will be difficult. Yes. All the Sand ninjas nodded one after another. Cho's prestige was no lower than that of the current 4th Kaze Kage, Raza. This trip to Akuta Port Town, Sand Shinobi is completely led by Cho. On the other side, the Kiriga core team headed by Terumi may also enter the town. Don't look preoccupied, Ching, let's put the village affairs aside for now, let's settle this trade agreement first. Terumi May flicked her red-brown hair, looking heroic and open-minded. But for this, Ching still had a serious expression on his face, as if there was an unresolved knot in his heart. Master Teramaime, I'm still worried. After I installed this white eye, my insight ability has improved dramatically. Mizukichi-sama's state is really not right. After I go back, I think it is necessary take a look. Terumi May frowned slightly, but did not refute. In the past few years, the policies issued by Yagura have indeed caused a lot of anger. How could it be possible that Tang Shuiying didn't know how to appease the hearts of the people? But he just insisted on his own policy, which has reached the point of self-willedness. Such a water shadow is indeed a bit abnormal. I see, AO, after going back this time, I will investigate Mizukichi-sama with you. I hope you are right, otherwise. Terumi May didn't finish his sentence, but all the Kirin knew what this meant. As a subordinate, they are secretly investigating their superiors. Once someone finds out, the two of them might not even want to hang out in Kirigakure. With Yakura's style these years, the the two of them would have to be cramped by him. On the contrary, Ao had a grateful face, and Terumi May willingly took great risks to support him, which shows that he has given him a considerable degree of trust. Not only Kirigakure and Sakai, but also envoys from various countries and ninja representatives from various ninja villages appeared in the town for several days in succession. Of course, Huasien knew it well. Although he handed over all the matters of hospitality to Mr. Wasabi Jiro, he is clear about everything that happened in the town. Because too many countries and ninja villages were involved, Huaxian decided to hold a meeting to receive everyone at once. Don't worry about scarcity but unevenness. That if you have any problems and needs, you can solve them directly at the meeting. Of course, Hana-sen didn't show up at the meeting itself, and Wasabi Jiro took the place of him to receive everyone. Although Huaxian has gained enough points during this period, if she really wants to convert it into strength, she will definitely be able to beat the crowd. But unnecessary trouble, he still doesn't want to provoke it. After 2 days of discussion, Mr. Wasabi Jiro handed over the lists of countries and ninja villages to Huasien. This is really a lot of money: 200 million tons of rice noodles, 300 million tons of various vegetables, and 300 million tons of meat. Just the food imported by the Land of Fire is an astronomical sum. Your Excellency Huaxian, it's all right. Wasabi Jiro was a little worried, but Huasien said with a smile, of course it's no problem. The more countries and ninja villages want more things, the happier I am, because this means that their local industries are collapsing and dying. That's true, big countries may still be cautious and try their best to maintain their own industries, but small countries can't do it. Basically they will collapse at the touch of a finger. Ninja village is the opposite. Big ninja village consumes far more than little ninja village, and mission commissions alone can't do it. Support. On the contrary, Zion village basically has no problems in this aspect. However, there is a ninja village that did not come. Oh, this is strange, and ninja village dare not take us seriously? Huaxian was a little surprised. Although his current goods have not completely occupied all the markets, his influence is already pervasive. Anyone who wants to be in the ninja world must not get around his supplies. Under such circumstances, it is strange that there are ninja villages who do not do business with him. Yes, it's Craftsman Ninja Village, and they didn't send a representative. Huasien was stunned, and immediately reacted, and said with a smile, who am I? It turned out to be the Craftsman Ninja Village. I remember that the ninjas in that village were good at making and using ninja tools, and they developed in our small town. In the past, ninja tools from various countries were also supplied by them, and this was the only source of income for that ninja village. Now, we provide cheaper and more practical ninja tools to various countries and ninja villages, and that village is considered useless. That's true, the market price of each kunao in Craftsman Ninja Village is 100 taels, while our external price is only 30 taels. Anyone with a clear mind knows what to choose. Other ninja tools, including shurikens and taiseo, for weapons such as kianben, our price is only 3% of theirs, so countries and ninja villages will naturally look for us to purchase first, and the ninja tool market in Craftsman Ninja Village has been completely occupied by us. How about this, Boss Jiro? In the name of the town of Akutaport, you issue an S-level mission to Saiyan, and let them send troops to destroy Takamai Ninja Village. It's not very good, Your Excellency Huaxian. Although Craftsman Ninja Village is said to be a ninja village, it is actually a country. The country of craftsmen is rich in craftsmen, and it is also recognized in the ninja world. Sand Hidden Village may not accept such a task. No, they will accept it. I also know about the situation of Takamai Village. They are like the Uzashio village in the past, and they are completely tied to the country. Since the first Naruto opened the ninja village era, the country has never been. They have encountered the flames of war. It is not because they have no coveted resources, but because the craftsmen in the Craftsman Ninja Village can make ninja tools. It is no longer the only birthplace of ninja tools, and naturally there is no need for the major ninja villages to be used to them. Everyone is innocent and guilty, and the fact that they have excellent craftsmen alone is enough to make the major ninja villages. It's done. Huasien said affirmatively that although he is not a politician or military strategist in the real world, he is very interested in movies, animations, and novels such as war, history, and politics. Not to mention, the 5,000-year history of the people of Xia was originally a shrewd calculation among various heroes. Even if his body is now Uchiha, it cannot change the origin of his soul. When it comes to playing tricks, Huasien still has some foundations. In addition, Huasien understands the plot of Naruto and has an advantage in intelligence. If she wants to kill a little ninja village who has few episodes in the anime, it is naturally within reach. Regarding this, Wasabi Jiro was also thoughtful, and immediately agreed with it. I see, Your Excellency Huaxian, but why are you looking for Sandyan? In terms of the strength of ninjas in Ninja Village, Konoha should be better. The strength of Konoha ninjas is indeed better, but Konoha itself is not a warlike ninja village. Which of the 3 ninja wars was provoked by Konoha? Now, let them take the initiative to attack the country of artisans and craftsmen Ninja Village. With the style of the 3 generations of Hokage, I am afraid they will not agree. On the contrary, Sand Hidden Village, which is located in a harsh environment, may take action immediately. They are the poorest and weakest ninja villages among the 5 Great Ninja Villages Village. This time, their ninja village's share of the order is also the least among the 5 ninja villages. With such a good thing to make extra money, they will definitely be extremely active. If you are not worried about the safety of you and the Wasabi family, you don't even need to issue tasks. The Kingdom of Craftsmanship and Craftsman Ninja Village will be annexed by other big countries and Great Ninja Village sooner or later. So that's the case, then, I'll arrange for people to go to Sand Hidden Village to release the mission. Well, because the mission this time is directly related to the survival of a ninja village in the country, it will definitely be defined as an S-level or even a super S-level mission by Sand Hidden Village. The required mission funds are at least 1 million, even more than 10 million taels. How about this? I will give you 5,000 million taels and let you release the task. Huaxian said that the ninja's task reward depends on the difficulty. Ordinary D-level tasks are small tasks that do not require direct participation in combat and are not life-threatening. That they are mostly tedious things in daily life. For example, looking for cats, watching children, etc., so the task reward will be relatively low, probably between 500 taels and 1 taels. C-level tasks are tasks that may cause injury, but are basically not life-threatening. For example, hunting wild animals, investigating people or incidents, serving as bodyguards, not fighting ninjas, etc., are all in the category of C-level tasks, and the remuneration is about 1 to 5 taels. The B-level task is to perform the task of assassinating a certain ninja, or lurking undercover, and protecting the client who is being targeted by the ninja. As long as tasks related to ninjas from other countries or rebellion are linked, they will all be handled as tasks above B-level. Because the uncertainty is relatively large, it is very possible that the task level will suddenly increase during the mission process, so most ninjas who perform such missions will request reinforcements, and the reward is between 5 taels and 15 taels. A-level tasks are tasks related to the safety of the village or the country. Because they are related to the village and the country, the scope is relatively wide, and the difficulty of the task is not easy to determine. The reward is 15 taels to 100 million taels. S-level missions are similar to A-level missions, both involving the village and the country. It's just that compared to the difficult to determine A-level tasks, S-level tasks generally involve assassinating important people or stealing key information, so it is extremely difficult. Even if it is an ordinary jonin, there is no guarantee that it can be completed. For such a task, the remuneration is naturally sky-high, starting at 100 million taels. Now Huaxian is going to ask Jiro Chang to entrust Sunayin to destroy Takamai Ninja Village, which even involves a country, and the difficulty level of the task is naturally S-level without a doubt. If Sand Hidden Village wants to carry out such a task, it must send several ninja troops, or even dispatch a considerable number of ninjas in the village to perform it. In this way, even if the difficulty of the task is defined as exceeding S-level, it is not impossible. In terms of remuneration, it is naturally impossible to be a small amount. 5,000 million taels for Huaxian to Jiro seems like a lot, but it may not be enough. Of course, the Craftsman Ninja Village is a small ninja village after all, and his ninja tool market has been occupied by Huaxian. Even if it is wiped out, the impact on the ninja world will not be too great. Sand Hidden Village may not take Craftsman Ninja Village too seriously. Your Excellency Huaxian, the purpose of this mission is to protect me and the Wasabi family after all. How can you pay for the mission reward? Let me do it myself. Okay, don't shirk. Although I call you boss, in terms of relationship, you and your Wasabi family are actually more like my employees. That if employees have difficulties, the boss can't ignore them. The reward for this task, let me pay for it. Okay. By the way, in addition to the S-level mission, you are entrusting a B-level mission to let Sand Hidden Village send out ninjas to protect you. At least before the destruction of Craftsman Ninja Village, you still need to pay attention to your personal safety. If the reward is not enough, tell me again when the time comes, and I'll make it up. Yes. Wasabi Jiro responded with a long cry, and left respectfully. It is related to the safety of his and his subordinates, so others naturally dare not neglect. As for the 5,000 million taels, neither Huaxian nor he cared about it. In the past few months, they have obtained billions of taels of funds from Jigong Township alone, and this is the result of Huaxian selling goods at a low price. If it is sold at the market price, the capital they now own will inevitably reach tens of billions of taels. After a year or two of development, it is definitely not an exaggeration to be rich. Chapter 16 Kakashi appears. Since you've seen it all, why hide it? Hey, take Kakashi. Just after Wasabi Jiro left, Hua Xianren also said suddenly. Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the originally empty inner room and appeared in front of Huaxian. You are Uchiha Hanes. Kakashi stood in front of Huaxian, with scrutiny in his eyes. Then he took off the mask and lifted the forehead guard, revealing the Sharingan he got from Obito. Although he didn't participate in the Uchiha's extermination of the clan, he knew very well the conflict between Uchiha and the village. During that time, the task of monitoring Uchiha was in charge of him, the captain of the Umbu team. Although Itaka separated from him in the later stage, in the early stage, Itake was also a subordinate of his team. Regarding the matter of Uchiha Huashin, Kakashi also knew something from the third Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that the 7-year-old kid in front of him was an incredible guy, and his genius level might even be higher than Itaka's. Now that his whereabouts have been exposed, others no longer hide that. Although he is not particularly clear about Huaxian's role in the town of Akutaport, but from his conversation with Wasabi Jiriko, he can know that Huaxian must have played a big role in this. It happened that the task Sarutobi gave him was to investigate the source of the town's goods, so it would undoubtedly be much more convenient to directly ask the person concerned. What a beautiful eye, but unfortunately, you can't use the true power of that eye. Kakashi hey take, that I, as the survivor of the Uchiha family, will take it back. Huaxian stood up slowly, and the eyes of Sanguyu's Sherinan immediately appeared. Kakashi frowned, and said, Huaxian, I didn't come to fight with you. Speaking of which, although you are from the Uchiha clan, you are not a ninja, so even if you were left outside, you cannot be regarded as a traitor. To deal with it. Now that the Uchiha clan has undergone such changes, why don't you go back and have a look? Kakashi, maybe you don't know the inside story, but you should be able to guess some of the secrets. After all, you were Itake's former Dark Army leader. Do you think Itake is the kind who would casually pick up a butcher's knife and slaughter the whole world, from the clan? Kakashi was silent directly, as Huaxian said, since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, he had a faint feeling that something was wrong. However, in his capacity, it is not easy to delve into the matter of Uchiha, but he can be sure that Uchiha's genocide must be related to Konoha. Otherwise, Itake's brain had a cramp before he attacked his family, and left behind his younger brother. Among them, there may be a deal between Itake and the village. At the moment, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh slightly, and said, I'm very sorry about the Uchiha matter. If you don't want to go back, I won't say anything, but unfortunately, I can't give you this eye, my friend. I will never let anyone take away what was entrusted to me, even if you are a member of the Uchiha clan. That depends on whether you can hold it. In itself, I plan to use force to snatch it. Huaxian grinned grimly, and Kakashi's eyes widened suddenly. At this moment, in his eyes, his body actually began to melt slowly, as if the popsicle had met the scorching sun and gradually turned into blood. This is illusion. Boom! Almost the moment Kakashi reacted, Huaxian's fist hit him in the face. Kakashi's body also immediately turned into smoke and disappeared. Call out! Almost when Kakashi's body was blown up, a figure sprang out from the inner room and ran towards the outside. Shadow clone technique, it's Kakashi's style, but, can you escape? Huaxian looked at Kakashi's figure with a sneer, and the next moment, his body also disappeared with Kamui's spatial distortion. What a scary boy. Did that guy start cultivating from the womb? After running out of Wasabi Mansion, Kakashi did not stop. The message sent to him after the shadow clone was blown up let him know Huaxian's horror. Even he who has Sherinan couldn't see clearly the miraculous release speed and power of the illusion. But there is one thing that his avatar can see clearly, and that is the amount of chakra of Huaxian. Even though he is only 7 years old, Huaxian's chakra amount is several times that of his. This TN is still playing a ghost. As for the mission Sarutobi entrusted to him, come on, save your own life first. Soon, Kakashi escaped from the town and fled into the nearby woods. But before he ran far, Huaxianman had already appeared on a big tree, looking at him with a half-smile. It's useless, Kakashi, you can't escape from my palm. Although I don't know your ability very well, but in terms of performance, your strength should be very strong. Let me ask you, since you have this kind of strength and know the conflict between Uchiha and the village, why did Uchiha exterminate the clan? At that time, you were not in the clan of Uchiha. I'm not in Uchiha's clan. For some people, it should be a good thing, whether it's Itake or that person, or the 3-generation-old man, Danzo, etc., they should be very happy to see this make a situation. You. Okay, it's meaningless to talk about the past, keep your eyes, Kakashi. Maybe, if I'm happy, I can save your life. Don't even think about it, Rachel. Kakashi formed a seal instantly, and his right hand immediately flashed with lightning, rushing towards Huaxian. He didn't expect to kill Huaxian, but at least he hoped that Huaxian would get out of the way and not block his way out. Oh, is this your own unique ninjutsu? It's really good, but, that's all. The art of water escape and water mirror. What? Watching the water molecules in the air instantly condense and turn into a mirror formed by water flow, Kakashi also showed consternation. In the next moment, Kakashi's figure was reflected in the water mirror, and a clone who was exactly like Kakashi and holding rapier jumped out of it, and collided with Kakashi's rakery. Boom! As the two lightning bolts collided, Kakashi's body was immediately bounced away. The clones reflected by the water mirror technique turned into sprays and scattered in the woods. What a fast seal speed. No, he didn't have a seal at all, and he used ninjutsu directly. This kid is simply a monster. Kakashi took a deep breath. The ability Huaxian displayed was really unreasonable. In the period of Sage of the Six Paths, there was no concept of ninjutsu. Itsutsuki Yui and Itsutsuki Yukin's release technique do not have the process of making seals. The 12 seals of the ninja were invented by Indra, the eldest son of Yui Itsutsuki. And Huaxian also found that all the ninjutsu and other skills she bought from the special purchase area are in a state of perfect mastery. You can directly run the chakra in your body to release it without making seals. On the contrary, it is the ninjutsu copied by Sherinan, which requires him to gradually become familiar with and master it. Compared with direct purchase and the special purchase area, it is much more troublesome. Therefore, although his Sharingan has an excellent ability to copy, and his chakra attributes also cover all attributes, he himself is not keen on copying and learning. It's too troublesome to get seals and so on. Isn't he good for what you call him? Why, can't you go up? Uchiha Huashin, I shouldn't have any grudges against you. That's right for you to say that, but I'm sorry, I don't like people from other races using Uchiha Sharingan, even if your eye was entrusted by people from your own race. How about it, Kakashi, abolish that I yourself just right about sharing eyes. This matter is over, how about it? It seems that we really can't talk anymore. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Light a fire in a grove, thanks to you. Seeing a big fireball spewing out of Kakashi's mouth, Huaxian said angrily immediately. However, he didn't intend to be polite to Kakashi anymore. Although he didn't intend to kill Kakashi, the kaleidoscope Sharingan that Obito entrusted to him, Huasen must be destroyed. He wouldn't think about collecting Obito's two sharing eyes to try to fuse the eternal kaleidoscope. With intercolumn cells in his body, plus the chakra of Indra and Azura, it is only a matter of time before his eyes open the eyes of reincarnation, and there is no need to worry about blindness. So, why bother? Shinwei plus Shinwei, isn't that Shinwei? In the next moment, Huaxian also displayed the dust-free maze, and her body was transparent and invisible directly in front of Kakashi. Although the scorching fireball exploded in the woods, it did not start a fire. Here itself is a coastal area, the air is very humid. With the fire power of how fireball, it is not so easy to burn it. But the fusion of the flame and the water vapor created a cloud of steam, which filled the grove and seriously affected Kakashi's vision. As for Huaxian, it was not affected too much. He has a fairy mode, even if he doesn't release it, he still has a certain perception ability. Not to mention it's just water vapor, even in thick fog, he can still pass through unimpeded. Disappeared, invisibility, no necromancy. Kakashi was thoughtful, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Now that Huaxian has made a move and is stronger than him, if he doesn't destroy or take away his riding wheel, he won't leave easily no matter what he thinks about it. Boom! A puff of smoke rose, and Ninja Dog Parker immediately appeared in front of him. Yo, long time no see, Kakashi. Hello, call later, first help me identify the person hidden in the woods. He disappeared, probably using invisibility or something like that. I see. Parker sniffed the air and said, I can indeed smell the other person's scent, but it's strange, his smell is intermittent, and I can't pinpoint the other person's position accurately. Really? Kakashi's face was solemn. Parker said so he was naturally more cautious. Do you use scent to lock it? As expected of Kakashi, if it weren't for Kamui, the dust-free maze might really be cracked by him. Huaxian, who was hiding at the side, looked at Parker with interest. A guy like Ninja Dog, who relies on his sense of smell to eat, can indeed target Huaxian's invisibility. Instead, he observed Chakra's Sharingan, but he was a little powerless in the face of the dust-free confusion. Although you can observe the chakra in the human body, the dust-free maze can eliminate your own traces, and the general chakra perception method has no effect at all, and the same goes for Sharingan. Even the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan, who have better insight ability, are helpless in front of the dust-free maze. However, although the dust-free maze is very strong, it also has corresponding shortcomings. In addition to being unable to avoid the sense of smell and other means of perception, Wuchen Misai will also be forced to reveal his body when attacking. Especially when performing ninjutsu and chakra transformation, they will be captured by chakra perception means. Only the spacetime ninjutsu like Shinwei can avoid this shortcoming well. Especially when blurring, it is a perfect match with the dust-free maze. Kakashi, I will accept your Sharingan without hesitation. Huaxian's voice rang in Kakashi's ears, and when Kakashi realized it, Huaxian's right hand had already dug towards the Sharingan of Kakashi's left eye. However, at this moment, Kakashi, who had been on guard against Huaxian's movements, also moved. His right hand pulled out a kunao, which directly stabbed Huaxian's right arm. Knowing that Huaxian's target is his Sharingan, Kakashi will naturally focus on protecting this eye. However, at the moment when kunao stabbed Huaxian's arm, Huaxianren did not retreat but went forward, directly gouging Kakashi's left eye. As for Kunao, because the nothingness of Kamui penetrated his arm, it couldn't cause any harm to him at all. This situation directly horrified Kakashi. By the time he fully reacted, he was already covering his empty left eye, howling in pain. Kakashi. Parker's face was full of worry, but Kakashi looked directly at Huaxian and said angrily, give me back Obito's eyes. Give it back to you. You don't deserve it, Kakashi, you should be very clear. Although this eye helped you a lot in the battle, it actually dragged you down. After all, your body is not the physique of the Uchiha clan. There is no way to fully exert the power of this eye, now. While speaking, Huaxian's right hand also exerted strength, and the Shinwei Sharingan in his hand was instantly crushed by him. This scene also broke Kakashi's heart. Asshole. Don't blame me, Kakashi, it's because of your own lack of strength that you can't keep this eye live on. I'm looking forward to your future growth after losing Sharingan. Huaxian grinned grimly, and her body disappeared immediately, leaving only Kakashi dejected in the woods. Chapter 18 The Despair of the Ninja Craftsman. Just as Hua Xian cleaned up Kakashi's Sharinan, several people in civilian clothes also entered the town of Akuta Port. They are ninjas from Craftsman Ninja Village, but the ninjas in Craftsman Ninja Village are generally craftsmen, and they are not particularly good at fighting. And Hua Xian seized their market, which indeed aroused their jealousy. Without the income from selling ninja tools, neither the country of craftsmen nor the village of craftsmen's ninja will be able to survive, and the dissolution will naturally become a matter of time. It would be strange if Craftsman Ninja Village did not retaliate when the sun was setting and the mountain was flourishing. Therefore, they have also issued the task of assassinating Wasabi Jiro to other ninja villages, but no matter whether it is Konoha, Yuane, or other ninja villages, they do not accept their tasks. Because everyone knows that Wasabi Jiro is alive, so they can buy cheap and practical ninja tools. If he died, wouldn't the big ninja villages have to spend more money to buy ninja tools from the Craftsman Ninja Village in the future? Whether to kill the chicken to get the eggs or keep the rooster that laid the eggs, all the major ninja villages can see clearly, so naturally they will not pay attention to the entrustment of the Craftsman Ninja Village. Even some ninja villages have already warned the Craftsman Ninja Village on the bright side, telling them not to do stupid things. Being able to buy excellent ninja tools at a price of % of the market price, and it is still a long-term sale, the saved money alone is an astronomical figure, which is much more cost-effective than the S-level entrustment fee issued by Craftsman Ninja Village. Therefore, the assassination of Wasabi Jiriko eventually turned out to be done by Takumai Ninja Village themselves. Of course, they also know that Wasabi Jiro is just the boss of a chivalrous group, and he doesn't have the ability to produce goods at all. But since they couldn't find the channel behind the town, they could only target Wasabi Jiro. At least, the source of the goods must be found out from the mouth of Wasabi Jiro. How is it, Peacock, that Wasabi Jiro stayed in the mansion most of the time, but there are many porters who often enter the mansion to carry goods. Now ninjas from major ninja villages often come here to purchase. If they use force, it will definitely cause other villages, and even the country is dissatisfied. Moreover, it has been rumored that the country of T may be proposed by various countries to become a neutral country because of the existence of Jigong Town. What? Hearing the words of his girlfriend Peacock, all the artisans couldn't help but change their expressions. Whether it is the real world or the ninja world, neutral countries have corresponding rights and obligations. There are 4 main rights, which are divided into 1. No country shall launch war against it, 2. No country shall compel it to participate in war, 3. No country shall compel it to join treaties requiring war obligations, 4. No country shall to compel it to undertake obligations or to take such actions that might involve it in war. In terms of obligation, there are 3 points. 1. Neutral countries should acquiesce when their nationals are legally punished by belligerent countries for violating the rules of neutrality. 2. Neutral countries must not provide direct or indirect assistance to belligerent countries in connection with the conduct of war. 3. Neutral countries must prevent belligerent countries from using their territory for war. It can be said that once the country of T really becomes a neutral country, then they in Craftsman Ninja Village will not be able to use any force against it. Otherwise, whether it is the country of craftsmen or the village of Craftsman Ninja, they will become the public enemies of all countries and major ninja villages in the ninja world. Damn it, what a joke, the town of Jigong is now selling ninja tools. How can such a country have the qualifications to become a neutral country? One of the craftsmen said angrily, and his words were also recognized by the other companions. There is currently only one neutral country in the ninja world, and that is the country of Iron. Although there are no ninjas in the Iron country, they are warriors with impressive fighting power. A powerful samurai is no worse than a ninja. But even with a strong military force, the Iron country has not participated in any wars in the ninja world. Among them, the status of founding a country has also been recognized by various countries and major ninja villages. I know it's hard for you to accept this result. Selling ninja tools in the small town of Jigong also violates the obligations of a neutral country. However, the daimyo of the country of T gave a corresponding answer. In the future, the country of T will become the ninja world. No, it should be the trade center of the whole world. All ninjas can conduct business in the country of T. You also know that the town of Jigong sells everything now, and the price is cheap. Naturally, the major ninja villages in various countries also would love to sell them. Those bastards. Now that you know the result, I advise you to go back honestly. Although the life of Craftsman Ninja Village in Craftsman's country may be difficult in the future, it is undeniable that you are all excellent craftsmen. It's no problem if you want to have a bite to eat. Who is it? The sudden sound also startled the craftsmen and ninjas, and the next moment, Hua Xian's figure also distorted in space and appeared in front of them. Just a nobody. Although you're just a kid, but looking at you like this, you don't look like a nobody. Whatever you say, at least, now you should pay more attention to your own village and country than me, shouldn't you? As soon as Hua Xian said this, all the craftsmen had ugly expressions. I might as well give you a clear way. Since everyone is optimistic about the town of Jigong, why don't you join it? They are all in business. Being a craftsman and selling ninja tools is to make money, so what's the point of selling other commodities? If you can't resist, then follow the trend. Little ghost, don't underestimate the integrity of craftsmen. We are not those businessmen who are covered in money. Craftsman Ninja Village, and even the entire Craftsman's country, may soon follow in the footsteps of Uzumaki Country and Uzushio Village. And the country of tea is also destined to become a neutral country in the ninja world, a world trade center, and a gold-selling cave in the Huaxian Unlimited shopping area. After all, who would have trouble with interests? Country of Water, Hidden Fog Village. There is a major discovery. What? I found Uchiha Huashin in the outer area of Akuta Port. That guy attacked Kakashi, and the Sharingan you entrusted to him was abolished by that brat. As soon as Ju's words came out, Obito immediately opened his eyes wide. Chapter 19. Make waves again. A few days later, Konoha, Hokichi's office. I didn't expect that Uchiha Hanazen would be hiding in the town of Akuta Port, and I don't know what identity he is playing there. I'm sorry, Hokichi-sama, this time the mission has failed. Kakashi lowered his head. Sarutobi didn't intend to criticize him, and said, that kid is very strong, and the accident is not your fault. After all, the left eye is fine. It's much better, but... Kakashi's expression was gloomy, and he unconsciously covered his eyes, looking quite lonely. In this regard, Sarutobi also sighed, and said, go and rest, adjust your state well. If you feel uncomfortable, I can approve your resignation from Umbu and serve as a guide for Jonin. Stay in Anbi all the time, for you my body and mind are not good either. Yes, I will think about it carefully. With a response, Kakashi also left the office. It's just that as soon as he walked out of the gate, he bumped into Danzo, who came to meet Sarutobi. Regarding this, Kakashi just nodded slightly, and didn't say much. The route of Danzo, others wish to stay away from it. Do you know about Takumai Ninja Village, Sarutobi? Kakashi has already reported to me when he came back from the mission before that. I heard from him that the head of Wasabi Jiro in the small town of Akuta Port is ready to issue a commission mission to Sagakure to annihilate Takumai Ninja Village. Sarutobi, who was still thinking about how to deal with Takumai Ninja Village, saw Danzo coming, and now he has an idea. Although Konoha is not good at declaring war on the initiative, but if it is done secretly, then it will be fine. And Danzo is undoubtedly an expert in doing this kind of thing. That he came running to the door by himself at this moment. Yuen Fei was naturally very happy in his heart. Is there such a thing? The spies at Genbu only told me that they plan to attack the small town of Jigang. However, since Sandian is involved, the village may face annihilation. Although it is called Ninja Village, but almost all of them are craftsmen, and the ninja skills are not much at all. Although Shei-Yin has been ineffective these years, he can still clean up the Craftsman Ninja Village. However, the craftsman in the Craftsman Ninja Village can be regarded as a considerable human resource. You can't hand them all over to others. Since that's the case, leave this matter to your roots. However, as craftsmen, your roots can't be greedy for ink. They will be the property of the village, and nothing can be lost. I see. Although a little dissatisfied, Danzo couldn't refute Sarutobi. After all, the root is actually a branch of Umbu. Umbu is a unit under the jurisdiction of Hokage, directly commanded by Hokage. Danzo was able to create roots entirely because of the approval of Sarutobi. But as long as Sarutobi wants to, he can completely remove Danzo's position and make him an elder with no real power. Therefore, Danzo has been very cooperative with Sarutobi over the years. Even though I have taken a lot of scapegoats, I still have a lot of thoughts in my heart, but I dare not express them easily. After all, Hokage is the supreme leader of Konoha. In the small town of Jigang, two men wearing windbreakers embroidered with red clouds and black bottoms stepped into the town silently. Although the dress was rather special, it did not attract the attention of others. Now the small town of Jigang is gradually becoming a world-recognized business center, and all kinds of monsters and ghosts are naturally emerging and endlessly. There are many people in the town who are dressed in weird outfits like the Xiao organization. It is indeed a small town in Jigang, and the recent rumors are not in vain. How is it, compared to your hometown? It's more prosperous than my village. Although it's known as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, it's still not as lively and prosperous as this small town. That's right, even Konoha can't compare to it. What about you? Don't mention it. Ever since the 4th Mizukage came to power, it's not a place for normal people to stay at all. The tall man complained, called short and didn't say anything, just raised his head slightly, and inspected the surrounding environment. The faintly visible scarlet eyes are the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. They are Uchiha Itaki and Loquat Juzo. They came to the town this time because they received the order from the leader to come here to find out the truth. Just like every country and major ninja villages are coveting the resources of Jigang Township, if Akatsuki wants to develop, manpower, material resources, and financial resources are also indispensable. Confirm the course of action first, and act tonight. Okay. At the same time, the Wasabi family was in the inner house. Almost as soon as Itake and Shaizang stepped into the town, Huaxian sensed them. Although he already knew that the Xiao organization would come here sooner or later, it was indeed beyond his expectation to come so soon. However, Huaxian is not what it used to be. The large ninja villages in various countries and the huge orders for goods from all walks of life have allowed Huaxian to accumulate a lot of points. Host Uchiha Flower Fiber Age 7 years old Bloodline Uchiha Bloodline Intercolumn Cells Equipment 10 cubic meters of System Space Blood Successor Boundary Kaleidoscope Sharingan Shinwei Mudan Learnable Skills Transfiguration Clone Substitution Chakra amount 3.3 calories. Chakra attributes: yin, yang, water, earth, fire, wind, thunder. Comprehensive strength evaluation, junior shadow level, no combat experience. Consumption amount in the unlimited purchase area, 34 tails. Special purchase area has points, 476 points, 2111321212111112 after the purchase. In the special purchase area, Hua Xian's body immediately flickered, and the information about the technique he purchased immediately appeared in his mind. These ninjutsu are all that he thinks can be used. Even if it is the fireball technique that did not burn people to death in the original plot, it is a good choice to test the enemy. Although he had already copied Kakashi's fireball during the battle with Kakashi, buying it in the system completely saved the trouble of sealing. The casting speed is faster, maybe it can break the embarrassing record of Hao's fireball not being able to burn people to death. Besides, the dignified Uchiha, how can he not know how to fireball? Moreover, with more points, he has the confidence to spend them. Buy more ninjutsu, and you can have more tactical choices when fighting. Chapter 20. Buy again. 10-3-3-2-10-10. There were bursts of flashes again. Hua Xian only felt that her body was extremely light, and her whole body was full of strength. Leaving aside the skills purchased before, the bloodline and abilities purchased this time are also very obvious enhancements for him. Uzumaki bloodline. Obtain the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, enabling the bloodline holder to gain powerful chakra and vitality, greatly increasing the upper limit of chakra. Points required, 10 points. King Kong blockade. One of the unique abilities of the Uzumaki family. It can release the chakra chain from the back, and has the powerful binding force to block the tailed beast. Need points, 3 points. Kagura's mind eye. One of the unique abilities of the Uzumaki family, the super range perception ability. If there is a specific chakra, it can even perceive the target's position and movement more accurately, and even the movement speed can be accurately judged. You can hide yourself chakra to avoid the enemy's perception. You can also sense the target's chakra to confirm whether the target is lying. Need points, 3 points. Muyan healing. It can automatically restore physical injuries without seals. It needs to have the power of would escape, and the body has a huge vitality to use it. Need points, 2 points. Spiritual tool. 10 fist sword. A kind of kusanagi sword. The blade can be stretched freely. It can seal the target stabbed into the dreamlike illusion world. The power of permanently sealing it can be used as a weapon of Suzana. Use. Points required, 10 points. Spirit artifact. Yata mirror. There is no entity, a spirit weapon with all nature changes. The attribute changes according to the attack attribute of the enemy, rebounds and invalidates all attacks, and can be used as a weapon of Suzana. Required points, 10 point. Today's Huaxian is actually very strong. But after all, due to age, the amount of chakra is not much. Even if there are intercolumnar cells, it is only a little more chakra than ordinary people. Therefore, Huaxian will exchange the blood of the Uzumaki family to further increase his upper limit of chakra. As for the King Kong blockade, he chose to buy it for the sake of the opponent's huge enemy. Although it is not necessarily possible to encounter it, buying it in advance can be regarded as a precautionary measure. Kagura's words are to further enhance Huaxian's perception. Although Huaxian has a fairy pattern and intercolumn cells, and has a certain perception ability, the range is actually not large, only a few hundred meters at most. The perception ability of the Uzumaki clan is the same as their sealing technique in the ninja world, very special and excellent. Kagura Mind Eye is one of the most powerful abilities. With this technique, combined with the immortal mode and the perception ability endowed by intercolumn cells, Huaxian can even include a city in his perception range. If Muji heals, it is a passive skill, and it is the special constitution of the first Hokage. It's a pity that Huaxian's current chakra amount is still too small, and she really can't play with Muton and Zujian. No way, the truly powerful Muton are all big chakra consumers. Even if the flower fiber is purchased, it cannot be used casually. And Huaxian didn't think much of Muton's little moves. If he really wanted to buy those ninjutsu, he might as well choose some other escape techniques to use. He also didn't want to play Muton as a master builder or a green ambassador. As for the 10-fist sword and the Yata mirror, needless to say, the upper limit of chakra has been raised again, and Huaxian will naturally be able to further use Kaleidoscope Susanoo. Coupled with 2 spiritual weapons, the combat power will naturally increase again. Host Uchiha Flower Fiber Age 7 years old Bloodline Uchiha Bloodline Intercolumn Cell Whirlpool Bloodline Equipment 10 cubic meters of system space. Special purchase area has points 414 points. Are there so many points left? Huaxian was thoughtful. For a while, he felt that it was meaningless to ask him to buy ninjutsu again. After all, no matter how many ninjutsu there are, the upper limit of his chakra amount is there, and he can't actually use too many ninjutsu after a battle. Compared with ninjutsu, the upper limit of chakra is the problem he needs to solve. But he also knows that this kind of thing can't be rushed, and it is already amazing to be able to reach the level of movie class at the age of 7. As for the power of the 6 paths, or the blood of daytime Yu, Huaxian is not in a hurry to buy it. Those powers have touched the qualitative change and sublimation of life, and it is possible to achieve immortality. Although immortality looks very beautiful, Huaxian is still young after all. He has not enjoyed the happiness of his life yet, so how can he not grow up? If you really want to change, at least you have to wait until he turns 18. At that age, it is the moment when men are most passionate, energetic. At that time, immortality is Hua Xian's ideal moment. So, there is really no need to worry about Lu Dao, Datangmu, and so on. System, by human qualifications, 10 points. Human creation qualification. After purchasing this option, the host can create an ordinary human. The personality, memory, and emotion are all created by the host. The host can purchase enhancements for this human being. There is no upper limit for this enhancement. Points required, 10 points. The corners of Huaxian's mouth rose slightly, and she had already begun to outline Zaoran's appearance in her mind. Although Huaxian thinks about entering the 6 Paths class or becoming Itsutsuki after the age of 18, the Itsutsuki clan in the universe may not give him time to grow up. The existence of Huaxian itself is destroying the plot. If daytime Mutoshi and others come to this planet in advance one day, Huaxian will definitely have to face it. At this time, having some powerful assistance by his side would undoubtedly save him a lot of trouble, and creating a human is a good choice. Although in the plot of Hokage, there is no artificial human in the pure sense, but after Bo Ren biography, there will be. Huaxian has a lot of ideas about this qualification to create a human. Soon, a tall, fair-skinned, white-haired beauty with red lips and white teeth appeared in front of Huaxian. Chapter 21 Longkan Tiger Den. The town of Jigong at night is still lively, the lights dispel the darkness, and all kinds of travelers come and go in the streets and alleys. Because of the unlimited purchase area of Huaxian System Mall, the small town store has a large and complete range of goods, and basically everything that can be bought on the market is available here. So when travelers come to the street, they will naturally enjoy it. As for some contraband that can only be bought on the black market, there are actually some in the small town, but it is not easy to disclose it to the public. Therefore, only those who are familiar with the black market can find it in the small town. For ordinary people, some normal commodities will be enough. Almost. Well, I have to say, this place is really a shopper's paradise, and everything is very cheap. If it weren't for the mission, I really want to have fun here. Loquat Shizang sighed, and Itake couldn't help but twitched his mouth, but soon his expression turned cold again. Like Loquat Shizang, he actually likes the atmosphere of Jigong Town very much. Even if there are some invisible evils hidden under this darkness, on the whole, this town is very good. Let's do it, Tozo. There are ninjas from Kirigakure here. If you are not afraid of attracting Kirigakure's assassination troops, it doesn't matter if you stay here. Okay, I get it. Don't say it like I'm a traitor. There are also Konoha ninjas here. In their eyes, you are probably a heinous murderer. When Tenzang said this, Itaka didn't deny it. From the moment he decided to destroy the Uchiha clan, he was already mentally prepared to bear all the responsibilities. Fog hidden technique. Hey, is it foggy? This is. The sudden dense fog soon filled the entire town. In order to facilitate their next actions, Loquat Juzo directly injected a large amount of chakra into this ninjutsu, which also made the fog concentration in the town extremely high, and the coverage is extremely wide. Even if you use the wind escape, I'm afraid you won't be able to blow it away for a while. The town of Jigong is located in the coastal area, and fog is also a common occurrence. So ordinary people didn't feel anything wrong with the sudden fog. However, there are many ninjas and wave ninjas from the ninja village in the small town, and the dense fog that uses chakra to stimulate the fog concealment technique cannot be hidden from them at all. Almost immediately, they knew that someone was going to make trouble during this time period. But they didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. On the contrary, everyone wanted to take this opportunity to see the methods of the people behind Wasabi Jiro. Being able to provide huge supplies to satisfy the major forces in the ninja world has already aroused the jealousy of many people. If the people behind Jigong Town have no means, then next time, maybe they can learn from the troublemakers tonight and plan a little trick in the dark. After all, no matter how cheaply the town of Jigong sells goods, it's not as good as buying them for 0 yuan. It's finally starting. Hiding in the dark, Ju quietly followed behind Tenzang and Itake, and sneaked into the mansion of the Wasabi family together. Like other ninjas of Ninja Village, if they want to find out the source of goods in Akuta Port Town, in Itake and others' opinion, it is undoubtedly the easiest and quickest way to directly ask the boss of the Wasabi family, Wasabi Jiro. If even Wasabi Jiro didn't know the inside story, then it would be useless for them to find other people. Noisy. When the two broke into the courtyard of the mansion, Tenzang slapped the guard unconscious. These guards are not ninjas, and they don't have much strength, so trying to stun them is naturally a piece of cake. Of course, Tenzang never thought of killing people. Especially Wasabi Jiro. Now I don't know how many high-ranking dignitaries are staring at him. If something happened to him and the goods were interrupted, I am afraid that the entire ninja world would be crazy about it. The Xiao organization is still in the latent stage, so naturally it won't cause trouble for itself and set itself on fire. As for the ferret, of course it is the same. For those guards who found them, Itaka directly hypnotized them with Sharinan. Soon, the two entered the house and saw Wasabi Jiro, who was comparing the ledger. Who are you? What do you want to do? You don't need to know this, Mr. Jericho. It's just that I hope you can cooperate with us. Itake showed his Sharinan, and for a while, Jiro Changdang even recognized his identity. You are Uchiha Itake. Crunch. Just when Itaki was about to perform illusion on Jericho to learn the secret of the goods, the door of the inner room of the mansion suddenly opened. The beautiful silver-haired beauty walked out slowly and stood in front of Itaki and Juzang. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Mom. The appearance of the woman directly caused Heiju, who was hiding in the darkness, to almost pop his eyes out, and was completely dumbfounded. Although this woman has no horns on her head, no samsara sharinan on her forehead, and her figure is a little more arrogant, but that face, that posture, that arrogance, and even her clothes are all the same as what he remembers and has not yet seen. The mother before eating the chakra fruit at Satsuki Kagaya is no different. Hey, Itaki, it looks like an incredible guy has come out. Besides, her eyes seem to be supercilious. Whether it is Tozo or Itaki, they can feel the extraordinariness of this woman in front of them. Especially Itaki, the woman's white eyes reminded him of the Konoha Hyuga clan's white eyes. It's just that he also knows that the family division system of the Hyuga clan will definitely not allow a clansman who has not been marked with the curse of the caged bird to wander outside, which is not in line with their clan rules. Coupled with the woman's silver hair, it is obviously not owned by the Hyuga clan. Therefore, even if the other party has supercilious eyes, Itaki doesn't think he is a member of the Hyuga clan. Who are you? This is a paradise for adults, not a place for you bugs. The end of crossing the line is death. As soon as the cold words came out, the woman's eyes immediately burst into blue veins, which was the state of the white eyes being opened. The long silver hair moved without wind, like a peacock spreading its tail, and spread it out immediately. It's like countless thousands of books, spurting out in an instant. So fast. Itaki's eyes widened. Even with Sharinan, it was difficult to see the speed of the needle. Others didn't dare to hesitate, and directly turned on Susanoo, except for the feet and the top of the head. The initial state of Susanoo's bones directly covered the whole body. Even so, several hair needles passed through the gap and pierced into Itaki's acupuncture points. But if the weasel is like this, the fate of Loquat Shizang will naturally be even worse. Almost in an instant, his body was covered with hairpins, and then he knelt down on his knees and fell powerlessly on the floor. It can't be wrong, it's my mother's trick rabbit hair needle. Is this woman really my mother? Heiju's face was cloudy and uncertain. This woman who suddenly appeared and was almost exactly the same as her mother at Satsuki Kagaya made him feel that things were unusual. He doesn't know if this is a trap of the enemy, but one thing is certain, his real mother at Satsuki Kagaya has definitely not untied the seal and resurrected. Chapter 22 Guardian Uchiha Kagaya Tuzo, how are you doing? It's very bad. Almost all the acupoints on the whole body were hit, and the chakra couldn't work at all, and the body couldn't move. Itaki, you run away, you are not her opponent. Tenzang, who fell on the ground, said, his complexion was pale, it can be said that he has no blood. He also knew that he was definitely going to die here this time, and Itaki couldn't save him at all. Even if Itaki is obsessed with saving him, he will be dragged down by himself, and it is possible for both of them to fall here. In response, Itaki couldn't help but gritted his teeth, his face solemn. The next moment, his right eye was also looking directly at the woman in front of him, and tears of blood slowly flowed down. In the next second, Itaki felt a huge suction force, and flew towards the woman's place together with his Susanoo. It's not good, fire escape how fireball art. Hungry ghost way sealing technique suction. Itaki formed a seal instantly and sprayed a fireball from his mouth. However, the moment the fireball approached the woman, it was directly transformed into chakra and absorbed by it. Just like the previous Amaterasu, it has no effect at all. Even the initial state of Susanoo on his body, the moment the bones touched the woman, the solidified chakra immediately became loose, and became the woman's chakra food. This woman, is ninjutsu completely ineffective for her? No, she can still absorb my chakra. Susanoo was almost cracked. Itaki's neck was directly grabbed by the woman, and the chakra on his body also leaked out at this moment and flowed into the woman's body. That's enough Kagaya, it's almost enough. Hua Xian's voice suddenly came out, which also attracted everyone's attention. Before he knew it, someone else had appeared beside Hui Ye, holding her by the corner of her clothes with one hand. Hua Xian, you are really here. Although being grabbed by the neck, Itaki tried his best to speak. Kagaya squinted his eyes, then let go of his hands, letting his body lie limply on the ground. Chakra has been absorbed a lot. Itaki just feels weak now, he can't even stand up. Itaki, since you chose to exterminate the Uchiha clan, I am no longer your clansman. But, for Aunt Mikado's sake, forget it this time. Next time, you and I will be enemies. Hua Xian spoke, and Itaki's eyes trembled unnaturally, and then he sighed. He won't justify himself, what he does is what he does, and what he says is meaningless. Boss Jiro, ask some people to throw this guy out, I'm an eyesore when I look at him now. Yes. Well, what about him? Wasabi Jiro responded with a long cry, and then pointed to Loquat Juzang and asked. Of course I killed him, since he is an intruder, and he is not related to me, there is no reason to be merciful. It just so happens that there is a technique I want to try, and this guy is a good material for experiments. Hua Xian walked up to Loquat Tenzang, grabbed a samurai sword out of thin air with her right hand, and suddenly chopped off Tenzang's ring wearing the mark of a member of the Akatsuki organization. Then there was another knife, which directly pierced Tenzang's heart, completely killing him. Seeing this, Itake couldn't help closing his eyes helplessly, without saying a word. He wouldn't blame Huaxian for being cruel. Since he was a ninja, it wouldn't be surprising if he died in a mission one day. It is considered a great fortune for him to be able to save his own life, so what else can Itake hope for? Soon, under the call of Wasabi Jiro, several subordinates also entered the house, carried Itake out of the mansion, and threw it on the street. As for Lokwat Tenzang, Huaxian took off his ring, collected some of his flesh and blood in a sword, and had his body disposed of. As for Ju, both Huaxian and Hui could actually sense his presence, but neither of them took it seriously. Letting that guy know something more will also make Akatsuki feel more afraid of them, which will naturally save a lot of trouble in the future. Kagaya, how did you feel about the battle tonight? Fight, it's just a one-sided crush. However, the power bestowed by the adults is indeed very strong. Those two people don't even have the ability to make me fight with all my strength. Feeling her own strength, Huiya also smiled, looking at Huaxian with a strange fanaticism in her eyes. Making humans: Uchiha Kagaya, 10 points, age, half-day bloodline, Atsutsuki bloodline, 100 points, equipment, daytime new clothing, 5 points, blood successor boundary, white eyes, reincarnation eyes, 30 points, ability, blood inherited snare chakra amount, 200 calories chakra attributes, yin, yang, water, earth, fire, wind, thunder comprehensive strength evaluation, elementary 6 level, no combat experience, occupation, guardian 5523. 5 5 10 10 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 1 1 3 10 15 15 10 a total of 335 points, which are the points Huaxian used to create Kagaya. And most of the abilities are beyond the strength of ninjas. Unfortunately, just like Huaxian herself, Kagaya herself has no combat experience. If it weren't for this, Kagaya's strength definitely goes beyond the elementary 6 path level. But the 6th level is the 6th level. Even if it is only a beginner, it is enough to crush all ninjas in the current ninja world. Even if Uchiha is revived in Madarumon state, it may not be able to please Kagaya. The only pity is that Kagaya's chakra is also limited. 200 cards is indeed a lot, and it is definitely comparable to other tailed beasts except the 8-tailed and 9-tailed beasts. But compared to the real Atsutsuki Kagaya, this amount of chakra is really not much. This is also the reason why Huaxian didn't buy blood succession nets such as Tianzi Yuzhong and Infinite Tsukiyomi for Kagaya. Because even if it is purchased, Kagaya does not have enough chakra to release it. Even if she can release it, her chakra will bottom out in an instant. Especially Tianzi Yuzhong, that is a super mana-consuming big move that even Atsutsuki Kagaya can't use a few times, let alone Huaxian's creation Uchiha Kagaya. Chapter 23 Reincarnation of Dirty Earth. Huiya, you are very strong, there is no doubt about it. However, you still lack combat experience, otherwise, you will definitely be able to become stronger. I hope you can have the most powerful person in this world, no, this plain strength, and only in this way, can you protect it. This is also the reason why I let you be my guardian. Yes, my lord. Huiya nodded respectfully. When Huaxian created her, she also gave him a lot of memories of the anime plot. Among them, Naruto was included. Therefore, Kagaya knew that his current strength was actually not enough. Especially those big tubes, each one is a bug-level monster. In a one-on-one situation, even if she knew their information, she might not be able to win over them. Therefore, even if Huaxian didn't say anything, Kagaya desperately hoped that she could become stronger quickly. Moreover, as a creature, Huaxian's mind Huiya also knows something. The most obvious point is her name. Obviously possessing the ability of Atsuki, but his surname is Uchiha, which in itself explains some problems. After all, do you marry your husband and follow your husband? In the world of Naruto, after the woman gets married, doesn't she just have to follow the man's surname? It's a pity, the points are still a bit short. Otherwise, I'll just exchange them for chakra fruit. It's no problem, my lord. In the early stage, this power is enough, besides, we still have time. With the arrangement of your lord, earning points is just a piece of cake. You're right. Huaxian nodded, and then looked at her panel. Host Uchiha Flower Fiber age 7 years old bloodline Uchiha bloodline inter-column cell Whirlpool bloodline equipment 10 cubic meters of system space blood successor boundary Kaleidoscope Sharinan Shinwei Mudan learnable skills Vidra blockade Kagura mind eye illusion darkness art magic Shahang art palm immortal art chakra scalpel flying thunder god art dirt reincarnation earth dungeon light and heavy rock art earth dungeon ultralight and heavy rock technique earth escape weighted rock technique, earth escape super weighted rock technique, wind escape typhoon once, water escape water formation wall, water escape water dragon bomb technique, fire escape huge fireball the art of fire escape dust concealment art, thunder escape pseudo darkness, helix pill. Chakra amount 5.4 calories chakra attributes yin, yang, water, earth, fire, wind, thunder comprehensive strength evaluation intermediate shadow level no combat experience consumption amount in the unlimited purchase area 34 tails special purchase area has points 79 points although there are still some points you can also buy some things in the special purchase area but if you want to buy chakra fruits it is far from enough. This chakra fruit is worth 500 points in the mall, and it can be said to be the most expensive item in the plane of Naruto. As long as Kagaya can eat a fruit, then the amount of chakra will definitely skyrocket, and she will gain her own ability. At that time, even Heiju's own mother, Satsuki Kagaya, will definitely not be her opponent. It just so happens that I have also mastered the technique of reincarnation in the dirty soil. Although Loquat Tenzang's strength is not very good, he is still an elite jounin, and he can barely use it. Reincarnation, to perform that ninjutsu, don't you need a living person as a sacrifice? That's right. Coincidentally, the special purchase area also sells Beiju, a 2-point that's not a loss to exchange 2 points for an elite jounin with the power of the heyday, Hua Xian said, and the next moment, a Baiju appeared out of nowhere, kneeling in front of the two of them. Ninja art of reincarnation of dirty earth. Huaxian took out the flesh and blood of Shai Zhang, and the next moment, the dust immediately gathered, completely covering the body of Baiju she bought, and soon reappeared as the Loquat Shai Zhang. This is. Loquat Shai Zhang looked at his body in astonishment, and the memory of his brain stayed at the scene where he was killed by Huaxian. My lord, this guy doesn't look very smart. Indeed, but it was originally used as a tool, and the requirements don't have to be so high, Huaxian said. For a while, before Loquat Shai Zhang came back to his senses, he lost consciousness and stood upright like a sculpture. In the next moment, a coffin immediately appeared out of thin air, stored the 10 possessions, and disappeared. The reincarnation of the dirty soil in this system is not a semi-finished product like the second generation of Hokage Senshou Fuyema. On the contrary, it is a more excellent level than the technique performed by the medicine master in the later period of Hokage. Not only does it not require spells to cooperate with the control, Huaxian only needs a thought to completely control the state of the reincarnation of the dirty soil. The only flaw is that the reincarnation of the unclean soil will still be restrained by the sealing technique, and after knowing the sealing sequence of the technique, it can also be reversed like Uchiha Madara. As far as the current strength of the Xiao organization is concerned, Nagato Pain may be able to fight all 6 ways, and he may not be able to get a bargain in her hands. At the moment, it is definitely sinking into the earth, far away from the small town of Jigong. He's gone. Yeah, Kagaya, I'll leave it up to you. I see, my lord. Both of them could feel Heiju's departure, and Huiya also smiled, and then hugged Hua Xian into his arms, and then his body completely merged into one. The art of parasitic ghost destruction. This is a secret technique of one of the 4 Otonin, which can use chakra to automatically decompose and reconstitute cells or proteins in the body, and enter the enemy's body by breaking up one's own body, destroying the opponent's meridian system. Although it is a secret technique to destroy the meridians of the human body, in Hua Xian's eyes, this trick also has a different use. Kagaya has the blood of Atsutsuki, and the chakra of Indra and Azura possessed by Huaxian himself can also fuse the chakra of Atsutsuki Hagoromo. The sage of the 6 paths. Huaxian doesn't need Atsutsuki's bloodline for the time being, but she can use Kagaya's bloodline power to accelerate the fusion of Indra and Azura chakra, so as to speed up the opening of the Eye of Reincarnation. After all, it took at least a few decades for Madara to open the Eyes of Reincarnation by capturing the intercolumnar cells. Huaxian couldn't afford to wait for such a long fusion time. But if he really wants to take his time, he might as well just buy a big tube of wood or advance the reincarnation eye. Everything is just to obtain the pupil technique that belongs to him after opening his eyes. Chapter 24. The temptation of 6,000 billion. Several days have passed since Itaki and Tozo's night visit to the Wasabi family. In the small town, the ninjas who were still thinking about whether to fish in troubled waters became more peaceful. Leaving aside other things, the dead body of Loquat Tenzang hanging in the middle of the town is extremely deterrent. In the current ninja world, the most powerful on the surface is nothing more than a shadow-level powerhouse. The elite Jonin is already the mainstay of a ninja village, and even the high-end combat power of the ninja world. Even if an elite Jonin like Loquat Juzang has his corpse hung up for public display, then if he wants to be a monster in the small town of Jigong, he must be a cage level at all. But how many cage ranks are there in the current ninja world? At least, it is impossible for a ninja staying in the small town of Jigong to have a cage level ninja. In the country of Chuan, somewhere in an underground cave. Under Nagato's call, phantoms of everyone in Akatsuki's organization immediately appeared in this secret base. What's the matter? I'm busy making puppets now. That's right, I can't get away from my research now. Don't call us for no reason. Tendo Pain, who was under the control of Nagato, glanced at Scorpion and Orochimaru, but didn't pay much attention, and said, naturally, I called you because of something. Itaki and Juzang's team mission failed. The town of Akuta port in the country of Tea hides a terrifying power that we must treat with caution. The failure of those 2 guys' missions only shows that they are not strong enough. After all, the newly joined Itaki is still a brat. Kakuta was full of disdain, but Ju looked at him and said, the Uchiha clan is a well-known ninja family in the ninja world. Itaki can destroy their clan. Do you think he is not strong enough? Itaki on the side stood silently and didn't say much. The failure of the mission is a fact after all. He is not a person who will make excuses for himself, even if he is matched with someone who, like Nagato, also has the existence of the Eyes of Reincarnation. Orochimaru looked at him with interest, and said, Itaki-kun, why don't you say a few words? That guy Tozo didn't come, so he probably folded there. I have nothing to say. If you feel that Shizang and I are not strong enough, you can try it. After all, it is a mission. Okay Ataki, let's stop talking about Jagong Town. From now on, it will become a restricted area for our organization. As soon as Tiandeo Payne's words came out, it also attracted everyone's attention, and they were all a little shocked. Although Akatsuki's internal members don't say they know the basics, the strength of most of them is definitely the strongest sequence in the ninja world. Such Akatsuki, not to mention unimpeded in the ninja world, at least there shouldn't be any restricted areas. Chief, is there anything special about that small town? The things there are very cheap, and I have to purchase many of my supplies there. Sia opened his mouth to speak, and Orikimura nodded again and again, and echoed, I am similar. The things I need are basically contraband, and the prices are not cheap in other black markets. But if you buy them in that small town, but it can save a lot of money. If it really becomes a restricted area, you have to give a reason. Otherwise, the gap in my funds will have to be made up from the organization. Shut up, Orikimura. You guys don't expect to get a penny from me, Xiaodu said with an unfriendly expression. That Xiao Nan's funds are basically managed by him and Xiao Nan. If you want to take money from the organization, you must get the consent of both of them. Okay, Ju, show them the picture. I see, Ju responded, and also played the footage that he secretly photographed at the Wasabi family for everyone to see. For a moment, everyone in Xiao was stunned and speechless. Unexpectedly, the holder of the second pair of reincarnation eyes appeared, and that kid. Itaki, he is also from the Uchiha clan, Orikimura asked, and everyone also looked at Itaki. Regarding this, the latter did not intend to hide it, and nodded directly and said, Uchiha Huashin, 7 years old, is a monster scarier than me. As for that woman, I don't know. But with the eyes of reincarnation, the entire organization can defeat. She probably only has the leader. Seeing what Itaka said, everyone was speechless. Everyone present was invited to join Akatsuki, but basically Nagato did it himself. They have some experience of how terrifying the eyes of reincarnation are. The detailed situation is like this. The opponent has the eyes of reincarnation. It is too risky to face them directly. Even I, unless it is absolutely necessary, will never fight with the opponent. No one can fight with two pairs of eyes of reincarnation. Know what to expect. Naturally, we must try our best to avoid the battle between Samsara eyes, but I think it's still necessary to communicate between businessmen. Akatsuki's leader, a phantom, appeared out of thin air. It was Hua Xian, who was in the small town of Jagong, and his appearance also aroused the interest of many Xiao organization members. Are you Uchiha Huashin? What a genius, you can actually learn without a teacher, and master the magic lamp body technique used by our organization to communicate. What a genius, it seems that the ring of Juzang fell into yours. In hand, Orikimura said. Those snake pupils were also staring directly at Hua Xian's sharing on, and their eyes were full of fanaticism. Ashimaru, one of the Sunin, what a pleasure to meet you. If you are missing something, you can come to the town of Akuta Port. Don't worry, I will sell the goods to you at the best price. That's really grateful. However, I want to know the source of your goods. I'm sorry to disclose this, but you can rest assured that Jagong Town is in charge of me. If you want anything, you can come and buy it. You know the price of the goods in the town, and it has always been a small profit, more sales. The customer is God. We will not reject any customer, of course, except for troublemakers. If you say Lokwa Tenzang, I will give you a warning. Hee, this is really interesting, Chief. I'll save you from looking at the forbidden zone. The organization's funds are not that abundant, and if you talk to this kid about business, you can definitely save a lot of money. Xiaodu opened his mouth to speak, and the others nodded in agreement. Okay, then. Uchiha Hansei, from today on, you and us will make an agreement. How about not aggressing each other? Tiandeo Pain said that although he is the leader, he still has to consider the feelings of his subordinates. If it really makes all the staff dissatisfied, maybe these thorns in the organization will go on strike collectively. Regarding this, Hua Xian immediately nodded with a smile, and said, it's only natural that harmony makes money. I'm not idle, and I'm not making money to trouble you. Just in time, I know that His Excellency Zionan's technique is suitable for detonating talismans. The demand is not small. How about it? Do you want to order a batch now? Don't worry, the price of the detonating charm here is % of the market price. If Mr. Zionan purchases in large quantities, I can give you a % discount. It is definitely Weimart inexpensive. Huaxian looked at Zionan with bright eyes. This rich woman from the Xiao organization is a ninjutsu, and she has used up 6,000 billion detonating symbols. And the price of a detonating talisman in the unlimited purchase area is 200 taels. If Zionan really bought 6,000 billion pieces, then Huaxian would really be a heifer traveling around the world. Wherever he went, he would be awesome. Chapter 25. Make friends, you guy, you know a lot. Tiandeo Pain looked at Huaxian and said, if the 6 avatars were not made of corpses, there would be no expression. Nagato really wanted to give Huaxian a vicious look. For ninjas, intelligence is the strongest weapon, but for businessmen, intelligence is the best business opportunity to make money. Which farmer lost a hoe, which worker lost a hammer, these are all intelligence for business. Zionan, since your excellency is an expert at playing with paper, then paper like detonating talisman should become a very effective weapon. Hua Xian looked at them with a smile all over her face, her small face full of harmless expressions. In this regard, Tiandeo Pain snorted coldly and said, I don't know how you know this, but knowing too much will not do you any good. Yes, then, Your Excellency Zionin, do you want a detonating talisman? Huaxian didn't take Tiandao Pain's warning to heart at all, just like Nagato, even doing business with him didn't cost much money. The entire Xiao organization, Zionin, Dashuan, and Xia, are the high-quality customers he values. Although Huaxian can also buy Zionin's ninjutsu in the special purchase area, Zionin's ninjutsu is quite special. If you want to play with paper, you must be proficient in the art of origami. At most, Huaxian can fold airplanes, boats, and so on. Let him fold shurikens, darts, butterflies, etc. He is really not that kind of material. Not to mention still letting go. It all depends on the origami skills completed by Chakra. It can be said that paper escape is a thing that must be played by professionals. Of course, the detonating talisman, which is 6,000 billion detonating talismans, can also be purchased. After all, there is not much requirement for origami skills. As long as there is enough chakra, it will be no problem to explode. But the trouble is, the 6,000 billion detonating symbols are really changed, and Huaxian doesn't know who to blow up. Once the technique is activated, it is not difficult to destroy a city. But Huaxian is not a terrorist, so he can't buy it to blow up the air, right? Even the 10 cubic meters of space provided by the system simply cannot fit so many detonators. There is no problem with Shinwei space, but Huaxian doesn't want to panic herself. Therefore, Huaxian is actually quite envious of Zionin. After all, Xiao Nan had a target he wanted to bomb. For the detonator, what price can you give? Xiao Nan. Seeing Xiao Nan's inquiry, Tiandao Pain also looked at her in surprise. As he said, the lethality of my technique can be maximized when combined with the detonating talisman. Since I can save a lot of money, there is no reason to refuse. But how do you ensure that the goods you provide are no problem? Although the price given is very exciting, but there is always the cost of making the detonator. At that price, you can't make money. Xiao Nan turned to look at Huaxian. Whether the things are upright, whether they can be used, and whether there are traps are all problems. You can rest assured about this, Your Excellency Zionin, there will definitely be no problems with the things. As for whether we will lose money, you don't have to worry about it. For those guys who trouble us, we still hope to get revenge. When Huaxian said this, Xiao Nanren was slightly taken aback, and then nodded. Others in the organization may not know why Itaki and Ten Zhang went to the small town of Jigang to investigate, but she knows it very well. After all, Nagato is the leader on Xiaoming's face, and if Obito wants to send someone, he can't avoid Nagato and Zionin. Huaxian's meaning is also very clear. These detonating symbols are actually for Xiao Nan's revenge against Obito. However, Zionin was very happy about this. When Obito came into contact with them in the early years, Zionin felt that he was not a good person. Although the two parties have been cooperating, Xiao Nan has never let down his vigilance against him, and has been secretly collecting information about him. In the recent period of time, she has also gotten some information about Shinwei, and is secretly preparing a technique. If the two sides turn against each other in the future, Zionin can use this to clean up Obito. If Huaxian really wanted to take revenge on him, she could have killed him when he was defeated by Hui, so why let him go? Therefore, Itachi knew that Obito must be the one Huaxian really wanted to take revenge on. It just made Itachi wonder why Huaxian used Zionin's hand to deal with Obito. Among them, there must be hidden secrets that he does not know. As long as there is no problem with the goods, then everything is easy to talk about. However, the amount of detonating charms I want will be relatively large. Don't worry, there are as many primers as you want. And, if the quantity you want is really large, I can give you more discounts. Well, tell me about your offer. The normal market price of the detonating talisman is 1 taels per piece. The price we give is generally only about 200% of the market price, so it is about 3 taels, Your Excellency Zionin. If the detonating talisman you want is more than 70 million pieces, then, I can give you a half discount, 100 taels. Of course, if you want more than 35 million copies, I will give you the lowest price, 1 taels. As soon as Huaxian said this, all the members of the Xiao organization gasped. You know, this is not toilet paper, but a detonator. The detonation range of one detonating talisman is about 4 square meters, 100 million pieces, and it would be a piece of cake to directly raise a village to the ground. If it is 1 million copies, even the 5 great ninja villages will be blown upside down. This is just personal revenge. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Xiao Nan calmed down and said, I want a very large amount, but unfortunately, I can't give you the money all at once. Hey, it hurts to talk about money, I just want to make friends with you. Now, when will you come to pick up the goods? And if you need information, I can also provide it to you. Huaxian said meanly. That expression made all the Xiao members call MMP in their hearts. You have discussed the price so carefully, and if you talk about hurting your feelings, you don't want to play like this. Even Itaka seemed to be meeting Huaxian for the first time, his paralyzed face twitching unnaturally. Uchiha Huashin, right, I want to make friends with you too. Jiaodu opened his mouth to speak, and Huaxian's smiling face immediately turned cold, and said, as far as you go, we don't sell human organs here. Chapter 26. 1 year in the inner room of the Wasabi Mansion in Akuta Port Town. Huaxian, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes with a smile on her face. is it over, my lord? Huiya asked, while Hua Xian raised the corners of her mouth and said, it's done. Besides, Xiao Nan said that she needs a lot of detonating charms. I think she should have already started preparing the technique of God's paper in secret. 6,000 hundreds of millions of detonating talismans are definitely not ready in a short period of time. The ninjutsu released by such a huge amount of detonating talismans, whether it is funds or engineering, must be difficult to implement. If that's the case, then you won't be able to get a lot of points in a short period of time, my lord. 6,000 billion taels, even if it's one tael, that's 6,000 billion taels. Even the accumulation of the 5 major countries over the years may not be able to reach this amount bar. You're right, so, I'm going to give it to her for free in my own name. Giving it away for nothing. Is this not so good? Huiya's complexion changed, but Hua Xian said, someone can help me get a lot of points, so what do I need? After all, if it's not easy to give away for free, I don't want to sell it cheaply in the small town of Jigang, and will directly choose to give it away for free. Kagaya, you know, silver taels are not very meaningful to us. It is actually not very meaningful to accumulate them in our hands. That's true, however, in terms of funds, you can entrust tasks in Ninja Village, or issue rewards in the black market. Sir, you can't buy living things directly except for making people in Beijing. We don't lack material resources, but we lack manpower. You are right. Huaxian nodded, agreeing with Hui's statement. As the creator of the system, Kagaya naturally knows Huaxian's system very well. And pure life is not within the range of products in the system mall. Huaxian can buy pork and beef in the shopping area, but he cannot buy live pigs or cattle. This is also a limitation of the system. In terms of funds, we don't ask much. Moreover, we have earned billions in the past few months, and we will definitely earn more and more in the future. With so much money, it is enough to build a ninja village. Now, compared with funds, I value points more. Zionan's God's paper art is a good opportunity. Moreover, it can't just be 6,000 billion. I want to have fun with that guy with soil. It's best to directly give Zionan 12,000 billion detonating symbols, and when the time comes, even if Obito casts Yanagi, I want him to look good. Hua Xian grinned grimly, and Obito, who was doing trouble secretly in Wian Village, the country of water, also shivered suddenly, and felt a sudden chill in his heart. I see, if Zionan's woman really wants 12,000 trillion detonating charms, then you, my lord, can get 240 million points. With so many points, even if you buy all the products in the special area, it is more than enough. You are right. So Xiao Nan is the person I value the most. Even if I give her the detonation talisman I would be happy. Kagaya nodded, but there seemed to be more spirit in his eyes. She knew that Zionan's deal was the most important thing for Huaxian, but seeing him mention other women, Hui still felt a little unnatural. Yes. Go and tell Mr. Jiro to ask him to find some construction workers to help us build a big house. It's still a bit troublesome to live in his house all the time. We also need our own house. I see. Hui's eyes lit up, thinking of being able to be alone in the room with Hua Xian in the future. This made her look forward to it. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, Hua Xianren is 8 years old. During this period of time, Zionan also went to the small town of Jigang to buy detonating talismans every once in a while. And this amount is quite a lot, no less than 10 each time. Although it's not even a splash compared to 6,000 billion, Huaxian doesn't have much idea. The power of this detonating talisman is almost equivalent to the grenades or landmines of modern weapons in the real world. When Li Yunlong hit Li Jiapo's Yamazaki brigade, he dropped 3,600 within a few minutes. As for Zionan's ninjutsu, except for the God's paper jutsu, other paper escape ninjutsu really don't consume a lot of detonating charms. You can't buy less than 10 copies each time, which is actually quite a lot for a normal ninja. Not to mention, the current Nagato has not killed Sancho Hanzo and took Yuan Village as his own. Without the backing of a ninja village's funds, it is reasonable for Xiao Nan's funds to be limited. But these are Xiao Nan's own problems. She wants to take it easy, but Hua Xian doesn't. Therefore, every time Xiao Nan came to buy detonating talismans, Hua Xian would use storage scrolls to prepare a large number of detonating talismans in advance, and stuff them directly into her hands. She asked for 10 copies, and Huaxian directly gave her 1,000 million. If it wasn't for the limited storage capacity of the storage scroll, Huaxian would have given her all the 6,000 billion detonating symbols at once. And Zionan, who got the sweetness, is also very happy, and will go to Jigang town several times a month. After going back and forth, she at least got hundreds of millions of detonating charms from Huaxian. Besides her, Akatsuki Scorpion and Orochimaru also often come to patronize the town's business. Scorpion has a large number of puppets, and the demand for mechanisms and hidden weapons that each piece of art needs to build is naturally not low. Not to mention, after the human puppet is built, it doesn't mean to leave it alone, it must be maintained regularly. Therefore, every few months, Scorpion would come to the small town to buy a certain amount of money, gas bombs, and other weapons. Not to mention, he is also an expert in drug production, so there is naturally a lot of demand for test tubes and syringes for research. Not to mention the words of Orochimaru, the strongest scientist in the ninja world. When he starts research, his demand for materials is only a lot more than that of Scorpion's. And he also likes to abduct outstanding children all over the world, such as children's rations, clothes, weapons and medicines to train children to become ninjas, and a series of items. Naturally, dealing with Huaxian in the town of Jigang is indispensable. Of course, this is not the most expensive place to spend money. A few months ago, because of coveting Itaka's body, Orochimaru directly betrayed Akatsuki after being defeated. In TNZ country, there is suddenly an additional Yinin village in the ninja world. The establishment and expenditure of a ninja village is the real big deal. Fortunately, Orochimaru has the support of Tenokuni Daimyo, otherwise, with his little money, he would not be able to afford it at all. The emergence of Yinen village also gave Huaxian an additional channel for exporting goods. For this alone, Huaxian earned at least dozens of points. In addition, there is not so much friction in the ninja world. That is to say, Takamai Ninja Village was wiped out by Sandian because of the entrustment of Wasabi Jiro. But among them, there are many shadows of the other four great ninja villages. Sandian, who made the move, is just a murderer on the surface. Chapter 27. 5 years time passed, and 5 years passed quietly. On the sea, a small boat galloped past. The roar of the engine at the bottom of the ship did not affect Hua Xian's mood of admiring the beautiful scenery on the sea. Kaguya sat at the side, her beautiful figure seemed extremely peaceful. Time flies so fast, is it about to start? Well, that guy Orochimaru has secretly sent me a message, saying that he will make a big move in Konoha's Chunin exam. His little action is nothing, it's just a child slapstick, it's just an adult, it's a pity to give up the business in Jigong town. Hui's expression changed slightly. In these years, they have made at least trillions of taels in the small town of Jigong. Although outsiders don't know the whereabouts of the money, there is no doubt that Hua Xian is the richest man in the world. It doesn't matter, Kaguya, I have already earned enough points. And the points earned in the plane of Hokage can only be used in this world. If you go to other worlds, these points will be cleared immediately. 0. Therefore, it is meaningless to continue to earn points. After so long, it is time for us to make waves. Hua Xian said that in his system space, 4 cards exuding mysterious brilliance were quietly placed in it. Plane travel card, it allows the host to travel randomly to other plane worlds. After crossing, the funds and points in the unlimited purchase area and special purchase area of the mall are directly cleared, and the mall items are refreshed. After the time travel, the power obtained by the host and the creator remains the same, but it is necessary to purchase a power system fusion card to use different power systems in other plane worlds. Need points, 10,000 points. Power System Fusion Card allows the host to master different power systems at the same time, can 100% avoid energy conflicts of different power systems, and perfectly display the corresponding power point. 10,000 points are required. There are 2 cards of each kind, one for Huaxian and the other for Kaguya. These 2 cards are also the only products in the special purchase area that do not belong to the world of Naruto. Moreover, in any plane world, it will not be refreshed and cleared, and will exist forever. Just a year ago, because he withdrew from the town of Jigong and no longer provided the town with goods, this caused the price of the originally cheap goods to skyrocket in a short period of time, and the prices rose extremely fast. The price of the goods not only returned to the market price, but even exceeded the market price by several %. This has caused complaints from the people who are used to cheap prices, and countries have also raised their voices, expressing their dissatisfaction with the country of tea. However, dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction, and it is impossible for them to destroy the country of tea. Even if Jigong town can no longer provide cheap goods, the status of the World Trade Center is still unshakable. Countries are used to doing business in the country of tea, and it is impossible for them to find another place to be a trade center in a short time. The reason why Huaxian gave up on it was that, as he himself said, he had already earned enough points, so he didn't need to spend anymore. Host Uchiha Flower Fiber Age, 13 years old Bloodline, Daitanyu Bloodline Equipment, 10 cubic meters of system space, Thunder God Sword, Kusanagi Sword, Beheading Sword, Explosive Sword Spray. Items, 2 plane travel cards, 2 power system fusion cards, 100 pills, 15 chakra fruit Sweji Boundary, Reincarnation Eye, Kaleidoscope Sharinan, Jinjian, Wooden Dungeon, Ice Dungeon, Lantern Dungeon, Burning Dungeon. Blood Successor Elimination, Dust Escape Blood Followers Snare, None Skills, Chakra Control Proficiency, Full Attribute Chakra Form Change Proficiency, All Attribute Chakra Property Change Proficiency, All 5 Element Ninjutsu Proficiency, All Illusion Proficiency, All Body Technique Proficiency, Full Blood Succession Limit Ninjutsu Proficiency, Full Blood Succession Ninjutsu Proficiency Skill Proficiency, Clear Eye Pupil Technique Proficiency, Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye Pupil Technique. Proficiency, Reincarnation Eye Power of the 6 Realms, Power of Heretics, Mastery of Yin and Yang Escape, Seeking Tao Jade, Border Prison Will Tomb, Celestial Hand Power, Yi Zhang Niu Zun, Yi Zhang Ran Zun. Chakra Amount 1635 Calories. Chakra Attributes, All Attributes Comprehensive Strength Evaluation, 6 Paths. Intermediate Consumption Amount in the Unlimited Purchase Area, 4 Tails. Special Purchase Area has points, 3,529 points. It can be said that the current Huaxian is the limit that the ninja profession can achieve. Although he had thought about buying Itsuki's Bloodline and Blood Successor Snare when he was 18 years old, when he fused with Kaguya's body, Kaguya's Itsutsuki's bloodline inevitably affected him, allowing his various bloodlines to merge. It has become a large tree. Although he didn't get the Blood Follower's Snare, the upper limit of chakra was inevitably skyrocketed. This 1,635 cards, even if not comparable to the 10-tailed beast, is definitely much larger than the chakra amount of a single ordinary tailed beast. As for Hui Ya, it was even more serious. Created by Uchiha Kagaya, age 6 years old, bloodline, Daitanya bloodline equipment, Daitanya clothing ability, Tenseiyan, reincarnation reincarnation Sharinan chakra amount, 5 calories chakra attributes, all attributes comprehensive strength evaluation, god level occupation, guardian ability, blood inherited snare skills, all attribute chakra nature change mastery, all attribute chakra shape change mastery, chakra control mastery, secret art parasitic demon art, reincarnation I6. Powers, Outer Way Power, Reincarnation Eye Power, Wedge, Rabbit Hair Needle, Huanquan Biliang Saka, Killing Ashes Together, Integration of Nature, Unlimited Tsukiyomi, God Birth of the Tree Realm, Heaven's Yuzhong, Shenkong Strike Infinity, and Yankaya Deyu, Baoi I God, Gao Huangchen Lingzun, Time Freezing, Time Rewinding, Huang Worong, God Chasing, Mahakala, Xiaoming Viguna. If Huaxian's power is the fusion of the essence of ninja power in this world, then Kagaya is the divine power of the Otsutsuki clan outside the sky, and can be called a god in the true sense of this plane. In the special purchase area of the entire system mall, all items can actually be reflected on them. What's more, because of the reincarnation eye she opened, Huaxian obtained her own reincarnation eye pupil technique as Zangwozun and Yi Zhang Renzun, which are abilities that did not appear in the world of Hokage. Can't find it in the mall. Chapter 28 Jiraiya's Spy. That's it. Well, Naruto Ahashi. If you had come a few months earlier, you might have caught Konoha's 7th class, Huiya said, but Huaxian shook her head. A few months ago, it was the final stage of his accumulation of points, so naturally he wouldn't come to Nami country specially to watch Konoha's -th class ninja team pecking at each other. It doesn't matter what the plot is at their level. If Huaxian is willing, she can destroy this planet by herself. With his 6th level strength, it is enough to suppress the entire ninja world. Speaking of which, Heiju hasn't come to spy on us for a long time. He doesn't have the guts either. That's true. The two chatted and laughed. This handsome man and beautiful woman has attracted the attention of many people in the land of waves. Whether it's Huaxian or Huiya, their auras are very unique. Even if they mix into the crowd, they stand out from the crowd and are very conspicuous. The current wave country was defeated because of Kato, and the Naruto bridge was established, and it has once again opened up business with the outside world. Although still poor, life is much more promising than before. After wandering around, the two soon left the town and walked to the edge of the island, in front of a grave. That's it, don't cut Hebai's grave again. The guys in the 7th class are good people, and they will help them bury the enemy if they die. As Kagaya said, he glanced at him, and the space cave of Huanquan Biliang Saka opened immediately, and 2 Beiju fell out of it. In this regard, Hua Xianren also raised his hand, and the grave immediately surged, and by his dead body rushed out immediately. The maggots all over his body and the unpleasant stench made him and Kagaya frown. Although I came here for tourism, this experience is really terrible. If I knew it would be like this, I might as well hire a few people to dig up the bodies of the two of them. Okay, don't complain, do it quickly, my lord. Well, ninja law, the art of reincarnation of dirty earth. Huaxian opened her mouth and said, countless dust particles immediately poured into Baiju's body, and soon, Zay Bullet and Jean and Baiju appeared in front of the two of them. This is. If you don't kill Mr. again, are you dead too? I was a little surprised, but he didn't pay attention to it. If he didn't cut it, he just stared at Huaxian and Huiya, and said, bye and I will be resurrected. Did you make a mess of it? Indeed, I'm still very interested in powerful ninjas, so I've always wanted to keep them as collectibles. If you don't kill them, you have the level of an elite ninja. Although Bai is not close, but with the blood of Bing done after Genkai, it is almost at the level of Jonin. So I believe that you have the motivation to let me collect it. Collecting ninjas as collectibles, what a villainous brat. Bullet and Jean snorted coldly, but Huaxian didn't refute. Although Jonin and Cage class were not enough for him and Kagaya, in the ninja world, they were indeed high-end combat power. It is enough to use it as a pawn. Reincarnation in dirty earth is really a very good forbidden technique. Although it is a bit risky, it is not harmful to me. Just in time, let me see your strength. The technique of water iron cannon. Suddenly, Huaxian pointed to the grass beside her. The water molecules in the air instantly condensed, fully compressed on his index finger, and then shot out like a bullet. All of a sudden, blood splashed across the grass. A toad was on all fours, with blood holes in its back and abdomen, and it didn't move at all. What a ruthless brat! How could such a cute toad be killed so cruelly? A majestic voice came out of the dead toad's mouth, and the next second, Jiraiya also crawled out of the toad's mouth, shaking his long white hair stained with blood. I didn't want to kill it at first, but you got too close and it made me feel sick, so I killed it. Huaxian sneered, while Zilei's face turned serious, looking at Zebuzan and Bai solemnly. Dirty reincarnation, I didn't expect you to know the forbidden technique of the 2nd generation of Hokage. In recent years, there have been frequent reports of tombs being stolen in the ninja world. The stolen ninja corpses are all masters of the ninja world without exception. I just searched casually, but unexpectedly, I finally found out that the business of ninja corpses came from the small town of Jagong, those corpses should now be controlled by you using dirt reincarnation. You're right, those corpses are almost all well-known strong men in the ninja world, and the least powerful ones are Jainin. They are the crystallization of ninja power. It's a pity that they just become history. Desecration of the dead will be condemned by God. Tell me, what do you want to do to control these people? Ji Lai also questioned, but Hua Xian didn't care, and said, as I said before, I just want to turn them into collectibles. Of course, when necessary, I will also use them as combat power, just like now. Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sunin, is a good choice. As soon as Hua Xian said these words, Zabulat and Jananbai were shocked. Their originally bright eyes immediately became numb and ruthless, killing intent rose, and then they rushed directly towards Zi Lai. Yeah. Did you do it so soon? The technique of messing with the lion's hair? Jiraiya slapped his hands, and his long white hair immediately stretched out, turning into a lion's mouth and biting it directly without cutting it off. Although it is hair, under the action of powerful chakra, the hair is as sharp as a thorn, and soon it will be cut into pieces. But in the next moment, the broken body was reorganized under the action of the dust, and recovered intact. Dirty reincarnation, although it is a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage for Konoha, it is really not a good ninjutsu. The situation of not chopping again gave Jiraiya a headache. Bai jumped up, kicked in a roundabout in midair, and greeted Jiraiya's head directly. He looks good, but he doesn't have martial arts. Forget it, the consciousness is suppressed by the art, and now you can't hear it. Ji Lai also said that, but the man grabbed Shiro's kick, and then threw it at Zabuzan. As expected of Jiraiya, facing two Jonin at the same time is easy enough. Then, I will give you a little bit of food. Boom. Hua Xian's technique of reincarnation in dirty soil is much trickier than he imagined. It would be fine if it was just Buzan and Bai, and Jiraiya thought he could deal with it easily. But he knew very well that there were not a few ninja corpses collected by Hua Xian, and among them were even well-known cage-level powerhouses in the ninja world. Once he summoned those monsters, he might have to explain where they were. This point is also self-aware. It was precisely because of this that when Hua Xian was about to call, Jilai also chose to evacuate. It's really difficult, those two guys. The source of the goods in Akuta port town in the past may also be related to them. The countries, each ninja village, Akatsuki, and Orochimaru are really terrible connections. If you want to defeat them, I'm afraid it's not something that one person or even a ninja village can do. You have to gather more power. Jilai was also quite a headache. During the investigation during this period, he noticed a lot of information about Hua Xian. Among them, what worries him the most is the trade between Akatsuki, Orochimaru and Hua Xian. A lot of the business of ninja corpses also went through the hands of Akatsuki and Orochimaru. A Jonin corpse can be exchanged for 2,000 million taels of supplies. Elite Jonin, that is 3,000 million taels of supplies. The movie level is even more exaggerated, directly soaring to 1 million. In such a lucrative business, I don't know how many people participated in it, providing Hua Xian with the flesh and blood of the strong man's corpse. Even the gold exchange in the underground black market has faint contacts with Hua Xian. You know, all the strong men with names and surnames in the ninja world basically have bounties on the black market. There are many powerful ninjas, and I also like to hunt those ninjas to earn money. It can be said that the corpses of strong men collected by the exchange for gold are very large. They are naturally very happy to get a lot of supplies from Hua Xian just by intercepting the flesh and blood of some corpses. Now, there are quite a few ninjas reincarnated by Hua Xian. Even if they don't take action, there is no doubt that they can easily capture a ninja village with just those reincarnated people from the dirty soil. The land of fire, Konoha, the former site of the Uchiha tribe. With the opening of the door of Huangquan Biliangsaka space, Hua Xian and Kaguya also set foot in it. It's so miserable, there is no one in such a big place. 3 generations of old men still have a bit of conscience. After the Uchiha exterminated the clan, they did not confiscate the clan land together, but packed it all up and gave it to Suzuki. However, this place where the clan was exterminated is also doomed. No one is willing to set foot. It is Suzuki. Most of the time I also live outside. At most I just go home occasionally to clean up, and I miss my past life. Hua Xian was walking on the main street of the clan land, and the eaves of the buildings on both sides were already covered with spider silk. The bustling clan land in memory, now there is only silence. Soon, the others returned to their hut. I haven't been back in the past 6 years. The yard is already full of weeds, the house is also full of dust, and there is an unpleasant smell in the air. On the flat surface of the kitchen counter, there are still dishes and chopsticks that were not washed before Hua Xian left. In the past 6 years, the bowls, chopsticks, and stove have been covered with mold, and some Xiao Qian can still be seen faintly crawling. What should I do? I'm afraid it will take a lot of work to sort it out. Huiya asked. Hua Xian frowned slightly, and said, contact the construction workers to rebuild one. If it's not easy to clean up, then rebuild one by one. That would be too time-consuming. Why don't you entrust Konoha with a task? Entrusting a task, that's fine, but let's contact the builder. This house has not been lived in for 6 years, so it should be strengthened. It is good. As Kaguya said, he also opened Huangquan Hirazaka again, and returned to the small town of Jigang. Although Hua Xian no longer provides products, the relationship with Wasabi Jiro is still there. Ask him to help contact some construction workers, it's still no problem. Hua Xian herself left the house. There is no way to live here for the time being, so she can only rent a place in the village temporarily. I have to say that Kanaha's appearance has indeed changed a lot since he hasn't been back for 6 years. Although Hua Xian has been staying in the country of tea, the World Trade Center he established has indirectly changed the whole world. During that period of extremely low prices, all countries and major ninja villages worked hard to develop. Although it is still Hokage, it already has the appearance of Bo Ren biography. Even Huaxian was still on the street and saw a fried chicken shop. Fat House Happy Water and so on. Of course there are. Damn it, it's a D-level mission again, so there's no more exciting mission. That's right, since the mission of the Kingdom of Waves ended, we have been carrying out cumbersome D-level missions during this period of time. On the street, Naruto and Sakura complained. Sasuke didn't say anything, but a hint of impatience could be seen on his face. D-level tasks are indeed very grueling. You really haven't changed at all, Sasuke. Hey, who is it? Huaxian stood in front of the three of them, which made Naruto look puzzled. On the other hand, Sakura's eyes were shining brightly, and her complexion was reddish. Originally, Huaxian was very pretty, so it is only natural that a nymphomaniac like Sakura would be obsessed. Sasuke's pupils widened slightly, and then his whole body trembled unnaturally. You are Huaxian. That's right, we haven't seen each other for 6 years, Huaxian said with a smile. Sasuke's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his unnatural body reaction also aroused the curiosity of Sakura and Naruto. Hey, Sasuke, do you know him? Naruto asked, but Sakura seemed to be thinking about it, but she couldn't remember it for a while, but it was also reasonable. When Huaxian was in the ninja school, she was very withdrawn. Although she looks good, she has attracted other girls for a while. But because of poor grades, he was finally compared by Sasuke. So all along, he was a marginal member of the class, with an obscure reputation. Even during the period of disappearance, it didn't cause too many disturbances in the class. Some students even wondered, Uchiha Hanabi, is there such a person in their class? I really didn't expect you to come back here, Uchiha Hanaze, Kakashi-sensei. Just when Sasuke was astonished and Naruto and Sakura were puzzled, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Huaxian. Others didn't have the usual idleness, only a serious face, and an inexplicable meaning in their eyes. Kakashi, I heard about the Wave Country, well done, the loss of that eye really makes you stronger. Huaxian didn't look back, but said calmly. This made Kakashi clenched his fists, and even his breathing became short of breath. I don't want to mention the past. Hokage-sama invites you to his office to talk about it. 3-generation-old man, no matter, then. Sasuke, let's meet later. Wait a moment. Sasuke wanted to say something else, but in the next moment, Huaxian and Kakashi turned into smoke and disappeared. Chapter 30 Identity. The village office building, Hokage's office. When Huizan and Kakashi appeared here, the high-level Konoha leaders headed by Sarutobi had all gathered, their eyes full of scrutiny. Master Hokage, people brought it. Okay, Kakashi, you step back. No, it doesn't matter. Kakashi is the instructor of the 7th class, Jonin, and he has also had contact with Huaxian. Even if we don't tell him the secret, he will learn about it sooner or later. Danzo just wanted Kakashi to go out, but was stopped by Sarutobi. Seeing this, Zwanzu Xiaochun and Mito Minion also chose to acquiesce. They have heard Sarutobi's story about Uchiha Hanabi, and they know some of the inside story. It seems that you old men are living quite well these years. I think that fellow Itaki has sent you a lot of information. Huaxian looked at the 4 of them with interest. As soon as she squatted down, the floor under her feet immediately grew branches, which instantly turned into a wooden chair for her to sit on. This scene also horrified Sarutobi, Danzo, and others. Is this wood done? Isn't the answer obvious? Under my persuasion, that guy, Itaki, also transplanted the cells between the columns. Although he didn't awaken Mutun, his body is very good. That you should know these things. Sarutobi nodded and said, I know for sure. Although we had expected that you would awaken Mudun, the results still exceeded our predictions. I never thought that you would be able to develop Mudun to such an extent. Okay, Sarutobi, it's pointless to talk about it now. Uchiha Hansei, let's talk about it. Your purpose of returning to the village. Just come back and have a look. Why, is there any problem? You are not Konoha's ninja, so you cannot be defined as a rebellious ninja. But when you left the village without authorization, you also violated the village's regulations. As soon as Xiaochun said that, Huaxian looked at them with a sneer and said, stop talking about those things. Besides, you should also thank me for leaving voluntarily, otherwise, the weeds on your graves would all grow. I have to be as tall as you. Sarutobi and the others couldn't help being speechless when they heard what he said. Although Itaka didn't pass much information to them, if those things were announced, it would be enough to shock the entire ninja world. Not to mention other things, Konoha may not be able to handle just a reincarnation eye. So, what kind of identity do you come back with now? A wanderer, a villager, or an enemy? Sarutobi asked. Huaxianren laughed. Villagers. I see, then, I hope you can abide by the rules of the village. Your parents are heroes who sacrificed for the village, and you are the orphan of a martyr, that's all. You are quite old man of 3 generations, alright, just do as you say. Then it depends on whether he is smart or not. There were many loopholes in the events back then, weren't there? Never mind. As soon as Sarutobi nodded, the door of Huankwan Hirasaka opened immediately, and Kagaya slowly floated out from it. This scene also surprised the four of Sarutobi that they knew that the woman with reincarnation eyes in Itaka's information was her. I've made arrangements for the person, and I will arrive at Konoha tomorrow at the latest. Huiya said to Hua Xian. As for Yuan Fei and the others, she ignored them directly. People, what did you arrange? It's just a construction worker. The house I haven't lived in for 6 years will naturally need to be repaired, just in time. I also plan to entrust the village with a task to clean up my house and pull out the weeds in the garden. So that's the case, the village will take over this task. Yuan Fei responded directly. According to Hua Xian's description, the front and back are nothing more than a D-level task, nothing more. That's good. When the house is done, I will pay the fee, so be it. It's not that simple, Uchiha Hanazen. Although you came back as a villager, the woman next to you is not. For the safety of the village, I will let Umbu keep an eye on you for the time being, Danzo said, but Huaxian was full of sarcasm. Whatever you want, anyway, when things don't go your way, it's just a matter of trampling a few ants to death. At that time, I hope your people are strong enough, Danzo. Huaxian said that Ren also walked out of the office with Huiya. As soon as the two left, Sarutobi sighed helplessly and looked at Danzo quite dissatisfied. You don't need to provoke him. If you clash with them in the village, the situation will get out of hand. Besides, no one can keep an eye on them. It's always something to face, isn't it? In short, let's leave this matter to the roots. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Better so. Sarutobi sighed again. He couldn't see Huaxian, and he couldn't see Danzo. He just hoped that the two sides wouldn't cause any trouble. In the lobby of the office building, the three of Suzuki were waiting anxiously. Seeing Huaxian coming out of it, others rushed to meet her. Are you all right, Huaxian? Idiot, what can I do? But you, Suzuki, will be in trouble from now on. Suzuki looked puzzled, and at this moment, Kakashi also appeared behind them, saying, the latest D-level mission, the 7th class helps Uchiha Hanazen's house to clean. What? Suzuki, Naruto, and Sakura immediately widened their eyes, but Huaxian laughed and patted Suzuki on the shoulder. Hey, come on, Suzuki, I'll go to the hotel to settle down first. What's the matter? See you at the fried chicken shop tonight. Wait a moment. No, wait. Huaxian waved her hand, and without giving Suzuki a chance to speak, she and Kagaya left the office building. Let's go. When he comes back, the village may not be peaceful anymore. Kakashi said to the three of Suzuki. This time Huaxian came back, Konoha will be troubled. Chapter 31. A moment later, Uchiha's old site and the 7th team also officially started cleaning Huaxian's house. Although there were many questions to ask Huaxian, Suzuki still settled down and carried out the mission seriously. In order to speed up the progress, Naruto even used the technique of shadow clone. The house that could have been cleaned in a day or two was completed in just 3 hours. At the same time, in the fried chicken shop in the village, Huaxian ordered a hand-grilled chicken and a few hamburgers to share with Huiya. In fact, at their level, the simple act of eating can already be dispensed with. The purpose of eating is to replenish energy, but both of them are individuals with quite a lot of energy. They only rely on the human body's digestive system to supplement, so I am afraid that they will have to eat a mountain to obtain the corresponding supply. Therefore, whether it is Huaxian or Kagaya, their physiques have actually evolved an internal energy circulation system long ago, transforming from external demand to internal supply. Even if they don't eat, drink or breathe, they can still live safely. Eating is nothing more than Huaxian's behavior purely to satisfy her appetite. Are you really going to teach Suzuki? Well, anyway, I'm quite free, so it doesn't matter if I teach him a little bit. Besides, I'm actually quite confused about what kind of attitude I should take to face this world. Huaxian tore off the chicken leg with one hand, put it in her mouth and gnawed it. Kagaya didn't have any appetite, but just sat across from him drinking the happy water, thinking about it. Is it Uchiha's surname? A little bit, but not all. When I came to this world, I was completely fused with the soul of my predecessor, and I have somewhat obsessed with Uchiha. Moreover, the parents of my predecessor are also a problem. What happened? The timing of their death is too strange. As soon as Huaxian said this, Huiya also reacted. The time of the death of Huaxian's predecessor's parents was the period of conflict between the village and Uchiha, and Shisui had already died in battle at that time. The two Uchiha ninjas died together while performing missions outside. Huaxian naturally has reason to believe that there is something unknown about it. Of course, no matter whether there is trickery or not, the three people Danzo, Itaki, and Obito must not be avoided anyway. What are you going to do? First, find out the truth of the year. Although it is easiest to kill them directly, it would be too cheap for them. What about revenge? This is where I struggle. My predecessor actually attached great importance to Uchiha's glory. I was thinking, should I develop the family? You're thinking, you can't let the Uchiha of this world be the last one. Huaxian looked embarrassed, while Huiya was a little speechless, and said, just say how many wives you want to find. Is it Hinata or Hanabi? or are the two sisters together, how many big fat boys will be born? As expected of Kaguya, I can't hide my preferences and thoughts from you. When I was created by you, I also shared your memory, so I naturally know what you like. But my lord, to be honest, with your current bloodline, even if you have descendants, the descendants may not be Uchiha. That's true, no matter what, the lineage of the ninja family in this world can actually be traced back to Itsuki in the end. I am also Itsuki's bloodline now, and if I really have descendants, the ability will tend to be Itsuki, not Uchiha. Hua Xian was feeling emotional, while Hui Ya was silently drinking coke. As far as this matter is concerned, no matter what you say, it is the same principle. Not to mention other things, Huaxian now has the pupil techniques of Jinjian, Sharinan, and Samsarian. If the descendants have Hinata's blood and have white eyes, it may not be impossible. Actually, don't worry too much. As long as our surname is Uchiha, Uchiha will always be there. That's what you said. Hey, my lord, since you are interested in Hinata and Hanabi, go to Hinata to propose marriage, and, if you want offspring, I can help you too. As soon as Huiye said those words, his face flushed with embarrassment. Although it is a human being, she has the same equipment that a woman should have, and she can start a family with Huaxian. Well, it's still too early to talk about this. I'm only 13 years old now, maybe in a few years. Besides, I don't necessarily have to propose marriage. At worst, just create 2 more guardians with the same appearance as Hanabi and Hinata. My ability cannot be strengthened by outsiders, and finding them as wives is actually dragging us down. You're right. In the evening, Kakashi also went to the fried chicken restaurant with the 3 of the 7th class. Although there were already plans to let go of what happened to Uchiha back then, Hiruza Sarutobi still hoped that someone would keep an eye on him at any time to what extent the situation would evolve. Kakashi is undoubtedly a very suitable candidate. It's finally here. If you're late, I'm leaving. Since we made an appointment, I won't break my promise. Hey, Huaxian, what did you say to that man after I left that night? Suzuki found a seat, sat down, and went straight to the topic. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi didn't ask too much. They already knew some things about Uchiha through chatting during the cleaning. I didn't say anything, I just hoped to save the family in another way. Of course, it failed. Because the general situation was already established, and I was powerless to stop it at that time, so I had to run away ahead of time. If I didn't leave, maybe the village would be destroyed. Not one more missing person, but one more corpse. What is it all about? Can't you make it clear? I don't know. Besides, I don't think it's suitable for you to know now. If you really want to know what happened back then, you should become stronger and go to Itake. As a genocide, he knows much more than me. Are you kidding me? Suzuki slapped the dining table angrily, stood up abruptly, his face became very distorted due to anger, and even Sharinan was exposed at this moment. Although, it's just double-hook jade. Huaxian, this belongs to Suzuki after all. Naruto, you don't need to interrupt, this is a matter within our family. Naruto was about to speak for Suzuki, but Suzuki stopped him sharply. Both Sakura and Kakashi chose to remain silent. At this time, Suzuki has actually lost his mind a little, and if he interrupted, it would only provoke Suzuki's anger for nothing. Okay, here it is. Before it's completely dark, I'll play with you a little bit, Suzuki. I advise you to be honest, you haven't even finished ninja school. How could you be my opponent? When you get beaten, don't blame me, Suzuki said. Although he was furious, he was not in a hurry to act out. In any case, in his perception, Huaxian is also Uchiha's only clan member, and he actually doesn't want to have too much trouble with Huaxian. In this regard, Huaxian couldn't help raising the corner of her mouth, full of memories. Although, most of the memories of ninja school are actually from the predecessor, he really only had a few days to go to school. Ninja school, if you take this as your standard, then I can only say, no wonder you haven't grown up yet. Suzuki, a true genius, will never stay in ninja school for too long. Itaki only uses after 1 year. I chose to skip a grade to graduate. Your mentor, Heide Kakashi, because it was in a time of war, not only entered school early, but also chose to graduate and become a ninja when he was 5 years old. They all became a jonin at the age of 12 or 3, and the 6 years of ninja school are actually meaningless at all. Only mediocrity will waste my time. How can you say that? We learned a lot in school. Before Suzuki could speak, Naruto retorted. In this regard, Huaxian shook her head and said, you say that only because your growth environment is different from ours. It is undeniable that the ninja school does impart a lot of knowledge, and most of the knowledge can be used on the battlefield. However, for us who are from the Uchiha family, those things can be touched even before going to school. The real genius has always been to actively adapt to the environment, rather than passively accept the transformation of the environment. So, Naruto, whether it's you or Suzuki, in my eyes, they are all weak. What did you say? Naruto clenched his fists and was about to step forward to argue, but Kakashi grabbed his shoulder with one hand. Huaxian ignored him, but looked at Suzuki and said, Suzuki, you and Itake have the same learning environment, so you should be able to do what Itake can do. However, you and his growth is very different. This is the best proof that you are mediocre. You, Uchiha Suzuki, are a waste. If I'm a good for nothing, then you won't be much better off. A guy who can only talk. Watch how I deal with you. Without talking nonsense, Suzuki rushed directly towards Huaxian. He didn't plan to use a weapon, because Hua Xian wasn't even a ninja in his opinion that if you use a weapon, if you kill him by mistake, it will be troublesome. He really doesn't want this last clansman to disappear like this. Use your fist to teach her a lesson, just force Hua Xian to submit. Innocent. As soon as Hua Xian finished speaking, Naruto, Sakura, and Suzuki's eyes dimmed immediately. When the three of them reacted, Hua Xianren had already appeared in front of Suzuki. He flicked his finger on his forehead, and the terrible impact directly sent Suzuki flying, sliding out a track on the ground. What's going on? What happened just now? Naruto and Sakura looked stunned, and Kakashi frowned slightly. Although he has lost Sharingan and his insight ability is far worse than before, his observation ability is still very good. But even so, Kakashi still couldn't see Huaxian's speed clearly, and could only faintly see some afterimages. Kakashi even felt that, in terms of moving speed alone, in Konoha, only Kai could be compared with Hana 10. Impossible, you. Suzuki rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Hua Xian showed sarcasm and said, "Are you proud to be a ninja? Is number 1 ninja school proud to you, Suzuki? A ninja is just a tool. What's so proud of being a tool? You. To be honest, it's quite difficult to control the power well and not hurt you while teaching you. After all, a weak ant can die if you pinch it a little. Asshole." Suzuki gritted his teeth, then took out a shuriken from his pocket and threw it at Huaxian. Although there is no real fight yet, Huaxian's speed and strength let him know clearly that the crane-tail clansman who was in the ninja school when he was a child may be stronger than he imagined. Done Earth Spear. Huaxian's face was calm, and some subtle changes occurred in her skin. Suzuki's shuriken flew towards him, as if it had been shot on a steel plate. It was directly ejected, and it couldn't affect Huaxian at all, and even his clothes weren't damaged at all. He actually ignored the shuriken's attack. Naruto, Sakura, and Suzuki were stunned, while Kakashi frowned, his face full of solemnity. Because the point is not that the shuriken is ineffective against Huaxian, but that Huaxian directly displayed ninjutsu without even needing a seal, which has completely broken the common sense of the ninja world. You guy. Suzuki twisted his eyes, and the Shuanguya Sharingan immediately appeared in his eyes, and immediately formed a seal. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. That's it. Huaxian looked at the fireball that Suzuki spit out boredly. The power of his fire escape was not even half that of Kakashi. Call. Soon, the burning flame completely wrapped the flower fiber. It's just that Huaxian didn't care at all. In just a few seconds, Suzuki's powerful fireball was completely absorbed by his body. Pure 5 attribute ninjutsu is useless to him. Huaxian doesn't even need to use the sealing technique of the reincarnation eye to absorb it completely, but the speed will be a little slower than when the reincarnation eye is opened. Suzuki's fire escape is useless. Sakura's eyes trembled, and she looked at Suzuki worriedly. Kakashi next to him sighed. He had already expected this situation since Huaxian dealt with Wakyu without any movement. In Kakashi's view, Huizan is more terrifying than Itaki, who destroyed the family. Is it only this level after all? It's really disappointing, although no one taught you. But Suzuki, you are a disgrace to Uchiha. Shut up, you who haven't experienced that night. How can you understand me? Fire escape dragon fire art. As if the scar in his heart that he didn't want to touch the most was uncovered, Suzuki let out a hysterical roar, and his hands were sealed again. As a group of flames ignited, the dragon-like flames immediately surged towards Huaxian. Chapter 33 Uchiha and Itsutsuki. You lost your composure after just a few words. Suzuki, you are indeed mediocre. The previous fireballs are useless. Do you think that the dragon fire technique will be effective? Huaxian said contemptuously, and then accepted the baptism of dragon fire again. As a result, it was naturally absorbed by Huaxian's physique just like before. Calm down, Suzuki. When that guy was 7 years old, he could beat me as a jonin. What? When you are 7 years old, you can beat Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi's words directly stunned Naruto and Suzuki. At 7 years old, this is the age when they have just entered school for 1 year, and Huasen already has strength stronger than Jonin. Huaxian, is she really the same age as them? 7 years old, Jonin, doesn't that mean? Well, you are right. If I were the same age, I would be stronger than Itaka. However, I have no interest in becoming a ninja at all. A mediocrity is transformed by the environment, and a genius actively adapts to the environment. Both of us neither. I am a strong man. I will only change the environment and let the environment adapt to me. Suzuki, this is the pattern, this is the gap between you, Itaki, and all the dead Uchihas in me. As soon as Huaxian said the words, Sharingan immediately appeared in her eyes, and then Sanguyu immediately spun and turned into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. This scene left Suzuki stunned. You opened the same eyes as that man. Well, my eyes were open when my parents died. However, the kaleidoscope is just the beginning, and I have reached the end. While speaking, Huaxian's kaleidoscope sharing eyes immediately spread out in ripples, and the blue eyes appeared directly in front of Suzuki. What, this is? Suzuki trembled unnaturally. Although he didn't understand the situation, he could feel the incomparable power of Huaxian's reincarnation eyes. If the pupil power of his Shuanguya Shilunyan is like standing water on the side of the road, then the pupil power of Huaxian Samsarian is like a vast ocean. The gap between the two sides is completely worlds apart. Those eyes, could it be reincarnation eyes? Kakashi was dumbfounded. He knew that Huaxian was very powerful, and he also guessed that he might have opened the legendary Eye of Uchiha. But he didn't expect that Huasien had the eyes of reincarnation, which was not what he expected at all. Mr. Kakashi, what is the Eye of Reincarnation? Naruto and Sakura looked confused, so Sasuke couldn't help but look at Kakashi. He also didn't know about the Eyes of Reincarnation. Regarding this, Kakashi couldn't help taking a deep breath, and said, those are the eyes of the legendary sage of the 6 paths. In fact, there have been 3 pupil arts circulating in the ninja world, which are the white eyes of the Hyuga clan and the writing of the Uchiha clan. Will eyes, and the eyes of the legendary 6 paths sages Samsara eyes, 6 path immortals. You can identify it as a legendary god. The sage of the 6 paths saved the world from a certain monster, and his eyes are the eyes of reincarnation. According to legend, the eyes of reincarnation have unparalleled power, which is why it is called the reason why it is called the first of the 3 pupil techniques. Compared with reincarnation eyes, white eyes and writing sharing eyes must be far inferior. Although he knew only a little, Kakashi still told what he knew. In this regard, Huaxian said, that's not a legend, the sage of the 6 paths is real. And Uchiha is one of the descendants of the sage of the 6 paths. From the first Guyu, Sharingan will continue to evolve until evolved into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, the final result of the evolution of Sharingan is actually a reincarnation. Sasuke, Itachi should have told you about the stone tablet at Nanga Shrine. Sasuke was shocked. He had indeed heard about Itachi about Nanga Shrine. There is also the place where the Uchiha clan held a meeting. Is there something wrong with that stone tablet? That stone tablet was left by the sage of the 6 paths thousands of years ago to warn us, the descendants of Uchiha. What? I've come ahead of all of you, Sasuke, whether it's you or Itachi, I've already left them far behind. If you can't get on the right track, then you can crawl on the ground and crawl like an ant. Huaxian's chakra erupted in an instant. At this moment, it seemed that even the air was squeezed, and a strong storm immediately burst from his body. The ground under Huaxian's feet also continued to crack and spread, directly suppressing Sasuke to the ground, unable to move, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Naruto and Sakura watched this scene in horror, their faces turned pale and bloodless. Even if Huaxian wasn't targeting them, it still made them feel unparalleled pressure. Kakashi took a breath, but didn't dare to say anything. In this case, once Huaxian intends to attack him, he will either die or be disabled. It's ugly, it insults Uchiha's name. Now you are stronger than Itachi, right? That's right. What's the matter? Then, if it's you, you must avenge Uchiha. That's all you want to say. Isn't that enough? No matter how strong you are the flower of the Uchiha clan. Isn't it your duty to avenge the family? Sasuke roared angrily, trying to get up from the ground, but he couldn't stand up no matter what. This is an internal matter of their family, we are just outsiders and cannot interfere, Kakashi said. Sakura was also speechless. On the contrary, Naruto gritted his teeth, unable to restrain himself. He broke free from Kakashi, took out kunao from his pocket, and rushed towards Huaxian. Get away from Sasuke, you weird-eyed bastard. Naruto. Alas, Kakashi sighed. He knew that Naruto, a hot-blooded idiot, would not turn a blind eye. But at that moment, a silver hair suddenly flew through the air and directly stuck in Naruto's thigh. Naruto staggered and fell into the mud. Chapter 34 Instructing the 7th class. Naruto, are you alright? Sakura stepped forward to check the situation, while Naruto got up and looked at the silver hair on his right leg, feeling unbearable pain. Hair, it's her. Kakashi looked sideways at Kagaya not far away, with a solemn expression on his face. Huaxian also took a look at Huaya, and said, you don't need to make a move, I can handle such a small matter. I know, I'm just a little unhappy to see him draw his weapon at you. Kagaya looked at Naruto coldly, although because of the shared memory, he knew that Naruto was the protagonist. But in her heart, Huaxian is the most important thing. Compared with Huaxian, even if the world is destroyed, she will not frown. Forget it, that's it for today. Sasuke, gather at the family's practice field at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. From tomorrow onwards, I will guide you in your cultivation. Sasuke won't practice with you, we have Mr. Kakashi. Before Naruto finished speaking, Kakashi held his head and said, don't talk too much, Hokage-sama has already made a decision on this matter. Sasuke, you will talk to me tomorrow. Huaxian has practiced. Of course, the 7th class is not disbanded. If there is a task, I will notify you. Why, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto was dissatisfied, and Kakashi couldn't help but said, Sasuke and Huashin are both from the Uchiha clan. In terms of the ability to share Sharingan, no one knows better than Huashin. Therefore, Huashin is more suitable than me. Become Sasuke's instructor. Naruto, if you don't want to leave Sasuke, you can come together. Anyway, teaching 1 is teaching, and teaching 2 is no different. Oh, I almost forgot that there is Sakura, so you can come with Sakura when the time comes. Really? Am I that non-existent? Sakura complained in her heart, but Naruto curled his lips with a displeased expression. Who wants your guidance? That's right, I'm the one who awakened the eyes of reincarnation. In terms of strength, I even surpassed 3 generations of old men. If you accept my guidance, you will definitely become Hokage faster. What? Hey, that's it. Huaxian waved her hand, and regardless of Naruto's shock, she and Kagaya left the training ground. Sasuke slowly got up and hit the ground with a fist, his face full of resentment. Damn it, What have I been doing for the past 6 years? At night, in Hokage's office, Kakashi also reported what he saw today to Sarutobi. That's right, not only that woman, but even that child has opened the eyes of reincarnation. Master Hokage, then, about the training of the 7th class. Let that child guide, Kakashi, you will follow in the name of guiding Jonin. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. However, with my ability, no, I'm afraid that no one in Konoha is capable of such a task. Kakashi said that he lost to Hwaxian 6 years ago, and he didn't even keep Sharingan. Now that Hwaxian has become stronger, how could Kakashi be able to see him? In this regard, Kakashi is self-aware. And Naruto, as Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, once Hwashin has thoughts about Kyuubi, Kakashi can't stop it at all. You're right, Kakashi. The current village really doesn't have the ability to stop Hwashin and the women around him. Therefore, the village can only be treated as a living horse doctor now. But go ahead and do it boldly. If something goes wrong, I will take responsibility. I see. Kakashi bowed his head in response. Sarutobi had already talked about this point. If he evaded it again, he would be ignorant of flattery. The next day, the practice field of the Uchiha tribe. But when Hwa Xianran appeared, all 4 of them couldn't help looking at him. Forget about class dash. Even Kakashi, who was used to being late, was not blocked by the Black Cat this time. Even he was the first to come here among the 4. Hwashin didn't say anything. On the contrary, if Kakashi didn't come, others would find it strange. Anyway, Naruto is also the Jinchuriki of 9 tails. No matter how lax the village is, it is impossible to let him and Hwashin be together. That. Naruto was a little embarrassed, thinking of the cruel words he let go yesterday. He felt a little ashamed. This law of true fragrance can't be escaped anywhere. Okay, don't act that stupid. People are here. Will I drive you away? Thank you, Hwaxian. Then let me know about your current practice progress. Have you mastered the control of chakra? Hwashin asked. Sakura also raised her hand and said, understood, Mr. Kakashi has already taught us to climb trees. Then, what about treading water in the 2nd stage? Tread water. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura couldn't help but look at Kakashi, who was also taken aback and laughed awkwardly. Although Hwaxian knew about this situation long ago, she still looked at Kakashi speechlessly, and said, I remember that Sasuke and his class of ninjas graduated in October last year. That's been more than half a year now. Haven't you even taught them the control of chakra? Laziness, there must be a limit. I'm sorry. They are busy with tasks, and they don't have much time to practice. Stop talking nonsense. I remember that during the D-level missions of the ninja, they often clean up the garbage in the village river. Isn't that the best place to practice? Hwaxian retorted, not giving Kakashi any face. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura also looked at Kakashi, their eyes full of resentment. They are not stupid, so they can naturally hear Kakashi's prevarication excuse. Since you haven't even learned to step on water, let's start by stepping on water. Just in time, there is a pond near the clan land. Come with me. Hwashin said that several people soon appeared on the bank of the pond. You go and set an example for them. Hwaxian kicked Kakashi, who also nodded in embarrassment, then immediately gathered chakra under his feet, jumped off the pond, and stepped firmly on the water with both feet. What is this? Naruto looked excited, while Hwaxian looked at him speechlessly, and then said to Kakashi, it's just the basic control ability of chakra, and it goes without saying that if you want to become a Chunin, this is the most basic. I even think that the ability to control chakra should be included in the curriculum of the ninja school. I can't decide this kind of thing, and it's really too early for those children, Kakashi said, then looked at the 3 of Sasuke. Don't just stand around stupidly, try it out quickly. The main point is similar to climbing a tree. It is to condense and maintain a certain amount of chakra, but because the attachment point is liquid water, the difficulty will be higher than that of a solid tree. Seeing Kakashi say this, the 3 of them immediately started to try. Puffed. The 3 fell into the water collectively. Chapter 35, Putong. Several times in a row, Naruto and Sasuke fell directly into the water, unable to stand on the water at all. On the contrary, Sakura's progress was faster. Although she fell into the water a few times, she gradually grasped the knack and was able to initially stabilize her body center of gravity on the water surface so as not to sink into the water. Sure enough, in terms of chakra control ability, Sakura is better. Kakashi commented that when he was in the land of waves, Sakura also completed the training of climbing trees first. Hateful. Naruto was a little reconciled. Although he liked Sakura very much, it didn't mean he wanted to lose to her. Although Sasuke didn't say anything, there was a faint resentment exuding from his body. He is Uchiha, how could he lose to others? In the next second, as if they had a good understanding, the 2 of them looked at each other, and then they devoted themselves to the practice again. Then, the practice of treading water will be handed over to you, Kakashi. When the 3 of them have learned it, when will they look for me again, and enter the next stage? Hwaxian said, but Kakashi did not refute. Basic practice. This was originally the negligence of his guide Jonin. Even if Hwashin didn't mention it, maybe he would have to delay this practice for a while. I see, I'll watch over here. Daodu, you are so bold that you dare to meet me in this form. Huaxian opened his mouth and said, the pocket of his overalls was also bent towards Huaxian, nodding his head and said, no way, your existence is too eye-catching, and this former site of the Uchiha clan has also been listed by the three Hokage that it is a restricted area. No matter whether it is a ninja or an ordinary villager, no one can come in casually. Okay, stop talking about those useless things. Orochimaru asked you to come here. Why? Konoha is about to hold the Chunin exam. Lord Orochimaru intends to take this opportunity to win Suzuki, but I didn't expect that you would return to the village first, which makes Lord Orochimaru quite distressed. If it's Suzuki's business, then you should let him go. Suzuki is still useful to me. Uchiha only has so few people left now, I can't let him out. Yeah, that's really a pity. Pocket opened his mouth and said, the glasses on his face shone with the light of wisdom. Let him be honest, business is business, Uchiha's matter. If he stretches his claws, don't blame me for chopping him. What Itake didn't do is easy for me. Yes. Do bowed his head again, not daring to refute at all. As Orochimaru's confidant, he knows a lot of things. Although Huaxian is not very old, she is more capable than everyone else. Not to mention Orochimaru, even Akatsuki, who is full of S-level rebellious ninja, dare not offend him easily, let alone an elite J-nin. Perhaps because of the experience of climbing trees, Suzuki and Naruto also gradually grasped the tricks and the practice of treading water. In the afternoon, when Huaxian came to check the progress, the three of them were able to stand firmly on the water. Especially Sakura, not only can run on the water, even if Kakashi interferes with a stone, she can easily deal with it. It seems that Sakura's practice has been completed. Then, Sakura, you can enter the next stage with me first. As for the two of you, when will you be able to tread water as easily as her, and when will you come to me again? Huaxian said. Xiao Yingren also approached him obediently. Seeing this, Kakashi didn't say anything. Although he attaches great importance to his 7th class, Naruto and Suzuki are the most important in this team, and Sakura is more like incidental. In terms of importance, Sakura is far inferior to the two. As long as Naruto and Suzuki didn't leave him, Kakashi wouldn't be too worried about what Sakura said. Then, Suzuki, I'll go practice with Huaxian first, Sakura said to Suzuki, afraid that Suzuki would hate her because she was one step ahead of him. Sakura, don't worry, I will catch up with you soon. Naruto greeted Sakura, but Sakura ignored it. Seeing that Suzuki ignored him, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Let's go. Although your chakra control ability is better than Naruto and Suzuki, but Sakura, your problem is actually much more serious than both of them. Now you are actually much weaker than both of them. If it's Suzuki, of course I can't win. Naruto, what standard do you use to judge strength? Sakura, Huaxian asked, which made Xiaoying stunned in place immediately. This one. Don't say that it is the examination standard of the ninja school. That kind of thing can only be regarded as the foundation of the foundation. The types of ninjas are divided into perception ninjas, medical ninjas, ninjutsu ninjas, illusion ninjas, physical ninjas, and all 5 are proficient, an all-round ninja who can do all kinds of work. Sakura, tell me, what is your position in this? Position. Naruto and Suzuki are the main force in the team. What about you? What can you do for this team? What role can you play in the team? Huaxian asked, which left Sakura speechless. Suzuki is good at fire escape, and his taijutsu is still acceptable at the level of genin. Coupled with sharing eyes, he can be said to be the elite of genin. Although Naruto's foundation is a little weak, and his physical skills are not good, but his chakra is not small, and he can rely on the shadow clone technique to gain a numerical advantage and help the team win opportunities, which is no less important than Suzuki. What about her? What can she do? He can neither perceive nor heal. Apart from the basic Sanshin jutsu, he knows nothing about ninjutsu and illusion. Even with basic physical skills, she is not outstanding. Well, she has no idea what role she has in Class 7. Chapter 36 Training Sakura. Seeing that Sakura gradually became messy, Huaxian also said, it seems that you have already realized the seriousness of the matter. The upper limit of a team depends on the strongest member of the team. The lower limit is one of them. The weakest. To put it bluntly, Sakura, you are much weaker than the two of them. And that's not the most serious thing. The most serious thing is that you don't have that self-awareness yet. Am I that bad? What do you say? Huaxian asked back, which made Xiao Ying directly lower her head, again speechless. Okay, don't be depressed. Now that you know what the problem is, it's easy to solve. It's only the beginning of June, and there are more than 6 days before the Chunin selection exam. If you don't want to drag them down in the exam, this paragraph time, just give me a life-saving practice, not for them, but also for myself. Yes, I will definitely become stronger. Let's go. Huaxian walked towards the practice field, and Xiao Yingren also followed behind him, full of fighting spirit. Regarding this, Kakashi couldn't help but look at the backs of the two of them. Although I don't know what Huaxian is thinking, but if Xiaoying can really grow up, it is a good thing in his opinion. Soon, in the practice field. First of all, let me talk about your strengths, which can well determine your future growth direction. Remember, not everyone can become an all-around ninja. Among the tens of thousands of ninjas in the entire ninja world, the all-around ninja in fact, there are very few. Therefore, if ordinary ninjas want to make achievements, the most important thing is to develop their own strengths and avoid weaknesses. Speaking of strengths, Kakashi Sensei once said that I have the talent for illusion. That's right. I also found that your mental power is quite good. Coupled with your excellent chakra control ability, it is really tricky to take the illusion type ninja route. In addition, your excellent chakra control ability, it is also very suitable to become a medical ninja. It is a pity that your chakra amount is not much, otherwise, you can also develop into a ninjutsu ninja. As for the physical ninja and perception ninja, the former is still possible, but it takes hard work. The latter, if you don't, it's completely useless. Sakura, you don't have the talent to perceive ninjas at all. Seeing what Huaxian said, Sakura was also thinking about her future. Seeing her hesitation, Hua Xianren also laughed, and said, I said before, if a ninja wants to make a difference, the most important thing is to develop strengths and avoid weaknesses. Sakura, the only routes you can develop are illusion, medical treatment, and these 3 physical skills. You don't have a lot of chakra, which is worse than Sasuke and Naruto, so when fighting, you must use every power reasonably. In this way, illusion is not suitable for you. Why? Sakura looked puzzled. She could feel that her most important talent was in illusion. But now, Huaxian told her not to develop in the field of illusion, which made her extremely puzzled. Isn't it to maximize her strengths and avoid her weaknesses? Why give up her best talent? First of all, your illusion talent is indeed true, but it's just a little better than ordinary ninjas. Compared with real illusion ninjas, your talent is actually not high. In addition, your chakra is not high enough. Many illusions, a fighting method that consumes chakra, are naturally not suitable. However, if the enemy is hit by an illusion, I can completely resolve the battle in the shortest possible time, and it shouldn't consume much chakra. You are right to say that, but there is a premise. Well, if you want to rely on illusion to solve your opponent, you must ensure that the enemy is hit by your illusion. However, any level above Chunin will basically be able to dispel illusions more or less. Ordinary illusions are very difficult. It works miraculously on them. Even if you get hit, it will be undone quickly. Your physical skills are not good, and you can't guarantee to solve the battle in a very short time. Once the illusion is broken and you fail to win, then you will die. Xiao Ying felt cold, and said, if this is the case, then medical ninjas, am I not in the game? That's not true. The medical ninja itself is a pure logistical support. If you choose to become a medical ninja, it determines that you don't need to face the enemy head-on. You just need to keep Naruto and Sasuke in good condition. Of course, if the enemy is if you can't even handle Sasuke and Naruto in their prime, then you, a medical ninja, will definitely have to follow suit. However, if this happens, it's no wonder you. As soon as Huaxian said this, Xiao Ying obviously felt a little strange. After experiencing the mission of the Kingdom of Waves, she also vaguely felt that she was not suitable to go to the battlefield head-on. A medical ninja really suits her. You want to be a medical ninja, don't you? Yes. Sakura was a little embarrassed. After all, she was doing logistics, so no matter how she looked at it, she was suspected of avoiding the battle. In this regard, Huaxian laughed and said, you don't have to feel embarrassed, the medical ninja is actually not bad. Moreover, he is good at healing. From another angle, it is not a sharp weapon for killing. If you really wanted this aspect of development, I will teach you. Sorry to bother you. Xiao Ying bowed to Huaxian. Although the contact time was not long, the more she communicated, the more she could feel Huaxian's extraordinary. Although she is the same age as her, she has insight and experience that ordinary people can't match. Even that face, Sakura felt more and more handsome than Sasuke, a handsome guy worth looking forward to. Then, let's start with basic medical knowledge. Huaxian snapped her fingers, bought various medical books directly from the unlimited purchase area of the system mall, and placed them in front of Sakura. Of course, he also bought medical ninjutsu in the special purchase area, and he is also proficient in medical skills, not even inferior to the representative of this field of ninja, Tsunade. However, this is undoubtedly a brand new knowledge point for Sakura, which is a level that has never been touched by ninja school. Therefore, the easiest way to get Sakura started is to read books. Not to mention, she herself is still a top student, and reading is undoubtedly her forte. These are 10 days, I will give you 10 days, Sakura, you must thoroughly understand these books within 10 days. What? This is too exaggerated. Sakura was dumbfounded. There were at least a dozen of these books, and each of them was about as thick as a dictionary. Isn't it difficult for her to do it in 10 days? It's really exaggerated. However, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, there are only 20 days left before the Chunin exam. If you don't want to hold them back, you must at least master the most basic medical skills. So, 10 days for you to learn theoretical knowledge, and the rest of the time is for you to practice. I know, I will work hard. Sakura gritted her teeth and directly agreed. Regarding this, Huaxian couldn't help laughing and said, actually, you don't have to worry too much. You just need to do not drag them down in the Chunin exam. You are now in the category of rushing ducks to the shelves, and the hope of becoming a Chunin is very high. So, I hope that after the end of the Chunin exam, you can become independent and come to study with me. As long as you are given enough time, you can definitely become an amazing medical ninja. Chapter 37 The Memory of the Two Kagayas. The underground karst cave in Rain Country and Yuyin Village. The third Hokage of Konoha is going to join forces with the major ninja villages to hold the Chunin selection exam. This time, that guy Hanzo will also send his ninja to participate. Tiandeo Pain said. Xiao Nan couldn't help showing hatred in his eyes. Obito looked at the two of them, and immediately said, you two should have almost prepared for the matter of Yuin village. Take this opportunity to take Hanzo down. It's indeed readied. I have to thank that person for his support, Zionin. When the time comes, I'll leave the ninjas on the outside to you. Hanzo, I will kill him with my own hands. No problem. Let that traitor let him jump first, and when the organization plan is successful, I will personally deal with him. Tiandeo Pain said. Also at this moment, the space door suddenly opened above the three of them, and Kagaya slowly floated out from it. They are all here, Xiao's three controllers. Kagaya looked at the three of them, his eyes quickly fixed on Obito. Seeing this, Tiandeo Pain and Xiao Nan couldn't help being secretly startled. Kagaya possesses three kinds of eyes, Tenseiyan, reincarnation eye, and the most powerful reincarnation Sharingan. But on weekdays, she usually faces others with Tenseigan attitude. Although Tenseikan is very unfamiliar to the current ninja world, its terrifying pupil power should not be underestimated. Those are eyes of the same level as Samsara eyes. Whether it's Nagato hiding behind the scenes, or Konan and Obito, when stared at by her eyes, they all have the feeling of being seen through and feel very uncomfortable. What are you doing here? Obito asked, while Ren was secretly preparing Kamui. Once they find that something is wrong, others will immediately choose to escape. As for fighting, he's not that stupid. How terrifying Kagaya is, just looking at her makes one's scalp tingle. I just came here to learn some information for you. 6 years ago, my parents died because of a mission. At that time, it was the period when Konoha and Uchiha had conflicts. I need your cooperation to investigate if there is any inside story, Obito, Kagaya said. Tiandeo Pain and Zionin immediately fixed their eyes on him. Whether it is Itaki or the two of them, they have always regarded him as Uchiha Madara, and now that Kagaya has called him another name, there is no doubt that this must be his true identity. You guys already know my identity. Seeing that he was called to reveal his identity, Obito didn't intend to argue, and directly admitted it. So, are you willing to cooperate? Unfortunately, I have nothing to say to you. As soon as the Obito words came out, his body immediately distorted in space, ready to evacuate. It's just that Kagaya didn't care about it at all, and the Tenseiyan in the right eye immediately changed into Samsara Sharingan. Do you think you can sit back and relax with the time-space pupil technique? Naive, Heaven's Imperial Center. What? In an instant, the space they were in changed immediately, and the huge gravity immediately pressed Obito and others to the ground, unable to move. Only Kagaya still stood firm, but his complexion was also a little unsightly. Even if her strength surpassed Kagaya at Satsuki's and reached the unprecedented god level, she would still be slightly affected in this super heavy space. What exactly is going on? Zionin lay on all fours and lay prone on the ground, even finding it very difficult to breathe. As for Tiandeo Pain, Nagato could no longer contact him because he was in a different space, so he turned into a pure corpse and lay dead directly. Is it, pulling us into a special space? That's right, until I get the information I want to know, you can stay here honestly. However, I didn't expect that there will be unexpected gains. Kagaya glanced at Ju, who was beside Obito. It had been hiding in the dark before. Kagaya used the heavenly armor, and even it was pulled into this super heavy space. Who the hell are you guy? Heiju was full of panic. He naturally knew of Kagaya's heavenly control. After all, it was the strongest pupil technique of his mother at Satsuki Kagaya. Originally, he thought that Kagaya was just very similar to his mother and possessed some of the same abilities. But I didn't expect that even Shueji's snares were exactly the same. 1 is a coincidence, 2, 3, then it is not as simple as a coincidence. At this moment, he even thought that Kagaya in front of him was his mother. Hey Ju. Forget it, let's get rid of you here. The world doesn't need 2 Kagayas, 1 is enough. Wang Xiang Tianyan. While speaking, Kagaya's Samsara Sharingan directly transformed into Samsara Eye, stretched out her right hand, and the powerful suction directly sucked Ju into her hand. For a moment, the chakra in Ju immediately poured out. Heiju himself was also slowly stripped of Beiju's body, gradually turning into a pure yin chakra, which was absorbed by Kagaya. No, it shouldn't be like this. I want to resurrect my mother. How can I die here? No. Hei roared unwillingly, but he didn't have the slightest ability to resist, completely turning into nothingness. It was also at this moment that Heiju's thousands of years of memories began to flood into Kagaya's mind. Not only the memory of Itsuki Kagaya, but also the vicissitudes of thousands of years after Itsuki Kagaya was sealed. Descend to the earth, sneak attack, fall in love with the emperor of the country of the motherland, be hunted down, eat chakra fruit, control the world with infinite monthly reading, make a living weapon Beiju, and finally be sealed by his own children, and be born after being sealed. Xia Heiju and Heiju have worked hard for thousands of years to revive Satsuki Kagaya. Stakes and scenes, like a revolving lantern, emerged in Hui Yes' mind. At this moment, even Kagaya herself didn't notice that she had already brought her identity into Satsuki Kagaya. As if the person who was sealed by her own child was her Uchiha Kagaya. No, no, I can't give birth. If Kazusama also gave birth to such unfilial sons as Yui and Yamura, wouldn't I be a guardian in vain? Somehow, Wei Yurin also made up his mind. Obviously, she and Itsuki Kagaya are not the same individual at all, but at this moment she doesn't want to repeat the mistake of Itsuki Kagaya. Chapter 38 Kagaya, be a matchmaker from today. Geez, it seems that you are also hiding a lot of secrets. Seeing that Ju was swallowed by Kagaya and completely turned into a pool of plants, Obito was also thoughtful. Although Kagaya and Ju didn't speak much, they revealed a lot of information. At least, from Obito's point of view, Kuro is definitely not as simple as Madara's will. But no matter what, the current Obito is not in the mood to manage it. Kagaya has taken care of everything, so the next one must be him without a doubt. Divine power. Slow, Kagaya said disdainfully. The rabbit hair needle shot out immediately, and directly pierced the acupuncture points of his body before Obito moved into the Shinwei space. For a while, the transfer of soil immediately stopped. Although he couldn't see the face under his mask clearly, Kagaya could feel his incomparable pain. It actually sealed the chakra acupuncture point. It is even more terrifying than the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. Obito said solemnly that the chakra acupuncture points were sealed, so he couldn't use ninjutsu at all, and he couldn't even activate Kamui. I've already learned everything from Ju. My lord's parents were assassinated by ninjas. However, you were the one who took away their Sharingan. Based on this alone, Obito, you will be blamed for death, Kagaya said coldly, but Obito shook his head. It is true that I took their eyes, but you also said that the person who killed them is a root ninja. Even if I don't do it, their eyes will fall into Danzo's hands, and I can only be regarded as cutting who. That's all. It's useless, no matter what you say now. It's already too late. However, you can also rest assured that I will not kill you. Your life will be handled by adults. As soon as the words came out, 2 strands of Kagaya's hair flew out again, directly piercing into the eyes of the mask. For a moment, gurgling blood seeped directly from the inside of the mask, and Kagaya abolished his 2 sharing eyes. Although the rabbit hair needle has sealed Obito's chakra acupoint, it is safer to blind him directly as a precautionary measure. Without Kamui, Obito is nothing more than a chicken that can be manipulated casually. Seeing this, Xiao Nan on the side couldn't help but have a bitter face. In order to deal with Obito in the future, she has prepared hundreds of billions of detonating symbols. Moreover, most of those detonating symbols were given to her by Hua Xianhu. Unexpectedly, Obito was cleaned up by someone before she could use the technique of the paper of gods that she had prepared. Hui Ya also looked at Xiao Nan, thinking about how to deal with this woman who had helped Hua Xian a lot. Then his eyes lit up, and he said to her, "Do you want to live? Think. What do I need to do?" Xiaonan looked directly at Hui. Since Hui asked this, there must be something she needs to do in exchange for her chance of survival. I can feel that the adults actually like you a lot. Xiao Nan's eyes widened with disbelief. You, don't you think? My lord once told me that he wanted to continue the Uchiha's bloodline. Although he himself vetoed it, I know that my lord really wants to carry on the family. For some reason, I can't have offspring with my lord, so. No, that one is just a child. The age gap between me and him is too big. This is inappropriate. Xiaonan shook her head directly. She naturally knew that the adult Huiya was talking about was Hua Xian. Because of the detonating talisman business, they have met many times. Although Xiaonan thinks that Hua Xian looks good, but there is such a big difference between a 13-year-old and a 33-year-old, it is obviously inappropriate. I don't think you are old, but you dare to think adults are young. But this is a fact. At my age, if I put it in Konoha, I'm afraid I can be the mother of that child. Xiaonan continued to shake his head. Huiya couldn't help but frown slightly, and said, your age, in my opinion, is just right for childbearing. Don't even think about refusing. If you can marry an adult, then the supplies organized by Xiao will definitely be able to do it in the future. Guaranteed. I know that you and Nagato are also planning to attack Yuin village. If you can give birth to a son and a half for adults, I can assure you that you will not only be able to take down Yuin village, but the future of Yuin village adults can also provide you with the materials needed for development. This is not a matter of supplies at all. It's not a matter of supplies. Could it be a matter of your life and Nagato's life? Huiya said in a cold voice. Her words directly made Xiao Nan's face turn pale, and he never dared to refute. Regarding this, Kagaya also continued, if you don't agree to me today, then not only your life, but Nagato's life will also be taken by me. Of course, you can also rest assured, my guarantee is that there will never be any problem. I was created by an adult, and I know the character of an adult very well. My lord is definitely not the kind of person who eats it up and just lets it go. On the contrary, my lord has a very strong sense of responsibility. Once you and your lord combine and give birth to offspring, then no matter what, the adults will take good care of you and the children. Xiaonan was silent, while Kagaya gently stroked her light blue hair, and said, should I kill you together with Nagato, or solve your single problem and enjoy peace and prosperity? Think about it carefully. Ya Hiko. Xiaonan lowered his head, and saw Tiandeo Pain's body at a glance, and there was a firmness in his eyes immediately. In order to save her from Hanzo back then, Yahiko crashed into Nagato's kunao and died, and Nagato was also blown up by the detonating talisman, which crippled his legs. Even at the expense of psychic outreach golems, Chakra was sucked dry, skinny. For her, the two died and the other was disabled. Now, she can also sacrifice herself for the sake of her companions. At the same time, in the underground karst cave of Yuin village, the other 5 of Nagato Pain's 6 paths rushed over to check the situation. He doesn't care about other Pains gone, but Tiandeo Pain was made with the body of his dead friend Yahiko, so he can't throw it away. Not to mention Xiao Nan's words, since Yahiko's death, he secretly vowed to protect her. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the two of them had an accident together. Asshole, Uchiha Hanazen, if there is something wrong with the bodies of Konan and Yahiko, even if I die, I will never make it easier for you. Nagato, who was secretly controlling pain, gritted his teeth, and his face became extremely distorted due to anger. Chapter 39. A filial son must never appear. Konoha, Hokage Rock. Hua Xian sat on Sarutobi's head, overlooking the whole scenery of Konoha. It was summer now, and the breeze was blowing, which made him feel extremely comfortable. Also at this time, the door of Huanquan Hirasaka's space suddenly opened behind him, and Kagaya stepped out, and the person stood behind him. How's it going? I figured it out, the person who was killed by Genbu, his eyes were cut off by Obito. So that's the case, it's unexpected but it's reasonable. What about people? You shouldn't let him go. Well, I have already trapped him in the space of the first ball. Moreover, this operation also has unexpected gains, and Heiju has been solved by me, Hueye said, but as for Xionan's matter, she didn't know how to speak. Although Xiao Nan was given a lot of guarantees, she was only a guardian after all, and Hua Xian was the master. She didn't know how to explain this kind of transgression to Hua Xian. Therefore, we can only follow the temptation. Regarding this, Hua Xian couldn't help but look cold, and said, regardless of whether the person was killed by him or not, since it is involved, it is doomed to be helpless. You have dealt with the black ones, and those white ones should have been taken care of by you. Got it under control. Yes, tens of thousands of Beiju, even if it is just cannon fodder, is still a lot of manpower. If you can travel to other planes with me, those Beiju will be the best way to consume in the system mall. You are right, Kagaya, you are very thoughtful. Hey, what should I do with Obito? Hueye asked. Hua Xianren was also silent for a while, and then sighed. Since he didn't kill the person, let him have a good time. Throw him into the lava space. If you want revenge, just find Danzo. I see. Well, my lord, what do you think about the offspring? Perhaps it was because he was still young and not good at lying and concealing. Thinking about Xiao Nan's matter, Hueye seemed very awkward. Offspring, didn't you say yesterday that as long as we are still alive, Uchiha will still exist? Moreover, you also said that you will help me have children. This, maybe not, okay? Hua Xianren was stunned for a moment. At this moment, others also sensed Hueye's strangeness, and immediately turned around, looking at her strangely. What's wrong with you, Kagaya? Why do you feel weird? Kagaya took a deep breath and said, my lord, when I eliminated Heiju, I also got the memory of him and Itsutsuki Kagaya. Although I also want to pass on the descendants with you, but considering your and my ability, the offspring that will be born must be extremely outstanding and powerful. If by any chance, they also become like Yui Yemura and brothers, that would be too bad. So, please forgive me for being rude, sir. You should not give birth to any powerful offspring now. It doesn't matter if you are weaker, as long as you don't rebel. Seeing what Hueye said, Hua Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. But I have to admit that the situation that Kagaya is considering is indeed very likely to happen. Not to mention the world of Hokage, in the previous life, even in the Xia kingdom, which values propriety, righteousness, honesty and shame, loyalty and filial piety, all kinds of wonderful filial sons and grandsons can always appear. Hua Xian has never been a father, and has no experience in educating children. If some serious rebellious son happens to his descendants in the future, then he may really be stabbed. Therefore, it is indeed a problem that the offspring are too strong. Although it is a bit selfish, Huaxian's situation is doomed that he will not be able to be compared with ordinary people when he gets married in the future. It is a good thing that the offspring are weaker and easier to control. Hueye, you have really caused me a lot of trouble. Hua Xian sighed. Hueye didn't say that, she didn't have the self-awareness in this aspect yet. As soon as it is brought up now, the problem of future generations is like a tsunami and landslide, which makes Hua Xian quite distressed. Well, my lord, I can't, it's because I am too strong as a mother. But you can find some weak girls, for example, Hinata and Hanabi. Don't you like them very much? You're right. Originally, I wanted to use their appearance to make people, but now I don't have to. So, what do you think of Xiao Nan? Xiao Nan, it's pretty good, her hair color is very good, and she looks very pure, which is the type I like. What's the matter? You suddenly mentioned her. Actually, I have already agreed with her that she is also willing to bear children for you, my lord. Of course, the premise is to help Nagato control Yuin village and provide materials for the development of Yuin village. What? Hua Xian's eyes widened, as if she was meeting Hueye for the first time. She was dumbfounded. Don't worry, I'm coercing, and she's smart, so I agreed. If you have this idea, tonight, no, she can serve you right now. In the evening, the construction team also finished and left. Originally, there was no big problem with Huaxian's house, and these construction workers were high-tech employees arranged by Mr. Wasabi Jiro that was just a piece of cake to reinforce the house. As for the furniture in the house, Huaxian also replaced a batch of new ones in the unlimited purchase area of the system mall, which can be said to be bought in use now. The practice of the 7th class has come to an end temporarily. Needless to say, Xiao Ying, Huaxian gave her some medical books, which is enough for her to have a headache recently. Naruto and Suzuki's words also successfully grasped the trick of treading water, but when they learned it, the sky was already dark. Coupled with the practice of treading water that lasted for most of the day, their physical strength did not allow the two of them to enter the next stage, so they can only come back tomorrow. Of course, Huaxian has no intention of teaching them at the moment. Not for other reasons. Now there is a beautiful and delicious beauty in his room. As the second in command of the Xiao organization, Zionin has already taken off the uniform of the Xiao organization's red cloud and black bottom, and put on the nurse's uniform specially prepared for her by Huaxian. Pure, lovely, directly making him look straight. Then, let's have an in-depth exchange between the two of you. Don't worry, I will never peek, Kagaya said with a smile. She was indeed not talking nonsense. Peep, once Tensagan opens, what's the difference between watching a live broadcast? There's no need to steal. Regarding this, Huaxian and Xiao Nan were also a little shy. This is the first time for both of them. But thinking about her future life, Huaxian still took a deep breath and pulled Xiao Nan into the room to hide. Both of them are also very frank, and simply communicating with each other is the beginning of the teaching. It's just that the water inside is too deep, so only Huaxian can hold it. In addition, Xiao Nan is also very cooperative, so the teaching of the exercises is very smooth and quite enjoyable. At least, both Zionin and Huaxian are very satisfied. Chapter 40. For the prosperity of the family. The next day, Uchiha's training ground, the sun was in the sky. Damn it, it's almost noon. Why hasn't Huaxian come here? Naruto complained. Although Suzuki didn't speak, his face was full of impatience. Kakashi on the side was silently looking at heaven, and didn't talk to him. Mr. Kakashi, why are you still sitting still? Huaxian isn't here, and Sakura isn't here either. Naruto muttered, but Kakashi's gaze never left the page, and said, don't worry about Sakura's words. I asked about it yesterday, and she has decided to develop in the direction of a medical ninja. Medical ninja. It's the ninja who specializes in treating the wounded. Ninjas are high-risk occupations, and casualties are easy to occur in battle. If there are medical ninjas in the team, they can deal with the wounded in time and increase the survival rate. Take the wave we executed. For example, if Sakura was a medical ninja at that time, then we would be able to deal with them better. I will not be unconscious due to excessive consumption of chakra, and many things can be solved better. Understand? Is that so? Sakura is really amazing? Naruto looked very excited, as if Sakura was his wife. Although Suzuki didn't speak, the corners of his mouth were still slightly raised. Although he has been in the same team for a while, he didn't say anything, but in his heart, Sakura is indeed the weakest, and she is almost useless in battle. Although medical ninjas are for logistics, they do have an extraordinary effect on the team. If Sakura can really become a medical ninja, then he is naturally very happy. Okay, Xiaoying's path has been determined, and Huaxian has indeed worked hard on her. But the situation of the two of you is quite bad, Kakashi said with a half-smile, which made Suzuki and Naruto immediately raise their ears. What happened to us? You guys take too much time. It took you a whole day just to step on the water to practice. Compared with Xiaoying, who completed the practice in a few hours, the gap is too obvious. Huaxian won't come now. Point out maybe it's because you're dissatisfied with your talents. What? Naruto's eyes widened, and he panicked. Suzuki, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help clenching his fists, his face full of unwillingness. Kakashi saw the actions of the two of them, and naturally knew their psychology clearly. However, the truth of the matter is not as he said. Chakra controls the practice, and there are only a handful of ninjas who can complete it in one day. Whether it is climbing a tree or treading water, it usually takes 3 or 4 days for an ordinary ninja to complete it. If you have something to do, I can help you, but at least don't forget about the guidance, Suzuki said. The only thing about becoming stronger, he didn't want to be delayed. No, it's inconvenient. If it's inconvenient, just tell me if you need help, and it will be your reward for guiding us to become stronger. No, it's really not necessary, I'm just practice. Huaxian pointed in the direction of Kakashi, who was also taken aback, and immediately looked at himself, but soon looked at intimate heaven in his hand. You are. Practice. The air froze instantly. Kakashi widened his eyes and said, you said, did you practice? There's no other way. Suzuki and I are the only male Uchihas who can take on this important task now. But Suzuki is a disappointment that he only wants to seek revenge from Itaki, and has no idea of revitalizing the family. Therefore, it's only me who can do it. Suzuki is gone. Naruto is here. Kakashi was numb too. Huaxian shook her neck with a relaxed expression. He acted like a baby in Xiao Nan's arms yesterday. He really had a good time. Although he is only 13 years old now, his physique is far beyond ordinary people. With the blood of the Itsutsuki clan, the current Huaxian may not even be considered a human being, and should be called an alien. As for why you are late? They all have wives, who will remember them. If it wasn't for Hui Yes' reminder, I'm afraid Hua Xian wouldn't come today. Sasuke took a deep breath, his eyes dodged a little, and he said, since that's the case, then we'll divide the work. I'm in charge of seeking revenge on Itachi, and you're in charge of revitalizing the family. How about it? Well, after you killed Itachi, don't you plan to marry a wife and have children, or you simply want to die alone? I always marry a wife, have children, and build my own family. However, this kind of thing has to wait for revenge. Before I kill Itachi, women are obstacles for me. Sasuke turned his head away, not daring to look at Hua Xian at all. As far as women are concerned, he has no idea at all. Hua Xian didn't say anything about it. It's no wonder that in Bo-Ren biography, Sasuke only has one daughter, Sarana, and he doesn't plan to have a second child with Sakura. With him like this, Cheng Juihu can't blame other people. Thanks to his parents who died early, if he was still alive, Sasuke would probably be forced to collapse by marriage. Okay, no more gossip, now start the next step of practice. Hua Xian took out 2 chakra test strips from her trouser pocket and handed them to them. Test your chakra attributes first, and I will teach you a few ninjutsu based on your attributes first, so that you can prepare for the upcoming Chunin selection exam. Come on, enter the chakra into it and have a look. Hua Xian said without intending to explain the chakra attribute at all. Anyway, there is Kakashi here. If Naruto and Sasuke really don't understand something, they can ask directly. Although Kakashi's Sharingan is gone, he has copied a lot of ninjutsu during the time he had Sharingan. Technician Konoha, you are not talking nonsense. In addition, he also has 5 attributes of chakra, and he knows thousands of ninjutsu. Kakashi can handle teaching ninjutsu even if Hua Xian doesn't come. Soon, Naruto's chakra test paper was split into 2, while Sasuke's test paper was half burned and half wrinkled. Except for the yin and yang attributes that cannot be clearly shown on the test paper, Naruto, you are the chakra of the wind attribute, and Sasuke, you are the dual attributes of fire and thunder. 41 Lack of beating. Well, Hua Xian, can you explain the chakra attributes? I can't understand a word. Naruto's face was full of grievances, and his lack of basic theoretical knowledge could be said to be his flaw. Sasuke is actually the same. It's not that he is not good at basic theory, but these things are not taught in school at all, not in the curriculum. Kakashi. As soon as Hua Xian opened her mouth, Kakashi also sighed speechlessly, and put away intimate heaven. The ninja's chakra has 7 attributes: yin, yang, fire, water, earth, thunder, and wind. Excluding the hidden yin and yang, it is the 5 attributes of ninjas used by ninjas: fire, water, earth, thunder, and wind. Chakra test paper is a prop that can test the ninja attribute. Fire attribute chakra will make the paper burn, water attribute paper will get wet, earth attribute will turn into dust, thunder attribute will wrinkle, wind attribute will split into 2 halves. Under normal circumstances, ninjas learn and use ninjutsu based on their chakra attributes. Using ninjutsu with the same attributes as themselves, the power of ninjutsu can be fully exerted, and the consumption of chakra it will also be the smallest. If you use ninjutsu that is different from your own attributes, then the power of ninjutsu will be greatly reduced, and you may not even be able to perform it, and your chakra will be wasted for nothing. As he said that, Kakashi also looked at the 2 of them, and said, Naruto is a separate wind attribute, so it is more suitable for wind escape ninjutsu. Sasuke is fire and thunder, so he can use fire and thunder 2 attributes. Ninjutsu. Hey, don't I suffer a lot? Sasuke, this guy can use ninjutsu with 2 attributes. Naruto reacted immediately and looked at Sasuke with a displeased face. In this regard, Sasuke turned his head away. Although he didn't want to talk to Naruto, the slightly raised corner of his mouth already proved his psychology at the moment. Okay, Naruto, there is no harm in this kind of thing. Chakra attributes are all born, and besides, it is not impossible to expand one's own attributes. Moreover, wind attribute chakra is the rarest of the 5 attributes. You've earned it. I do not believe. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be changed. You can only accept your fate. Kakashi said. Hua Xian raised his hand and bought a few ninjutsu scrolls directly from the unlimited purchase area of the system mall. Different from the special purchase area, you can master ninjutsu as soon as you buy it. Although there are ninjutsu in the unlimited purchase area, they are just scrolls, and you can only master them by yourself if you buy them, which is very troublesome. But the price of these scrolls is not low. For example, Uchiha's specialty Fire Escape, the scroll of the Great Fireball technique costs 10 taels in the unlimited purchase area. If it is a powerful spacetime ninjutsu scroll like Flying Thunder God technique, one will cost 800 million taels. However, although it is a scroll, it is far inferior to buying it in the special purchase area, but the scroll's explanation of the technique is extremely transparent. But any ninja who can understand the meaning is basically guaranteed to learn it. Just use it well. How long does it take? This varies from person to person. Those with high comprehension may be able to master it in 2 or 3 days. Those with poor comprehension, maybe 10 or 20 years, are still just getting started. In this regard, Hua Xian bought all the scrolls of ninjutsu, illusion, and body skills and put them in his Shinwei space. The items in the system mall will be refreshed according to different worlds. If he goes to another world in the future, he will not be able to buy them even if he wants to. These ninjutsu scrolls may be useless to him for the time being, but if they go to other worlds, they might be of great use. It is even possible for Huaxian to establish a sect with this. At that time, wouldn't he be the sage of the six paths and the ancestor of chakra in another world? There are two ninjutsu of Feng Dun, one fire and one thunder here, namely Feng Dun's Great Breakthrough, Beast Wave Palm, Fire Dun's Dustian, and Lai Dun's Ground Walk. In the next period of time, you will use learning these ninjutsu as the main thing. After you finish your studies, you will start to polish your body skills, physique. The two who were happy to have acquired ninjutsu immediately looked at Huaxian in surprise. In their current cognition, ninjas should focus on learning ninjutsu. In terms of physical skills, as long as you are not too bad, you can compete with others. Come on, with your unfamiliar expressions, I know you two are questioning me, it just so happens. Kakashi, when they finish their ninjutsu training, go and call your old enemy over. You mean? This year's Chunin selection exam, the team with the green-skinned watermelon will definitely participate. Just take this opportunity to have a fellowship competition. Since they haven't been beaten by the society, let the two of them be beaten hard. Just one meal. As soon as Huaxian said this, Kakashi immediately had a headache and said, Kai, let him forget it. I admit that he is an expert in taijutsu, but how about you doing taijutsu yourself? Boom! As soon as Kakashi's words came out of his mouth, Huaxianren immediately raised his legs, and his feet slammed on the ground in pain. All of a sudden, the ground of the entire training ground collapsed, creating a deep hole. This scene directly made the three of them dumbfounded. This is Tsunade-sama's. It's just the explosive use of chakra. How about it? Are you sure you want me to teach them physical skills? This one. Don't worry, I'm very magnanimous, and I will teach you together. It's okay, it's just a few ribs at most. The nurses at Muye Hospital are still very beautiful. Not only are they nice to speak, but they are also very gentle when serving people. Forget it, I'll invite Kai over. Kakashi lowered his head and chose to obey Huaxian's arrangement. Then, I'll leave this place to you, I still have something to do over there, so I won't accompany you guys. As Huaxian spoke, the person disappeared from their eyes in an instant. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help sighing, and then looked at Sasuke and Naruto. Let's take a look at the scroll first. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I also know the 4 ninjutsu that Huaxian gave you, and I can help you master them quickly. Hey, Mr. Kakashi, you know these ninjutsu, so don't you have 3 chakra attributes? Naruto looked surprised, but Kakashi shook his head. No, I'm full attribute. At the same time, at Huaxian's home. How is it? Have you gotten used to it? Huiya made a cup of tea. Xiaonan also had a ruddy complexion, and took it with a little embarrassment. Although she was a little resistant to Huaxian at first, she quickly entered the state with Huaxian's various skills. I'm sorry. Xiaonan lowered her head, a little afraid to look into Kagaya's eyes, and also annoyed at her lack of focus. No need to apologize, I don't blame you either. After lunch later, I will take you to Yuin village to fulfill my promise with you. Thank you very much. By the way, what should we do for lunch? Xiao Nanren was startled, and then he realized it. Because Huaxian got up too late, they didn't have breakfast at all, and now she remembered that no one at home made lunch. You don't have to worry about lunch, I will take care of it. It was also at this time that Huaxian suddenly appeared in the house. There is the flying thunder god mark left by him here. As long as others are still in this plane in this world, no matter where he is, he can return home immediately. Immediately, others walked to the dining table and began to buy food in the unlimited shopping area of the System Mall. Cumin lamb chops, eel rice, charcoal grilled meat, and a pot of small fish miso soup are very rich. You can handle the affairs of Yuin village by yourself. You can mention as many supplies as you want. In 1 year, within 1 year, no matter how much you want, I can provide you with it. But after 1 year, Xiaonan, I hope you put the focus on me completely. You should understand what I mean. I see. Thank you, Huaxian. You're welcome. Since you have become my family, the family will not say 2 families. However, in the future, I still hope that you will put the family first, especially when after you have a child. I hope you will stop thinking about Nagato. There are some things that you should understand even if I don't tell you. For the idea of peace, he has actually become obsessed. As soon as Huaxian said this, Xiao Nan couldn't help but turn pale, lowered his head, and remained silent. Huaxian also sighed at this. He knew that if Nagato's problem could not be resolved, then this matter might become Xionan's heart disease. Even though she had already verbally agreed to Huaxian, she might not be able to forget it in her heart. Forget it, this time you go to Yuin village, you should persuade Nagato. Well, don't worry about managing Xiao anymore, it's not something you can handle at all. After taking Yuin village, you can develop the village with peace of mind. That's it. With my supplies as support, it may not be impossible for Yuin village to develop into the 6th great ninja village in the future. Huaxian said. She also took out a chakradan and handed it to Xiao Nan. This is. Although it is not clear what it is, Xionan can feel that there is a huge chakra in this chakradan. As far as the amount of chakra is concerned, It can even be compared with the lower-ranked tailed beasts such as One Tail and Two Tails. This is an elixir extracted from chakra. Ordinary people can live forever after eating it, and gain the power of strange and chaotic gods. I know the situation of Nagato. After eating it, his body should be able to fully recover, although as the double samsara eyes belong to Madara, but as long as you don't use it too much, there won't be too many problems. At that time, Nagato, who has regained his mobility, will be able to shock the 5 great ninja villages even if he doesn't need pen 6 paths. In this way, you should be able to rest assured. Thank you. Xiao Nan held the elixir in his palm, feeling extremely excited. She was afraid that after she left Nagato, it would be difficult to live alone. But as long as Nagato's body can recover, all the problems will be gone. Xionin even felt that Nagato might be able to live a better life without her burden. As for the secret of Nagato's samsara eye, Kaguya had already told her. Although she hated Madara very much, since Madara was already dead, it was meaningless to hate. Okay, let's eat. After eating, you go to Yuan village. I also want to go around the village and buy a piece of land to rebuild a house. Unpopular. Hua Xian said that Hui Ya and Xiao Nan also sat with him and began to enjoy lunch. A few days later, Konoha was gradually able to see other ninjas from Ninja Village. Because of Hua Xian, Kakashi's 7th class was all devoted to practice during this period, and there was no time to perform tasks at all. And this indirectly affected other ninja teams. They all planned to practice hard for a period of time before the start of the Chunin exam to enhance their strength. Although there would be no income if they didn't accept the task, eating, drinking would be some problems, but the Huaxian people were very generous, directly subsidizing them with materials for free. On the one hand, since he chose to settle in Konoha, the stronger Konoha is than other ninja villages, the more stable the village will be, and Huaxian and the others can live better. On the other hand, it is naturally a question of points. In the past, Hua Xian only thought about herself and Hui Ya, but after having Xiao Nan, he naturally had to think about her too. Although he was quite afraid in his heart that when the descendants became stronger, they would kill him, this old man. But if the descendant is really a waste, Hua Xian can't see it. Therefore, he wanted to strengthen the Uchiha clan, but he couldn't make the clan too powerful beyond his control. Of course, if you want to grow your family, you can't just rely on Xiao Nan. She is not a sow, she has 8 babies in one litter. Therefore, when it comes to his wife, Hua Xian still thinks the more the better. As for the question about Yuan village, Hua Xian didn't ask much. Anyway, Xionin always has a happy smile when she comes back, that's enough. Uchiha clan land, by the pond. A big fish that had just been separated head to tail was lying on the dining table. Green chakra emerged from Sakura's hands and pressed against the wound on the fish. Soon, the big fish's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fish blood no longer overflowed. The big fish, which was still motionless and dying, immediately jumped up and became very active. Yes, it seems that you have worked really hard in the past half a month. Although you have only mastered the initial medical methods, you can still be considered as a medical ninja. Huaxian on the side saw everything and affirmed Sakura's performance. Thank you, Hua Xian. Sakura was so excited that she wept with joy. In order to become a medical ninja as soon as possible, she got up early and stayed late every day for more than half a month. Except for sleeping and bathing time, she hardly put down her medical books for a moment. Even if you go to the toilet, you can't leave the book. And after mastering the knowledge on paper, she also came to Huaxian to learn medical ninjutsu immediately, and practiced herself to exhaustion almost every day. Fortunately, this effort was not in vain, and the results are gratifying. Even if you are just getting started, being able to become a medical ninja at the age of 13 is already quite remarkable. Chapter 43 Kaguya, let me introduce you to someone. Okay, don't get excited, whether it's a fish or a mouse, these are just your experimental animals. You are a medical ninja, not a veterinarian. You are treating people. Compared with the complex body structure of the human body, these animals can only be regarded as a novice trial. Huaxian said. Xiao Yingran also calmed down, but the smile still hung on her face. At least, she did step into the threshold of the medical ninja. Huaxian looked at her, but her eyes flashed brightly, and she said, Sakura, with your current level, if you go to Konoha Hospital, you should be able to become a nurse in the hospital. After a few more years, you can become a nurse in the hospital. It should be no problem to become an official medical ninja. However, it is too time consuming. If you want to improve quickly, you still have to polish it in practice. What do you mean? There is no need to experiment with animals anymore, just start with the wounded. In this way, you can quickly accumulate experience. However, with my current ability, I am not qualified to contact patients. Even if I go to the hospital, no acquaintances are willing to take me. Sakura was a little distressed, and this was also the shortcoming of civilian ninjas. Without contacts and resources, even if she is talented, the medical staff at Muye Hospital may not look her in the eye. Ninja Village is also a society, and resources are always limited. Ordinary people naturally cannot easily get their hands on such a fat job in the medical department. Unless it's a time of war, if Sakura wants to get ahead, she has to go through the qualifications as Hua Xian said. Of course, if she could become the second Tsunade, that would be another matter. Just considering Sakura's current progress, it is obvious that this is impossible. Even if she was accepted as a disciple by Tsunade as in the original plot, it took 2 or 3 years of training and learning for Sakura to reach Tsunade's level. Okay, don't worry, since I brought it up, I will naturally solve the problem of the wounded. It is impossible for people in the village to treat you, so let's do it from outside the village. Anyway, it's just to hone your skills, and the target is if the ninjas of the enemy country, it doesn't matter if they are killed or maimed. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Ying thanked again. Looking at Hua Xian's handsome face, she couldn't help but blush. Even she didn't realize that Hua Xian's figure had gradually banned Suzuki's position in her heart. On the other side, in the house, seeing Hua Xian come back from the pond, Huiye couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. The picture of Hua Xian guiding Sakura, her Tensagen can see it clearly. Are you going to attack Jen? Well, Sakura is short of experimental products now, and the route is very good, since that guy Danzo killed his predecessor's parents. Then don't think about it. Slowly tossing him to death is a good choice. As soon as Hua Xian said this, Xiao Nan, who had been staying at home doing nothing, became energetic. If there is anyone in Konoha that she hates, it must be Danzo. When the Akatsuki organization was first established, Danzo's root got involved with Hanzo, captured her as a hostage, and finally killed Yahiko. Although Danzo was not directly involved in this matter, he was indeed her and Nagato's enemy. It's just that Danzo has been hiding among the leaves for a long time, going deep and not going out. Sionin and Nagato just wanted revenge, but they couldn't find a chance. Now that Hua Xian wants to do something, she naturally wants to do it too. Hua Xian, can you take me with you? I also want to clean up Danzo and his roots. Can. No. Just when Hua Xian was about to agree, we directly denied it, which surprised Hua Xian a little. Why did you refuse? Xiao Nan is my wife now. If she just cleans up the roots, it's nothing at all. Of course I didn't deny Zionin's identity, my lord. It's just that Zionin's fighting style is really not suitable for attacking general if he didn't use detonating charms. Zionin's fighting power is actually not high, and I'm afraid it's only at the level of an elite Jonin. But if the detonating talisman is used, then the whole city of Konoha will be aware of it. Since we have decided to settle in Konoha, it is best not to make too much noise. Even if we want to do it, we can do it secretly. Seeing what Kagaya said, Zionin couldn't help being distressed, and then he gritted his teeth and said, I don't need to participate in the root matter, but at least let me witness Danzo's doom with my own eyes. This is no problem. You can also rest assured, Zionin, Danzo will definitely die, I promise you this. Hua Xian nodded directly and said that Obito was thrown directly into the lava space and burned to death because he went to dig out his eyes after Hua Xian's parents died. The root of Danzo is a direct participant, so Hua Xian naturally cannot let him go easily. At that time, even if he wants to commit suicide, Hua Xian will revive him and continue to clean up. Speaking of which, my lord, what do you think of Sakura? Huiye asked. Hua Xianren was also taken aback. Sakura, it's okay, what's wrong? Perhaps you didn't realize that when you were in contact with Sakura, that little girl would always secretly look at you unconsciously. I'm afraid even she didn't realize that she already fell in love with you. Ah, no way, doesn't she like Suzuki? Hua Xian was startled, and couldn't believe Huiye's judgment. I don't deny that Sakura too looks good. However, you should also know her situation. As far as the character design is concerned, it's really not very good. What's wrong, my lord? Look at Sakura from the perspective of Hokage. She does have many problems, but we have to take a long-term view, from the perspective of Bo-Ren biography, that Sakura is very good Gu family, endured loneliness, and educated her daughter very well, which is not an advantage. You know that it is impossible to rely on Zionin alone to grow a family. Now there is such a good girl who likes you, it would be a pity to miss it. But no problem, didn't Suzuki say that he is in charge of revenge, and you are in charge of growing the family? In my opinion, let's accept Sakura. After the Chunin exam is over, we will go to the Hayaga family to propose marriage, and we will miss you. The Hinata sisters also took it, Huiye said with a smile, without any scruples about Xiao Nan being by his side. But Hua Xian is different. With the soul of a flower grower, she naturally treats her family with a sense of responsibility. At this moment, others couldn't help but look at her timidly, afraid that Xiao Nan would feel resentful about it. Chapter 44 Target Roots. Don't look at me like that. You still have the important task of rejuvenating the family. As long as you don't let me down, you can find as many girls as you want. Xiao Nan spoke, not caring at all that Kagaya talked about other women in front of her. What's more, Kagaya himself is one of them, but he is not responsible for having children. Hua Xian couldn't help being moved by this, and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Xiao Nan, I will never let you down. As long as it is my woman, I will treat everyone equally. Then let me tell you the good news. Good news. Seeing Huiye's smiling face, Hua Xian couldn't help being quite puzzled. Regarding this, Huiye also nodded, and said, my lord, you might as well look at Xiao Nan with your pure eyes, there will definitely be surprises. Surprise? Could it be? Hua Xianren was startled, and his eyes immediately changed into black eye masks and blue eyeballs, looking at Xiao Nan for a while. Although it's only been a few days, his powerful pupils still have insight into the second life in Xiao Nan's body, which makes Hua Xian immediately fall into ecstasy. Yes, yes, Xiao Nan, you have it. Yes, no wait. Xiao Nan also reacted immediately and touched her abdomen unconsciously. Indeed. During this period of time, I have been observing the changes in your body. Although ordinary instruments cannot detect it at the moment, my Tensagen and the adult's Jinjian can see it clearly. The relationship between you and the adult, the crystal, was indeed born, Hui Ye said, and Xiao Nanren also showed a happy expression. I'm going to be a mother, haha. I'm going to be a father too. Hua Xian wept with joy. The high betrothal gift and high housing price in his previous life made him breathless. Not to mention getting married and having children, he even had a problem finding a wife. Unexpectedly, the life that she could not experience in her previous life came true in the world of Hokage, which made Hua Xian extremely gratified and happy. My lord, for the sake of the living environment of your descendants, I think it is necessary to rectify this world. As soon as Hui Ye said this, Hua Xian was taken aback, and a different light flashed in her eyes. You are right, Kagaya. My wife and children cannot live in a chaotic world. Konoha, root base. Danzo, as usual, handles all the shady tasks. Although he has a selfish desire to become Hokage, he is indeed unambiguous when it comes to the prosperity of the village. All the guys who might hinder the existence of the village, all of them have the attitude of rather killing the wrong than letting them go. The root ninjas are also more thoroughly dark than other Umbu ninjas, because all root ninjas have to go through the practice of eliminating themselves before eliminating the threat to the village. Only ninjas who have no past, no future, and only missions in their hearts are worthy of being called roots, dark roots rooted in the depths of Konoha. How about the old Uchiha site? Danzo asked. Although Sarutobi told him not to interfere in the matter, he still sent someone to watch secretly. Of course, he also listened to Sarutobi's words, but as long as he didn't take the initiative to make a move, there would be no problem. At least, he thought so. There is no abnormal situation at present. Kakashi's ninja team has been practicing there, and Kai and his team will also practice there from time to time. Yamanaka Kaze said that the task of monitoring Uchiha's former site was actually the responsibility of the team he led. As a guard personally handpicked by Danzo, Yamanaka Feng Zagan's power can be said to be below one person and above others. Surveillance cannot be interrupted. Once an abnormality is found, report it immediately. Uchiha Huashin and that woman are simply time bombs. Once they attack, the village may be in disaster immediately. As the root, we must not relax in this regard. Yes. Danzo-sama, according to our reports, there seems to be an extra woman in that Huaxian's home. According to Aoto's report, I felt chakra from that woman, and she should be a ninja. Have you found out the identity of the woman? I don't know, because the woman has been staying at home, she rarely comes out, and our people dare not act without authorization. Shan Zhongfang said that Danzo is also thinking about all kinds of them. Forget it, compared to Hua Xian and that white-haired woman, ordinary ninjas are nothing at all. As long as they don't cause trouble, Sarutobi will handle the rest of the problem. Yes, Thorn. Just when Shin Zhongfang opened his mouth to respond, several bolts of thunder suddenly shot out, moving at super speed in the root base. Wherever the thunder light went, all the root ninjas died tragically in an instant. Either the head flew up, or a hole was broken in the chest, or it was directly divided into two halves. In just a few seconds, there are dozens of elite ninjas, and only Danzo and his two guards are left, Yamanaka Kaze and Yu Takugen. Lord Danzo. We still have to match up after all. You two helped me buy time. Looking at Hua Xian's figure condensed and revealed by Lei Guang, Danzo's face was extremely solemn. Then he untied the bandages on his body, revealing Shisui's right eye, Shisui's Sharinan, and the right arm of Ten Sanguya Sharinan dug from the dead Uchiha, and the facial makeup between the columns on the arm is the symbol of the cells between the columns. In order to balance the spiritual energy of these Sharinan, he can only rely on the interpillar cells to obtain the corresponding physical energy. Uchiha Huashin, this is not the place for you, get out, Shan Zhongfang said, but Huaxian looked at Danzang behind him and Yinokujin, and said, how can you not avenge your parents? You are right, Danzang. All the existences that threaten the village are all targets to be eradicated. Uchiha was like this back then. Your parents are just one of them. Danzang said that although he didn't want to fight Huaxian, because the risk was too great, and he himself was not confident that he could defeat Samsarian, but this person came to his door, and in the name of revenge, he knew that he had to challenge. In this regard, Hua Xian smiled and did not refute. You're right. Uchiha, who rebelled back then, is indeed worthy of death. But who made them my parents? What should be done, as a son of man, still can't be left behind. Will grave. Suddenly, Huaxian's right eye directly became the eye of reincarnation. In the next moment, Danzo vomited blood wildly, and a tongue was pulled out from his mouth. Lord Danzo. Yunfukujen and Shanzongfeng turned pale with shock. Obviously their eyes never left Huaxian, and they didn't see any obvious movements of Huaxian. However, Danzo, who was protected behind them, was tricked. In this regard, Danzo wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak at all. Having his tongue pulled out, the possibility of him speaking has been cut off. Chapter 45 Full-level account massacres novice monsters so weak, really weak, even with Shisui's kaleidoscope Sharinan, Hashirama cells, and 10 Sharinan arms that can cooperate with Iyanaga. Danzo, you are pitifully weak. Hua Xian said disdainfully, although he is only at the level of the 6 paths, not as good as Kagaya's god level, but the limit of the strength of the ninja profession is only the super shadow level like Hashirama and Madara. Of course, the Ryudeo Madara in the original plot is indeed the real Ryudeo level. But Madara in that state can no longer be called a ninja. The upper limit of the ninja's strength is the super shadow level. The 6th Deo level and the god level, that is the level of immortals and gods, which is simply beyond the reach of a profession like a ninja. If you really achieve it, then you are no longer a ninja, you are all gods. Damn it, it's on, take the root. Although I don't know Huaxian's attack method, in Shen Zongfeng's view, as long as Huaxian is entangled, Huaxian should not have extra energy to attack Danzo. As for whether they themselves will die, that is not within the consideration of Shan Zongfeng and Yun Kujen because they are rooted ninjas, mission machines without any emotions. In this regard, Yun Kujen also nodded, and then took off her gloves. Nanoscale poisonous insects immediately spread all over her arms, and her skin completely turned purple. You girl, you are a talent. With your ability, you are really suitable for war, but unfortunately you followed the wrong person. Otherwise, your ability should be able to play a greater role. Huaxian said, Konoha's oily girl clan, if there is anyone he values most, it is this oily girl who takes root. Although the Yun family is an insect control family, it is the first time that Yun can use nanoscale poisonous insects. For ordinary people, just a little bit of this nanoscale poisonous insect is fatal. Whether it is direct contact or inhalation, all of them can kill people. And because it is a nanoscale poisonous insect, ordinary armor cannot resist it at all, and only special protective equipment can resist it. Therefore, on the surface, there is no such thing as a quick-wit skill in picking the root of the oily girl, but his ability is full of lethality. Melee and one-on-one can be daunting, and long-range and group attacks can also cooperate with Feng Dun to blow poisonous insects to the enemy's area, which is perfect. Although in the original plot, the oil girl did not perform well in taking the root, and was caught by Obito 3 or 2 times, but that was because of ignorance of Shinwei. If Yun Kujen knew the information about Obito early in the morning, and cooperated with the stroke on the mountain to fight, Obito would be choking even if he didn't die. In the original plot, didn't he lose an arm in order to grab the root? You seem to know me well, because even Tsunade, a recognized medical master in the ninja world, has absolutely nothing to do with poisonous insects at the nanoscale. As long as Huaxian gets hit, he will definitely die. It's useless, I know your abilities very well, your fighting style, your thinking, naturally it is impossible to hide it from me, to deal with a guy like you. The simplest move is Shenluo Tianzheng. Suddenly, a powerful repulsion erupted from Huaxian's right hand. Whether it was the oily girl taking the root or the mountain wind, they were unable to react in time, and were blown out in an instant. At this moment, the entire root base was roaring. Because it was an underground base, even the Konoha above was in turmoil. Under the cover of the loud noise, the sound of creaking bones was inaudible. By the time the dust had settled, the root base had been shattered, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was in ruins. But the bodies of Yun Kujen and Shan Zongfeng fell into the rubble, completely silent. No matter how powerful the ninjas are, whether they are Cage or Super Cage, they cannot change the fact that they are human beings. And human beings are also fragile lives. The heart needs to beat and the lungs need to breathe. If they don't eat, they will starve to death, and they may drown if they fall into the water. Even if there are no accidents, when the time comes, people will die. Humans are really easy to die. Huaxian Shenluo Tianjing not only shattered their bones, but also destroyed their fragile meridians. In terms of the pupil power of the reincarnation eye and the use of anti-jutsu, neither Nagato nor Madara can compare with Huaxian. Of course, combat experience is excluded. Although Huaxian's combat experience has been compensated a lot by the duel with Kagaya over the years, compared with the battle-tested Madara or other ninjas, it is always inferior. But the huge gap in strength has already allowed him to crush ninjas who are far weaker than him. At least, no one can play flowers in his hands, including the entire root, including Danzo. Sure enough, I'm still too immature. I thought I'd clean it up without anyone noticing. Now, the whole Konoha probably knows that something happened to the roots. Huaxian laughed at herself, and walked to Tenzo, who was lying on the side. Because of the intercolumn cells, he, who had relatively strong life energy, was lucky enough to get his life back and didn't burp directly. But even so, he was seriously injured and dying at this time. As for Iyanagi, who has 10 sharing eyes on his right arm, and Bayashinjin, who has Shisui's kaleidoscope pupil technique, he didn't even have a chance to use it. Of course, even if Danzo uses his skills, he still has no hope of winning. Whether it's the difference in pupil power or the level of life, he and Huaxian are not in the same dimension at all. However, Huaxian could also tell that Danzo's injuries were slowly recovering because of the cells between the columns. Although, he doesn't have the slightest fighting ability now. What a troublesome guy, but it's within my expectation that you can live. Next, I'll let you realize what it means to be unable to live or die. Huaxian grinned grimly. Sakura needs an injured patient to hone her medical ninjutsu, and the current Danzo is very suitable. As for Kujen and the others, Huaxian just took a little bit of their flesh and blood to perform the dirty soil reincarnation. Although the ninjas at the root have no humanity, they are indeed talents. When you need to use chess pieces in the future, they will come in handy. Chapter 46 By the Pond of the Uchiha Tribe. While Sakura was reviewing her recent harvest, Huazianran also appeared out of thin air and threw Danzo in front of her. The Hashirama face full of blood, with one arm sharing Sharingan, and the right arm and shoulder, directly scared Sakura. Huasien, he is the ninja of Union Village who has been lurking in the village. He has been secretly stealing the power of the village all these years. The Sharingan was transplanted by stealing the remains of my family members, and the symbol on the shoulder was injected with the first Hokage. It was caused by the cells of Senjujima. I have to say, this old thing still has the backbone of a ninja. I caught it and bit off my own tongue for fear of leaking information. Originally, I wanted to go again. Tomorrow a few people were caught outside to be your experimental products, but they just happen to be in stock now, so just use them. Come on, don't be idle, stop the bleeding first. Huasien said without blushing in heartbeat. Although he lied, he didn't feel guilty at all. Xiao Sakura swallowed, her face turned pale, but she still came up to check the situation. No, the injury is too serious. Not only did he lose his tongue, but he also had multiple fractures all over his body. I just don't know if the residue of those bones remained in his body. It's really tenacious that he didn't die on the spot with such a serious injury. Vitality. Sakura said in horror that although she had just started medical ninjutsu not long ago, she also knew about some injuries. With Danzo's current injuries, a normal person would have burped a long time ago. The first generation of Hokage, the cells of Senjujima have strong vitality. In order to study the forbidden art, this old thing used the power of the first generation of Hokage on Uchiha Sharingan, and realized the balance of spiritual and physical energy. Vitality powerful is also expected, Huaxian explained, and Sakura shook her head directly. Such a serious injury can only be treated after rigorous disinfection. Moreover, if he wants to be cured, he must undergo surgery, otherwise, subsequent infection problems may kill him. Don't be stupid, and disinfect it. If you really want to go to the battlefield, how can there be such good conditions? Outdoor treatment, that's the norm. Besides, this is just an experimental product, and it's an enemy ninja that you treat him so well. When Huaxian yelled, Sakura was speechless. It was also at this time that Danzo coughed suddenly, and blood came out of his mouth. Okay, don't dawdle, stop his bleeding first. Otherwise, he will lose too much blood and die, Huaxian urged, but Xiaoying looked aggrieved. His tongue is gone. If he wants to stop the bleeding, he must at least pry open his mouth. In this case, I can't do it alone. Huaxian, or you can open his mouth for me. Bar. No time, a medical ninja, even if there is only one person, must use the existing conditions and try his best to treat the injured. So, how to treat him is your problem, and it has nothing to do with me. Sakura took a deep breath and said, if I'm the only one and don't rely on others, then I can only cut his mouth open and heal him. But there is no scalpel. Without a scalpel, you can use a kunao. Let's do it. With a helpless expression on her face, Sakura took out kunao from her pocket. Wanting to borrow a fire from Huaxian to disinfect it, Huaxian just turned his head away and didn't intend to help at all. In this regard, Sakura has no choice but to start directly, holding kunao and cutting Danzo's mouth directly, just like a rip girl. Very scary. What? The severe pain woke up Danzo, who was in a coma, and let out a miserable howl. Just when he was about to struggle to get up, Huaxian punched him directly on the forehead, knocking him unconscious. For this, Sakura was like a frightened bird, her face turned pale with fright. I'm sorry, Huaxian, I forgot to anesthetize him. Damn anesthesia. During the mission, the seriously injured ninja can survive. It is God's blessing. How can I ask for so much? It's better to live than to die. You just go to the doctor. Anyway, it's an enemy ninja. Doctor, you don't have to be responsible if you die. So what are you afraid of? Sakura nodded, then opened Danzo's mouth and treated the base of his tongue. No, Huaxian, you said he bit his tongue. Why does the wound look nothing like it at all? Sakura was a little puzzled, but Huaxian didn't care, and said, probably because I was dazzled and misread. Anyway, don't worry about it so much. This guy is the enemy of my Uchiha clan. I don't want him to die so badly. Have fun. You heal him first and make sure he doesn't die. I'm wounding him all over. It's for you to hone your medical experience. Oh, Sakura responded, and he quickly stopped the bleeding at the base of Danzo's tongue, and then healed the wound on his face. Although it left obvious scars, it did save a life. The next thing is the bone problem. I can't do it. Sakura shook her head directly. She had already checked. Many of the bones on Danzo's body were comminuted fractures, and most of the bone fragments had been pierced into the flesh and blood. To heal, one must first disembowel and remove the fragments. That's right, it's really difficult for you to start such a difficult operation. Well, you check his limbs. If it is a comminuted fracture, you can amputate him. The problem of the sternum and spine is up to me. Let's deal with it. Yes, by the way, you can try to remove the eyeball. By the way, he has so many eyes, it's enough for you. Okay. Well, do you want anesthesia, Huaxian? Fart anesthesia, do it directly. On the other side, Huaxian's home. Konan and Kagaya also used the technique of telescopes to see all the tragedy of Danzo in their eyes. Kagaya is fine. Xionin can be said to be extremely happy. The vengeance was avenged, which also made her shed tears unconsciously. Danzo will be guilty for the next period of time. At least until the adults let go, he will live a happy life. You should let go too. If you have a child, you should also take good care of your body and don't let your emotions shake your mind. Well, I've only been pregnant for a few days, so it's not that serious. It's always good to pay more attention. Speaking of it, the adults seem to have said that they are going to buy a piece of land in the center of the village. But the Zongnan exam will be held soon, and Orochimaru is suffocating. Before the turmoil passes, I'm afraid this matter has to be put on hold for a while. As Hui Ye said, Xiao Nan didn't take it very seriously. It doesn't matter, after all, this is not my hometown, and I don't have any acquaintances, so it doesn't matter where I live. Moreover, Uchiha's clan is so big, Huaxian will find other girls to come here in the future, and it won't be too crowded. You're right. Chapter 47. At the same time, Sarutobi led a group of Umbuan ninjas to set foot on the broken root base. Huaxian's power is far above Nagato. Whether it is the amount of chakra or the pupil power of the eyes of reincarnation, they are all better. The power of the Shenluo Tianzheng displayed is naturally only strong but not weak. The whole Konoha was shaken, which is reasonable. Check the situation and see if there are any survivors. Yes, Umbu nodded and said, if Huaxianren is here now, he will definitely worry about his carelessness. After all, killing people without destroying their heads was his biggest failure in this operation. Konoha's intelligence department, especially Kiki Yamanaka of the Yamanaka clan, is very good at digging information from the brains of corpses. Although Huaxian took a certain amount of flesh and blood from these root ninjas, the heads are still there, which means that their encounters before death will definitely be detected by Hai Yamanaka. The other Genbu ninjas are just fine. Yan Fukugen and Shin Zhongfeng have witnessed Huaxian with their own eyes, and it is basically a sure thing to get information from them. Of course, this is not Huaxian's fault. After all, Huaxian doesn't regard herself as a ninja, and she acts relatively freely. Although he is a man who has watched the 720th episode of Naruto, he knows all kinds of shady scenes in it. Ninjutsu, illusion, and physical skills are all proficient, but after all, they are not professional, and the things they do are naturally not as delicate as ninjas. In the evening, Danzo, who had gone through a lot of meticulous treatment, finally couldn't hold back and successfully hiccuped his fart. His right leg and left hand were amputated by Sakura. In order to make his two legs more symmetrical, Huaxian directly smashed his left leg with a hammer, so the left leg was also amputated because of the failure of Sakura's operation. Up. The kaleidoscope Sakura in the right eye managed to remove it, but Huaxian accidentally crushed the eye, so she couldn't put it back on. Fortunately, Danzo's right arm has 10 eyes, and Sakura performed eye transplantation again. During the period, the old man woke up several times from the pain, but because he became a human stick, he had no way to struggle, and could only let Sakura do whatever he wanted. As for the effect of eye transplant surgery, no one knows. No way, who made the patient burp. In addition, Danzo also performed many operations. For example, appendicitis surgery, vocal cord therapy, hemorrhoid surgery, nephrectomy surgery, circumcision. Although he is not sick, but lying in front of the two of them, he is sick. In short, regardless of whether you are sick or not, let's talk about it first. Although Sakura is a novice, her skills are very good. Danzo didn't bleed a lot throughout the whole process, but he burped at the end. Even Huaxian, who already has the level of Tsunade, has to admire Sakura's talent. She is a material that can be made. The old thing Danzo walked very peacefully, and he didn't know how many teeth he had bitten off. In the end, Huaxian sent him off with a fireball, and the surviving body was thrown into the pond. The little fishes and shrimps were also very happy, jumping on him desperately. I am really not afraid of being smashed to pieces, and there is nothing left in the end. Village office building. Sarutobi, how's the root investigation going? Turning to the bed, Xiaochun asked. Because of the root cause, she and Mightamonian couldn't sit still, so they came directly to find out the situation. In this regard, Sarutobi was also full of worry, took a deep breath, and said, basically it's over, all the ninjas who stayed at the base were killed, and none of them were spared. Although Danzo is missing, don't report it. What hope, his bloodstains and crutches were left at the scene, what a disaster. Then, the root secret. The file scroll in the secret room has no trace of being tampered with, but it is really hard to say whether it has been lost. That guy in Danzo has done a lot of things without telling us over the years. As soon as the words came out, Sarutobio was quite annoyed that if he hadn't checked Root's archives, he wouldn't have known how many outrageous things Danzo had done behind his back. Of course, it is useless to say these now. After all, the person involved has already had an accident. Even if Sarutobi wanted to clean up Danzo, he had to find him first before talking about it. The root base is located underground in the village. It is very difficult for outsiders to enter the village for assassination, let alone attack the entire route. Sarutobi, I'm afraid. Mightamonian hesitated to speak, but Sarutobi nodded his head, understanding instantly. They are not fools. How can it be possible for ordinary people to be able to wipe out Danzo's roots so easily inside Konoha? Moreover, the weakest ninjas at the root are special ninjas, and most of them are ninjas of the ninja level. Danzo itself is cage level, and the 2 guards are also elite jonin. This configuration is not much worse than the Uchiha who was not exterminated back then. Only Sasuke, who doesn't understand anything, believes Itachi can destroy Uchiha alone. Sarutobi and the others are not stupid. With their basic abilities, if a cage level ninja dares to trespass, he will be left behind. Sure enough, Hua Xian and the woman with him are the most suspicious. That's right, only the mysterious Eye of Reincarnation can destroy the entire route so easily. The 3 of them came to a conclusion very quickly, but even if they guessed that it was Hua Xian's fault, they didn't dare to directly find someone to point it out. The battle between ninjas is all about intelligence. Although there are different levels of strength, they can easily be challenged by leapfrogging. Although it has a very powerful technique, the caster itself is only human after all. If you don't know the information, it is very possible to capsize in the gutter. Not to mention, the enemy is still the mysterious Samsara Eye. Before he understands the ability of Samsara Eye, Sarutobi will never easily provoke troubles with Huaxian and Kagaya. Chapter 48 On June 6 RD, there is only 1 week left before the Chunin selection exam. Uchiha's training ground. Sasuke was opening Sharingan, fighting with Xiaoli. The 2 sides used pure physical techniques and did not use other techniques to fight. Of course, in Xiaoli's situation, apart from physical skills, he has no fighting skills. But when he first arrived, Sasuke still looked down on Xiaoli. Not only because of his strange looks and lack of talent, but also because there is really nothing that can catch Sasuke's eyes. But as soon as the 2 fought against each other, Sasuke knew how powerful it was. On the first day, he was beaten by Xiaoli almost the whole time. After a brutal beating, he finally knew the importance of physical skills. However, as the 2 continued to confront each other every day, Sasuke's physical skills also began to become smooth and exquisite. Although he was still passively beaten most of the time, the copying ability of Sharingan still allowed him to learn some tricks of Xiaoli's physical skills. In terms of physical skills, he may not be as good as Xiaoli and Niji, who is good at soft fist, but compared with other ninja, Sasuke can be said to be very strong now. As for Naruto, others can't do it. However, with the help of the shadow clone technique, Sasuke received 1 beating every day, and Naruto received dozens of beatings. The more times he was beaten, the more combat experience he gained. Although the individual combat power is still not good, and he still has to be beaten when practicing against Sasuke and Xiaoli, but after using the shadow clone, he can gain a corresponding advantage in the battle. After all, people are more powerful. Although, this is just a pure physical skill competition, and Xiaoli has never exerted his full strength. Yes, compared to when we first met, you have indeed improved a lot. Flower fiber. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Huaxian in astonishment. Since they threw the ninjutsu scroll to them, they seldom cared about the practice field. The only news I know is that he has been teaching Sakura recently. Seeing someone else and Sakura coming together now, both of them were a little surprised. Long time no see, Sasuke, Naruto. Xiaoying said hello to the 2, but found that Xiaoli beside the 2 was looking at her with a rosy face. The rough eyebrows immediately stunned him. Sakura, it's been a long time. Are you Sakura? Please date me. Before Naruto finished speaking, Xiaoli pushed him away, raised his thumb to Sakura, and showed his big white teeth. No, the eyebrows are too thick. Xiaoying directly refused, and she couldn't help hiding behind Huaxian. I'm afraid even she didn't notice that this period of getting along has made her rely on Huaxian in her heart. Of course, she didn't notice, but Huaxian did. During this period of time, when Huaxian was teaching her medical skills, she often found that when Xiaoying looked at him, she occasionally showed a dazed expression. How so? Xiaoli was stunned, with a frustrated expression on his face. He has always felt that he is very energetic and masculine, and it should be easy to attract girls' attention. How come it doesn't work when it comes to Sakura? Okay, stop making trouble. There is still 1 week left before the Chunin selection exam. During this time, you should stop practicing, adjust your state, and get ready for the exam. No, I'm completely fine. 3 days of rest are enough. There's no need to waste so much time. Me too. Although the practice is very tiring and bitter, seeing what Sasuke said, Naruto, who didn't want to lag behind, expressed his opinion directly. Speaking of which, Huaxian, can you give me a heavier load? What you have given is already very light for me now. Sasuke looked at the 10 jin weight on his ankle and said, the reason why he brought these was because he was inspired by Xiaoli. Although I don't know the weight of Xiaoli's load, it must be stronger than his and Naruto's. What's even more exasperating is that no matter whether it was he or Naruto, they never let Xiaoli take off the weight when they practiced martial arts with Xiaoli. This also made the 2 of them deeply realize how terrifying it is to practice physical skills to a certain level. Not to mention other things, in terms of speed alone, the 2 of them can't keep up with Xiaoli even if they flatter them. I can change it for you if you are carrying a heavy load, but you should listen to me and rest for a while. Xiaoli, you are fine. Hua Xian turned to look at Xiao Li, although Kakashi listened to his words and made class dash and class dash have some contact. But except for the first few days when Niji and Tian would come, Xiao Li was basically the only one who came to practice with Naruto and Sasuke in the rest of the time. It's not that Xiao Li is so warm-hearted, it's just that apart from basic physical training, he can't find other sparring staff. Although his team has Niji, but without using the forbidden technique of Baemon Dunjia, Xiao Li went to practice with Niji, and he was basically beaten badly. I'm sorry, Naruto and Sasuke. In fact, Teacher Akai also told me to return to the team during this period of time that the Chunin selection exam can only be taken in groups of 3, and I also have my own team members. I won't be here for the next few days. I also need time to work on tactics with Tian and Ning Ci, Xiao Li said, which made Sasuke, who still wanted to continue practicing, speechless. Without Xiao Li as a sparring partner, the conversation between him and Naruto would be rather dull. No way, Naruto will do such a few tricks. If he doesn't use the shadow clone to play tricks, Sasuke can even beat him out of shit. Then, let's stop here today. Sakura, give them a physical examination, and help them heal. By the way, don't leave any hidden wounds. Sakura nodded, and immediately walked to Sasuke and Naruto. As for Xiao Li, even though she was also the subject of her inspection, she still deliberately distanced herself from him. Well, Hua Xian, can I ask you to play against me? Xiao Li said suddenly, which also attracted the attention of several people. Xiao Li, don't overestimate yourself. That's right, Hua Xian is a monster at all. I know you really want to fight against a genius, but this guy can't be described as a genius anymore. Naruto and Sasuke said that the three of them had established a friendship during this period of contact. If it was a stranger who wanted to challenge Hua Xian, I'm afraid they would have already ushered in the ridicule of the two of them. Chapter 49. Don't be so ambitious, Xiao Li. Now you are not qualified to compete with me. Hua Xian said that he actually admired this hard-working genius very much. But there was a gap in strength, and he didn't want to hit the kid in front of him too much. But, I really want to see your strength, please, Xiao Li said sincerely, but Hua Xian shook her head and said, well, as long as you can stand out in the Chunin selection exam and become a Chunin, then I promise to fight you once. If you can't even pass the Chunin selection exam, then just recognize the reality and think about how to defeat Niji. So that's what you said, it's reasonable. Xiao Li nodded in response. Although he had never seen Huaxian make a move, he had heard from Kakashi that Huaxian was far more powerful than Jonin. His guide, Kamikaze, is only with Kakashi. If he can't even get promoted to Chunin, let alone fight Huaxian, this Chunin exam can be regarded as one of his small goals. Then, Sakura, the three of them will be entrusted to you. Yes. Country of Water, Hidden Fog Village. Since Obito took control of Mizukage Yakura for 4 generations, Kirigakure village has been going downhill. Whether it is the combat power or the economy of the village, everything has been crooked. Although the matter of the Yakura Genjutsu was later discovered by Ao, and Kirigakure also stopped the loss in time, Obito's masterpieces for many years have always caused Kirigakure to suffer a lot of losses. In particular, the ninjas of blood succession limitation, because of Obito's fanfare in the early years, became an ominous sign of Kirigakure, and were directly targeted by the entire ninja village. Although there are still some blood successor families in Kirigakure, compared with other ninja villages, the number has become quite rare. Families like the Kagaya and Yuki clan have completely disappeared, even worse than the Uchiha. As we all know, the ninjas of the blood succession limit are generally stronger than the single attribute escape ninjas, which is the consensus of the ninja world. Kirigakure, who has lost most of the blood successor ninjas, naturally drops in combat power. If it weren't for the extremely harsh environment and the lack of resources, Sand Hidden was at the bottom, and Kirigakure might have been ranked at the end of the 5 great ninja villages. However, even so, the current Kirigakure can only hide in the country of water, and dare not intervene in the affairs of the mainland at all. The current Kirigakure village is already in power for the 5th generation of Mizukage Teramime. Although her qualifications are relatively low, as a twin blood successor ninja, her strength has initially reached the cage level, and she is still the one who exposed Yagura and restored the situation of Kirigakure. The hero, Terumi Mei's superiority, did not cause dissatisfaction among the people and ninjas of Wien village. On the contrary, as a great beauty with a good face, Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage, is quite popular. It's a pity that being popular doesn't count as food. Before Obito withdrew from Kirigakure, he swept away all the funds accumulated in Kirigakure village for many years. If it wasn't for the financial support from the daimyo of the country of water, Kirigakure would have collapsed long ago. Office building. Mizukage-sama, why didn't you accept the Chunin selection exam invitation from Konoha? Okay, Ching, you should be very clear about the current situation in the village. There are really no outstanding talents in the village this year. Even the ones who are attractive have been abducted. The rest, how dare you get those crooked melons and cracked dates? Terumi Mei asked back, which made Ching not know how to answer. Of course, Wien village also has talents, such as Kagaya Kanmaro, who is at Orochimaru. The Ghost Lantern Water Moon is also at Orochimaru's place. Bai of the Snow Clan had just completed a joint burial with Zabuzen a few months ago, and this grave was pried up by Hua Xian. As far as the current ninja in Weian village are really ordinary ninja, none of them has become a talent. If you really want to send them to Konoha to take the Chunin selection exam, wouldn't it be a laughingstock for other ninja villages and forces? If other ninja villages see the decline of Kirigakure, the village may not be peaceful again. Mizukichi-sama, should we just watch and do nothing? At least for the past few years, the village has to dormant and develop. There is no way. You know how bad the mess left by the 4 generations of adults is. Terumi Mei sighed helplessly. Throughout the past dynasties, Mizukage took office, which one did not make drastic changes and develop their own policies. Only Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage, has only been aggrieved since he took over. If she wants money but no money, no one if she wants people. If it wasn't for the most famous elder in the village, Master Yuan, who has always encouraged her and supported her, she would have given up and found a handsome young man to start a family long ago. You look distressed, 5th Mizukage Dano. Who? The inexplicable voice made Ao and Terumi Mei immediately alert. In the next moment, the space tunnel of Huanquan Biliang Saka opened immediately, and Kagaya also floated out slowly, standing in front of the two of them. I'm Uchiha Kagaya, and I'm here specially to give Kirigakure village a chance. Of course, I'm also here to give Lord Mizukage the 5th Mizukage a marriage. Impossible, with this level of chakra, this kind of pupil power. Are you really human? Looking at Kagaya's figure, Ching also gasped, feeling utterly terrified. Unlike ordinary people, Kagaya, who has stepped into the god-level strength, seems to be integrated into nature, and cannot be detected by chakra perception and other means. That kind of feeling is like the dust-free maze of Huasien and the 2nd generation of Tsukijimi. Although they don't have the ability to invisibly, but if you want to see through Kagaya, you must have the pupil eye. And Ao's right eye is a white eye, which is the spoils captured by Kirigakure in the 3rd Ninja World War, so he can see Kagaya's reality. Sometimes, though, ignorance is the real bliss. Those who see Hui Yes falsehood will only be more desperate for Hui Yes terror. Putting pupil power aside, Tenseian, Samsarayan, and Samsara Sharinan, which one is not the top pupil eye in the world of Hokage? Even Hua Xian herself can't compare with Hui Ya at the moment. What's even scarier is her chakra level. What is the concept of the chakra amount of 58,412 cards? Perhaps Kakashi's chakra amount is relatively small at the Jainin level, but it is definitely not much better than ordinary Chunin and elite Chunin. And in the entire ninja world, how many Kage level, Junin, and elite Jainin are there? To put it bluntly, the sum is probably not even thousands. And the chakra of a tailed beast is only about 1,000 calories, and the most 9-tailed beast is only about 1 or 2,000. Then count the natural energy contained in this planet and the chakra of the underground dragon veins. Adding all these together, it's probably only a little over 2 calories. In other words, Kagaya's chakra amount is more than the 2 planets in Hokage. When Ching looks at Kagaya now, it is not much different from looking at 2 extremely compressed planets. Chapter 50 Kagaya's matchmaking business. Uchiha Kagaya, Konoha's bastards. Terumi Mei looked at Kagaya with hatred on her face. Although she didn't know who the murderer who used illusion to control Yakura was, she was sure it was Uchiha Sharinan. Of course, Ching told her all this information, and she also believed that her subordinates would not deceive her. As for Akatsuki, Terumi Mei also knew some, but not much. Mizukichi-sama, be careful, this guy is beyond our ability to deal with, she is a monster at all. Boom! Ching-gang opened his mouth to remind, and a huge heavy pressure immediately acted on him, pressing others to the ground. It was like there was a big mountain on his back, which made him breathless. Green. Terumi Mei's complexion changed, and she was about to make a move to help Ao out, but the chakra immediately poured out and was absorbed by Kagaya. Ao was also not spared, as if the chakra of the two did not belong to them. Kagaya casually took it away. I'm not here to trouble you, but if you trouble yourself, that's another story. Kagaya's face is full of contempt, especially towards Ching. The eyes are not much different from looking at reptiles. Terumi Mei also calmed down. Kagaya's abilities were completely beyond her comprehension. Although she still can't perceive Kagaya's strength, even in her perception, Kagaya is an ordinary person at all. But the reality was right in front of her, and she couldn't deny it. What is your purpose in coming to our village? As I said before, I'm here to give Kirigakure and you a chance. Opportunity. That's right, the source of goods in Jigong Town is all provided by my adults. I am very clear about the current situation of Weian Village. As long as the adults are willing, then Weian Village will soon develop into the second world business center, and even become the largest ninja village in the ninja world. After all, whoever controls the resources controls the future. Kagaya said with a smile. Terumi Mei couldn't help but took a deep breath, and then forced himself to calm down. She knew that the opportunity that Hui Yes said was absolutely true. What do we need to pay? Terumi Mei asked. She was not stupid. Kagaya came here to tell her these things. It was definitely not a free gift. If Weian Village wants to get the support of Hui and Huaxian, it must pay a corresponding price. You are very smart, Your Excellency the 5th Mizukage. As I said before, I am here to give Kirigakure a chance to marry you, Kagaya said, holding Terumi Mei's face with both hands, and said, you are very beautiful, and you are also very good. I think it is a good choice for you to marry an adult. Although I have the idea of finding a partner, I'm not such a casual person. Don't worry, although your lord is still young, he is a very handsome boy. Small. Well, my lord is only 13 years old now. Marrying you is considered cheap for you. That won't work. I, Terumi may, also have my own arrogance. If I'm 4 or 5 years younger, I can still think about it. It's more than double the difference. This is not appropriate. Terumi may shook her head directly. She is now 29 years old, and she can be considered an older single leftover woman. No matter how much you want to find a partner, it is impossible to find a 13-year-old child to marry. If this gets out, will she still have the face to face others? Is there a face as the 5th generation Mizukage? It would be nice not to be poked in the back by the world. Seeing this, Huiye couldn't help frowning slightly, quite displeased. There's nothing inappropriate about it. My lord already has a 33-year-old wife. What's your 29-year-old wife? What? Terumi Mei's eyes widened even bigger, as if he had heard some big news. His face was full of surprise. But soon, she also had an ugly face, and said, since that young adult in your family has a wife, why do you still come to me? You should know the current status of the Uchiha clan. Do you think that just one woman can restore Uchiha to its former glory? But I don't want to abuse myself, let alone a fertility machine. Hey, how's it cheating? If you can marry the lord, then the resource problem of Wien village will be solved immediately. Moreover, the lord is a very responsible person, and if you can give birth to a child for the Lord Bannister, I can assure you that the title of daimyo in the country of water will be inherited by your children. There are many countries in this world, and some daimyo can be inherited by the descendants of adults. What? You? Lord Mizukage, the Uchiha is no longer the Uchiha of the past. Those guys who were exterminated are just trash. Although my lord and I still have the surname Uchiha, but it is the Uchiha who evolved. We possess the blood of God. Kagaya spoke, his eyes immediately changed. Perhaps Terumi Mei and Ao didn't know Tenseigan, but everyone knew about the legend of Tenseigan. At this moment, with the appearance of Kagaya's reincarnation Terumi Mei and Ao were all dumbfounded, and their brains immediately crashed. Don't doubt the power of me and my lord. As long as we are willing, we can get it at any time, whether it is the 5 major countries or the world. However, it is really not conducive to the growth of future generations to rule the world like hell. I say that, you should understand, Your Excellency Mizukage. Kagaya said that in her opinion, the reason why Hagoromo and Hamura in the past rebelled against Itsutsuki Kagaya was because Kagaya turned the world into a purgatory on earth. In order to prevent future generations from turning against Huaxian, Kagaya felt that it was necessary to turn Huaxian into a real version of the Greek god King Zeus. As long as he is merciful everywhere, has more children, and then entrusts the land of the world to his children, then the future generations will be able to keep themselves under his rule. Even if Huaxian leaves in the future and the descendants fight among themselves, that is also an internal matter of Uchiha, and there will be no problem if the species does not go extinct. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and Huaxian only needs to do her job well. The rest will be left to the children and grandchildren to solve by themselves. Chapter 51 Wife plus 1 May I think about it? After a long silence, Terumi Mei spoke. Ao, who was pressed to the ground, was speechless for a while. Since Terumi Mei didn't directly refuse, then this matter is basically a compromise. However, he would not criticize Terumi Mei for anything. On the one hand, the situation is stronger than people, and the sense of oppression that Kagaya gives them is even more unparalleled. Once they turn against each other, the future of Wien village is really worrying. On the other hand, as Mizukage of the village, if he can exchange for the development of the village and the future of the people at the price of his own sacrifice, in Qing's view, there is nothing wrong with it. At least Terumi Mei is indeed a qualified Mizukage. Yes, before you marry an adult, you are still the water shadow of Wien village first, and it is necessary to think about the village. You can also rest assured that the promise I made to you will definitely be fulfilled. Of course, I hope you don't take it by yourself. Looking for trouble. Please also believe that your 4 generations of Mizukage can be controlled by sharing on, so it is absolutely easy for us who have samsara to control this world. I know, today's matter will never be leaked out, it will become the most important secret of our Wien village, Terumi Mei said, and Ao followed her words. Me too, I didn't hear anything today. Well, very smart, by the way. If you want to meet an adult, I can also arrange it for you. At that time, if you need any supplies, you can just bring them up. It will be a wedding gift. As soon as Kagaya's words came out, Terumi Mei's eyes lit up immediately, and said, then tomorrow, after I have dealt with the matter here, I will find a time to meet with the adults behind you. I also want to see, what kind of person is my future husband? Then let's do it at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Don't worry, you will never be disappointed. Kagaya smiled and said, when Terumi Mei is brought over tomorrow, she can stay overnight. She believes that with Huaxian's level, she can definitely cook raw rice into mature rice. Kanaha, in the afternoon. When Huiye returned from Wien village, Hua Xianren was taking a nap at home. As soon as she came back, Hua Xianren immediately noticed and woke up from his sleep. Hua Xian naturally knew what Huiye was going to do. Hua Xian was also happy to see how she found a partner for herself. After all, Xiao Nan is a very good example. Hua Xian believes that with Huiye's vision, she will definitely introduce him to a very good partner. As for the bride price issue, that's not a problem at all. With the unlimited shopping area of the system mall, no matter how much the woman wants, Hua Xian can afford it. In fact, Hua Xian was happy to see the woman greedy and asking him for more supplies. Because there are more wives, there will certainly be no fewer offspring in the future. How can you lose points in the special purchase area for cultivating offspring? Although the skills and blood in the special purchase area cannot be directly strengthened by Huaxian and his created humans, consumables can be purchased and presented to them. Just like the pill that Huaxian gave Xionin last time, it was one of them. By the way, the chakra fruit produced by the sacred tree is also a consumable, which can be given to others to eat. Of course, even if it is her own child, it is impossible for Huaxian to give them fruits directly. If all of them become gods, once they rebel, then he will be in trouble. In Hua Xian's view, his child can have great strength, but he must not become a god or ancestor. Otherwise, if everyone is immortal, it may not be easy for him to hold a grandson. His child can become a ninja, and his strength reaches the shadow level or super shadow level, even if it is invincible. Unless Hua Xian leaves this world, he is doomed to overwhelm the children. How's it going? It's already been negotiated. Terumi May of the 5 generations of Mizukage is not bad. By the way, I made a promise on behalf of the adults. If you and that person have children in the future, I will pass on the daimyo of the country of water to both of you, descendants of man. Huiya said, but Hua Xian didn't care at all, and said, it's a trivial matter, you should tell her. By the way, let her help me have 2 more children, and then I will raise the children into their Wian village water shadow. Hee, I'll pay attention next time. Huiya said with a smile, and Xiao Nan on the side was also smiling, and then he couldn't help stroking his abdomen. While nothing noticeable has changed yet, she is already happy for her future baby. Seeing this, Huaxian smiled and said, what about Xionin? Which country or ninja village do you like? At that time, after our child is born, I will make him the leader of that place. Anywhere is fine, as long as you don't ignore me and the child. And it may not be a boy. Haha, don't worry, I don't have patriarchal ideas. If you feel worried, after the child is born, we will have another one. I don't dare to say anything else. If the resources are enough, the child must also, the more the better. Look at your virtue. Xiao Nan was speechless, but also happy for Hua Xian. In her opinion, no matter how many women Huaxian finds in the future, they are all her sisters, so there is no need to be jealous. Speaking of which, my lord, what do you think of Fenghua Xiaoxiu? Huiya suddenly opened his mouth, and Hua Xianren was also taken aback, and said, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, you mean the left-behind princess of the Snow Country Fenghua Xiaoxiu? Well, in the early years, Snow Country was usurped by his uncle Fukanatsu and Yukino together. Fuka Koyuki was rescued by Heide Kakashi, who was still Ambi at that time. Now, she has disguised herself as the movie star Fuji Fuyeki. Hui Huan is quite famous in the film and television industry. We can completely help her regain power and become a famous name in the Snow Country with the support of the restoration of the country and resources. Of course, the premise must be to let her marry you. Okay, as long as she looks good, I will leave this matter to you, Hua Xian said, and the plot of the theatrical version of Shueji Ninfa Tai also appeared in her mind. Of course, he also knew about Fenghua Xiaoxiu, but these years he was basically thinking of ways to earn points, or to collect the flesh and blood of powerful ninjas, and he didn't have much thought to pay attention to the little ones in the Snow Country. Place. Now that Hui mentioned it, Huaxian suddenly felt that this Fenghua Xiaoxiu was also a good candidate to be his wife. After all, the resources needed to raise a country are absolutely extraordinary. At that time, he will be able to earn a large wave of points again. As for Sakura, although Huaxian also had some thoughts about her. It's just that she is still too young now, so she has to be raised for a few years before talking about it. Chapter 52 Capitalists don't need feelings. The next day, people from Hui helped Huaxian get Fenghua Xiaoxiu's information. Huaxian thought for a while, and then said, well, you should discuss it with the third doctor first. Compared with Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who has a shadow on Fenghua and raging waves, the third doctor's desire for the restoration of the country is undoubtedly stronger. From him, if you start, you should be able to get twice the result with half the effort. I think so too. However, as a state minister, you will become a famous husband in the future. I'm afraid you have to meet them. There's nothing wrong with this. But before meeting those people, you have to help me get Terumi May out of the way. Even if you meet, you have to pay attention to first come, first served. No problem. As Kagaya said, the person also opened Huangquan Hirasaka, and disappeared into the house in an instant. When helping Huaxian collect information on Fenghua Xiaoxiu, others also inquired about the other party's whereabouts. By the way, it is naturally easy to find someone at this moment. As for Huaxian, on the contrary, she became much calmer. The more he talked about his wife, the more he felt that these were just business deals. Of course, if these women had children of their own, Huaxian would be brave enough to take responsibility. But the more women there are, the less he cares about women. After all, he is only one person, and it is impossible to cover everything. Now that the others already have Zionin, although Terumi-mei can only meet at night, it is basically a sure thing. Coupled with Fuka Koyuki, Sakura, and Hinata and Hanabi sisters who have been thinking about it for a long time, in the future, Ino, Tenten, Sagakushi's Tamari, Uzumaki's Karen, and the Witch Shin of the Ghost Country may also be counted. Calculated in this way, there are really too many women and girls he wants. If Kagaya's business develops well, the precious granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage Onoji, and the future fourth Tsuchikage, Kurido, may have some relationship with him. It can be said that with so many women, it is not difficult for Huaxian to raise them. But wanting to develop relationships with them at the same time is really too tortured. Therefore, Huaxian felt that she should just be a ruthless capitalist and treat her relationship with these women as a business. They want supplies, and Huaxian provides them in unlimited quantities. When Huaxian wanted a child, they helped her to give birth, that's all. Although this seems a bit scumbag, this is the world of Naruto, and ninjas regard themselves as tools. How can they talk about feelings? Even for people like Fenghua Xiaoxu and Ziwan, if they are related to the country, it is still a political marriage, and it is completely aligned with the interests. When it comes to relationships, Huaxian feels that she has lost instead. Yes, that's right, Huaxian wants to be a ruthless capitalist, the kind who uses a lot of money to slap women in the face. At night, in the big hotel in the small town of Jagong in the country of tea. Under Kagaya's leadership, Terumi Myron also met Huaxian, who had been waiting for a long time in the box. And when she saw Huaxian's face, Terumi-mei couldn't help but shine. Although she doesn't have that bad habit, but her future husband is handsome, at least she won't be too repulsed, and she will even find it very seductive. Then, let's have a good chat. I won't bother you, Your Excellency Mizukage. I have already prepared the room, and you can rest assured to stay here tonight, Kagaya said with a smile. Terumi-mei immediately felt a little embarrassed. Although she has never had a boyfriend, she has never seen a pig run, so she must have eaten pork. She could still understand the implication of Hui Yes words, that is, to settle the relationship between the two of them tonight. As for what to do, just do it in the room. Well, little brother, let me introduce myself first. My name is Uchiha Huashin, and don't call me little brother Humaime, you should also know why you are here. As soon as Huaxian said this, Terumi Myron fell into embarrassment again. That she originally thought that Huaxian, a boy, would be stage frightened in front of her, but she didn't expect to be so mature. Also Mei Ming, even the name is so kind. Okay, then I'll make it clear, Huaxian. Terumi-mei, as the fifth Mizukage, need your support for the village. I am willing to marry you for this. As for the name of the land of water, I don't value it that much, as long as we in village can develop. In other words, you take this as a deal, right? As Mizukage, it is only natural for me to make sacrifices for the development of the village. Of course, I am not only a village shadow, but also a woman. If I can get happiness, it would be great. I know, I can't guarantee you happiness, but there is absolutely no problem in terms of supplies. Huaxian spoke, but Terumi-mei's strange gaze greeted her. I don't doubt your ability to make the country of tea develop. It's just, looking at how young I am, do you think I don't have the ability to persuade? Yes, at least, before I see the supplies again, I must not confess myself casually. Haha. You don't scatter eagles when you don't see rabbits, but I can understand. Then, report the number. Huaxian smiled, not at all annoyed by Terumi-mei's attitude. On the contrary, in his opinion, this is what a shrewd woman should look like. If she confessed herself without getting anything, then Huaxian would despise her instead. In this regard, Terumi-mei didn't say anything, and directly handed over the documents she carried with her to Huaxian. After Kagaya approached her yesterday, she held a meeting with Kirigakure's senior management. In the end, it was natural that Terumi-mei agreed to the deal. There is no way. Huiyan has been too poor these past few years, and it is almost impossible to get rid of it. Therefore, they would naturally not object to Terumi-mei's decision to sell herself as Mizukage in exchange for supplies. What's more, after learning that the backside of Hui might be the source of the goods in Jagong town, they even wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune. If it wasn't for Huiya, who only found Terumi-mei, they would all want to sell their ass in exchange for Huaxian's support. Chapter 53. Terumi-mei was shocked. 5 kunao, 20 shurikens, 100 million detonating charms, 50 military food pills. Huaxian looked at the list of documents, while Ren also looked at Terumi-mei quite speechlessly. The latter seemed to have sensed his gaze, with a slightly embarrassed face, and said, I have already quoted the price according to the minimum demand of the village. It is also one of the 5 great ninja villages, so. Terumi-mei was a little embarrassed to finish the sentence. After all, even in the underground black market, the reward list for a movie class is at most about 1 million taels. In her words, she sold herself to Huaxian in exchange for supplies from Huiyan village. Although it was water shadow, the bounty on the underground black market was definitely higher than those wild monster shadows, but the bounty wouldn't be that high. 2 million or 3 million would already be the sky's the limit. But her offer, just the 100 million detonating talismans at a market price of 200 taels each, was enough to buy her, let alone other things. At least, if this business is done as a normal businessman, it is absolutely impossible to accept Terumi-mei's deal. After all, who would want to be taken advantage of. It's a pity that Hua Xian is not a normal businessman, he is not even a human anymore. I'm not complaining that the asking price of your Wuyan village is too high, I'm just thinking, one of the 5 dignified ninja villages, just have such a small appetite. Hua Xian looked contemptuous, and his words directly made Terumi Mei's mind unable to turn around. What do you mean, is it because I want too little? But, this is wrong, Lin Lin finally made up this list, at least enough to buy 10 me, the village should be making a lot of money. That. Miming, Kagaya should have told you, I already have a wife. I do know this, it seems that one is 33 years old, older than me, Terumi Mei said. Hua Xian also looked at her speechlessly, and said, come on, looking at you like this, you must not know how much Xiao Nan wants as a bride price. Why, does she want more than our Wuyan village? Terumi Mei was full of astonishment, it was hard for her to imagine that a 33-year-old woman would dare to ask for prices. This kind of woman who is over 30 years old is already very good if she can get married. It's not like her, although she is also at the age of 3, but no matter what, she is not yet 30. She was born in Yuyan village. The supplies I give her are to get whatever she asks for within 1 year, that is to say, within 1 year, no matter what she wants, or how much she wants, I will give it to you. Oh yes, because I will marry her again. Before, I had a good impression of her, so I also gave her 6,000 billion detonating charms. You can add up the sum yourself, Hua Xian said, and he didn't lie, although Xiao Nan used money to buy her detonating charm back then, with the little money she gave, let alone 6,000 billion, 6,000 million couldn't afford it. In order to earn points, Hua Xian's 6,000 billion detonation talismans are really a free gift. Terumi Mei was completely dumbfounded by this. Compared with the bride price that Xiao Nan asked for, her request is really too petty. Of course, she was still full of doubts about Hua Xian's statement. Leaving aside the rest, the 6,000 billion detonating symbols alone are unreliable no matter how you look at it. Even, in Terumi Mei's opinion, even if the previous ninja world wars are added up, the consumption of detonating symbols may not exceed 6,000 billion. Hua Xian, now I feel more and more that you are a liar. Why, question my ability again? But yes, such a large number would sound unreliable to normal people. Anyway, since I plan to marry you, it's okay to let you know some of my abilities. Ability? Well, I have the ability to create. As long as I know something, I can create infinitely, for example, the detonator. As soon as Hua Xian said this, a large stack of explosive symbols immediately appeared out of thin air in his hand. He was also stunned by Terumi Mei's hand. Are you, time and space ninjutsu? Many people will think so when they see my hand for the first time. But unfortunately, this is not a time and space ability. Although I can also time and space ninjutsu, this is indeed a void creation from scratch. This can be regarded as the ability of my reincarnation eye. As soon as Hua Xian said this, her ordinary eyes immediately changed into reincarnation eyes, leaving Terumi Mei stunned again. Although she had guessed earlier that Hua Xian might have the eyes of reincarnation just like Hui Ye, but witnessing it with her own eyes still made her gasp. Of course, she would never know that the so-called void creation was just Hua Xian's tricking her. It is impossible for Hua Xian to let outsiders know about things like the system, except for Hui, the creator himself. Even Xiao Nan, who was pregnant with his child, didn't know about it, and just thought that Hua Xian really knew how to create. No, I don't believe it. Since you said you have spacetime ninjutsu, then you may have hidden it in advance. Unless you conjure what I want. Okay, then what do you need? Just say it. Hua Xian had a smile on her face, and with the system maul in hand, as long as Terumi Mei dared to say it, he would give it to him, and he was not afraid of revealing his secrets at all. Regarding this, Terumi Mei also pondered for a moment, and said, I want you to make me women's underwear. By the way, the color must be pink, blue, and white, and it must be of the G level. Hua Xian smiled, and in the next moment, under Terumi Mei's horrified gaze, a 3-color interlaced G-grade underwear immediately appeared out of thin air, and was placed in front of Terumi Mei. This. Terumi Mei was stunned, while Hua Xianren took aim at her chest. Okay, you have seen the things. If there is no problem, I think it's time for us to develop our relationship. I also hope that you can wear the underwear you requested as soon as possible, miming. Terumi Mei immediately blushed at this. Well, things about supplies. Don't worry, it's definitely enough. And, as long as you perform well, I will give you an extra batch of supplies. After all, Xionin asked for so much, I can't treat you favorably here. Come on, let's go to the room to chat, just in time. You came here from Wuyan village, and you also need to wash off the wind and dust on your body. I'll wash it for you. With a smile all over her face, Hua Xian took Terumi Mei's hand and entered the room that Kagaya helped them prepare. Chapter 50 Fortune and Selection Exam. The next day, when Terumi Ming woke up, she was shocked to find that Hua Xian was looking at her with a smile on her face. Thinking of what happened last night, Terumi Mito couldn't help but blush. Of course, she didn't expect that Hua Xian, a 13-year-old child, would be so good at playing. People are still young, but there are so many tricks, it's ridiculous to have good skills. However, Terumi Mei is satisfied, very satisfied, and no longer sticks to Hua Xian's age, but hugs with others. Okay, that's it for today. Don't forget, you are still the water shadow of Wien village. Yes, then, what should we do in the future? It was only then that Terumi Myron realized that, after all, she and Huaxian could be regarded as a couple in a different place. If Huaxian didn't look for her, Terumi May would have a hard time finding Huaxian. Apart from knowing that he is from the Uchiha clan, Terumi May doesn't even know where Huaxian lives? At least, in her cognition, the Uchiha clan has been wiped out. Don't worry, you can just work in Wien village as usual. From today on, I will be your biggest backer. HUH.my lord, but, you are so bold, you dare to expose the ability of creation in front of me. Are you not afraid that I will take you down for the sake of Wien village? Can you beat me? Huaxian looked at her funny, which made Terumi May blush again, not knowing what to say. If Huaxian is a little adult now, then Terumi May is a little woman. In terms of mental age, Huaxian was even above her, so it was more than enough to take care of her. Whether it is hard power or soft power on the bed. By the way, supplies. Don't worry, I will give you 3 times the supplies. After you go back, tidy up my room and wait for me to pamper you. Beautiful you. Ha ha. Terumi May's coquettishness made Huaxian burst out laughing, and then she turned around and lay on top of her. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day of the Chunin selection exam. And the current Konoha is also the ninja team that gathered all the ninja villages to take the exam. In this regard, Naruto, Sasuke, and others are confident. For them, the practice nearly a month in advance has significantly improved their strength. Facing this exam, the ninjas of their class are full of confidence. On the contrary, Xiao Ying looked preoccupied. She hadn't been in contact with Huaxian for nearly a week, and she would think of him unconsciously in her spare time. Of course, she also knew that it was wrong for her to do so. He obviously likes Sasuke. How could he think about other boys behind Sasuke's back? But, does she really like Sasuke now? If he really likes Sasuke, why does Huaxian appear in his mind instead of Sasuke? This made Sakura very confused. Especially when she saw the medical ninja set that Huaxian gave him in her tool bag. Sakura would unconsciously compare Huaxian and Sasuke. Is Sasuke handsome? Handsome, cold, quiet, very cool. Is Huaxian handsome? She is handsome and gentle, and Huaxian is willing to point her out if she doesn't understand anything. And when Sakura was practicing, every time it was time to rest, she would also chat with her, very considerate. The most important point is that Huaxian gave her a lot of support. She once went to the market to inquire that the price of the set of medical ninja equipment that Huaxian prepared for her was really not low. A lot of surgical tools are exquisite, so the cost is naturally far higher than that of ordinary ninja tools. The price of a set of medical ninja equipment is at least dozens of times that of ordinary ninja equipment. Just like kitchen knives and samurai swords, they are both knives, but the prices are very different. Sakura knew very well that if she wanted to buy this set of medical ninja equipment on her own, she would have to perform at least 10 D-level missions. Moreover, it is only possible if it is executed alone and the full amount of remuneration is paid by oneself. If she was performing missions with a team like Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, she would have to do 40 D-level missions to earn the corresponding amount of money. In addition, Huaxian also taught her medical ninjutsu and allowed her to hone medical skills by herself, which cannot be measured by simple money. Compared with Huaxian, what about Sasuke? Apart from ignoring her, it seemed that he had never looked at her directly. Although she learned medical ninja, Sasuke was a little impressed. But she could feel that Sasuke didn't value her person at all, but valued her role. In Sasuke's eyes, Harano Sakura is just a pure medical tool. Sakura, are you okay? You look very depressed. In the classroom, seeing Sakura's sullen look, Naruto also showed worry. I'm fine, it's just that I haven't seen Huaxian for a few days, so I miss it. Huaxian, so that's the case, I really want to continue practicing with him. Although that guy has been teaching you medical ninjutsu, he has also given me and Sasuke a lot of help. Naruto said. Although Sasuke didn't answer, he nodded slightly to show his approval. He felt that the current self could definitely beat him who hadn't accepted the practice half a month ago. Sakura, since you want other people, Sasuke will leave it to me. When Sakura was depressed, Inoto suddenly rushed out, hugged Sasuke from behind, and made a funny face at Sakura. Sakura, who wanted to scold Ino, saw Sasuke's face, and Huaxian's smile suddenly appeared in her mind, but she didn't refute, and didn't say anything. Her reaction also made Ino stunned, completely confused. Sakura, what's wrong with you? Nothing to do with you. Could it be that you really like someone else? You, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Ying's face turned red all of a sudden. She knew that Huaxian was very special, and even had a wife. Asking her to admit that she likes a boy with a wife, Sakura naturally couldn't say it. However, her unnatural reaction made the careful Ino confirm his conjecture. It seems that you really like someone else. Then, Sasuke, I will not be polite. Although he noticed Sakura's strangeness, Ino didn't care at all, and put his arms around Sasuke's neck directly. His behavior made Sasuke very impatient. Who is he? He is Uchiha Sasuke, the avenger of the Uchiha clan. Women will only affect the speed at which he becomes stronger. Come down, do not do it. Ino acted coquettishly, which made Suzuki even more speechless. Sure enough, you are here too. This year's Chunin exam may become a very troublesome thing. Shikamaru and Koji walked towards several people. Together with them were Hinata, Shino and Kiba's 8th class. All 9 of their current ninja took the Chunin exam. But in this classroom, there are as many as 100 candidates for all the major ninja villages taking the exam. Chapter 55. And just when Konoha was focusing on the Chunin selection exam, Huaxian's home welcomed a guest. Oh, isn't this the White Tiger? I really didn't expect that you would develop such a relationship with this person. It's beyond everyone's expectations. Ashimaru, shut your stinking mouth for me, and be careful that I tear you apart. Konan looked directly at Orochimaru's vertical pupils, and said angrily. If she hadn't left Akatsuki and was inappropriate, she wouldn't mind cleaning up Orochimaru here. Although she is Huaxian's child now, it's been less than a month, and her body hasn't changed too much. Fighting will have no effect. She is also a cage class, she has no reason to be afraid of Orochimaru. Maybe you can't kill him, but it's absolutely fine to make him suffer. Hee, don't be so heartless, Behu. Okay. Orochimaru, you are not here to reminisce about the old days, are you? If you want to chat with members of the Akatsuki organization, I can help you. I just hope that you will not be slaughtered by those guys when the time comes. As soon as Kagaya opened his mouth, Orochimaru immediately suppressed his smile. Kagaya's special temperament that blends with the nature of heaven and earth makes him feel extremely dangerous. I remember, the matter of Suzuki has already been told to your subordinates earlier. Are you asking for trouble? No, I came here in person because I didn't get things done well. I don't know what Suzuki means to you, but even if you are from the same clan, there are differences of closeness, not to mention, that fellow Ataka did such a thing as extermination. As soon as Orochimaru said this, Hui Yurin was also in deep thought for a while, then he glanced at Xiao Nan again, and said, you'd better be prepared to persuade the adults, otherwise, be careful of your skin. While talking, Kagaya also opened the space tunnel of Huangquan Biliang Saka. In the next moment, Hua Xianren also slowly walked out of the dark tunnel. On his right hand, he was also pulling a man's arm. Walk out all the way, dragging out a scarlet bloodstain. This is Shui Ren. Orochimaru's face was a little suspicious, while Huaxian looked at Kagaya, then at Orochimaru and Xionin, with a dissatisfied expression. I'm busy, what's the matter? It's about Suzuki. Orochimaru came here in person. Huaxian frowned, quite dissatisfied. Ashimaru, do you think you have a strong life-saving ability and I can't kill you, so you came here to provoke me? No, I just think that Suzuki is not that important to you. As soon as Orochimaru's words came out, Kagaya also said next to Huaxian, Your Excellency wants to form your own family. Then, Orochimaru's words may not be considered, although Suzuki is also from the Uchiha clan, but for us, is always an outsider. Regarding this, Huaxian couldn't help but look at Xiao Nan thoughtfully. You're right, but even if Suzuki is an outsider to us, with Uchiha's power, I can't let him wander outside. Orochimaru, Suzuki, or Itaka, they can die, or even die without death. The whole body, but the Sharingan that symbolizes the power of Uchiha, you can never get it. Huaxian looked at Orochimaru displeasedly, then threw the half-dead Suinin in her hand into Huangquan Hirazaka. Not long ago, at the request of the third official of Snow Country, he helped Fenghua Xiaoxiu restore the country. At this moment, Fenghua Feudao has been chopped into pieces by him, and Suren village, which assisted Feng Huan Nu Tao in seeking to usurp the throne, was also not spared. At the request of one of his future wives, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, Huaxian directly attacked Suren village. And the ninjas in Suren village with 3 melons and 2 jujubes are naturally not enough for Huaxian to play with, and they will be useless after a few hits. Just when he was about to finish, Huiye came to him, and it would be no surprise if Huaxian was happy. Of course, if there were any major matters that required him to make a decision himself, he would not say anything. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be just a rehash of the past. Isn't this looking for a beating? Don't talk so badly, Huaxian. For Suzuki, I spent all my money and brought you the flesh and blood of a few cage-level strong corpses. That you should also know how valuable the technique of reincarnation is. It's very clear, once Suzuki is exchanged for a few cage-level ninjas, this is definitely a profitable deal, Orochimaru said, and then took out a bundle of scrolls. He himself is also a user of the technique of reincarnation of the dirty soil, so he naturally knows the power of this technique. Although he had started the business of stealing graves with Huaxian earlier, he was also afraid that Huaxian would use this technique against him in the future. Therefore, Orochimaru has always only sold some of the flesh and blood of the ninja, cage-level ninjas, but keep it for yourself, just in case. If it wasn't for Suzuki's difficulty in getting past Huaxian, he would never have exchanged the flesh and blood of these cage-level ninjas today. After all, reincarnating those cage-level ninjas from the soil is also a big help for Orochimaru. Ashimaru, have you misunderstood something? Do you really think that I really have to be reincarnated in a mere filth? What? Dashawan's complexion changed, and Huaxian's disdain made him feel ominous. Reincarnation of the dirt is indeed very good, but after all, it is just a ninjutsu of mortals, which has very huge limitations. A ninja who has reached the strength of the shadow level can actually resist the control of the jutsu to a certain extent. The category of cage level. Not only can the filthy reincarnation not be able to control those guys, but even the caster is at risk of being backlashed. And Orochimaru, do you really understand the filthy reincarnation technique? What do you want to say? The ninjutsu of reincarnation, in addition to the flesh and blood of the dead, the soul can also be used as a medium for summoning. The flesh and blood in your scroll, if I guess correctly, is the second generation of Mizukage and the second generation of Earth's Shadow. As soon as Hua Xian said this, Orochimaru panicked completely. With his eyes looking directly at him, Orochimaru felt like he was completely seen through. Chapter 56. The end of your life pursuit is just my starting point. Hui Ya. Yes, my lord. With just one look at Hua Xian, Hui Ya knew what he wanted to do. She opened Huangquan Biliangban again, grabbed it casually, and threw the 2-by-Ju out of it. Pure land call. Huaxian's eyes turned into reincarnation eyes, and in an instant, 2 souls emerged from the void. The art of reincarnation of dirty earth. With Huaxian's soft drink, the 2 souls immediately merged into Baiju's body. The surrounding dust also began to gather, revealing the figures of the second generation of Dokage Mu and the second generation of Mizukage Ghost Lantern. It's really possible. Then, why, since you can directly summon the soul from the Pure Land and perform the technique of reincarnation in the Dirty Land, why do you need to collect the flesh and blood of strong ninjas? Dashuan's face was full of confusion, and he was a little more afraid of Huaxian. Although he didn't know what was going on with Hua Xian, but in his opinion, since Hua Xian's understanding of reincarnation in the dirty soil was superior to his, it might be unmatched in ninjutsu and other abilities. Why, needless to say, of course it is to give you a reason to exchange supplies from me. If you really don't want anything, you may not dare to take things from me. When the world's demand for the supplies I provide is greater at that time, it means that the world needs me more and more. If one day, they will not be able to live without my supplies. Orochimaru, don't you think this is very interesting? You want to rule the world? Do you want to be a god worshipped by the world? Aren't I enough to become a god now? Huaxian looked at Dashuan with a sneer, and the deep pupil power of Samsara's eyes made Dashuan break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't even deal with Itake with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, let alone Huaxian with the Samsara. It seems that Suzuki's matter is over for me. That's a matter of course, and whether you can escape from here alive is a question. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. The moment Huaxian opened his mouth, Orochimaru immediately stretched out his right hand towards him, and several pythons rushed out along his arm, heading straight for Huaxian's face. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Huaxian opened her mouth, and a burning hot fireball spewed out instantly. In an instant, the pythons of Orochimaru were burned to ashes. The fireball also blasted open the gate, blasting most of the room down. Really, the house that was just repaired not long ago was destroyed directly. Hui Ya was speechless, although Huaxian sometimes didn't know the severity of her actions, but she knew that the demolition of the house was probably done intentionally by others. It doesn't matter. This house is not big. If it's just me and you, there will be no problem. But there will be a lot of wives and children in the future, and this space will not be enough. Just take this opportunity to raise Uchiha's old site. For the flat land, just build a big house again. Okay, I will contact the construction team again. Well, then. How long are you going to hide, Orochimaru? If a ninjutsu like fireball can kill you, then you don't know how many times you will die. Huaxian looked at the broken floor, and the next moment, the figure of Orochimaru slowly emerged from it, with a very ugly expression on his face. Honestly, Huaxian, I really don't want to be an enemy. Don't force me. Ridiculous. What qualifications do you have to be my enemy, Orochimaru? Your strongest ninjutsu is nothing more than dirty reincarnation and 8-chi jutsu. With this ability, how do you think you can defeat me? Seeing Huaxian being so disdainful, Orochimaru's face turned completely dark. Not only the resentment of Huaxian's contempt, but also the horror of his understanding of his own skills. That's right, before Orochimaru defected to Konoha, he had secretly broken into Konoha's forbidden surgery room. Among the scrolls of forbidden techniques in the village, he specially selected 2 forbidden techniques that he valued very much, namely the technique of reincarnation of unclean soil and the technique of Beiki. And these 2 forbidden techniques have become Orochimaru's most powerful ninjutsu. Needless to say, the technique of reincarnation in the dirty soil, Huaxian has already shown a way of understanding and using it that far surpasses Orochimaru. As for the Beiki technique, although Orochimaru doesn't know why Huaxian despises it so much, it may be that he has a more detailed understanding than him, which is why it is so. Although he was a little afraid of Huaxian's ability, this made Orochimaru interested. He also wanted to see how much Huaxian knew about the Beiki technique besides the technique of reincarnation in the dirty soil. Then, let's try it out. Ah! With a low growl, Orochimaru's body swelled immediately, transforming into a huge basilisk with 8 heads and 8 tails, just like the great monster in Japanese myths and legends, Yamata no Orokai. One of the snake heads opened its mouth, revealing the upper body of Orochimaru. Opening his mouth, a Kusanagi sword spit out from his mouth immediately, and was caught by Orochimaru. You are not small, Orochimaru, you are a traitor. how dare you use this kind of ninjutsu in Konoha? It doesn't matter, besides, don't think I don't know that old Danzo is dead. I think it's probably your masterpiece, Huaxian, even if Konoha knows I'm here. But if she knows it's me when they are fighting you, they may not intervene in it. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight is the best choice for them. Then let me also show you your 8 chi skills, Huaxian. Dare I say that before? Presumably you should also understand and even learn this technique. Orochimaru's eyes were full of fire, and Huaxian also laughed, not denying it. Hey, Orochimaru, what is your dream? Dream, it's really a long memory. But if you really want to talk about this thing, it's not without it that I want to obtain an immortal life, so that I can learn all ninjutsu in the world and grasp the truth in the world. I see. Is this what you want to pursue after becoming this ugly posture? It's a pity. What a pity. The end you are pursuing is just my starting point. Starting point? Could it be that you... That's right, the power that a ninja can master, including taijutsu, ninjutsu, illusion, and various secret techniques, blood succession limit, blood succession elimination, all these things add up, a total of 27,542 kinds. I have learned them all. Uchiha Huashin, are not only the ultimate embodiment of the ninja profession, but I also surpassed the ninja, and even broke through the life limit of human beings, and obtained an immortal life. Orochimaru, I am the one you most want to be in your dreams exist. You. The art of 8 tokis. Almost immediately, Sarutobi and Kakashi and other ninjas recognized Orochimaru's handwriting. After all, if you want to say who is the best at playing snakes in the ninja world, it must be Orochimaru. Not daring to hesitate, Kakashi and other ninjas in the village immediately gathered around Sarutobi. It's not that they don't want to find out, but the place where Orochimaru appeared is too sensitive. Since Huaxian moved into Konoha, Sarutobi has also listed the former site of the Uchiha clan as a forbidden area, and only certain people like Suzuki can enter there. Even when Class Dash and others were practicing some time ago, it was under the special permission of Sarutobi. But even so, Kakashi actually didn't want to stay there any longer. Having suffered from Huaxian, he naturally wished to stay away from Huaxian. Lord Hokage. Okay, I got it. Whether it's Huaxian, that woman named Hui, or Orochimaru, they are extremely dangerous people to the village. Although looking at the situation, they seem to be in conflict, but the village still it's better not to get involved. Kakashi, Asuma, and Hong, as Jounin of the village, you each lead a team of Umbu to evacuate the nearby people. When those 3 guys fight, the scope of the impact may not be large. It will be small. Sarutobi ordered. Kakashi and others also nodded. They really want to take advantage of this opportunity to catch them all in one go, but anyone who understands knows that it is simply wishful thinking. Although Orochimaru is very strong, even in the hearts of many ninjas present, he is a legendary figure. But Hokage's confidants like Kakashi are very clear that Orochimaru is far behind Huaxian and Kagaya. Perhaps the idea of fighting Orochimaru is still possible, but if Huaxian and Kagaya, come on, they still want to live a few more years in the clan land. This is your Beiki technique. Orochimaru looked at Huaxian's changes in astonishment, not for anything else. As far as Yaki's technique is concerned, Huaxian's size is too small. Although you can feel the extraordinary power contained in the 8 snake heads behind Huaxian, in terms of appearance, it really can't be compared with his current Yamata no Orokai. At least, Orochimaru is much more domineering. Body size doesn't mean anything at all. On that night 13 years ago, didn't the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato seal the Kyuubi with his tiny body? A real strong person is one who can reasonably use his own power to transform his body, bring out the power to the greatest extent. Although I look down on the Yaki art, it is undeniable that this Yaki art is indeed unique. No, I actually understand all the forbidden arts in the entire ninja world, and I also know those forbidden arts. The merits of the technique, Huaxian said, and a snake head behind her also rubbed against Huaxian's ear affectionately. Snake Zinzi, who keeps spitting out, is also licking Huaxian for a while, full of spirituality. It sounds like that, so let me see your strength. Orochimaru manipulated Yamata no Orokai and rushed directly towards Huaxian. Regarding this, Kagaya and Zionin stepped aside, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Both of them have the ability to fly, so there is no need to worry about being involved in the battle. Immortal Art Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art. Immortal Art Ice Escape Cold Moon Frost Blossom. Immortal Art Lightning Escape Pseudo Darkness. Immortal Law Landun Light Fang. Immortal Art Boiling Escape Artful Mist Technique. Immortal Art Melting Escape Burning River Rock Art. Almost instantly, 6 of the snakeheads on Huaxian's back directly displayed different ninjutsu. Because it is a fairy technique that uses natural energy, the power of all ninjutsu has at least increased several times. The flame dragon head of Huo Dun's Halong fire art directly exploded one of the snakeheads, and the flesh and blood scattered. The cold air exhaled by Ice Escape's Leng Yuzhuan Hua froze one of the snakes into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into ice shards all over the sky. Lei Dun's false darkness split a snake's head into charcoal, and there was still a faint smell of meat. Lan Dun's bare teeth cut a snake in half, and blood poured out. The acid mist erupted by Boa Dun's skillful mist technique is extremely acidic, directly corroding a snake's body into a shapeless shape, like rotten meat. The molten rock technique of burning rivers and rocks was even more ruthless, the terrifying magma completely incinerated the snake's body, leaving no slag left. Impossible, your Beiki technique is actually. Orochimaru's complexion changed wildly, and the Yaki Orokai lost 6 snake bodies in an instant, and the remaining 2 were basically doomed to do nothing. Moreover, he can be sure that if his 8 snake bodies had fought together, the other 2 snakeheads on Huaxian's back would also have used ninjutsu, directly abolishing his 8 chi technique. Ashimaru, to be honest, I don't even know what you think. What, am I wrong? I obviously wanted to learn all the ninjutsu in the world, but I didn't think about using them. The 8-headed jutsu has 8 heads and 8 tails, and it is very suitable as a medium for ninjas to perform jutsu. Jutsu techniques can be used in conjunction with each other. In this regard, the 3-generation-old man himself is the best representative. As his most proud disciple, you don't know how to use it. Your knowledge is really in vain. I am different, mastering I, who have all the ninjutsu in the world, will naturally use them all at the right time. Although the 8 chi jutsu is not a great ninjutsu in my opinion, it allows me to perform 8 kinds of ninjutsu at the same time. The above ninjutsu. If I add my eyes, hands and feet, and even my hair, then I can perform more than 15 kinds of ninjutsu at the same time. Orochimaru, this is the gap between you and me. You, this monster. At this time, Orochimaru also discovered the weirdness of Huaxian Yaki's art, because in addition to the reincarnation eyes of his own eyes, the 8 snakes and 8 snakeheads and snake eyes behind him are all kaleidoscope writing sharing eyes. Moreover, all the kaleidoscope Sharingan patterns are not the same. Even the eyes on a snakehead have 2 different kaleidoscope patterns. At this moment, Orochimaru couldn't help but gasp. If the kaleidoscopes of these snakeheads all represent a kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil technique, then this means that Huaxian can at least perform more than 30 ninjutsu at the same time. Is this TMD something humans can do? Orochimaru didn't think there was anything wrong with saying he was a monster. Chapter 58. Then, this farce should be over. Orochimaru, although your strength is not very good, but I have to say, you made me have a lot of fun. Huaxian smiled grimly, and Dashawan's face was already ferocious. I'm not someone who will end up here, Uchiha Huashin. One day, I will definitely reach your current level, and even surpass you on this basis. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Oh, it's amazing to use what you've learned now. Seeing Orochimaru slapped both hands, the remaining snakehead immediately opened its mouth, and countless poisonous snakes swarmed out instantly. The formation of 10,000 snakes, even in Orochimaru's snake-type ninjutsu, is considered a very powerful move. This move can spit out countless psychic poisonous snakes from the mouth, burying the enemy in the snake-type. The poisonous snakes themselves can also spit out sharp swords from their mouths like Orochimaru. Once they are swept by this trick, their fate will definitely be dead. Now, Orochimaru uses this ninjutsu through the giant mouth of Yamada no Orokai, and the formation speed of the snake-tide is naturally far faster than his own release. Almost in the next second, most of the Uchiha tribe was almost submerged in the overwhelming poisonous snakes. Ashimaru, what a poisonous snake. Zionen's face was solemn. If she fought against Dashuan, although she could rely on the air superiority to remain undefeated. But it is absolutely impossible for her to kill Orochimaru in this state, and neither party can do anything about it. This kind of trick can't help your lord at all. The real purpose of Orochimaru is to use this trick to escape. Kaguya saw what Orochimaru was thinking at a glance. Xiao Nanren was also startled, and soon found countless white snakes running around hidden in the snake-tide. This guy Orochimaru. Okay, don't worry, this means that my lord has no intention of killing him. If I really want to kill Orochimaru, I won't talk to him anymore. As soon as Hui Yes words came out, Xiao Nanren was also a little stunned, only to realize that Huaxian chose to remain indifferent looking at the white snake running around. Why, you have already fought to this point, why did you let Orochimaru go? Maybe, I want to use Orochimaru's hand to do something, for example, Konoha. At least, the current adults don't want to attack the village directly. Orochimaru is a good pawn. Zion Fa fire escape Huo extinguished. Just when Kaguya opened his mouth, the 8 snakeheads behind Huaxian immediately spewed out monstrous waves of fire from their mouths, sweeping across the entire Uchiha clan. All of a sudden, the entire clan was engulfed in a sea of flames. The snake waves of Orochimaru were wiped out in an instant, and the thick smoke shot straight into the sky. Now, you don't even need to call the demolition team. After the turmoil in Konoha is over, you can call the construction team to build a new Uchiha clan land here. Huiya said with a smile. When all the buildings in the clan land were burned down, Hua Xianke used the water escape to extinguish the fire, revealing the scorched land. Huiya, for the next period of time, you will bring Xiao Nan to live in the small town of Jigong. I see. Also, on your side, it's almost time to do something. It is good. The movement of the Uchiha clan is not small, and anyone who cares can feel it. However, no matter what happens here, the Chunin selection exam cannot be interrupted. This is a joint exam initiated by Konoha to the major ninja villages. As the owner, it is naturally impossible to stop it privately because of some accidents. Otherwise, Konoha, the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, will lose all face. If it loses prestige because of this, then the loss outweighs the gain. Finished. In the office building, Sarutobi, who was standing at the window, was also looking at the direction where the thick smoke rose, with a serious expression on his face. In his opinion, an Orochimaru should not cause such a big commotion. Although Sarutobi didn't know Huaxian's ability very well, but according to the report of the intelligence department, he also knew a little bit about Huaxian's method of killing the roots. And including Danzo, so many root ninjas have been planted so easily, with Orochimaru alone, it should be easy for Huaxian to deal with it. No matter how you say it, it's not enough to order the clan land too. There must be a demon in this abnormal situation, and Yuan Firen feels more and more dangerous about Huaxian. On the other side, in the clan land of the Hyaga clan, all the ninjas of the Hyaga clan also gasped. Naturally, they also noticed the movement of the Uchiha clan, but without Sarutobi's permission, they didn't dare to approach easily, but this didn't prevent them from exploring the situation of the Uchiha clan with their blank eyes. And this also allowed them to see the horror of Huiya and Huaxian. When he noticed the movement of the Uchiha clan, he knew that Orochimaru and Huaxian had a conflict. As Orochimaru's right-hand man, Do knows many secrets and actions of Orochimaru. Of course, he knew about Orochimaru's visit to Huaxian. Now the Chunin exam has started, and according to the information he has collected, it has been determined that the second exam is the best time to win Suzuki. But at this moment, something happened to Orochimaru, who was the leader, and Dodo had to worry about whether the plan could go on smoothly. Of course, if you're worried, you won't be in a mess. Before the life and death of Orochimaru is determined, the exam will still go on. No matter how life or death to Shawan is, he will find him by himself, and there is no need to worry about it. As for whether to attack Suzuki, that's something Orochimaru should think about, and Do only needs to obey the arrangement of Orochimaru. Rain Country, Yuyin Village. Since the last time Kagaya brought Zionin back to visit Nagato, he fulfilled his promise to Zionin, and Yuyin Village was ruled by Nagato. As for the Sanchoyo Hanzo and his ninjas, they were naturally wiped out. In front of Kagaya, ninjas below the 6 paths level, whether they are Cage or Super Cage, are all ants, without the slightest ability to resist. Nowadays, although Yuyin Village is still raining heavily every day, under the rule of Nagato, it has a different vitality. For Nagato, who has the eyes of reincarnation, the villagers also regard him as a god. They also believe that under the leadership of God, the village will surely prosper. At this time, the central tower. Long time no see, Nagato, Zionin, Master Kagaya. Seeing the two people appearing from Wonkwan Hirasaka, Nagato was also extremely happy, and bowed to Kagaya that after taking the elixir provided by Huaxian, he has completely recovered. Not only did his chakra skyrocket, but even his crippled feet fully recovered. Now he no longer needs pain Lyudeo. He himself is the strongest pain. Chapter 59 Akatsuki's new plan. A moment later, in the underground cave where the golem of the outside world was placed, phantoms also appeared on the fingers of the golem. What's the matter? Is there another meeting? Have you noticed? The organization seems to have lost a few faces and gained a few newcomers. It is indeed, moreover, an incredible character. Kakuto, Sia, and the others talked a lot, all focusing on Kagaya's phantom. Many people here have had business dealings with Huaxian, and they also know of Hui's existence. Especially Itaki, after seeing Kagaya, others had an ominous premonition. Long time no see, everyone. Just after the members of the organization gathered, the phantom of Nagato also emerged. It's just that his appearance aroused everyone's doubts. After all, in the past, he always appeared in front of everyone in the form of Tiandeo Pain. Who are you, guy? Samsara. It can't be that the leader was killed, even the eyes were gouged away. I didn't see Ju, and Xiao Nan's words are not there, the two of them, they were also killed by someone, right? Okay, don't guess, the one who appeared in front of you in the past was just a clone of me. Now this appearance is my real body. As for Ju, he was killed by Kagaya together with a Fei. Now, I have already decided to cooperate with Uchiha Hanafen behind Kagaya, and the strength of our organization has naturally grown unprecedentedly. Nagato opened his mouth and said, Kagaya also showed his Xian ring, and said, from now on, I will replace Ju's position. As for Zionin, she is already married to an adult. What? No way, I really can't tell. That woman Zionin can still eat young grass. Kakuto, Daidala and others talked a lot, while Itake frowned. The information revealed in Kagaya's words was like a bolt from the blue to him. Many things far exceeded his expectations. And with his ugly face, there is also his partner, Kisame. He himself was drawn into the organization when Afe was in Wuyan village. Now that Afe is dead, Kisame is a little at a loss. Aside from whether you are the real leader or not, does the current situation mean that our organization's plan will undergo some changes? Itaki asked. Nagato also looked at him with deep meaning, and said, indeed, after cooperating with Uchiha Huashin and Kagaya, the development of the organization has a greater choice. After my discussion with Huashin, also confirmed the two major routes we will take next, which will determine the future of this world. Two major routes. Yes, the first one is to organize the original plan, collect the tailed beasts distributed in the major ninja villages, integrate the huge chakra into the golems, and make them into the ultimate weapon that can deter any country in any ninja village. As long as there is this weapon as a deterrent, then no country or ninja village will dare to start a war easily. However, because of the cooperation with Huaxian, I have also made corresponding adjustments to this plan. I have the eyes of Reincarnation, Kagaya, Huaxian also has it, so it is not difficult to collect tailed beasts. Therefore, I have listed Huaxian's plan as the next focus of our organization. Even if it is the ultimate weapon, it must serve it. What's the plan? With the 5 major powers as the core, the plan to unify the world and usher in a new era, I call it the Empire Plan. Empire, it sounds like an incredible plan. Could it be that you want to launch a war against the 5 major powers? Fei Duan seemed a little excited. He was a fanatical believer of the evil god, and he was especially keen on sacrificing his life for the evil god. Once a world-class war really takes place, then he will definitely be able to offer a large number of sacrifices to the evil god. It is indeed a war. However, it is different from the previous ninja wars. This time the war will be a capital war without gunpowder. It will cover all human beings in the whole world. No one will be spared. Once it succeeds, we will directly control the direction of the entire world, and truly achieve a unified world. Hui Ye said. At this moment, everyone was aroused by her words. How to do it? Presumably you all have vivid memories of the fact that a few years ago, the town of Jigong sold goods at a low price, which led to a sharp drop in world prices. Of course, isn't this the masterpiece of Hua Xian and Yu? That's right, because the adults provided unlimited quantities of goods and sold them cheaply, the prices in the market suffered a huge impact. Countless people went bankrupt and went to the end. But it is undeniable that there are also people who have obtained huge benefits from this. Make a fortune. And after the adults cut off the supply of goods, the prices in the market suffered a huge impact again. The price of goods began to skyrocket, and some people went bankrupt overnight and became rich. Overnight. Economic development is related to the country, Ren village, and people's livelihood in future. Therefore, this war will start with the economy. Could it be that the scene in the small town of Jigong will appear again? The corners of the eyes widened, already looking forward to it. If the scene in Jigong town continues, it will undoubtedly be the time for him to make a fortune. No, the scene back then was just a test, to test the reactions of countries, ninja villages, and markets from all walks of life. Next time, it will be real. Because, this time our goal is only one: food. Food, that's right, no matter which country, which ninja village or force it is, they are composed of human beings. Human beings must eat and drink, and food is naturally the most important thing for human beings. As long as if we control the food of the world, then the world is not what we decide. You don't want to sell food cheap, do you? No, we won't sell food cheaply. We want to destroy the granary of this world, so that all human beings in this world can't eat. As soon as Hui Ye said this, everyone was stunned, and their pupils dilated unnaturally. Regarding this, Kagaya also laughed, and said, you must have already guessed it. That's right, it is July, and after a while, it will be the autumn of harvest. During this period, our organization's most important task is to destroy all the food-producing farmlands around the world. Countries that mainly develop agriculture, such as the land of fields, the land of fire, and the land of rivers, are our primary targets. As long as this year's grain with a large reduction in production, food prices around the world will definitely take off directly. Even if countries have food reserves, as long as we work for 2 or 3 years, countries will be powerless even if they want to help the victims. When the daily price of 20 taels of bread rises to 1,000 at 2 o'clock in 2000, more than 90% of the people in the world will be hungry. If the people want to survive, they can only eat wild vegetables, gnaw on tree bark, or even exchange seeds. At that time, a large amount of food will be able to come out to save the world. We, without a doubt, will be the true saviors. Chapter 60: The outside and inside of the plan. What an incredible plan. However, there is a problem here. Will we really be able to come up with a large amount of food at that time? No, it should be said, you and Uchiha Huashin behind you, really can it provide enough food for us to control the world? Kisame said. Kagaya immediately laughed and nodded. Of course, at this point, there is nothing to hide. My lord, he has the ability to create infinite things. Infinite creation? What do you mean? It means literally. Adults have the unlimited ability to create matter, which only belongs to adults. Whether it is weapons, food, clothing, utensils, adults can create everything. Otherwise, you think the town of Jigong back then, why can we provide goods in unlimited quantities, or sell them at a low price? It is precisely because of this ability that things like materials are the easiest weapons for us to conquer the world. This is also the capital that can only be mobilized directly by adults. War. As soon as Hui Ye's words came out, everyone was extremely shocked. Everyone present knows the reason why various countries launched several ninja world wars in the past. In the final analysis, it is not for resources and interests. And Huaxian can create unlimited materials, which represents an infinite future. Whoever can get Huaxian's support will become the mainstream of the world, there is no doubt about it. The resources in this world are like a piece of cake, there are only so many things, and those who are capable naturally want to eat more. But now, there is a person who can make unlimited cakes, and the world will naturally flock to the creator. That's how it is. When the whole world is starving, our organization can completely unify the world in the name of one country. It's like the small town of Jigong that year became the World Trade Center. This time, we will establish a world federation, let the countries of the world, Shinobu village, bow down to us. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and assign tasks. Such a scene is really exciting, Scorpion said, but Nagato looked at Deidara beside him. When it comes to destroying farmland and attacking big agricultural countries, Daidala, your ability is undoubtedly the most simple and practical. That's right, leader, this time, it's time for the world to see my art. Deidara's heart was full of excitement, as if he had seen the magnificent scene of world nuclear peace. In this regard, Nagato naturally understood, and said, general explosions don't make much sense. This time, please provide your most powerful artwork. At least, you must ensure that the problem is solved once, and blow me up directly. Destroy the agricultural production bases of various countries. No problem. As soon as Deidara agreed, Nagato also immediately formed a seal, channeled a map scroll, and spread the map out. This is the location coordinates of the agricultural production bases collected by Kaguya, each country, and the major ninja villages that you must remember it well. This time, Kisame, Itake, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Scorpion, the 5 of you will do your best. Cooperate with Deidara and complete the task. Hey, let us cooperate with this guy. Why? Don't you agree, Hijuan? Deidara looked at several people with a sullen expression, especially Fei Duan. The two often bickered on weekdays. To be entrusted with a heavy responsibility by Nagato this time, he had to ask Hijuan to show off. Regarding this, Fei Duan turned his head away and pouted his mouth a little angrily. Scorpion and Zhao pretended not to see it. Although these two were their team members, in their eyes, they were idiots and childish. If it really offends them, just kill them. One is used to sell money, and the other is used to make puppets. Then, that's the end of the meeting. Kaguya and I still have things to do. We'll discuss the next move after your tasks are completed, Nagato said. Ren and Kaguya disappeared immediately. Yuyin Village, in the central tower. Just like Obito directly controls the 4th Mizuke Gyakura of Kirigakure, and then controls Kirigakure village, I will also secretly control the daimyo and royal families of the 5 major countries, and then control the major countries and affect the situation of the world. This is undoubtedly more important. Fast, however, this will be accompanied by some risks. With Master Kaguya's strength, there should be no problem. Nagato is full of respect, although he has always regarded himself as a god. But after he really came into contact with Kaguya, he realized that Kaguya is the real god. His words are not even half-baked. Regarding this, Huiye sighed, and said, it's a pity that my lord doesn't want to start a war directly, otherwise, it would save a lot of trouble. No, the aftermath of the war is still great. It is actually a good thing for that person to have this consideration. Okay, Akatsuki's words, I will leave it to you to keep an eye on. I will personally handle the 5 great ninja villages. As for the 5 great ninja villages, Huiyin village is actually under the control of adults. Sandian and Konoha there may be a twists and turns in between, but it is also a good time for adults to infiltrate. As for Union and Yenyan, it may take a little effort, but the problem should not be too big. When the 5 major countries and the 5 ninja villages are all under the control of adults, naturally, this world has become one of the adults' words. World unification is just around the corner. Such a scene is really exciting. Nagato looked yearning, and Zionin who was beside him also laughed. The peaceful future that she, Nagato, and Yahiko longed for in the past may appear in Hua Xian's hands. At night, a secret base outside Konoha village. You're here, Dope. Master Orochimaru, are you alright? Although Orochimaru's face has always been pale, it's rare to see it so pale like now. The last time was when Orochimaru attacked Itaki and was cut off by Itaki. Don't worry, it's just a small injury, it's okay. The plan is carried out as usual. Although we fought with Huaxian this time, I also indirectly understood their attitude towards Suzuki. The only regret is that we will have to live in hiding again in the future. Orochimaru showed regret that he knew that once he attacked Suzuki, it meant that the Otanin village he built would never go back, and Huaxian would definitely take care of it. Chapter 61. The second exam. The next day, on the outskirts of the Death Forest, all the candidates who passed the first exam also gathered here. Because the next exam is extremely dangerous for candidates must fill out a responsibility statement before taking part. Fighting for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls can use any means, and killing is naturally inevitable. In the past, the Chunin exams were also held in the Death Forest. There were 800 candidates who died in the forest, if not 1,000. Suzuki, are you alright? Stupid, what can I do? No, I can tell by your expression that you have something on your mind, Naruto said, but Suzuki snorted coldly and didn't pay much attention. Of course, it is impossible to say that there is nothing wrong with my heart. At first I thought it was just to take part in a Chunin selection test, but after the first written test was over, I found out that I couldn't go back to the clan. The entrance was directly guarded by a group of Chunin from the village, and a banner was pulled up, completely prohibiting people from entering the village. He wasn't stupid either. Thinking of what happened in the village yesterday, Suzuki guessed that there must be a battle in the clan. It's just that he never thought that it took less than a day, and now there is nothing left of the clan land that was decent in the past. Suzuki couldn't figure it out. How could Huaxian's ability cause the clan to suffer such damage? Now that the clan land has been destroyed, and the Huaxian people have disappeared, this makes Suzuki feel unspeakable anxiety that he desperately wanted to know what happened in the clan land yesterday. For this reason, he also asked Kakashi and the ninjas in the village, but everyone was very jealous and did not answer his question. Suzuki knew that there must be many secrets hidden in it. Naruto and Sakura are similar, after all, they have been practicing in the clan land for a month, and now that the Uchiha clan land has been destroyed, the two of them are naturally depressed. But compared to themselves, the two are actually more worried about Suzuki. Even Suzuki had already lived outside after the night of genocide. But the home in my memory is gone, I must feel uncomfortable. But at this moment, Suzuki himself knew that the exam was the most important thing. Therefore, others also forcibly suppressed the doubts of the tribe, and just focused on the next exam. The other side. I really didn't expect that you would come to us and act with us. It's just that I have my own goals. Anyway, I'm playing in the Death Forest, so let's drop by along the way. Hee. If the people in Konoha know that we suddenly formed a small team like this, I'm afraid they will be scared out of their wits. Who knows? In Kuzenaga's team, the long-haired man looked at his companion with interest. As for the other person, he didn't even dare to vent his breath. He knew that if his two companions were not happy, he might be chopped into pieces in the next second. However, it's really great that you can give up on him, so that I can flex my muscles during this period. Don't be self-righteous, you are just a pawn in my eyes, the bald grass ninja said, but the long-haired grass ninja and the other person immediately chose to remain silent. The strange thing is that they obviously didn't have the slightest scruples to talk, but the Chunin in the surrounding Konoha didn't seem to hear anything, just looked around. After a while, then, the second Chunin selection exam begins. Looking at the time on the watch, Mitere Anko, who was the chief examiner, announced immediately. Almost at the same time, the outer entrances were immediately opened, and all the candidates who took the exam immediately rushed into the forest. Next, my target is those 3 people. How about it? Do you want to act with me? Let's also see how far Itaka's younger brother can do it. Not interested, but Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto can't die, you know. No problem, as long as you allow me to attack Suzuki, I'm not interested in his companions at all. While speaking, the 3 Kusanagi immediately dispersed. Among them, the bald Kusanagi took off his bamboo hat, and then his body changed immediately. It was Huasien himself. His eyes turned into pure eyes, and for a moment, the entire death forest was directly shrouded in his perception. The long-haired Kusanagi who was disguised by Orochimaru seemed to be aware of it, and immediately felt creepy. He was also very sure that he was able to escape from Huasien yesterday, not because of his own ability, but because Huasien deliberately let him go. The other side of the forest. Karen, who was also Kusanagi, immediately went limp in her legs and sat slumped on the ground. What's the matter? The exam has just begun, so don't say you have a physical problem. As a companion, Kusanagi passerby looked at Xiang Rin with disgust on his face. Although Ka Rin, who was a member of the Uzumaki family, has a very unique physique, absorbing her chakra can instantly heal injuries and even restore the depleted chakra. Very good support staff. But she is an outsider herself, attracted by Kusanagi village. Therefore, Kusanagi village has never really regarded her as one of its own, but just a big tonic that can be moved. If you were injured, you can bite her casually. Even if he died, Cao Ninja village would not be heartbroken, at most it would be a pity that he lost to medicine. Xiang Rin's mother was killed by Kusunin's wounded. Taking part in the Chunin selection exam this time, to put it bluntly, she is a complete cannon fodder. The 2 Kusanagi who were walking with her naturally regarded her as a tool. No, we are being targeted, run away, you must run away quickly, or you will definitely die, that person is simply a monster. What the hell are you talking about, bastard? Seeing Xiang Rin's pale face and trembling all over, the 2 fellow Kusanagi were furious. Just in the next moment, Huaxianren appeared from the invisible and stood in front of them. Have you awakened the mind of Kagura so early, Xionlin? You are such a genius. It's a pity, the camp is not good, an enemy, and it's just one person, so lucky. Hey, be careful, this guy doesn't look simple. What are you afraid of? He is alone. If we go together, we will be able to kill him. If we are lucky and the scroll is on him, maybe we can pass the second exam directly. Passerby A opened his mouth and said, and crowd B also couldn't help but feel excited. Only Xionlin was so frightened that she couldn't move, watching Huaxian's words filled with fear. On, Passerby A greeted, and crowd B immediately took out Kunao, and the 2 rushed towards Huaxian together. 2 done, 2 long spear. Huaxian stepped lightly on the ground with her right foot, and in the next moment, sharp rocks pierced the ground under the 2 Kuzenaga's feet, directly piercing through their bodies, and blood flowed on the ground. This exam is my happy moment, don't interrupt me, idiots. You're right, Xionlin. As soon as the words fell, the Huaxianren had already crossed the distance between the 2 in an instant, and directly cupped Xionlin's cheeks with both hands. At this moment, the Jinjian of his right eye has become a kaleidoscope sharing on, and the scarlet eyes exude powerful pupil power. Don't be a god. What a disgusting Kusanagi, she just doesn't know how to do human affairs. But, with me in the future, Xiang Rin, just wait and enjoy your blessings. Huaxian's hands were full of powerful yang attribute chakra, and she groped Xionlin wantonly. Where his hands passed, the bite marks on Xionlin's body disappeared instantly. In just a few seconds, Xionlin was touched all over by Huaxian, and all the injuries disappeared. Xionlin's face was also very red, and even her breathing became short of breath. No way, it's really comfortable. Then, the next one is Ino, Xionlin, you should stay in my Kamui space first. Yes, Xionlin responded directly, completely brainwashed by Huaxian's other gods. Now only her admiration and obsession for Huaxian is left in her mind. No matter what Huaxian does, she will support her without thinking. Soon, Xionlin was sent into the Shinwei space by Huaxian under the space distortion, and Huaxian himself disappeared at the scene, leaving only 2 dead bodies of Kusanagi, together with the scrolls that the examines wanted to fight for. On the other side, Konoha's 10th class. Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji move carefully in the forest. Even Genin has excellent survival skills in the wild compared to ordinary people. Not to mention, in the second exam, you still need to fight with your life for the scroll. Once discovered by other candidates, it will be a big challenge for them who are not very good at direct combat. Long time no see, Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, you are, Huaxian. Seeing Huaxian who suddenly appeared in front of them, the 3 of them couldn't help being startled. Shikamaru frowned tightly, feeling more vigilant in his heart. Why are you here? This forest should be the venue for this Chunin selection test. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. I want to come in and play, who can stop me? Really? Shikamaru was full of uneasiness, the family behind their team, but Konoha's Inakacho also had a big status in Konoha. Of course, I know something about Huaxian's situation. Although before the exam, because of the practice of the 7th class, their 10th class also temporarily stopped the task and practiced for more than half a month for this exam, but the 3 of them had not actually had any intersection with Huaxian. Practice, that was also done under the leadership of Asma, has nothing to do with Huaxian. The relationship between the 3 of them and Huaxian was at most a very short relationship with classmates 6 years ago. It must not be a good thing for Huaxian to appear in front of them now. Huaxian, what do you want to do? Shikamaru asked, and he didn't dare to be an enemy of Huaxian at all. Even though he has never witnessed the power of Huizan with his own eyes, Shikamaru knows that Huizan is definitely not something they can match just from the warnings of his parents. Regarding this, Huaxian turned her gaze to Yamanaka Ino, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, you look beautiful, Ino. In a few years, you will definitely become a beautiful woman. What? Shikamaru and Koji were stunned, completely confused. Ino's face turned red, and he looked a little embarrassed. However, as a girl, she is very useful to be praised so much. Then, Ino, I will trouble you to be my woman, although you can propose marriage to your father. But thinking about it, he will not agree. Besides, I still hate things like father-in-law and mother-in-law. You, what do you mean? It literally means, I plan to snatch you away and take you home to be my wife. As for Shikamaru and Koji, I'm sorry, I can only trouble you 2 to die. As soon as Huaxian said this, the 3 of them couldn't help but widen their eyes, their faces full of fear. There is a flaw, I didn't expect to find the prey so soon. Just when the 3 of Ino were terrified, the 3 sand ninjas suddenly jumped out of it, and directly launched a sneak attack on the 3 of Shikamaru. The nasty bugs are really scurrying out one by one. Obviously, this is my prey, wind escape snare net. Huaxian's face was displeased, and a cross-network wind net immediately condensed in front of her, sweeping towards the 3 sand ninjas who were sneaking up. In the next moment, the screams of the 3 sand ninjas immediately echoed in the surrounding area. Their bodies were completely cut by the sharp wind net, and in a blink of an eye, only a pile of mincemeat was left. The blood dripped on the 3 of Ino like rain, which made the 3 of them gasp. Color. Next, it's your turn, don't worry, I won't let you die too painfully. Since we were classmates in the past, I allow you to resist. No, it's impossible to be the opponent of this monster. If you want, don't try to escape. Huaxian's words directly interrupted Shikamaru's delusions, and before she knew it, Huaxian's eyes also turned into Sharingan. Meeting his eyes, Shikamaru could only feel boundless fear. As for the calmer Shikamaru, Ino and Koji were even more unbearable, and their minds went blank at the moment. Shikamaru, think hard, you Nara clan are notoriously smart. Think about it, how to escape from me. Huaxian looked at him playfully. The 10th class Ino was the woman he had his eye on, she would naturally not die, and Shikamaru and Koji were sure to be doomed. But just like Huaxian said, this exam is also a game for him. When he came here, besides taking away the woman he wanted, he only had the idea of a game. For class 10, Shikamaru's mind is undoubtedly very good, and he is the only guy who can interest Huaxian. Calm down, this guy doesn't pay attention to the 3 of us at all, maybe he will have a chance. Shikamaru took a deep breath, constantly thinking about the life in it. It's just that the more you think about it, the more hopeless others feel. There is no way, Huaxian's strength is too strong. His wisdom, there is no way to bridge the gap between the two sides. Chapter 63 No, there is absolutely no way. If you fight this guy, you have no chance of winning at all. Moreover, if you run away, you will be killed instantly. What should I do? Shikamaru broke out in cold sweat. No matter whether he was fighting or fleeing, he couldn't think of any way to ensure his personal safety. It seems that you can't think of any way to escape from me, Shikamaru. He saw through my thoughts. Seen through by Huaxian, Shikamaru only felt like a dead soul, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. That's right, at your current level, how can you escape from me? There is still the prey I want over there, so I won't play with you. Asshole. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, and then directly took out a handful of kunao from his pocket. There was also a detonating talisman tied to the end of kunao's handle, and he threw it directly at Huaxian. Boom! A violent explosion exploded in the forest. Seeing Huaxian was in the center of the explosion, Shikamaru did not relax at all. The dangerous breath is still there. He can be sure that Huaxian will never be easily killed by his detonating talisman. Ninja Shadow Mimicry, Koji, come on, I got it. The art of doubling meatball chariot. Seeing Shikamaru performing ninjutsu toward the center of the explosion, Koji immediately understood, turned into a huge rolling meatball, and rolled directly towards the direction where the shadow extended. He believed in Shikamaru's judgment and was willing to obey Shikamaru's arrangement. On the side, Ino was concentrating on the smoke and dust of the explosion. Once Huaxian's figure was confirmed, he would immediately cast his heart-turning technique. It is common sense that a ninja cannot leave his back to the enemy. She also knew that she would die if she ran away, so if she really wanted to gain a chance, she could only defeat Huaxian here. Although, that kind of winning rate itself is infinitely close to 0. In other words, it is simply 0. But they have nothing to do now, they can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. 2 Done Earth Spear. When sharp impact sounds began to resound in the forest, and as the smoke and dust cleared, Huaxianren stretched out his right hand, directly blocking Ding Xi's meat bomb chariot. But Shikamaru was horrified to find that his shadow imitation technique not only couldn't restrict Huaxian's actions. On the contrary, because of Huaxian's actions, he was forced to do the same. Impossible, what a terrifying and huge chakra. What kind of monster is this? Shikamaru. Looking at this scene, Ino couldn't help himself. This is the first time she has seen such a situation. Leave me alone, Ino, just use ninjutsu to control him. My shadow imitation technique alone can't restrain him at all, so you can only rely on your ninjutsu to restrain his spirit. I see, my heart turns. The moment Ino was about to strike, her eyes immediately became extremely dull. In her mental space, countless wedges directly fixed her limbs, making her unable to move. This is exactly the illusion that can only be released by writing sharing eyes and other pupils, the magic of shackles. For a moment, the violent explosion directly blew Koji to pieces, blood splashed all over the area, and also stained Shikamaru and Ino red. On the contrary, Huaxian herself, because she didn't want to be stained with blood, directly used the divine power, allowing the exploding flesh and blood to penetrate her body. Ding Kai. He's dead. You can also rest assured that he died without pain, because the explosion took his life in an instant. Although it looks miserable, it's just the blink of an eye, and he may have reacted. If you don't come, there will be no more people. Then, it will be you, Shikamaru. Farewell. Water escape, the art of water iron cannon. Huaxian stretched out her right index finger like a pistol. In the next moment, a small water polo condensed on his fingertips, and then shot out instantly like a bullet. In this regard, Shikamaru couldn't even see the figure of the water polo clearly. A blood hole was punched out of his forehead, and then fell powerlessly to the ground, completely out of breath. Ino at the side stood silently. Although he couldn't move, he saw everything in his eyes. The death of her companion made her shed tears involuntarily, and her heart was full of sadness. Don't cry, there is nothing to be sad about. You can also rest assured that I will completely delete this memory of yours. From then on, you will live for me, Ino. Huaxian walked up to Ino, her eyes turned into kaleidoscope Sharingan again, and cast Tiantian directly on her. For Uchiha Shisui back then, the power of Byakugan Shin was too strong, so there was a cooldown period as long as 10 years. Even Danzo with Hashirama cells, after stealing Shisui's eyes and using other gods, there is a cooling off period of 1 or 2 hours. But Huaxian is different, with the strength of 6 levels, the perfect fairy body under the blood of Daitaimu, and the pupil technique of kaleidoscope Sharingan, it has become an ordinary ninjutsu that can be played casually with him. Cooldown, non-existent. Ino's eyes blurred at this, and he fell directly to the ground. The memory was deleted and the will was tampered with, which caused her spirit to be hit to a certain extent. Although there will be no danger, the brain needs a certain amount of time to repair this memory. When she wakes up again, she will become Ino Yamanaka, who likes Huizan, and her mind is full of Huizan. As for her parents and companions, sorry, I don't know you. Soon, Huaxianren also sent it into the Shinwei space. Others also bought some water and clothes in the system mall, which can help wash the blood on her body and make her clean. With Xianlin on hand to help, it doesn't take much time. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a big snake swallowed Naruto, and Suzuki and Sakura also met Orochimaru. Chapter 64. Suzuki gets caught. I can feel that an extremely powerful chakra has emerged in the south. If it weren't for him, I would like to play with you more. What a pity. Sakura, go and rescue Naruto. This guy, let me hold you back for now. I see, Suzuki. Sakura nodded, then chased towards the big snake with kunao in his hand. Naruto was eaten by a big snake, and he doesn't know what's going on now. She was afraid that if she was one step too late, Naruto would directly turn into feces. Although she is now positioned as a medical ninja, she still has basic combat abilities. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. When Sakura went to rescue Naruto, Sasuke was also unambiguous, and directly spit out a fireball at Orochimaru. In the next instant, a scorching flame burned at the position of Orochimaru. It's just that Sasuke's expression was full of panic, because his double god jade writing sharing eyes have now lost the trace of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's speed was so fast that he could only faintly see some afterimages in his Shuanguyu Sharinans. His powerful fireball directly burned loneliness. Boom! Almost in the next second, Orochimaru's fist hit Sasuke's face directly. Sasuke's handsome face was deformed at this moment. Orochimaru didn't show mercy at all. After a few punches in the face, he grabbed Sasuke's shoulder with both hands, and hit him with a knee. Sasuke almost spit out the stomach acid. You bastard, are not forbearance at all. I just found out now, isn't it too late? However, even if you know, there is nothing you can do. Boy, compared with Uchiha Huashin and Uchiha Itachi, you are simply embarrassing the Uchiha family again. Hateful. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke couldn't help but clench his fists. I wanted to get up and continue to fight, but my whole body twitched in pain, and I couldn't squeeze out any strength at all. It's really weak. Compared with the other two, it's really useless. However, Uchiha's power is indeed worth looking forward to. Although you are a little short, you still have potential. Let me guide you. Become a true avenger. Orochimaru grabbed Sasuke's hair with one hand and lifted him up, revealing his white neck. Then he opened his mouth wide, and bit his sharp fangs directly on Sasuke's neck. In the next second, the three-pointed jade symbol of the curse seal of the sky appeared on his neck, and Sasuke's face turned pale from the pain. Boom! Also at this moment, the stomach of the big snake that ate Naruto suddenly swelled and exploded. Before Sakura could make a move, Naruto escaped from Urukai's body. It's just that the body is covered with stomach acid and emits a foul smell. Naruto, it's great that you're alright. Of course, Sakura, I haven't become Hokage yet. How could I become snake poop? Sasuke, are you alright? As soon as Naruto responded to Sakura, he found that Sasuke was held by Orochimaru. Seeing this, Sakura at the side couldn't help but turn pale. Sasuke's situation is not very good at first glance. Oh, have you dealt with that big snake yet? Although I really want to play with you, unfortunately, you two are not within my target range at all. Sasuke, I will take it away without hesitation. Orochimaru spoke, and a big snake immediately emerged with the smoke and swallowed Sasuke whole. Seeing this, Naruto became anxious immediately. Perhaps because of the loss of emotional control, even Nine Tails' chakra leaked out of the seal, and his eyes turned into red vertical pupils. Bastard, give me back Sasuke. Wind done beast wave palm. Several wind blades flew out from Naruto's hands. Orochimaru was also taken aback. Several big snakes immediately wrapped his body. Although Naruto's wind blade cut through Urukai's body, it couldn't hurt Orochimaru at all. I see. No wonder he attaches so much importance to you. It turned out to be Kyubai's Jinchuriki. It's a pity. If you touch you here, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to get out of this forest alive. But kid, you who have that power, and it is doomed that there will be no good results. There are definitely many people staring at that power. Boom! As soon as the words came out, Orochimaru and the giant python that swallowed Sasuke disappeared in place. Sasuke! Bastard, give us back Sasuke. Sakura's eyes widened, feeling a little unbelievable in her heart. Surprisingly, she didn't feel too sad, just a little sad. On the contrary, it was Naruto, with his fists hammering the ground continuously, roaring unwillingly. Without Sasuke, they have completely failed the Chunin selection exam this time. On the other side, where Huaxian is. Afraid that I would intervene, did you just abduct Sasuke away? Orochimaru was quite cautious. However, if Itachi knows about this situation, it must be very interesting. Huaxian thought in her heart that now, Danzo and his roots are gone, and Obito and Ju have also been killed by Kagaya. After the Chunin selection exam this time, Sarutobi, the 3-generation-old man, will undoubtedly die. Sasuke's life and death, whether it is Akatsuki or Konoha, is destined not to interfere too much. In this way, to ensure his personal safety, Itachi had to do it himself. At that time, even if Huaxian and Kagaya don't care about it, Orochimaru will inevitably hide in Itachi alone. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly jumped up and down the tree, and appeared in front of Huaxian. They were Yum Shino, Hinata, and Inyazuka Kiba from the 8th class. The 3 of them were also very surprised when they saw Huaxian. Although there is not much intersection, the 3 of them, like Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino, have been warned by the elders in the family to stay away from Huaxian. Huaxian. Why are you here? Inyazuka-ya's face was full of vigilance. Huaxian immediately looked at Hinata, and said, of course I'm here to wait for you, Hinata, you are my prey. What do you want to do? Jinai asked, but Huaxian didn't answer his answer. Her eyes turned into kaleidoscope Sharingan. Amaterasu, Shino, Kiba, Akamaru. Seeing the black flame suddenly ignited on the 2 of them and the dog, Hinata was also taken aback. Just when she was about to step forward to save her, Huaxian stepped in front of her. It's useless, Hinata, the flames of Amaterasu will not be extinguished until they are completely burned to death. If you are also infected with black flames, the fate will not be much better. Huaxian, what exactly do you want to do? What to do? Of course I took you back to be my wife, that you don't have to worry. Because you are not alone. Your sister Hua Wo will also fall into my hands after a while. Don't be a god. While speaking, the texture of the Huaxian kaleidoscope Sherinon immediately changed, turning into another kaleidoscope. Like Ino, Hinata also lost consciousness, and was sent into the Kamui space by Huaxian. Chapter 65. From now on, only Temari, Tenten, Sakura, and Gaara and Naruto as Jinchuriki are left. Thinking in his heart, Huaxianren also used the technique of wooden avatars to conjure up 3 avatars and act separately. Is that all you want to say? What? Now it's the Chunin selection exam. When you took this exam, didn't you already sign a letter of responsibility? Here, whether you were killed or arrested, you can only blame yourself for being inferior to others. Suzuki was taken. If he left, it can only show that he is nothing more than that. He is really embarrassing Uchiha. How can you say that, Huaxian? Isn't Suzuki a member of your clan? It's true that he is my clansman, but so what? His elder brother Uchiha Itaki wiped out the Uchiha clan. You. Okay, stop complaining. Do you two think that you are safe now? I am not here to chat with you, but to deal with the aftermath. What? Naruto and Sakura were taken aback for a moment, and the next moment, they met Huaxian's kaleidoscope Sherinon. Sakura's words directly hit the other gods. Because she had already fallen in love with Huaxian in her heart, this time, Tianchen, Huaxian didn't even modify her will much. Xiao Yingren completely obeyed. As for Naruto, he was hit by the magic of shackles. In the spiritual space, his limbs were completely nailed to death by wedges and he couldn't move. Huaxian, what are you doing? Seeing Huaxian absorbing Sakura, Naruto was also anxious and shouted in a hurry. It's just that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the control of Huaxian illusion. Didn't I just say that I came to deal with the aftermath? Naruto, what a pity. To be honest, I still admire your way of life. Positive and optimistic, brave and upward. It's a pity. Who made you belong to Kyuubi? What about Jinchuriki? If you want to blame your father of the 4th Hokage for not being a human being and sealing the Kyuubi into your body. What? 4th Hokage, my father? What's going on here? Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief. Huaxian shook her head and said, it's useless to tell you, goodbye. Just when Huaxian was about to capture Naruto, a huge red chakra suddenly appeared on Naruto. The illusion that had originally sealed his body, the magic of shackles and hangs, was also directly broken because of the outbreak of the Nine Tails chakra. Ju Trumpet, are you guarding against me? Although it was just a clone, Huaxian's pupil power was still extremely powerful. The eyes of Kaleidoscope Sherinon directly saw through Naruto's seal, and looked at Nine Tails in the sealed space. I don't agree with this brat, but I won't let you take him down just like that. Uchiha boy, although I don't know how you know my name, but your eyes, compared to those of those years ago, Uchiha Madara is even more evil. The huge fox head with 9 tails was facing Huaxian directly. If it wasn't for the seal to trap it, it really wanted to rush out and tear Huaxian into pieces. It doesn't matter to me whether it's evil or not. I just go with the flow in ordinary times. With strength and capital, if I don't do whatever I want, wouldn't it be a waste of my abilities, Juba? Although I'm just a clone now, but it's enough to clean up you and Naruto. While speaking, Huaxian's eyes also turned into eyes of reincarnation, which made Jue feel extremely dignified. In reality, Huaxianren also stretched out one hand, and directly grabbed the 9 tails chakra on Naruto's body. For a moment, whether it is 9 tails or Naruto's chakra, they are all swallowed up by Huaxian at this moment. The chakra devourer of the Samsara Eye Hungry Ghost Path can be said to be invincible against a guy with a huge amount of chakra like them. Asshole. It's about time to be quiet, 9 tails. Huaxian's eyes widened, and the illusion eyes of reincarnation was activated immediately. Kyuubi's eyes also turned into the lines of Samsara eyes at this moment. Together with Naruto from the outside world, they were controlled by Huaxian's Samsara eyes at the same time. Although I don't covet your chakra, 10 tails is still a good weapon, it's a pity not to use it. Thinking in his heart, Huaxianren also threw Naruto into the Shinwei space. Although Xiaoyingren is also inside, Huaxian has already modified her memory with other gods. For this former companion, she will not have the slightest mercy now. On the other side, the locations of Tiantian, Ningxi, and Xiaoli. At this time, Huaxian's wooden avatar has already started the initial state of Susanna. The huge skeleton arm grabbed Xiaoli, and then crushed his body to death. Ningxi's head was blown off by the hammer, and the body was thrown aside, completely chilled. As for Tiantian, like Xiaoying, she was naturally brought into the Shinwei space by Huaxian. Although Huaxian once said that when Xiaoli became a Chunin, he would be given a chance to fight. Now, Huaxian has fulfilled his wish, although the end is a bit miserable. Almost at the same time, another clone also found Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara's team. The timing of Huaxian's arrival was also very ingenious. Gaara had just killed the 3 Urin who were blocking the way, and after collecting all the Heaven and Earth scrolls, others appeared. It's a pity, we have already collected all the scrolls. Boy, if you don't want to die, just get lost, Kankuro said, not paying attention to Huaxian at all. Shut up, Kankuro, I can't kill enough. Gaara looked at Huaxian with a murderous look on her face, but she didn't pay attention to Kankuro at all. As Jinchuriki who guards the crane, he has been isolated and discriminated against in his life in Hidden Sand Village, and was even assassinated several times by his good father, the fourth Kazekage Raza. Over time, Gaara also sees himself as a monster. Killing is the only way he can feel his existence. Even if the target is his relatives, he will not show any mercy. Enough, Gaara, we've already collected all the scrolls, there's no need to risk our lives. Maybe this exam is nothing to you, but to us. Boom. It is indeed very dangerous. Before Kankuro could finish his sentence, Hua Xianren had already appeared in front of him, and his body was directly shattered by a blast of the Thunder Fist. Chapter 66 Kankuro. Temeri's eyes widened, his expression full of fear. The three of them in this team are all children of the fourth generation of Kazekage Luasha, and they are completely siblings. Gaara, who was discriminated against since she was a child, still cares very much, let alone Kankuro. You bastard. At this time, Gaara was also angry. Although he never took Kankuro seriously, Kankuro, a tool man, is indispensable if he wants to pass the second Chunin selection exam. Now that the others are gone, it means that their team has lost in the second exam. Don't be angry, I just killed a useless guy, you two are my target. Hua Xian said with a smile, but Temeri took out the iron fan on his back with a look of anger. How dare you kill my younger brother, I will never let you go. Ninja Kama Itaki. It's useless, just this level of ninjutsu is useless to me. Huaxian's eyes turned into kaleidoscope Sharingan, directly displaying divine power, blurring her body, allowing Kama Itaki's wind blade to penetrate her body. What? How could this be? Temeri looked horrified. Gaara's sand also covered Huaxian at this moment. However, the next moment, the Huaxian man pierced through the sand intact and looked at them nonchalantly. It's useless, with your little ability, how could you hurt me? Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. What? Temeri was also dumbfounded seeing a water dragon suddenly appear in this forest area without water. Before Gaara could react, the water dragon hit his sand directly. Even though his sand is an absolute defense and will automatically help Gaara block attacks, water is his only restraint ninjutsu. At least under the soaking of the liquid, Gaara's sand directly becomes extremely heavy. Not only was his speed much slower than usual, but even the sand armor on his body had peeled off by itself. Gaara. This guy, when did you get your seal? I'm different from you guys. To perform ninjutsu, I never use seals, Huaxian said, which was a direct answer to Temeri's doubts. The next moment, Hua Xianren appeared in front of Temeri, his eyes lit up a kaleidoscope, and he cast Tianjin on her. For a moment, Temeri was stunned, then lost consciousness and was caught by Hua Xian. You bastard, what did you do to her? Don't worry, she will be fine, even for Teju, it's a good thing. But you, as Jinchuriki who guards the crane, you are very dangerous now, Gaara. As soon as Huaxian's words came out, the kaleidoscope directly turned into the Eye of Reincarnation. At this moment, not only Gaara was stunned, but also the shrine of sand in his body was completely dumbfounded. Just like Naruto, in an instant, both Gaara and Shikaku were hit by the illusion of the reincarnation Eye of Huashin. At the same time, the location of Huaxian's body. When the three clones succeeded, others would naturally perceive them immediately and remove them. Although there are still a few beautiful girls in this exam, Huaxian is not very satisfied. For example, Jin in the Otanin trio is good looking, but perhaps because he lives in the chaotic Otanin village, Jin has a slightly tough temperament, which is really not as fresh and cute as Sakura and others. Therefore, Huaxian just gave up on her. You are, Uchiha Huashin, impossible, why are you here, could it be that? Hongdu's eyes widened with disbelief. The appearance of Huaxian made her feel ominous. As the object of Sarutobi's focus, Huaxian, as a special jonin in the village, Hongdo naturally knows part of the situation. Well, just like you think, the three replaced Kusanagi, one of them is me. You got mixed up with Orochimaru, obviously, yesterday, you had a conflict. Hongdo also heard about the battle that took place in the Uchiha clan yesterday. But the more she knew, the harder it was for her to believe that the two would act together. This is unreasonable. There is no eternal enemy, it's just a relationship of interest. Just like now, you have become my target. Damn it, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Several pythons got out from the red bean's cuffs, and went straight to Huaxian. However, before the python got close, lightning flashed all over Huaxian's body, and thunder snakes kept running around her. The moment the python hit Huaxian's body, the thunder snake electrocuted them to death and fell at Huaxian's feet. It's useless, Orochimaru is not my opponent, let alone you. What do you want to do, man? It's nothing, I just want to do something happy with you. What? Hongdo frowned slightly, but what greeted her was Huaxian's kaleidoscope Sharingan. As soon as the other gods activated, she didn't even have a chance to react, and she was hit directly, her mind was in a muddle. Just right, Hinata and Sakura are still too young, and it will take a few years to eat them. During this time, you can comfort me, Hongdu. Huaxian said with a smile. Hongdurin just felt confused for a while. When she realized it, her face was flushed red, and she nodded shyly. And Huaxian was not polite, and led her directly into the grove. In his previous life, he was just a useless young man who liked to lie flat, and he had only seen such good things in some small videos. Now that he can experience it himself, he naturally has to try it. When Huaxian and Hengdu made humans, at the request of Hengdu, several Konoha Anbi also gathered in the forest. Orochimaru, as Sarutobi's disciple, can be regarded as a well-known S-rank rebel ninja in the ninja world. As a shadow-level powerhouse, he can completely destroy a small ninja village by himself. After getting the news at this moment, Konoha naturally did not dare to neglect, and naturally sent someone in to check the situation at the first time. Chapter 67 Sarutobi's Distress at Night, the office building in the village. Several Umbu ninjas also gathered in front of Sarutobi, kneeling on one knee. How is the situation? I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, we have searched almost the entire forest, but we haven't found the whereabouts of Mitere Anko. Not only that, but all the 9 ninjas who graduated from the previous class also had problems. We found the bodies of Akimichi Koji, Nara Shikamaru, Inyazuka Kiba, and Yum Shino in the forest. Suzuki Uchiha, Sakura Harano, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata, and Ino Yamanaka are missing. In addition, the ninja team led by Kai was also killed. Lee Look and Hyaga Ningji died and disappeared every day. Boom! Sarutobi punched the desk violently, and the whole desk was torn apart. Seeing this, all Umbu couldn't help but choose to remain silent. Everyone can feel how angry Sarutobi is now. Many of these ninjas who had accidents were descendants of major ninja families in the village. Sarutobi was able to assume the position of Hokage, not only because of the will of the second generation of Hokage Senshou Fujian, but also the support of the major ninja families is indispensable. If it's just 1 or 2 people, it's okay to say, it can be treated as an accident. But now all of them have accidents, no matter whether the attackers are targeted or not. Sarutobi, the Hokage, doesn't know how to explain to those families. Once these families gang up to attack, even if he is Hokage, he may have to take the blame and resign. Besides that, Naruto is also a big problem. If the other great ninja villages know that Konoha has lost Kyubai's Jinchuriki, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will cause a series of disturbances again. At this moment, Sarutobi couldn't help but took a deep breath. His mind was full of Shinura Danzo. If he was still there, Sarutobi felt that he would not be so distressed. Although Danzo has done a lot of things that people should not do, it has to be said that he also helped him deal with many problems. If he is still alive at this moment, even if Sarutobi cannot solve the problem, he can also blame him. Hey, Sin! Mobilize all the Umbu in the village. From now on, it is strictly forbidden for anyone to come and go in and out of the village at will. Even if there is a discrepancy, it must be carefully investigated, and no one will be an exception. Yes. Hokage-sama, the Death Forest matter, could it be Orochimaru? Before the captain of the dark section could finish speaking, Sarutobi raised his hand to signal him to stop talking. Although Orochimaru is rebellious, he left the village a long time ago, but he also knows the general situation of the village. If he acts for someone in it, I believe. But he should not be so radical. To the village all the new generations attack, even if his ultimate goal is me, he will not do such a thing. As soon as Sarutobi said this, Umbu also chose to remain silent. Okay, let's go down. Since the guy Orochimaru is back, there must be a twists and turns in the village. We need to be vigilant at all times. Yes, all the Umbu responded, and then disappeared into the office building. The shrill crow of the crow suddenly came from outside the window, and Sarutobi was startled, and hurried to the window. In the next second, a pitch-black crow flew to his wrist. Looking at the letterbox on the bird's claw, Sarutobi immediately untied it and read the confidential information inside. Uchiha Huashin, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Next, do you want to rule the whole world? Seeing the information Itaka delivered, Sarutobi was both shocked and angry. It is written in this information that Huasian has the ability to create infinite creations, and some of Akatsuki's next actions. As for the movements of Sandian and Orochimaru, although Itaki also mentioned it, but because he didn't know much, he just asked Sarutobi to pay more attention. But in any case, Huaxian's ability and Akatsuki's next actions against rations in various countries and major ninja villages really scared Sarutobi. You know, even now, the ninja world is actually not peaceful. In addition to Danin village, which can guarantee peace and order, there will occasionally be some small frictions in other areas. There is no way, at least 20% of the world's population cannot even provide basic food and clothing. That if you don't fight or grab, you really can only wait to die. Of course, although Daiguo and Darin village are more stable, it doesn't mean they can sit back and relax. The Land of Thunder and Union village are located on plateaus and mountain peaks, filled with clouds and mist, and there is not much land suitable for planting in the country. Water Country and Weian village are better. Although the agriculture is not particularly developed, the fishery is the #1 in the world. Even if the agricultural output is not good, it can be remedied by the fishery. The Land of Earth and Hidden Rock village have many high mountains and wilderness. Although the land environment is better than the Land of Thunder, it is not much better. Not to mention the Kingdom of Wind and Hidden Sand village, the environment is extremely harsh. Although it is one of the 5 largest countries, its agricultural development is almost zero. There is no large-scale plantation land at all, and some are only small and scattered land. That is to say, the land of fire and Konoha have fertile soil, rich resources, and developed agriculture, so although they have a large population, under the control of the state, the people can not only be self-sufficient, but also export some agricultural products every year to develop the economy. It can be said that, except for the land of fire and Konoha, the 4 great ninja villages of the other 4 countries import food from other agriculturally developed countries every year. Especially in the land of winds, the annual food import volume has always been the #1 in the world. And the Xiao organization now wants to destroy the agriculture of various countries and create a food crisis. Isn't this going to cause chaos in the world? Throughout the previous ninja world wars, which one was not provoked by the major ninja villages for the distribution of resources? Sarutobi can be sure that once this thing really happens, then even if the 4th ninja world war breaks out again, I'm afraid it is not impossible. It's just that knowing is one thing, and Sarutobi can't do anything about it. He didn't know who the people in the Akatsuki organization were, but they were definitely guys with outstanding strength. Now that Konoha is taking the Chunin selection test, there are Orochimaru and Santa hidden in the dark, ready to move. Even if Sarutobi wants to mobilize manpower to attack the Akatsuki organization, there is nothing he can do. Come on, Lord Hokage, go, call me Kakashi, Kai, Asuma, Hon, and Bayan Hayama. Yes, Umbu responded, and soon, 5 jonin gathered in the office. Sarutobi didn't hide anything, and told them about the Death Forest and Itaka's information. What a horrible guy. Compared to Orochimaru, Uchiha Hanashumi's kid is even more terrifying. The levels are completely different. Several people sighed, whether it was Kakashi or Kai and others, they were all horrified by what happened. Compared with this information, all of their most beloved subordinates have accidents, but it is not worth mentioning. Of course, they also know that this is helpless. Now the village is not peaceful, so we must first stabilize the other big countries in Darren village, so as not to jump over the wall and start a war directly after the accident. If the 4th Ninja World War really starts, with Konoha's current state, they really don't have the confidence to survive it. Therefore, preserving the great country in Darren village is equivalent to stabilizing the peace of the world. As for those small ninja villages and small countries, I'm sorry, my buddies are almost in danger, so I can only keep your lives alive. Asuma. Yes. You go to Union Village and pass this information to the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onaki. I see. Red. Yes. Go to Kirigakure Village and pass this information on to the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Understand. K. Yes. You go to Union Village and pass this information to the 4th Reikage AI. I see. Kakashi. Yes. You go to Sandhidden Village and pass this information on to the 4th Kazekage Raza. Although Sandhidden and Orochimaru secretly mixed together, they are going to be bad for Konoha. But in this situation, we can't treat one more than another. I think Xiao's actions will let Luosha know the priorities. As long as he is not stupid, he will definitely give up the next action and prepare for the upcoming food crisis. I will definitely deliver it. Several people responded one after another. Sarutobi also looked at Bayan Hayama at the end, and said, Hashin, you go to the capital of the fire country and report the situation to the daimyo. Although our fire country is rich in products, even if there is food crisis can also be self-sufficient, but with Waxian's ability, no one in the entire ninja world will be able to survive alone. The town of Jigong back then is the best proof. Master Hokage, what do you mean? Notify the daimyo and ask him to contact the daimyos of the other 4 great nations. In the next period of time, the major nations and the great ninja villages should do their best to stockpile food to get through this crisis. When necessary, the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages should join forces, respond to the enemy together, eliminate the Akatsuki organization, eliminate Uchiha Hanasuma and Uchiha Kagaya, especially Uchiha Hanasumi. He is the source of disaster. If he does not die, there will be no peace in the ninja world. I see. Well, let's go, we must send the information. After Sarutobi gave an order, the 5 of them nodded and went to their destinations respectively. Although they know that once the 5 major countries and the 5 major ninja villages stockpile food with all their strength, the other small countries and ninja villages may starve to death, but there is no way, there are only so many resources, and someone will always be a victim of it. It is undoubtedly much more cost-effective than letting other big countries and big ninja villages start wars because of supplies, which will affect themselves and let those small ninja villages and small countries die. When the time comes, the 5 major ninja villages of the 5 major countries will work together, and even if the small ninja villages of those small countries want to do it, they will not be able to make any waves. The country of Tea, a villa in Jigong Township. In the hot spring area of the courtyard, Hua Xian is taking a bath with a group of female relatives. In addition to Xionin, girls captured by the Forest of Death such as Sakura, Hinata, and Hungdu are also among them. Everyone huddled together, laughing and playing, creating a paradise on earth. It was also at this time that the space tunnel of Huankwan Hirosaka suddenly opened, and Kagaya walked out of it. How's it going? As predicted, Itaka leaked our information to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's right, then, next, it will be hell for Zyokuo and Xionin village. At least, this winter will be a difficult cold season for those small countries and Xionin village. Hua Xian said with a smile. Itaka's actions were within their expectations from the very beginning. Even, from the very beginning, this was what Huaxian and the others wanted. Xiaokuo and Xianan village are not really important in this world, at least in Huaxian's view. As long as you master the 5 great countries and 5 great ninja villages, it is no different from mastering the world. Of course, it doesn't mean that other small countries and small ninja villages can be allowed to perish. At the very least, nothing will happen to the lands that Huaxian has secretly won, such as Yuyan village, the country of tea, and the country of snow. As for other places, if they are gone, they will be gone. At worst, they will reorganize after they take control of the world. How are you preparing for the daimyo of the 5 great nations? It's all done. They are the same as the 5 cages, but they are an indispensable part of our control of the world. Naturally, I did it immediately. Really? Then do you want to take a bath? This place is big, and it will be more lively with more people. Hua Xian stared at Hui Ye's figure, and the other girls also looked at her with smiles on their faces. Regarding this, Hui Ye couldn't help but turn reddish, but she still undressed and took off her skirt, submerged in the water. The next day, in the afternoon, the figures of Tian's Higuo, Daidara, and Xia also appeared in this small country. It's here. That Orikimura guy really knows how to choose a place. Tianzi country has developed agriculture, and its agricultural output accounts for 30% of the world. It is the most prosperous agricultural country outside the country of fire. Establishing a ninja village in this place can basically ignore funds. The problem. Xia opened his mouth and said. Daidara couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, it's called Yinan village. But it doesn't matter, the small ninja village will disappear soon. While speaking, Daidara also grabbed the detonating clay in his pocket with one hand, and squeezed out a white bird. As soon as he made a seal, the white bird immediately expanded in the smoke and turned into a giant bird for him to ride on. Although Nagato's order was for them to act together with Itaki, Kakuzu, and the others, that was only for Dai Ninja Village. With their strength, they can single-handedly wipe out a small ninja village. In a place like Tianziguo, Xia and Daidala can easily solve it, and they don't need to gather all their hands. Then, Brother Scorpion, I'll go first. Well, don't make me wait too long. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Daidara said with a smile, and the person also reached into his pocket with one hand, and took out the puppet-shaped C3.18. The power of this thing is no less than a small nuclear bomb. In order to complete Nagato's task, he has prepared many such guys. Chapter 69. Hurry up, boom. The monstrous sound reverberated between the sky and the earth, and Kai, who was heading to Union Village, couldn't help but stop temporarily, looking in the direction of Tianziguo with a look of horror on his face. Damn it, has it already started? Besides, it's time to attack Tianziguo, a big agricultural country. No, I have to convey the information to Reikage as soon as possible. With a dignified face, Kai accepted Hokage's mission that he knew that the transfer of information must not be delayed. The impact brought by the time difference of information is very different, and if it is too late, the day Lily will be cold when the other 4 major countries and 4 major ninja villages take action. Not to mention, Tianzi country is a big agricultural country, and its agricultural output accounts for 30% of the world. Something has happened to the country, and this autumn's harvest is sure to blow. By then, 50% of the people in the world may face the end of starvation. Therefore, Kai can be said to be on the road all night, not daring to stop at all. On the other side, Haisma, who was going to Land of Earth and Hidden Rock Village, also gritted her teeth. The country of Field is a neighboring country of the country of Fire. Although it is not close to the country of Thunder and the country of Earth, it is relatively close. Therefore, both Kai and Haisma can hear some movement. At this moment, Haisma also judged that there was a problem in the country of Tian. Thinking of the catastrophe that big agricultural country has suffered, Haisma's heart becomes cold. He knew that once the 4 great nations and the 4 great ninja villages could not obtain enough food to survive the next food crisis, then the 4th Ninja World War would be inevitable. At that time, the most fertile country of Fire and Konoha will probably fall into the siege of Shikoku and 4 great ninja villages again. This is what he doesn't want to see no matter what. Konoha now is no better than before. At the same time, Tianziguo and Yinan village were in the sky. Gunpowder smoke continued to rise from the village below, and the entire Yinan village was wiped out directly under Daidara's C3.18. Haha. Is this the ninja village established by Orochimaru? It's really vulnerable. Daidara looked excited, and was extremely proud of his artistic masterpiece. Although the purpose of their trip was to destroy the country's agriculture, Yinan village, as the country's military institution, should be eradicated first. Although most of the Otanin in the village are useless, they are ninjas after all. If the village is full of nests, Daidara and Scorpion will have trouble cleaning it up. Soon, Daidara flew back to Scorpion on the giant bird. And not far in front of him, Airway Jinchuriki 2 Yumo figurines were lying on the ground with their hair disheveled and their bodies in tatters, blood staining the surrounding ground red. Jiaodu picked her up, looked at Fei Duan and said, "It's not finished yet. What a troublesome ceremony you have. It's so noisy. This is a necessary job for a believer of an evil god. It is sacred and inviolable." Shut up, you, I'm not interested in your evil god. I only know that if you don't hurry up and retreat, when the cloud ninjas arrive, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Okay, I'll just listen to you. Fei Duan pulled out the spear from his body, and he also stood up slowly. Although his combat power is not strong, but his immortal body, coupled with the blood of Sisi Ping who can share the damage, is enough for him to kill people leapfrogging. Hey, Jiaodu, what is our purpose in coming to Union Village? Catch Airway and Eightway, and assist Daedara and Scorpion to destroy the agricultural production bases of Land of Thunder and Hidden Cloud Village. In this case, why do we have to withdraw? Shouldn't we take this opportunity to find Eight Tails and take him down together? Hijuan said dissatisfiedly, and Kakuzu immediately looked at him speechlessly. Are you an idiot? Just grabbing the two-tailed Jinchuriki made a lot of noise. Do you really think that the current Raikage is a vegetarian? Moreover, according to the information provided by Kagaya, Eight-tailed Jinchuriki the rabbi is the current Raikage's adopted brother. If we attack him at a time like this, whether we can get out alive is a question. When will we catch the 8 tails? What's the hurry? The seal of the tailed beast starts with the first tail, and the 9 tails are the last, and they are sealed in order. The 8 tails are the second to last. We have plenty of time to toss slowly, so there is no need to rush for a while. Didn't the leader say that we have to start with the last one? Destroying agriculture is the priority. Okay, I listen to you. Fei Duan simply tidied up, and then left Union Village with Jiaodu. On the other side, Land of Earth, Hidden Rock Village. A crow flew from afar and fell into Weasel's hand. Has the information been leaked, Mr. Itaki? Ghost Shark. Itaki frowned, and glanced at his partner behind him with a strange face. Oni Yurin threw aside the 4-tailed Jinchuriki he had just captured, Lao Ziai, and pointed his big sword shark muscles at Itaki. I hate traitors the most, Mr. Itaki, have you made up your mind? Awakening this kind of thing, from becoming a ninja, isn't it already decided? Itaki's 3-god jade sharing eyes instantly condensed into a kaleidoscope, and Kisame looked at each other. Thanks to Huaxian, he got the intercolumnar cells in the early years, so there is no hidden disease in his body, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan has not been worn out due to overuse. It can be said that in terms of strength, the current Itaki is definitely much stronger than him in the original plot. In the entire Akatsuki organization, except for the dead Obito and Nagato as the leader, Itaki has the confidence to take down anyone. Ghost Shark was silent for a while, and then put away the shark muscles. This move of his also made Itaki stunned, a little confused. Don't get me wrong, although I hate traitors, the current organization is not the same as before. Ghost Shark? Mr. Itaki, this world is false to me. Just like the current Akatsuki, it is also false. I want to see if your pursuit can be close to the truth. Seeing this, Itaki was also silent. In fact, even he himself doesn't know what position he should be in now, let alone the truth. Chapter 70 Hui Yes Arrangement Country of Rain, Hidden Rain Village, Underground Karst Cave. The huge heretic golem opened its mouth wide, and the golem's lock flew out instantly. It penetrated into Gaara's seal and directly put the shackles on Shuhei. Soon, the Satoshi crane was pulled out by the chain and sealed inside the golem. As expected of Master Kagaya, you actually completed the reseal of the tailed beast in an instant. If it was me, I'm afraid it would take a few days. Nagato looked at Kagaya who performed the spell, his eyes were full of admiration. For the seal of the tailed beast, he himself developed a sealing technique called Phantom Dragon 9 Seals. But even if there is skill, it will not be solved overnight if you want to reseal such a huge chakra aggregate like the tailed beast. Not only does this require manpower, but it is also impossible without a few days of effort. It's not like Kagaya. Staring at him, the golem's lock flew out, and the crane was fixed in 2 or 3 strokes. These are just trivial things. You should have noticed about Itaki and Kisame. As soon as Hui Yes said these words, Nagato also turned cold and nodded. The ring of the Akatsuki organization is not only a simple communicator, in fact, it is also a monitor that Nagato uses to spy on them. It's just that only Nagato, Konan, and the dead Obito and Ju know about this matter. The other members of the Akatsuki organization were all kept in the dark. In any case, most of the internal members of the Akatsuki organization are S-level rebels in the ninja world. No matter what, it is impossible for Nagato to give them complete trust. Therefore, as long as they still wear the ring, their words and deeds are doomed to escape the eyes of Nagato. It was precisely because of this that Orochimaru discovered this, so after betraying the organization, he immediately removed the ring. Master Kagaya, do you want to deal with them? Although Nagato is still the leader of Akatsuki in name, he has actually completely obeyed Kagaya and Huaxian. It's just that Huaxian basically doesn't know about Xiao's internal affairs now, and most of the matters are naturally handled by Hui. It doesn't matter whether we deal with it or not. From the beginning, we have never really trusted them. On the contrary, it is precisely because of their actions on the surface that it helps us to act in secret. Even if it is killing, it may not be necessary, we need to do it ourselves. What do you mean? There is no good end for the grass on the wall. Come out. Huiya let out a soft drink, and in the cave, a Baiju immediately emerged from the ground. Master Huiya, the country of Tian has been destroyed by Daedara and Scorpion, and although it is not as expected, the destruction of the country of Tian is enough to cause food panic in all countries. Next, let Daedala and Scorpion go to the soil first. In the hidden country of Yin village, join Itake and Kisame, then leak their information to Onaki. Nagato was taken aback, and immediately understood Kagaya's intention, which was to kill people with a knife. Master Kagaya, Itake and Kisame are fine, Daedara and Scorpion should still be useful. It is indeed useful, but it is also dispensable. Don't be reluctant, Nagato. After all, those 6 guys are just pawns to us. Whether it is to capture tail beasts or Jinchuriki, we can do it ourselves, not much differences. Yes. Kakito and Haiden just sent a message, saying that they captured Nineo Jinchuriki. I got it, you channeled the golem, and I completed the seal. Yes. Kanaha, the office building of the village. Itake's crow flew again and passed the information to Sarutobi. Kisame's acquiescence allowed Itake to pass the information with peace of mind. Therefore, regarding the current progress of the Akatsuki organization, others also reported to Sarutobi as soon as possible. And when Sarutobi knew that Tian's Higuo had been destroyed, his whole body was also terribly gloomy. He is very clear that the food crisis is already doomed to happen. Now, he only hopes that Kai, Asma and others can quickly pass the information to the other 4 major ninja villages. I also hope that the other 4 shadows can restrain their emotions after knowing the bad form of the ninja world, and work with him to find a way to deal with Huasien. Even Sarutobi felt that after the Chunin selection exam was over, the 5 cages conference would be held immediately. The matter of Huaxian really can't be delayed any longer. On the other side, the office buildings of Water Country and Wuyan Village. Huaxian looked at the elders of the village with satisfaction, and sighed in her heart at the practicality of other gods. In order to make them completely obey Terumi Mei, Huaxian used other gods on all the rulers of Kirigakure. Of course, he also attacked Mei Ming himself. Although Terumi Mei is also obedient to him, but he is Mizukage of Kirigakure village after all. In Terumi Mei's heart, the existence of Wuyan village is much higher than that of Huaxian, which is not what he wants to see. Huaxian must ensure that every woman in his heart must put him in the most important position. As for Wuyan village, and even the land of water, when Huaxian takes control of the world, at worst, she can just give it to Terumi and their children. This can be regarded as a promise that they had already agreed upon. Then, Maimei, Jinchuriki of Sanwei and Liyue is entrusted to you. Leave it to me, Huaxian. After all, they are the tailed beast and Renzuriki of our village, so it is only natural that we should be in charge. Well, just in case, these reincarnations of dirt will be handed over to you. Huaxian said. The next moment, in front of everyone, several coffins immediately rose from under their feet. The coffin board was lifted, and Hinata, Sugwishin Puffer Ghost, Jinjiao Yinjiao brothers, and Sanchoya Hanzo immediately appeared in front of everyone. This is. And these filthy reincarnations provided by Huaxian are all helpers in catching tailed beasts. Rise's supercilious eyes can confirm and track their location. Zigwishin Puffer Ghost, as the former owner of Shark Muscle, is naturally good in underwater combat, and it will naturally come in handy against the wild 3 tails. Jinjiao and Yinjiao brothers used to eat with the flesh and blood of 9 tails. You can use the chakra mode of tailed beast to fight, and it is also very suitable for dealing with the 3-tailed and 6-tailed Jinchuriki. As for the last Sanchoyo Hanzo, he is also a top cage level powerhouse. With him in charge, accidents can be completely prevented. Chapter 71 Itaki and Kisame Rebellion. A few days later, Kanaha, the central tower of the Death Forest. Sarutobi's heart was bleeding when he looked at the teams that passed the second exam below. Although there is also a Kanaha team among these teams, the new generation of the village is completely wiped out. Kanaha's future can be said to make him worry. And among the ninja team behind Sarutobi, Maji from Sand Hidden Village also looked livid. For nothing else, the ninja team he led, Gara, Tamari, and Kankuro, were not among them. What this represents, Marky naturally knows. Although the situation is still unclear, in his view, Gara and the 3 of them are probably already folded in the forest. But Gara has a lot to do with it. As the weapon of Hidden Sand Village, it is the most important part of Kanaha's collapse plan. His accident will undoubtedly add many variables to the plan against Kanaha, and these variables are undoubtedly uncontrollable. Also with a bad face, there is Orochimaru. He has actually received news about the disappearance of Yinin village. After all, with such a big matter, it is impossible to hide it even if you want to. Although in order to destroy Kanaha, he brought out a lot of people in advance, and those people escaped unharmed. But the hometown is gone, those ninjas don't have any mood for war, now they can't wait to go back early, see if they can find the corpses of their wives and children, maybe they can get some stumps and arms to bury. Therefore, at this moment, no matter whether it is Orochimaru or Maki, they actually have no idea of waging war. It's not that they want to give up, but the conditions don't allow it. As for the 2 people's thoughts, although Sarutobi didn't know, he was not in the mood to care about it. He didn't even think much about the next third exam. Konoha's new generation is gone. Even if all the candidates for the next exam become Chunin, it will not be able to make up for the loss of the village. Compared with these candidates, he is now more worried about the future of the ninja world. Somewhere in Land of Earth, Hidden Rock Village. It's finally here, you two. Kisame looked at Deidara and Xia, and Ren also spoke. Tin Ziguo is the target of destruction after all, so naturally it will take more effort. How is your side? The four-tailed and five-tailed Jinzulai have all been captured, and the next step is the agricultural base of the Land of Earth and Hidden Rock Village. Itaka said. Deidara was also extremely excited, and smiled. Finally we are going to attack my hometown, you bastard 3-generation old man. Next, I will let you see my art of Deidara. I will make you regret looking down on me. Put I drive out of Union Village. Like a child, Deidara issued his own declaration. When he was a Union ninja, he often engaged in terrorist activities in the village. If he hadn't been a disciple of Onoji, and Onoji cherished his talents, the village would have thrown him into prison long ago for the shit he did. Just being deprived of his ninja status, such a punishment is completely dispensable to Deidara. This point is quite similar to the master and apprentice of Sarutobi and Ashimaru of the third Hokage. It's all caused by the lover, the process of the master's release. Otherwise, if you really do it, whether it's Sarutobi or Oniki, it's a piece of cake to pack Orochimaru and Deidara. Then, let's start with Union Village first. The 3-generation old man is not easy to mess with. You help me hold him and the ninjas in the village, and leave the destruction to me. Deidara said, although what he said before was to make Onoji regret it, but if he really wants to face Onoji, he himself is still a little timid. Although Deidara is very confident in his explosive clay, compared to Oniki's dust escape, Deidara has self-knowledge, and he is not Onoji's opponent at all. Okay, but before that, you have to do some debugging work. Debugging work? Deidara and Scorpion were stunned for a moment, not understanding what Itake meant. In the next moment, Itake's 3-god Jade Sharingan also directly turned into a kaleidoscope. Before Deidara could react, the sharp kunao cut off his right arm instantly, and at the same time, there was the ghost shark beside him. Kazuki's big sword shark muscle directly smashed the Scorpion's external puppet, Feliahu, into pieces. Itake, Kisame, you two bastards. Deidara covered his severed arm with one hand, looking at Itake and Kisame with a pale face. Scorpion also jumped out of the shattered Feliahu. Although he had turned himself into a puppet and couldn't make much expression, he still looked at the two with an unkind expression. Are you two planning to betray the organization? The current organization is no longer the Akatsuki of the past. A world under the control of hunger is just Uchiha Huashin's dream alone, not the future I want to see. No matter how we do things, we will never be able to. It's just for him. Even if he really controls the world in the end, it has nothing to do with us. At least, I don't think he will share it with us. Itaka said, but Deidara looked unhappy and said angrily, that kind of thing doesn't matter. For me, acting in the organization can realize my personal artistic ambition. He rules his world, and I practice my own art. This does not conflict. In this regard, Scorpion also said, for me, whoever rules the world is actually the same. However, compared to the world under the control of the 5 great ninja villages of the 5 great nations, Uchiha Huashin may be able to bring some different changes to the world, which makes me look forward to it. Since this is the case, there is nothing to say. I was thinking about letting you leave the organization too. Itaka's eyes widened, and the magic hanging technique was activated immediately. At this moment, Deidara only felt that his body was nailed to the stake by a wedge, unable to move. By the time he bit the corner of his lip and let the pain hit his mind to dispel the illusion, Itake had already appeared in front of him holding a kunao. Asshole. It's useless, you have no chance, Deidara. Itaka's words echoed in Deidara's ears, and the kunao in his hand was also stuck in the palm of his left arm. The mouth on the palm used to chew the explosive clay was directly pierced by Itake. If you lose your mouth with both hands, you can no longer use ninjutsu. Deidara, you have no chance. Hateful. Oh. Deidara still wanted to struggle, but Itake kicked him on the chest suddenly. With terrifying force, he kicked several ribs directly, and flew upside down and hit a tree trunk not far away, losing consciousness. TCH, it's really useless. Although Scorpion and Kisame were fighting, they also noticed Deidara's situation. At this moment, others also lost the idea of fighting with Geixier. One of them is good at puppet art, and the other is good at water escape. In the state of heads up, it is difficult to tell the winner in a short time. But if Itake joins the battle again, the situation will be different. No matter how confident Scorpion is, he doesn't have the confidence to fight 2 against 1. Chapter 72 The Tranquility Before the Storm. Want to escape, Scorpion? In this state, going to war with you is nothing but self-destruction. However, Itake and Kisame, don't be too complacent. You know how strong the organization is. The current betrayal will one day cause you to pay a heavy price. Scorpion said calmly. In his opinion, with Nagato and Kagaya, the holders of the Eyes of Reincarnation, there is no need for him to worry about the fate of the 2 traitors, Itake and Kisame. Maybe, but before that, you don't even think about getting out of here alive, Amaterasu. Itaka's right eye was bleeding and tearing, but it seemed to be expected. The moment he made his move, Scorpion used a puppet to block between the two of them, and also blocked Utaka's sight when he cast Amaterasu. For a moment, the many puppets of the Scorpion directly ignited raging black flames, but Scorpion himself disconnected the puppet thread, took off Akatsuki's uniform, and revealed the spiral knife on his back as a human puppet. These spiral knives can be used not only as weapons, but also as propellers for flying. Like a helicopter, the Scorpion flew straight up, intending to evacuate the battlefield from the air. Don't try to escape. Dust escape, the art of peeling the realm. What? The sudden sound directly shocked Utaka, Kisame, and Scorpion. In the next instant, the Scorpion in midair was directly enveloped in a transparent cube. Before others could fully react, the whole person was broken down into atoms and completely wiped out. This scene completely shocked Utaka and Kisame. Soon, several rock ninjas appeared from all directions and surrounded the scene. Back then, he slaughtered the Uchiha clan, not only wanted to keep Suzuki, but also to preserve the reputation of the Uchiha clan, just turn himself into a traitor. But now, Huaxian has become the world's biggest enemy. In terms of crime, it is undoubtedly better than the Uchiha clan's attempt to rebel against the coup. In this case, it is unnecessary for him not to maintain the reputation of the Uchiha clan. At least, Huaxian committed a crime, enough to destroy him humanely. Those involved with him are naturally no exception. In this case, Uchiha's future will be instigated by his traitorous ninja. So, Tsuchikage-sama, what are you Yin going to do next? Tinziguo has been destroyed, and the food crisis has emerged. This is a fact. Therefore, in order to survive this difficult period, Tsuchiguo and Yin Village will hoard a large amount of food. This is the same for other big countries in Darren Village. At the request of Your Excellency Hokage, after the collection of materials is completed, I will hold the 5 Cages conference to discuss fighting against that little ghost named Akatsuki and that little ghost named Huashin. Speaking of which, that little ghost is also a member of the Uchiha clan. I did not expect to grow up to such a situation. If you want to deal with him, the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages also need your strength. Utaka nodded. He knew that if this matter was handled properly, he could even use his identity as a hero to clear his identity as a traitor. As long as he and Suzuki are still alive, there is still hope for the Uchiha clan, and they will not disappear completely in this world. I know, although my kaleidoscope Sharinan pales in comparison to Huaxian and Kagaya's Samsarian, I will still try my best. Okay. Onoki nodded. Although Uchiha's power made him jealous, he didn't like the unique arrogance of the Uchiha clan. But Utaka's words made him very pleasing to the eye. Not only humble, but also not aggressive like Madara, he is easy to get along with. The next day, Konoha. The Chunin selection exam has ended, and all the ninjas who came for reference have gone back to various places. Even Orochimaru, Maki and others didn't stay in Konoha much. Needless to say, Orochimaru, Maki directly received an order from the 4th Kazekage Raza, asking him to bring the still-alive Sand Ninja back to the village as soon as possible. As for the lost Gaara, although Luo Sha and Ma Ji were extremely anxious, it was nothing compared to the coming food crisis. Losing Gaara and Shukaku was nothing more than losing a weapon to Sand Hidden Village. But if they hadn't survived the food crisis, the hidden sand and the land of the wind might simply be gone. You must know that the regional environment of the Kingdom of the Wind, agriculture is already particularly bad. Therefore, if they want to survive this food crisis, they need to prepare a huge amount of supplies. In the past, they used to import grain from the Land of Fire and the Land of Fields. Fortunately, the Land of Fields is gone, and it is impossible for the Land of Fire to sell grain to them now. Launching a war against Konoha at such a time would be too risky, and Luosha simply couldn't afford to bet on it. With that kind of skill, it's better to think about how to extract food from those small countries. At this time, in Konoha's office building, Kakashi, Bayun Hayama, Kai, and Asuma also gathered in front of Sarutobi. Master Naruto, the information has been successfully conveyed to other ninja villages. Where is Hong? Why hasn't Hong come back? Sarutobi looked at the 4 of them, and couldn't help but be puzzled. Maybe it's because of the delay in the journey. Hong is in charge of Weian village in the water country. If you want to go to that island country far away from the mainland, it will take a lot of time just by boat. Indeed, compared to our running on land, Hong will go to sea, and the time to go back and forth will definitely be longer, Kakashi said, and Asuma immediately agreed. Although they also know that things like the food crisis cannot be delayed at all. To this, Sarutobi also nodded his head, agreeing with their rhetoric. Although ninjas can walk on the water, if they go out to sea and the sea is vast, it is easy to lose their way. If there is another storm, maybe people will be directly folded in the sea. Therefore, even ninjas will basically choose to take a boat when they go to sea. Unless it is absolutely necessary, few people really choose to go on foot. Hong's footsteps are a bit slower, Sarutobi can understand it, and doesn't intend to blame, just pass the information over. In the country of tea, in a villa in the small town of Jagang, Hong, who Yuanfei and Asuma are thinking about, is drinking wine with a group of girls at this time, looking at Huaxian obsessively. She did not give up the task Sarutobi gave her, but after she sent the information to Wuyan village, she was detained by Terumime and Huaxian. Now, Hong has become a member of Sakura and others, and has started a happy life of serving Huaxian every day. The latest information, my lord. What happened? Deidara was captured alive by Iway-Gakur, and Itake and Kisame officially joined the camp of the 5 great ninja villages. Didn't the ninjas in Yinyan village kill Itake and Kisame? Huaxian was a little surprised, and looked at Huiya in astonishment. Although he had given Kagaya the full authority over Akatsuki's affairs, Kagaya would report the situation to him every day. Kagaya leaked the location of Itake and Kisame to Iwahiro, and naturally it was no exception. According to the existing information, Hiruza Sarutobi disclosed Itake's confidential information to other Dainin villages. Moreover, Sarutobi also ordered Itake to defeat Deidara and Scorpion, so as to prevent other agricultural production bases in the ninja world from further damage. It was destroyed. Itake and Kisame did it, and Iway-Gakushi let them go. Is that so? Huaxian was thoughtful, then raised the corners of her mouth, and said with a smile, "This is interesting, that fellow Itake has been cleansed, so Suzuki is probably going crazy." If Kanaha said, Suzuki might not be able to go back already. The current Suzuki is just a dispensable ant, and he is still in the hands of Orochimaru. Ashimaru is nothing at all. The point is Suzuki. Disclose the location of Suzuki and Orochimaru to Itake, let those 2 brothers go dog eat dog. Huaxian said. Huiya couldn't help frowning slightly. If that's all it is, I think it's better for you not to expect too much. With Suzuki's ability, Itake can take him down with just one look. Moreover, Itake secretly injected Hashirama because of you a few years ago. The cells are not only in good physical condition, but the pupil power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is not depleted at all. Itake in this state, even Orochimaru is not enough to beat him. I know this, I just want to reunite the 2 brothers. The real gift, of course, is prepared by me, the remaining 3 descendants of the Uchiha clan. It's time to do it. Okay. By the way, because Kisame also participated in the action of eliminating and capturing Deidara alive, Itake has already sent an application to Kirigakur, hoping to revoke his status as a traitor. Terumi may also specifically asked me, "See, do you want to read him back?" Ahahaha. That's really interesting. Akatsuki is under our control, and Kirigakur is also under our control. He jumped from one pit to another. What's going on, Whack-A-Mole? Huaxian smiled, and Kagaya also raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said, "At least, Kikakure is still one of the forces belonging to the 5 great ninja villages of the 5 great countries, and it can also help us obtain information inside the great nations and the great ninja villages. It doesn't matter whether Kisame's traitor status is revoked or not, as long as he continues to act with Itake for the next period of time." What do you mean? Right now, Kisame is helping us capture Sanwei and Liyue's Jinchuriki under Maime's command, including the reincarnated ninjas under my control. If Kisame returns to Kisame, there is a risk of being exposed. Then, let him disappear into this world with Itake and Suzuki, and use the big gift I prepared. Understood. Kanaha, the office building of the village. In the office, one by one staff members moved 9 TV screens together. When the picture appeared on the pitch-black screen, it was the daimyo of the 5 major kingdoms and the other 4 shadows of the 4 ninja villages. Sarutobi looked at them, coughed dryly, and said, "Then, the meeting will officially begin regarding Uchiha Hanazen's actions. Hokage, after all, it's not because of you Kanaha." 4th Raikage AI said angrily. "Okay, now is not the time to blame anyone, let's talk about how to deal with this matter. Lord Hokage, I just want to know now, you said that Uchiha Huashin has the ability to create unlimited materials. Is this information true?" As soon as Terumi May said this, everyone immediately raised their spirits. Everyone present knows what resources represent. If Huaxian really has that kind of ability, then there is no doubt that he will become an important figure that all big countries in Daran village will try their best to snatch. This is the information passed by Atakid. I think it is true. Moreover, everyone here knows the situation of the town of Jagong in the country of T. If Huaxian didn't have this ability, then the source of those materials back then could not be helped. Explained. I think you should have started an investigation on the source of the goods. As soon as Sarutobi said this, the daimyos and cages also nodded one after another. Since Uchiha Huashin is such an important person, it is worth discussing how to deal with him in this incident. At least, he must not be hurt. It would be great if we can negotiate peace with the other party. Peace talks? It's not that easy. No matter what, let him succumb. The daimyo of the country of fire had just spoken when the daimyo of the country of thunder spoke. Seeing this, the daimyo of the country of water also spoke immediately. I personally think that it should be controlled as much as possible on the premise of stabilizing the current structure of the ninja world. After all, having him means that the problem of resources in the future can be satisfied. At least, we must ensure the protection of the 5 major countries. There is no problem with the supplies. Yes, this is the minimum. I agree. The daimyos from the land of wind and the land of earth agreed, and the daimyos from the land of fire and the land of thunder nodded immediately when they saw this. Then, we have reached a consensus on ensuring the material abundance of the 5 major countries. The rest is the crusade, 5 shadows. This is what you have to solve next. Of course, your excellencies, here, I propose that in order to deal with the upcoming food crisis, the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages should communicate with each other. At least before the end of the crusade, we should share materials and information. I personally have no opinion. I agree. That's right, when we take down Uchiha Hansen, any loss will no longer be a problem. Indeed. Just do it. Well, the town of Akuta Minato, the country of tea, could confirm his existence before. But now, that town is no longer what it used to be. So, it can only be said that Uchiha Hansen has given up there. Lord Hokage, where are you? Konoha? Konoha is indeed his hometown, and he did come back to live for a while before the Zongnin exam. But since Orochimaru sneaked in to fight with him and destroyed Uchiha's clan, Uchiha Huashin has returned. It never showed up. Yuan Fei said. Luosha couldn't help but turn pale when he saw this, and felt grateful for a while. He didn't expect that Orochimaru did so many things without telling him. Fortunately, he gave up the Konoha collapse plan with Orochimaru, otherwise, the village might be a mess now. It's just a pity that his 3 sons and daughters, who took part in the Chunin exam, were all gone. If we can't confirm the opponent's whereabouts, we can't take action on it. If the opponent keeps choosing to destroy the agricultural production base secretly, then we will be defeated without a fight. Luo Sha said. The others also frowned. There is no way Huaxian, who has unlimited supplies, has the initiative innately. Coupled with the flexible time and space ninjutsu, even if the 5 major ninja villages form an alliance, it will be difficult to get cheap. On the contrary, as long as Huaxian played a protracted war with them, the consumption of supplies alone could cause the alliance to collapse from within. It's really hard to find Uchiha Hansen's position, but you can force them out from the side. Jiraiya also. Sarutobi also looked surprised when he saw Jiraiya barge into the office. In this regard, Jiraiya just nodded slightly at Sarutobi, then looked at the other shadows and daimyos, and said, in the past few years, I have actually been collecting information on the source of goods in Jigang Township, and by chance I learned something about him. It's really impossible to get him out head-on, but you can force him out with side attacks from Xiao's organization. The Akatsuki organization, indeed, according to Ataka's information, the Akatsuki organization is indeed inextricably linked with Huaxian and Kagaya now. It's just Jiraiya, even the Akatsuki organization, the information that Itake can obtain is very limited. So far, we have not found their base camp. Sarutobi said, as far as Akatsuki's information is concerned, his source depends entirely on Itake. Itake, as an insider of the organization, may be able to know the organization's actions at any time, but if he wants to know more detailed information, such as the exact capabilities of the organization members, Akatsuki's headquarters base, Akatsuki's leader's internal conspiracy, etc., he can't do anything. No, the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. In fact, I already have a clue. As soon as Jiraiya said this, the 5 cages immediately looked at him. Where is the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization? Not long ago, the airway Jinchuriki of our village was captured alive by Akatsuki's members. It's the same with Kirigakure. Mitsuo has lost track. Fortunately, Itake and Kisame are from our side, otherwise, the 4 tails in our village will be gone. The 5 shadows spoke one after another, and Zille also waved his hand, motioning for him to finish speaking. The food crisis brought about by Uchiha Hansen must have been known to all of you, and it was put into action by the Akatsuki organization. And in this, they also have to capture the tailed beast in Jinchuriki. Dear Ninja Village loss is the best proof. In addition, I have another piece of bad news to tell you, which can be regarded as a psychological preparation for the alliance. I also started from this aspect, and only indirectly caught a little bit of Xiao organization headquarters information. What bad news? I'm sure you all have heard about the sudden rise in the underground black market of buying and selling the flesh and blood of strong ninja corpses since a few years ago. As soon as Jiraiya said this, AI immediately widened his eyes, with a look of rage. Speaking of this makes me angry, and I don't know which wicked thing made the deal, which caused my father's grave to be dug up. If you let me know, I will kill him. Alright, Reikage, please be safe and don't be impatient. You are not the only victims of this matter. Our Yinyan village has also been thieves. The grave of the former Tsuchikage Musama also suffered disaster. Our Wian village is not much better. The bodies of the second Mizukage-sama, Ghost Lantern Moon, and the 4th generation Mizukage-sama, Yakura, were also moved. Fortunately, the 3rd generation Mizukage-sama died in the last ninja war. There are no bones left in the middle, otherwise, I am afraid I will not be spared. As soon as Terumi Mei said this, Onaki, who was a little regretful about the problem with Wu's grave, immediately scratched his nose in embarrassment. For nothing else, the 3rd Mizukage was hit by his dust escape, so there was nothing left. Although this is a commendable achievement, it is really not easy to show off at this juncture. Seeing this, Luosha was very happy, and said, although some accidents happened in the cemetery of our Cheyenne village, the graves of the former shadows are well preserved. Of course, except for the missing 3rd generation Kazekage-sama. Regarding this, Jiraiya also frowned tightly, with a headache on his face, and said, I didn't expect so many shadows to have problems. This is really bad. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Sarutobi asked, and Jiraiya also said truthfully, according to my investigation, members of the Akatsuki organization have been secretly collecting ninja flesh and blood in those years. Among them, there is an internal member who loves money Kakito, just because it's crazy. Jiaodu, in the information sent back by Atake, there is indeed such a number one person. That's not the point is how they collect ninja flesh and blood. Jiraiya also said, and then told what happened to him in the Kingdom of Waves. The information he provided also left the five shadows stunned and deeply troubled. I didn't expect it to be the technique of reincarnation. Hokage, it's your village that caused trouble again. Okay, it's useless to blame Hokage for this matter. The hands grow on other people's bodies. That if you want to blame it, blame Hua Xian's blood and flesh trade. Don't try to shirk your responsibility, old man Onoji. The destruction of Tian's Higua was not done by your precious disciple Deidara. AI said angrily. Onoki directly chose to shut up. As for the good deeds Deidara did, he actually regretted it himself. If he had known that Wild Boy was so crazy, Onoki would not have let him go out of the village, and left him with nothing but a dust escape. Chapter 75 Declaring War. Okay, it's too late to talk about this now. Since you already know that the other party will use the dirty soil to reincarnate, then, it's better to make plans early. As soon as Jiraiya said this, Sarutobi also nodded. Although others basically don't know how to use forbidden techniques to fight, just because they don't know how to use them doesn't mean they can't. You know, he has the title of Professor of Ninjutsu and is proficient in all the ninjutsu of Konoha. Sarutobi is naturally aware of the reincarnation of the dirty soil created by the second generation of Hokage Senshaban, and knows how to restrain it. If the opponent is the reincarnation of the dirty soil, then it is best for the alliance to set up a sealing team. The sealing technique is the most practical and convenient method for the reincarnation of the dirty soil. It's just that it is impossible for us to seal the summoned dead. So before sealing them, you have to defeat them first. That's all it takes. By the way, Jiraiya, you haven't mentioned the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization yet. Xiao's headquarters is in Yuyin Village. Yuyin Village, that ninja village controlled by the half-god Sanchoyo Hanzo? Jiraiya's words directly stunned the five cages. In this regard, Jiraiya also nodded, and said, that's true. In fact, before the start of the flesh and blood trade, the Akatsuki organization had already started doing business with Uchiha Huizan and the others. Many members of the Akatsuki organization, the supplies are also obtained through the hands of Huaxian. Orochimaru, Scorpion, Deidara. Basically, they have had direct or indirect contact with Huaxian, and, what happened? Seeing Jiraiya's hesitant to speak, Wukage immediately guessed that something might be wrong. According to the information provided by Ataki and combined with what I have collected, it can basically be confirmed that the leader of the Akatsuki organization, at least the leader on the surface, is the disciple I accepted in Yuyin Village during the Ninja World War. What? Jiraiya, what exactly is going on here? Please tell me clearly. Onoki, AI, and the others were horrified. Sarutobi was also so angry that his blood pressure soared. He looked at Jiraiya quite annoyed. Regarding this, Jiraiya also lowered his head, with guilt all over his face. The cause of the matter actually starts with the Great Toad Immortal of Miyama Mountain. At that time, I was practicing in Miyama Mountain, and the Great Toad Immortal once predicted that I would meet the Son of Prophecy and guide him, and eventually lead the world into the future of peace or destruction. During the Ninja World War, one met Nagato, Zionin, and Yahiko in Yuyin Village by chance. Out of sympathy, one accepted them as disciples. Also because of an accident, one learned the fact that Nagato has the eyes of reincarnation, and I firmly believe that he is the Son of Prophecy. Only later, I received information that the three of them died in the Ninja World War, but one didn't expect. Ji Lai also shook his head, his face full of bitterness. Xiao Nan, among the members of Itaka's organization, there is indeed such a person. But I heard that she is married to Hua Xian. Isn't this the old cow eating young grass? No, it should be said that Uchiha Huashin has a special hobby. Several people looked weird, but Terumi may remain silent. On this matter, who else knows better than her client? According to this, the user of the Samsara eyes with short red hair that Itake provided is your disciple Nagato, Jiraiya. This, I'm not completely sure. But since Zionin was once a member of the organization, and the holder of the reincarnation eye has almost the same characteristics as Nagato, I think there is a high probability that Nagato is right. The specific situation, I want to enter Yuyin Village to investigate. If it is really Nagato, I also want to talk to him. That maybe it can make him change his mind. Zilla also said that, of course, even he himself did not believe this. In this regard, Sarutobi couldn't help taking a puff of cigarette, and said, speaking of the reincarnation eye, I actually still have some doubts. What's wrong, Hokage? Uchiha Huashin once said that the Uchiha clan is one of the descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths. Reincarnation is the endpoint of the evolution of Sharingan. What? The endpoint of Sharingan's evolution is Samsarian. Hokage, is this information reliable? Absolutely reliable. When Uchiha Hanazen once reprimanded Suzuki, he personally transformed Sharingan into Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and then transformed from Kaleidoscope Sharingan into Samsarian. Kakashi in our village is also a witness to this. Sarutobi opened his mouth and said, everyone was extremely shocked. Jiraiya was surprised and said, no, if Samsarian evolved from Sharingan, then Nagato. This is where my doubts lie. At least, I don't think the Nagato you mentioned is from the Uchiha clan. However, there is another possibility. Old man, what do you mean? Itachi once said that he had contact with Akatsuki, a guy with a mask who called himself Uchiha Madara. It was precisely because of that guy who was killed by Kagaya that Nagato held a meeting organized by Akatsuki in his real body. If Nagato's reincarnation comes from the Uchiha clan, then there is only one possibility. Uchiha Madara. Everyone reacted, and felt more and more that the secrets hidden by the Xiao organization were unfathomable. Even though Itachi and Gillette provided a lot of information, the inside story still makes one's scalp tingle. Seeing that Hua Xian appeared in the office unknowingly, no matter whether it was the five shadows or the big names of the five great nations, they were all very surprised. Huaxian, actually, there is no need to get into a big fight. As long as you continue to provide us with supplies, our 5 great countries and 5 great ninja villages can give you a distinguished status. The country of tea back then was the best situation. That's right, war will only cause unnecessary casualties. Since you have that kind of ability, you are naturally qualified to talk with us on an equal footing. Before the 5 shadows spoke, the 5 daimyos spoke first. They are not stupid, although they are greedy for Huaxian's ability, but just from Wu Ying's communication, they can know that it is very difficult to win Huaxian. Moreover, the risk is still very large. Since it is such a waste of time and money, why not put the problem on the negotiating table to solve it? When necessary, it is not impossible to give Huaxian the same status. In this regard, Huaxian looked at Wukage and Godamia with a sneer and said, I have nothing to say to you guys. It just so happens that the kingdom of Tian was destroyed by Deidara, so we will use it as a battlefield. Go. 5 cages. 1 month later, the 4th Ninja World War begins. Chapter 76 Kagaya's Invitation. Huaxian, are you really planning to fight us head-on? Do you know what war means? It's ridiculous that you've already discussed how to attack me. Don't you allow me to start a war with you. Prepare well, 1 month should be enough for you. Huaxian sneered and disappeared from the scene with the help of Shinwei. Seeing this, Wu Ying and Daimyo couldn't help but have different thoughts. It's really underestimated. 1 month. Does this mean that we are expected to go all out? That brat has the eyes of reincarnation, plus Kagaya and Nagato, and the dirt reincarnation he has prepared over the years. Even if our 5 great nations do their best, we may not be able to defeat them. In the final analysis, there is still insufficient information. If you can know the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation, you can at least make corresponding arrangements. Everyone was discussing. Sarutobi couldn't help but look at Jiraiya beside him. Jiraiya, Yuin village, you should go there. Although the chance is slim, you can still try it. Even if you just master some reincarnation eyes, it will be of great help to the alliance. Don't worry, old man of 3 generations, I will definitely go to Yuin village. As soon as Zilei spoke, AI said, you can't let yourself take risks lightly. Zilei. Your strength is considered high-end combat power in the alliance. Facing the Eye of Reincarnation alone is too risky. I propose to form a search team and act together. Of course, this team can be led by Jiraiya. I agree that in the coming war, Jiraiya's combat power must not be lost. If we investigate Yuin village, our village is willing to send reinforcements. Terumi Mei spoke, and Onoji also expressed his position immediately. Our ninja village is the same. Since it is an alliance, this kind of risk cannot be borne by Konoha alone. Yin also agrees. Luo Sha said. Yuan Fei also nodded. Then, each of you shadows will choose a representative from each village, and go to Yuin village with Jiraiya to investigate. As for the war in a month's time, each ninja village will gather its own people to fight at the border of the country of fire and the country of Tian. Assemble. Since Huaxian dares to declare war on our 5 great ninja villages, it means that he has great confidence in their power. This war will definitely change the future of this world. Hokage is right. Within half a month, all parties will assemble their teams in the border area. Then, in terms of personnel arrangements, how about we discuss it after we get together? Just do it. The next day, Itachi and Kisane were moving in the direction of the Fire Country in the Land of Earth territory. As a result of the meeting, they had already received news from Onoki. Since the war was about to start, the 2 of them would naturally join the war. You 2 are quite relaxed, Itachi and Kisame. Wei, yeah. Seeing Kagaya suddenly appearing in mid-air, the 2 immediately tensed up. In their view, the enemy of this war is actually the holders of the 3 reincarnation eyes. Regardless of whether it is Huaxian, Kagaya, or Nagato, any one of them is enough to rival several cage ranks. Don't be nervous, at least, I will not attack you now. Itachi, my lord has prepared a generous gift for you, I hope you accept it. Great gift. If he can stop in time, there will be no need for the current situation. Itachi said. Kagaya couldn't help but frown, his face full of displeasure. Obviously from the same family, without thinking about the family, your arms always turn outward. Itachi, you are really a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. If everyone is limited to their own family, then what's the difference from the warring states period? It is because you have such thoughts that adults are so disappointed in you. While talking, Kagaya waved his hand, and Huankwan Hirasaka opened in front of the 2 of them immediately. Go in. Suzuki and Orochimaru are there. Of course, if you think this is a trap, I have nothing to say. Kagaya said calmly. Itachi looked at Kisame, and then stepped directly into it. Although they have become enemies, he believes that Hua Xian and Hui Ye will not lie to him about this matter. It is said that Suzuki and Orochimaru are on the other side of Huangquan Biliangzaka, then there must be. Seeing this, Kisame followed closely behind him without any hesitation. Just like Itachi believed in Huaxian and Kagaya's trust, Kisame also believed in Itachi. On the other side, Tianzi country, the area of Yin'an village that was destroyed. A large number of Yinran looked at their hometown in dismay, some were crying, and some were crying. Even Orochimaru, looking at the village with nothing left but a piece of scorched earth, his face was livid. He also invested a lot of effort in the construction of Yinran village. Not only did he accumulate his savings for decades, but also a lot of important experimental materials and data in the village. It may take years to restore all those things. Of course, what gave him even more headaches was the batch of Tone ninja he brought back. Most of these ninjas were recruited and cultivated locally, so they naturally have a homeland complex. When Orochimaru was the village leader, they would naturally obey his orders 100%. But now, the village is gone, and people's hearts will naturally disperse. One can imagine the difficulty of making these people obedient and obey orders again. Master Orochimaru. Do looked at Orochimaru with a strange expression. Of course, he will not betray Orochimaru. From the beginning, for him, Yin'an village was just a decent temporary base. This is the case for the four of them in Kimomaru. They are not loyal to Ashimaru because of Ninja Village, but because of Ashimaru's personality charm, they voluntarily follow Ashimaru. It's gone here. They still have many bases hidden in various parts of the ninja world, but the scale is a little smaller. Tell those guys, if they are still willing to follow me, then continue to follow. If they don't want to, I won't stop them, and leave on their own. I don't have time to be here and cry with them. Lost dog. Suzuki on the side said with a face full of resentment that after being captured alive by Orochimaru, others also temporarily followed Orochimaru. It's just that Suzuki disdains Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru is very strong, since he learned about the origin of the Uchiha clan from Hua Xian, others have a kind of mysterious confidence. Their Uchiha family is a descendant family of the Sage of the Six Paths, and no matter how desolate they are now, it is only for a while. Suzuki also believes that as long as he grows up, even if he can't reach Huaxian's level, it's more than enough to Paka Orochimaru. In this regard, Orochimaru did not deal with him. For him, the current Suzuki is already a physical person who has not reincarnated from the corpse. It is even possible to occupy Suzuki's body now. For his next body, Orochimaru is too late to cherish. How could Suzuki be easily injured? Chapter 77. Soon, under Do's announcement, most of the Tonin chose to leave separately. Only a very small part stayed and chose to continue to follow Orochimaru. These Otanin who stayed behind wanted to rebuild their homeland, and those who followed completely worshipped the power of Orochimaru. Although they also know that Dashuin doesn't treat people as people at all when conducting experiments. Even sometimes when there is a lack of experimental materials, some subordinates will be arrested and used. But one thing is certain, the experiment of Orochimaru is not mortal. After receiving the experiment of Orochimaru, the strength of many experimental subjects has indeed increased by leaps and bounds. This alone is worth their risk. Master Orochimaru, where are we going next? Go to the secret base of the country of Vortex. Do, you should be able to feel this unusual breath. Well, it's war. With a serious face, he echoed Orochimaru's words. He used to be an orphan of war. Although he was later excavated and cultivated by Danzang's roots, he became an espionage officer. He didn't go to war head on, but he also saw too many tragedies. Do could easily feel the pre-war atmosphere. Not to mention, Tianziguo's strategy in the ninja world is of great significance. It would be strange if the villages of other countries were not in turmoil when a large agricultural country was wiped out. Suzuki was puzzled, but looking at Hua Xian's mocking expression, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. It's okay if you don't understand, you will understand soon. Huangquan Biliangzaka suddenly opened, and Kagaya came out of it, and also spoke. And after she came out, Itachi and Kisame appeared. Looking at the figure who was thinking about it day and night, wishing to tear it into pieces, Suzuki immediately gritted his teeth, anger rising. Weasel. Regarding this, Itachi looked at Suzuki with a complicated face, not knowing how to speak. When Suzuki was slaughtered and Suzuki was left behind, what he wanted was to wait for Suzuki to grow up in the future, open the kaleidoscope, and kill him as a hero. At that time, let Suzuki hold his eyes, or inject the interstitial cells, fully grow up, and return to Konoha to rebuild Uchiha. Now, because of Sarutobi's presumptuous assertion, Itachi's plan has naturally come to nothing. As for Suzuki, getting involved with Hua Xian, Orochimaru and others is something Itachi doesn't want to see anyway. It's just that the matter has come to this point, and there is nothing he can do. He could only try his best to guide Suzuki to the direction of the village. As for whether he would be killed by Suzuki during this period, Itachi didn't care at all. Even if Suzuki really has the ability to kill himself, Itachi will be happy for him, because this means that Suzuki is promising and can be alone. In this regard, Orochimaru has an ugly face. Although he is relatively old, but Hua Xian, he can't beat him. Kagaya, he can't beat him. Itaki, he also had an arm chopped off. Now these few Langmi appeared together. Dashuan wanted to run away now. If you don't run, you really can't run. No, whether I can run away now is probably a question. Ashimura. Here, it's none of your business. Frontier prison, will tomb. Boom. As soon as Huaxian spoke, a big hole exploded in Orochimaru's chest, and the internal organs turned into meat powder, splashing all over the floor. Master Orochimaru. Looking at this scene, Do and the others couldn't help being terrified. Huaxian's methods have gone beyond their understanding of ninja abilities. Didn't you say that you want to use Itaka's hand to kill Orochimaru? Why did you take the lead in doing it? It was a little strange. Huaxian couldn't help but smiled awkwardly, and said, sorry, I couldn't hold back for a while, so I killed him. Unforgivable, 10-finger piercing. Junmalu stretched out his hands angrily, aimed at Huaxian with his 10 fingers, and immediately shot the phalanx like a bullet. But before the phalanx got close to Huaxian's body, Kagaya's long white hair immediately couldn't move automatically, like a solid steel wall, directly blocking all the shots. Junmalu of the Hui clan, Shigume is indeed a good ability. Unfortunately, compared with Hui, your strength is not worth mentioning at all. Huaxian said with a smile. The hatred in Junmalu's eyes is still there, without any fear. For him, Orochimaru is to talk about his parents, and he has the grace of regeneration. Whoever dares to attack Orochimaru is the enemy of his Junmaru. On the contrary, Do and the 4 people behind him have already felt feared. They don't know whether Orochimaru is dead or not, but if they continue to stay here, they are definitely dead. Even Orochimaru, a cage-level powerhouse, was defeated by Huaxian with a single move, so what are they Jonin? In the next second, without any hesitation, Do and the 4 of them turned around and ran away. Junmalu wants to fight Huaxian and Hui. Yeah, that's his business. What's more, in their view, this is a rare chance to escape. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to run away, when Junmalu is gone, they may be the next ones to disappear. Are you going to kill them? Kill it. How can outsiders be present at the last Uchiha rally? It is good. Huiye said in a cold voice. The next moment, gray bone spurs also grew on his back, which was a sign of killing the ashes together. Boy, before you die, let me show you the power far surpassing the power of the bones of the bones. Kill ashes together, 10-finger piercing bullets. Kagaya looked at Junmalu with disdain, stretched out his hands and 10 fingers, facing Junmalu and the escaped Do and others. Boom! What? Almost in an instant, the bodies of Junmalu, Do and others immediately entered a collapsed state. Itaki and Kisame below couldn't help but feel horrified watching this scene. Too fast, Kagaya's 10 fingers pierced bullets, and its rate of fire was so fast that even Itaka's kaleidoscope Sharingan could not see clearly. Even after the bodies of Junmalu and the others began to collapse, they heard the faint sound of shooting. There is no doubt that the rate of fire of Kagaya's 10-finger piercer is definitely several times, or even dozens of times, higher than the speed of sound. Suzuki stared blankly at this scene. The living people who were standing beside him before had all been reduced to crumbs now. Life is so fragile. Chapter 78 Uchiha Gathering. Gaixi, I'm sorry, this time, I'm afraid I will implicate you. Looking at the miserable situation of Junmalu and others, Itaka said apologetically. He knew very well that the final fate of the 2 of them might not be much better. And it was Suzuki who made him feel distressed the most. With the posture of Huaxian and Huiye, it is obvious that no one who is here today will want to leave here alive. There's no need to apologize, Mr. Itaki. From the moment Kagaya came up, do you think we can still run? Gaixi is open-minded, but he is not the kind of person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. From the moment he became a ninja, Kisame was ready to pay his life for it. Regarding this, Kagaya from above also looked at Kisame. Now, Kisame is the only non-Uchiha left on the scene, so she naturally wants to get rid of him. As for Suzuki and Itaka, they were Huaxian's prey, and Kagaya would not do it. Finally, do you have anything to say, traitor? No, when I encountered traitors before, I would kill them with my own hands. Even my companions who might betray information, I also kill them. Now that I have become such a person, it is only natural that I be killed. However, I'm not going to sit still. It doesn't matter, anyway, your power is dispensable in my eyes. Your resistance is nothing in my eyes. Water escape, big explosion, water shockwave. Gisha yelled loudly, his cheeks puffed up immediately, and then spit out a lot of water. For a while, the former site of Yinin village, which was destroyed by Daidura, directly formed an artificial lake. Water escape, 1,000 food sharks. Thousands of sharks made of condensed water immediately jumped out of the lake, and opened their ferocious mouths directly towards Kagaya. Although they are all made of chakra, the sharp teeth are not much worse than real sharks. But for this, Kagaya was full of disdain. Do not hide, let the sharks attack. The next moment, all the sharks collapsed on their own the moment they got close, and they couldn't hurt Kagaya at all. It's useless. My existence has surpassed the ancestor of chakra in this world. Any ninjutsu is useless to me. Kisame, although your ninjutsu is powerful, in my eyes, it is just a spectacular trick. Then, it's my turn. Oh no! Seeing Kagaya pointing his index finger straight at Kisame, Itachi and Kisame knew that the next move would be very dangerous. Even if Kagaya only shoots a single bullet, as long as he is hit, he will suffer the same fate as Dodo, Junmaro, and others. I advise you not to move, Itachi. I was still thinking, we Uchiha clan will have a good meeting later. Moreover, you can't stop Kagaya, let alone Kisame. This is not only a matter of strength, the absolute gap is also a gap in the level of life that cannot be leaped. When Hua Xian spoke, Guisha immediately laughed. Mr. Itachi, just stand aside and watch carefully. This is the fate of being a traitor. No matter what the final result is, I can accept it. Ghost Shark. Seeing Kisame's firm expression, Itachi felt a little unbearable and helpless, and then nodded. He respects Kisame's choice. So, are you ready, Kisame? It's not that easy to kill me. As soon as Huiye spoke, Gui Yurin went straight into the lake. Regarding this, Kagaya also saw through his thoughts at a glance. I see. Are you trying to use the resistance of the water pressure to block my fingertips? If it's Junmala's 10-finger piercing bullet, that kind of pediatric idea is really effective. It's a pity, in front of the total killing of ashes, your water transformed from chakra has no meaning. While speaking, Kagaya's index finger also shot out, and suddenly jumped into the water. For a moment, the phalanx that Kagaya shot out was like a black hole, and Kisame's artificial lake formed by the blast wave began to shrink and collapse, and it was impossible to form corresponding resistance to buffer the slowing effect. Moreover, Kagaya's ability is definitely far more than that. From his point of view, this total killing of ashes might just be Kagaya's tricks. Whether it's Huaxian or Kagaya, to Itachi, they are both mysterious and terrifying existences. Suzuki stared blankly at all this. Whether it's Kagaya or the dead Kisame, the abilities and strength they displayed are beyond his reach. Okay, now, let's start the last gathering of our Uchiha clan. At this point, I have nothing to say to you, Huaxian. If we really want to talk, I just hope you can stop immediately. There is no need for a dictator in this world. In fact, you can use another identity. There is, say, a savior. Itachi said, but Suzuki looked at him in a daze, as if he had almost forgotten the hatred of extermination in the past. Of course, he was also curious about what Huaxian did to make Itachi say that. During the days when he was taken away by Orochimaru, he actually didn't know about the outside world. Savior, this world doesn't need me to save it. After all, the world can continue to exist no matter who leads it. Moreover, I have no reason to subsidize outsiders for free. If you want to get my subsidy, you should accept my rule. That's fair. Of course, even if you rule the world, it has nothing to do with you two brothers. The future Uchiha will spread out from me. As for you, you have already become superfluous existences. As soon as Huaxian said this, Itachi couldn't help but look at Suzuki, and his expression became more guilty. He knew that Suzuki had also become the target of Huaxian to clean up. However, he has nothing to do about it. This feeling of powerlessness is even worse than the night of the genocide. Don't be dejected, Itachi, at least before you die, I will give you a big gift. As I said, this is the gathering of the Uchiha clan. So, how can we miss them? The technique of reincarnation. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of coffins immediately rose from the ground. When these coffin panels were lifted and familiar faces emerged from memory, both Itachi and Suzuki couldn't help but frown. These people are exactly the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who were wiped out by Itachi back then. Even Itachi and Suzuki's father, Uchiha Fugaku, is on the list. Chapter 79. The truth is exposed. Itachi, Suzuki. Father. Fuyu opened his eyes wide, looking at his two children in astonishment. Although Itachi and Suzuki were still young when he died, Fuyu still recognized them at the first sight after 6 years. Suzuki and Itachi were also shocked, but soon, Itachi looked at Huaxian with an angry face. Why do you want to call them out? They have already. Shut up, Itachi, you bastard. Why decide our life and death? That's right, you Uchiha traitor, you must die. Patriarch, this is your good son, I really misread you. Before Itachi finished speaking, apart from Fugaku, all Uchiha's ninjas yelled at him angrily. In this regard, Suzuki couldn't help lowering his head, not knowing how to face the clansmen. Although he also wanted to kill Itachi, he was a family with Fuyu and Itachi after all. Now that the two are here, even if Suzuki feels innocent, he still can't hold his head up. Itachi, I don't need to bear the crimes you committed. Now, just accept the punishment in front of the clansmen. No, not only you, but also Suzuki, who was left behind by you, must pay for it. Cost. Huaxian said, and all the Uchiha ninjas also noticed him. Uchiha Huashin, you disappeared mysteriously a few months before the family accident. I didn't expect you to have reached this level. If you were willing to stay at that time, the family would not perish. Fuyu said, looking at him and Kagaya with a very apprehensive expression. Especially Kagaya, that kind of chakra level, monster is not enough to describe her. The other ninjas of the Uchiha clan are not much different. Most of them have actually experienced the Nine Tails rebellion, and they have also seen Nine Tails' huge chakra beyond imagination. but compared to Kagaya, it's a piece of cake. Don't try to divert the conflict, Patriarch Fuyu. The one who killed you was Itaki. What does it have to do with me? Besides, I gave him a lot of solutions, but he just turned his arms around and chose the most extreme one. To be honest, you, the Patriarch, really failed enough to allow your son to slaughter the entire clan. Obviously, you have opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. If you really participated in the war, the Itaki at that time would not be yours at all. Opponent. What's going on, father? Do you really have a kaleidoscope Sharingan? Suzuki's mind was already in a mess, and many things that Hua Xian revealed were breaking the original cognition. The other Uchiha ninjas also looked at Fuyu in surprise, as if they knew the Patriarch for the first time. Fuyu looked at Hua Xian in surprise. He possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and until his death he only showed it in front of Itake. Unexpectedly, Hua Xian knew the biggest secret. Facing the gazes of the youngest son and the rest of the tribe at this moment, he also nodded, no longer covering up, and revealed the kaleidoscope. Why, father, since you have the kaleidoscope Sharingan, why didn't you stop Itaki? How could you just watch Itaki kill the clansman and mother? Suzuki asked. The whole person seemed to be crazy, looking at his familiar but unfamiliar father. I'm incompetent, I can't beat Itaki. Fuyu looked at Suzuki and said with guilt. Is it really impossible to beat, Patriarch Fuyu? As I said before, the Itaki of that period was not your opponent at all. You may be fine if you want to deceive others. But if you want to deceive me, that is impossible. Hua Xian said, if he hadn't read the plot and knew the whole story, maybe even he would be deceived by Fuyu now. That's enough, Huaxian. Itaki is stronger than me, I was killed by him, that's the truth. OH.AS expected of father and son, in the end, they are willing to bear everything for Suzuki. What do you mean, Huaxian? Suzuki looked at Huaxian and asked. For his father Fuyu and Itaki, he felt that the credibility was not as good as Hua Xian, an outsider. The other Uchiha ninjas also looked at the three of them. Although they didn't speak at the moment, they couldn't hide the look in Itaki's eyes that wanted to kill him. Suzuki, you are really stupid. Why do you think Itaki, who chose to exterminate the family, left you alone? He says. Just as Suzuki was about to speak, he stared blankly at Itaki and Fuyu again. Although the night of the genocide that year, Itaki said that he was kept because he might open the kaleidoscope to test his own strength. But now, my father also opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. If you really want to test it, it's not his turn at all. Therefore, it is obvious that Itaki's reasons back then were not tenable at all. Seeing that he was silent now, Hua Xianren also smiled and said, it seems that you have already thought of something strange. Then let me tell you one more thing. Your father, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the reason why Uchiha Fugaku was killed by Itaki was because he never fought him from the very beginning. When your parents knew that the enemy was their proudest eldest son, the two of them directly chose to give up resistance and kill him immediately. What? That's right, Itaki was able to destroy the family, and it was done entirely with the acquiescence of Konoha's senior management and your parents. Otherwise, why do you think Itaki, who is only 13 years old and the same age as you now, cannot disturb you? In the case of the village, exterminate the family was plotting a coup back then, and the reason why Itaki let you go was actually just a deal with Konoha's high-level officials. Your survival is in exchange for the peace of the village. Suzuki froze in place. All these things were beyond his imagination. Itaki was silent, and from the moment Huaxian summoned his clansmen to reincarnate, he knew that the secret of the past could no longer be kept. Patriarch, no, you are no longer qualified to be called Patriarch. That's right, your good son not only killed me, but also killed my wife and children in front of my face. Today, Itaki and Suzuki will never leave here alive. Revenge, kill their two brothers. The Uchiha ninjas were clamoring. Huaxian also looked at Itaki and Suzuki with a smirk. Then, it's a good show, Itaki. 6 years ago, you were able to destroy the family. Today, can you repeat the old trick? I'm looking forward to it. As soon as Huaxian said this, all the Uchiha ninjas were shocked immediately, and powerful killing intent and chakra burst out one after another. However, Huaxian did not erase their will. Because even if they don't do that, these former clansmen, except Fuyu, also hate Itaki to the bone. Chapter 80. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Itaki did not hesitate, and directly dodged to protect Suzuki behind him. No matter what Suzuki is thinking now, Itaki still wants to protect this younger brother. I'm sorry, Itaki, Suzuki. Next, we're afraid that father and son will inevitably fight each other. Fuyu was sad and helpless, while Itaki was silent. His eyes patrolled all the clansmen who had been reincarnated from the dirt. I know what you're looking for, Itaki. You're looking for Shisui, right? His kaleidoscope Sharingan's pupil technique Bitienshen can change a person's will forever. It can also be used to free people from the control of the caster. Although other gods have a very long cooling time, it is only for the water of the living. If it is the water of the reincarnation of the dirty soil, there should be no such thing at that time. Relying on Zishui in the state of reincarnation of the dirty soil, you can even control all the clansmen summoned by me. As soon as Huaxian said this, all the Uchiha ninjas couldn't help being shocked. Itaki's face darkened. This was indeed the only way he could think of to break the situation right now. Although even if he controlled all the clansmen in the opposite direction, he might not be able to get a bargain from Hua Xian and Kagaya, but at least, the chances of him and Suzuki escaping could be greatly improved. In his opinion, as far as the current situation is concerned, being alive is victory. It's just that now that Huaxian has expressed his thoughts, then, his former best friend Uchiha Shisui probably has not been summoned. At least, Itachi didn't think Hua Xian would make herself uncomfortable. Regarding this, Itachi couldn't help but look at the coffin standing upright behind everyone. Although all the reincarnated clansmen came out, there was no movement in one coffin. In this regard, Itachi is also guessing at the moment, who is the ninja in the coffin? Is it his close friend Uchiha Shisui, or the ninja in Uchiha legend in the past Uchiha Madara, or someone else? Although it is not clear, one thing Itachi can be sure of is that the person in the coffin is definitely from the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, he used to regard Huaxian as Uchiha's hope, but he didn't expect that when he met again, he would have such an ugly face. Don't be a god, I didn't expect that guy Zishui to hide such power. That guy and Itachi came together, he must be a family traitor. That's right, if you have that kind of power, you could have taken down Konoha's high-ranking officials without bloodshed. A group of Uchiha ninjas talked a lot, and Shisui also became the person they condemned. After all, with this configuration, when you are a real rebel, even if you can't confront the entire Konoha head-on, it is definitely not difficult to take down the high-level Konoha. Moreover, the fact that Kaleidoscope Sharingan can control 9 tails is not a secret in the family. In that environment, they could have secretly tied Naruto in the name of the guard. Even if you really can't do the high level, with 9 tails in hand, it is absolutely no problem to check and balance the village. Itachi, use Zishui's other gods on me, Fuyu said, and Itachi couldn't help being taken aback, and then nodded. Although I am very curious about the identity of the person in the coffin, if I don't know it, so I use other gods, the risk is too great. Instead of this, it is better to use the technique on his father, Uchiha Fugaku. At least, my father is also the holder of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his level of combat power is definitely at the shadow level. Although there is Suzuki as an oil bottle, but with himself, there are 2 cage levels. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with these clansmen whose strength is only around Chunin and Jonin. Of course, this premise is that Hua Xian and Wei Ye don't make a move. Moreover, the person in that coffin is not a tricky figure. If after he uses other gods, the people inside are strong people like Shisui or Madara, then even if he and Fuyu are 2 cage levels, they will be finished. This is completely a bet, at least compared to the coffin. The risk of using other gods on Fuyu is less. Don't even think about using other gods, Itachi, Suzuki, only if you 2 brothers are killed by Fuyu's old thief, can you relieve your hatred. That's right, let their father and son kill each other. Art fire escape ho fireball. Wind escape great breakthrough. The fight is on. I don't know how long Itachi and Suzuki can last. Watching these dead clansmen finally start to move their hands, Hua Xian and Hui Ye stayed in midair, watching this drama with great interest. These clansmen Huaxian didn't equip them with weapons, so they could only use Sharingan to perform ninjutsu or illusion, or rush forward directly and use body skills to fight hand-to-hand. But even that is spectacular enough for now. Boom! Under the bombardment of ninjutsu for no money, the weasel directly activated Susanoo's first form, the skeleton form, to block the attack of the clansman. It's not that he doesn't want to swim and look for a chance to escape. With Suzuki around, Itachi is destined to be distracted to take care of him. Suzuki, follow me. Suzuki, who had been in a dazed state, couldn't help being shocked when he heard Itachi say this, and looked at this familiar but unfamiliar figure with a complicated face. I know. If we can leave here alive, I hope you can tell me all the truth. It is good. Without even thinking about it, Itachi nodded in agreement. Sarutobi has already got through with other Dainin villages, and Itachi will naturally not survive as a rebellious ninja in the future. In this way, if he wants to return to Konoha with Suzuki and live together, then there are some things that should be clearly explained to him. Chapter 81 Itachi vs Fujigaku. At that moment, Itachi also frowned. For a moment, Susanoo in the first form jumped directly to the fourth form. This is the state in which the lower body grows after the second form of meridians and flesh grows in the skeleton state of the first form. Not only has the size increased significantly, but it also has the ability to move and use unique weapons. It is only one step away from the full Wutengu warrior form. Of course, since Itachi only has the ability of Kaleidoscope Sharingan, it is impossible to enter the perfect body. Even being able to use the fourth form is due to the blessing of intercolumn cells. Otherwise, only using the ordinary Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which consumes pupil power, to open Susanoo, the third form alone is already the limit. But at this moment, Itachi and Suzuki are also blessed by the fourth form of Susanoo, and the two are directly on the forehead of the red Susanoo. With Susanoo's super defensive ability to protect him, Itachi can somewhat concentrate on the next battle without worrying too much about Suzuki's safety. It's just that Susanoo in the fourth form consumes a lot of chakra. Even though Itachi has the blessing of the intercolumnar cells, the amount of chakra has increased a lot, but I don't know how long I can last. It is precisely because of this that Itaki asked Suzuki to follow him closely. Once he can't hold it anymore, he can only flee with Suzuki on foot. Susanoo, what's more, he has reached this state, he is worthy of being my son. Fuyu was amazed. Although he had never used his kaleidoscope ability in front of outsiders, he knew about Susanoo. Even if he is now in the state of reincarnation, as far as Susan is concerned, he cannot open the fourth form. However, it was precisely because of the blessing of reincarnation in the dirty soil that the side effects of the loss of pupil power of the kaleidoscope disappeared immediately. Unless Ianagi or Ianami are used at the expense of Sharinan, Fuyu has no risk of blindness at all. First, seal the people inside. Itake looked at the unmoving coffin behind him, and directly drove Susan to jump away. The spiritual weapon 10-fist sword instantly extended, trying to pierce the coffin. Although I don't know who is inside, it doesn't matter, as long as it is sealed, the so-called risk will naturally disappear. But at that moment, a black Suzo arm suddenly appeared, and directly punched the 10-fist sword. Although the sword could not be destroyed, it also changed the trajectory of the 10-fist sword, avoiding the situation where the coffin was stabbed. Itaki, before attacking that coffin, at least use other gods on me. I also have a kaleidoscope Sharinan, and I can use Susanoo. Even if I don't use it as well as you, it still poses a big threat to you, Fuyu said, although he didn't want to fight Itaki at all. But when Itaki approached, his body moved on its own. He knew that this was Hua Xian's automatic defense mechanism set up against him when he performed the reincarnation of the dirty soil. Once the target starts to move or get close, he will shoot himself. Father, tell me about your kaleidoscope pupil skills. My pupil technique is Amaterasu and Gagusatomi. Amaterasu is the black flame that can burn everything, and Gagusatobi is the flame escape that controls the shape change of the black flame or makes it extinguish. Fuyu said that the abilities of the kaleidoscope Sharinan are all kinds of strange things, but there is no doubt that these pupil skills are all strong. Fuyu does not want his proudest son to accidentally die under his pupil skills. Since there is still consciousness, he naturally wants to tell Itaki his ability. To this, Itaki also nodded, expressing his understanding. He also has Amaterasu, so he naturally knows how powerful this technique is. As for Jiagutuming, Itaki can guess a little bit. Although Itaki itself can cast Amaterasu, he cannot control black flame. If you want it to disappear, you can only wait for it to go out naturally, not to mention the shape change. Damn it, is this the power of kaleidoscope Sharinan? Our attack can't even break his defense. Although it's very cool to let their father and son fight each other, but before that, I want to break the bones of their brother, and then let Fuyu kill his own child with his own hands. Bastard, since you have such power, why did you betray the family? All the Uchiha ninjas were filled with righteous indignation, but their strength was too weak, or Susanoo was too strong for them. Ordinary ninjutsu could not shake Itaka Susanoo's defense at all. Not to mention, Itaka's Susan, in addition to the spirit weapon 10-fist sword, also has the spiritual weapon Yata mirror with abnormal defensive ability. Ordinary escaping ninjutsu will directly bounce back when hit on the Yata mirror. This combination of offense and defense is perfect. Many Uchihas who are not very bright in their brains even rely on the immortal body of the reincarnation of the dirty soil, self-righteously hit the 10-fist sword, and were directly sealed by Itaki, which is quite funny. It can be said that this Uchiha civil war is actually a rivalry between Itaki and Fuyu. As for Suzuki, well, he, who has little knowledge, is dumbfounded again now. Itaki, be careful. Amaterasu. Feeling that his pupil power was stimulated again, Fuyu also hurriedly said, although Itaki and Suzuki are in Susanoo, Fugaku can completely adjust the focus of the sight, so that Amaterasu's black flame will burn from the inside in Susanoo. Once you are recruited, it will be troublesome. In response, Itaki immediately rolled his eyes. For a while, Fuyu's vision was suddenly in a trance, and he couldn't aim at Itaki at all. It's amazing that I, who also has the kaleidoscope Sharinan, have the illusion so easily. Itaki is indeed my son. Fuyu smiled proudly. Because of the sudden trance of vision, Amaterasu's black flames also ran around in this instant. Not only failed to hit Itaki and Suzuki, but several clan ninjas suffered. Because Amaterasu has the characteristic that it will not be extinguished until it burns the target, even if the reincarnation of the dirty soil has the characteristic of an immortal body. At this moment, it is also anxious with Heian. Although black flame couldn't burn them, they couldn't recover and continue fighting. Monthly reading. Itaka stared again. At this moment, Fuyuaran felt dizzy. When he reacted, he had already appeared in Itaka's mental space. But in reality, the crow equipped with the water-stop kaleidoscope also appeared on Itaka's shoulder, and cast Tianshen on the motionless Fuyu. Chapter 82. Who are you? Don't be a god. Itaka's timing was well grasped. Almost at the moment when he undid Tsukiyomi, Shisui's pupil art Tianshen was applied to Fuyu. Fuyu himself was also shocked, and immediately felt the abnormality of his body, no longer restricted by the technique of reincarnation, and regained his free body. How is it, father? Well, it has recovered, Amaterasu. Fugaku's right eye shed blood and tears, and for a while, Amaterasu's black flames immediately ignited on a group of Uchiha ninjas. With the characteristics of black flame, they, reincarnators of the filthy soil, were temporarily restricted in their actions. Itaki was also unambiguous, and directly controlled the 10-fist sword to pierce them one by one, sealing them up. Well done, Itaki, but if I were you, I might as well die. For you, living is the greatest pain. In mid-air, Hua Xian said with a smile. As for those clansmen who were sealed, he didn't care at all. From the very beginning, he had predicted the outcome of these people. He reincarnated them from the filth. In fact, he just wanted to give Itaki and Suzuki some eye drops. In this regard, Itaki is also silent, with a serious face. He could feel that things were not as simple as he imagined. Because from the beginning to the end, Huaxian and Kagaya didn't take any action against him and Suzuki, they just watched them fight quietly. Itaki knew very well that if Hua Xian wanted to prevent him from casting other gods just now, then he would definitely not be able to free his father. Not only will the crow with Shisui eyes die, but he himself will die in an instant along with Suzuki. In other words, Huaxian intends to restore Fuya's freedom. This alone made Itake feel that it was unusual. Are you curious, the person in the coffin? No matter who is inside, I will seal it up, Itake said coldly, and stabbed directly at the coffin with the 10-fist sword. It's just that at the moment when the sword tip was approaching the coffin, there seemed to be a transparent wall that directly blocked Susanoo's attack. Even if Susanoo's strength is great, he can't touch the coffin at all. Instead, the wind pressure from Susanoo's attack blew the coffin apart, revealing the characters inside. The familiar yet unfamiliar faces, whether it was Fugaku, Itaki, or Suzuki, were all dumbfounded in place, with expressions of disbelief. Is he the legendary ninja of Uchiha Madara, or Itake's best friend, Uchiha Shisui, or Fugaku's wife, the mother of the two brothers, Uchiha Mikado? No, neither. It was a child who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. Except for being a little more immature, he had the same appearance as Hua Xian. Or in other words, he is Uchiha Hanes, a real native Uchiha Hanes. No, it's impossible. Who are you? Itaki and Suzuki changed their colors at the same time, raised their heads one after another, and asked Hua Xian in midair. The reincarnation of the dirty land is to summon the souls of the dead from the pure land to the present world, and manipulate them like puppets. Since the Huashin in the coffin in front of him really exists, it means that the real Uchiha Huashin is definitely dead, the kind whose soul returns to the pure land. The one in the mid-air is probably the same as Orochimaru, the one that takes other people's bodies. In this regard, Huaxian looked at the father and son with great interest, and then slowly lowered his body, standing next to the real Uchiha Huaxian. Uchiha, what a poor family, this child is also. The death of his parents made him so sad that he died suddenly beside his parents' corpses. However, I am really grateful to him. If it weren't for his death, I wouldn't have had the chance to get this body. Sure enough, you are not from our clan, Itaka said with a livid face. Thinking about it now, he also feels a little stupid. How could a normal person suddenly gain such powerful power? Not to mention, Huaxian was only 7 years old at that time. Although, even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. But at least he can come up with corresponding countermeasures before Huaxian has grown up, so that the situation will not turn into this situation. At this moment, Itaki also felt a little regretful that if he had followed Huaxian's suggestion back then, used other gods to control Sarutobi, and let Sarutobi accept him as a disciple, perhaps, today, the ninja world is still peaceful, and Konoha might become the center of the world. The difference in one thought is really a difference of heaven and earth. Huaxian stroked Uchiha Huaxian's hair and said, "So, Itaki, do you think I should wake him up? This kid used to admire you very much, and even dreamed of becoming a genius like you." Boom! As soon as Huaxian's words came out, Itaki Susanoo's 10-fist sword thrust again. But this time, Huaxian did not stop his attack. Even though Uchiha Huaxian was pierced through the chest, the whole person was sealed into the dreamlike illusion world. Suzuki looked at all this with a complicated expression. Hua Xian's words touched his heart indirectly. Amaterasu. Fuya stared at Huaxian with his right eye, and the raging black flames ignited instantly, but quickly extinguished. I'm so anxious, Patriarch Fuya. However, ninjutsu is useless to me. If it was useful, Itaki would have used other gods on me, so it's your turn. Well, the three of you father and son are reunited, then let's reunite you. One family, you must be neat and tidy. This is a real gift. As soon as Huaxian's words came out, Shinwei was activated immediately. In the next moment, accompanied by a space vortex, a young girl suddenly appeared in front of the father and son. Fuyu, Itake and Suzuki looked at her, dumbfounded. Because, that is Fuyu's wife, the mother of the two brothers Uchiha Mikado. It's just that he looks too young, he looks only about 17 or 18 years old. Moreover, Mikato didn't have the cracks that are unique to the body of the soil reincarnated. The eyes are not the unique gray whites, but very bright, giving people a sense of vitality. Mikato? Fugaku was full of astonishment, but Mikato looked at him, Itaki and Suzuki with a puzzled expression, and frowned. Who are you? Don't call me by my name casually. Huaxian, you too, why did you send me to such a place? Mikan looked around suspiciously, but Huaxian smiled, hugged her, and threw her head into her bosom, which already had a certain size. Don't be angry, Mikato. After I clean up this place, we can go on a date here. Okay. Mikato was taken aback for a moment, then nodded shyly in agreement. Her appearance as a little girl made Fuyu furious, and made Itaki and Suzuki, two brothers, furious, with murderous intent in their eyes. Chapter 83. Anger, pain, sadness, hatred, distortion. You bastard, what did you do to Mikato? What's your name? I don't allow you to yell at Huaxian like that. Mikan glared at Fuyu, the dissatisfaction in her eyes could be seen by anyone. Her hands wrapped around Huaxian's back, as if she was taking care of her most cherished baby, and she refused to let go. But this scene deeply stimulated the nerves of Fuyu, Itaki, and Suzuki. Mikan, what are you doing? I'm your husband. You are talking nonsense, my husband is Huaxian. Mikan looked at Fuyu, and her anger was getting bigger and bigger. The sky is bright and bright, how can this person casually pollute people's innocence? Okay, Mikan, don't be angry, it's not worth getting angry with these fleas, go there and rest for a while, and let's have a good chat after I've dealt with these three guys. Huaxian said, one hand also grabbed Mikan's thigh. Such a good woman is suitable for childbearing at first glance. In the future, I will definitely be able to give birth to a few fat boys for myself. Looking at the three people next to them, the envious eyes are the best proof. For this, Mikan also blushed, and ran to the side first. Say, what the hell did you do to my mother? Suzuki asked. Seeing his mother dating another man, and a man around his age, Suzuki almost went crazy. Don't be so angry, Suzuki, if you can master this ninjutsu to a certain extent, you can change the age and state of the summoned person. Even the physical state and memory can be changed. Now Mikato, just in the state of a young girl, oh yes, let me tell you secretly, Mikato of this period is still there for the first time. Bastard, you bastard. Fuyu gritted his teeth, and Itaki held back his anger, not letting himself lose his mind, and said, even if you can change your state and age, the person who was summoned by the reincarnation of the dirty soil should be a dead person. But mom is different, I can see it. Come out, the present mother is a real living person. You are right, Itaki, no matter how proficient in reincarnation, this technique cannot really resurrect the dead. Then, it would be good to use ninjutsu to really resurrect her. Do you think that I, who have the eyes of reincarnation, can't you even do something like this? Huaxian said, her eyes also became eyes of reincarnation. At this moment, although the other person was still smiling, he was already full of killing intent. The deep pupil power of the reincarnation eyes also began to burst out, directly making Fuyu, Itake and Suzuki feel unparalleled pressure. Okay, it's time to end you. The Uchiha of the new era does not need your existence. I will become the new source of the Uchiha. Just like the eldest son of the Six Paths Sage and the ancestor of the Uchiha Satsuki Indrasame, create a new family. Shut up, people like you are not qualified to be our Uchiha clan. Fuyu scolded angrily, but Huaxian didn't care at all. To you dead people, I have nothing to say. Mudan, the birth of the tree realm. Boom! The trees of the big tree broke through the ground suddenly, and swept the entire battlefield in a blink of an eye. Fuyu is naturally more relaxed alone, and, as a physique reincarnated from the dirt, his chakra is endless. Even if you are trapped, you can get out with Amaterasu and Kaiga Satame. Therefore, although Huaxian's birth of the tree boundary is powerful, it is not enough to kill him. The only thing that worries him are the two sons Itaki and Suzuki. Now that his wife has run away with Huaxian, if even his two sons are gone, even if Fuyu's soul returns to the Pure Land again, he will die with regret. It's okay, father, Suzuki and I are not injured. It's just that chakra has been consumed a lot. Itaka spoke, but Suzuki remained silent, regretting his inability in his heart. At this time, I can't help at all. To this, Fuyu also nodded, and said, staying here is indeed too dangerous for you. Itake, you take Suzuki and escape. Anyway, I am already dead, relying on the immortality of reincarnation from the dirt and infinite chakra should be able to buy you some time. No, father, I want to go, let's go together. Don't be self-willed, Suzuki, you are not stupid, you should be able to see the situation clearly. The guy with the eyes of reincarnation is unfathomable. Even if I have an immortal body and infinite chakra, I can't get it in his hands cheap. I am already dead, so before I return to the Pure Land, I must at least protect you both. This is my responsibility as a father. Fuyu said, although he was very reluctant, but at the moment he was also full of determination. He would never allow his own child to die in front of him. Sorry, father. Elder brother. Suzuki looked sad, and Itaki couldn't help lowering his head sadly. Fuyu patted him on the shoulder and said, Suzuki, you have to listen to Itake from now on. Itake. Suzuki, please. Yes. Itake nodded slightly, and the man also took Suzuki to evacuate directly. Suzuki looked at Fuyu silently until the other person turned around, leaving only a back view, and his tears came out of his eyes unconsciously. It's a touching farewell between father and son, but they are destined not to escape here alive. As I said, the Uchiha of the new era does not need your presence. You devil! Looking at Huaxian's figure, Fuyu wished to tear her into pieces. Huaxian was not angry about this, and said, "Devil, maybe, everyone will inevitably grow up to be the most hated person in the past. But even so, I don't regret it, because you were just a victim, rather than vested interests. If you were me, perhaps your desires and ambitions would become greater than mine." Huaxian felt a little emotional, but Fuyu didn't respond. Just cast Susanoo, and punched Huaxian with a punch. Chapter 84 Death Ding. Also in the second after Susanoo's attack, Susanoo immediately began to collapse, and together with Fuyu, it began to dissipate like dust. What? This is. Has the technique of reincarnation of the dirty soil been unlocked? Fuyu's face was full of unwillingness, and the hatred still persisted when he looked at Huaxian's face. This is a matter of course, Fuyu. The release and cracking of any ninjutsu is just a thought for me. In itself, I am the limit of the ninja profession. I even surpassed the ninja and reached the level of the six paths sage. The little trick of reincarnation, if I want to break it, it is naturally easy. However, you don't have to worry, Fuyu. Your two sons will soon go to the Pure Land to accompany you. You bastard, you devil, you must die, you will definitely suffer retribution. Fuyu had never been so resentful for a moment. Even though he has been the patriarch for many years and has become extremely open-minded and self-cultivated, Fuyu still couldn't help but yell. Huaxian kept touching the bottom line of his life. If it wasn't that he didn't know Huaxian's real name and didn't want to insult the real Uchiha Huaxian, he would have wanted to greet Huaxian's 18 generations of ancestors and descendants, and directly let his genealogy ascend to heaven. It's a pity that Fuyu was just incompetent and furious after all. Even if the soul ascends to heaven, the skill of the mouth is still unbroken, and Huaxian cannot be shaken at all. On the other side, Itachi took Suzuki and ran wildly. It's just that no matter how fast he runs, he is still within the range of Tien's Higuo. Almost in the next moment, Huaxianman appeared in front of them, blocking their way. It's useless, Itachi, Suzuki, you can't escape my palm at all. Itachi put Suzuki down, looked at Huaxian and said, "This result is actually within my expectation." "Well, then, is there a way for you to escape from me, Itachi?" Huaxian asked, but Itachi remained silent. He can predict his own ending, but he can't break this deadlock. Manpower is sometimes poor. Facing Huaxian's combat power comparable to that of a god, he has no possibility of winning at all. "Sorry, Suzuki. No, this time, don't even think about leaving me. Even if I die, I will be with you, brother." Suzuki, who had already guessed what Itachi wanted to do, immediately said angrily that he is very weak now, but he is definitely not afraid of death. Itachi was silent, then nodded knowingly. Suzuki took out kunao from his pocket and faced Huaxian directly. "It's a bit courageous, Suzuki. You don't have to be too sad. If I have a child with Mikoto in the future, I will name him Suzuki. If there are 2 or even 3 children, Itachi and your father, I will also arrange for Fuyu. Maybe you will become my children if you are reincarnated in the future." Asshole. Suzuki was so angry that his veins burst out, and he rushed directly towards Huaxian. Although Itachi didn't say anything, he walked around to Huaxian's side and attacked from both sides. "Since you can't escape, let's fight." He didn't expect Suzuki to be able to do anything. Anyway, it's over. The gap in strength between the two sides is so large that any battle plan is meaningless. Susanoo. "Oh, can I still use Susanoo?" "Unfortunately, it's only the first form." Huaxian teased that Itachi only had less than % of his chakra left. Even if Susanoo can still be used, it cannot fully exert its power. Furthermore, not to mention the first form of Susanoo, who is only in the shape of a skeleton on the upper body, even a complete Susanoo is no threat to Huaxian. Not for other reasons, even if it is a perfect Susanoo, it still belongs to the category of ninjutsu. It's ninjutsu, so it's doomed not to be able to get cheap in Huaxian's hands. Boom! In an instant, Huaxian also displayed her Susanoo, and when she came out, she was in the third form of the half-body armor. With a slash of the golden spiritual weapon, the 10-fist sword, it directly chopped off Susan in Itachi's first form. The huge shock wave also sent the ferret flying, drawing a groove on the ground. "Elder brother." Suzuki looked worried, but in the next moment, Huaxian Susa's big hand grabbed him and lifted him into the air. "Is this the time to worry about others, Suzuki?" Fire escape and Patience claw red. Itachi immediately got up, Jian performed ninjutsu, and countless flame missiles combined with shuriken immediately shot at Huaxian. It's just that Huaxian is under Susanoo's protection, and these shuriken flame shots can't break through at all. It was like hitting a steel wall, not even a mark was left. "It's useless, Itachi, you should be very clear about the power of Susanoo. Besides, my power is much stronger than yours, and the strength of chakra is also much stronger than yours. The Susanoo that is displayed, naturally stronger than you. Your Susanoo was almost defeated by me, which is the best proof," Huaxian said. Itachi couldn't help clenching his fists, his face full of unwillingness. He knew that Huaxian was right, and the previous Susanoo consumed most of his chakra. Now he doesn't have many chakras to continue fighting. Any stronger ninjutsu can squeeze his body dry. He doesn't have much ability to fight anymore. "Brother, leave me alone, run away. If you are, you will be able to survive, run away." Suzuki. Itachi looked at Suzuki screaming vigorously, and couldn't help being stunned. Hua Xian was also a little stunned. He never expected such a scene anyway. It's so funny, Suzuki, you obviously wanted to kill Itaka the most before, wasn't it you? Now, you still love Itaki. It has nothing to do with a guy like you. Just when Suzuki was halfway through speaking, Hana Zion Suzu's big hand also exerted force suddenly. For a moment, Suzuki's body also creaked, and he did not know how many bones were broken. He was bleeding profusely from his mouth and his internal organs were severely squeezed. Even if I survive today, I am afraid that I will be permanently disabled. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am a disabled person. Itaka gritted his teeth, his face was gloomy, and then he turned around and chose to evacuate directly. Even Hua Xian was stunned by his choice. After all, Itaka loves his younger brother, which is well known. How could Itaki, who was willing to bear the infamy for his younger brother and live in humiliation as a traitor, leave Suzuki alone? Are you greedy for life and afraid of death? How can it be? Itaki, you really exceeded my expectations. Boom! Hua Xian, who originally wanted to torture Suzuki, lost interest and crushed Suzuki's body. Faintly, he could even see the corner of the dead Suzuki's lips raised, as if he was happy for Itaka's choice. Even Hua Xian had to be wary of this unusual talent since he was a child. I have nothing to say about you. Don't you want to talk about it? Forget it, it doesn't matter, I just need to find out for myself. The way of the world is to submerge the heart. Hua Xian pressed one hand on Itaka's sky cap and for a while, the weasel's eyes were also dull, as if he had lost his soul. His memory began to emerge continuously, and he was peeped by Hua Xian. After just looking at it for a while, Hua Xianren was shocked to find that he didn't find any useful information. It's like, Itaki is really greedy for life and afraid of death. Am I overthinking? No, if it's you, you should be more careful. Thinking in his heart, Hua Xianren also directly pulled out Itaka's soul. Then he raised his foot, and stomped on Itaka's head with his sore foot. Boom! At this moment, Itaka's head exploded directly, and a pair of kaleidoscope-sharing eyes were also trampled to death, and they couldn't die anymore. Hua Xian is also taking precautions. After all, Itaka knows the Uchiha's forbidden pupil art like Ianagi and Ianami. Furthermore, excellent illusion users can not only search people's memories mentally, but also tamper with them. With Itaka's shrewdness, it is possible to tamper with his own memory in advance. In any case, with Madara as a negative teaching material, it is naturally impossible for Hua Xian to make the same mistake. Ended. Okay. Seeing Huiya appearing beside him, Hua Xianren also nodded. Uchiha's matter is settled, and the next one is the 4th Ninja World War in a month. When the war is over, the 5 major countries will be in my pocket, and we will establish a new order. The Ninja World War is just a piece of cake for us, but you, my lord, actually don't need to summon the original soul of this body. Huiya's face was a bit weird, but Hua Xian was quite emotional, and said, just take it as a matter of course and settle your mind. Seeing him being sealed with your own eyes can also end the original obsession of this body. Hey, is your surname still Uchiha? Huiya asked. Hua Xianren was also taken aback, feeling rather complicated. Forget it, it doesn't matter what my last name is, as long as I'm Hua Xian. Hua Xian said that it was a coincidence that his name in the real world was Hua Xian. Perhaps it is precisely because he has the same name as Uchiha Huashin that he will be reborn on this child after death. Hua Xian, have you dealt with the bad guys? Are you not injured? Seeing Hua Xian and Hui coming out of the woods, Mikan hurried forward to ask for condolences. Little fool, didn't you see that Kagaya and I came out safe and sound? Of course it's fine. That what? Hua Xian looked at her amusedly, and Mikan's face was also bright red. I hate you, that's what you said. What about a date? It goes without saying, of course I will do it. It just so happens that I created this grove just before the birth of the tree world, or, let's come here. But, come on. Hua Xian pulled Mikan into the woods with a smile on her face, but Kagaya didn't stop her, because she also participated in it herself. With such a good thing, how could Mikato be cheaper alone? At night, the dark land of Tianzi looks particularly eerie. The cool wind blows through the forest created by Hua Xian, rustling directly, adding a touch of weirdness. Outside the forest, the pungent smell of blood attracted countless crows. The corpses of Suzuki and Itaka fell in a pool of blood, looking very scary. A crow with a sharing eye inlaid seemed to be possessed. It suddenly flew from a distance and landed on the weasel's body. Its Sharingan looked directly at Itaka's corpse, and then the red Sharingan went blank. Itaki, who had already lost his soul and head, suddenly moved his fingers, and even the ground that should have been stained red by his blood turned back to the original scorched earth at this moment. When he stood up, a group of crows immediately flew up and circled above his head. Not only the head, but also Itaka's eyes, soul, and even the injuries on his body were all restored. Others walked to Suzuki's body and drove away the crows around him. Although the eyes were full of sadness, they did not shed tears like before. There is only hatred left in his heart now, as if he is an undead crawling out of hell, trying to devour everything. Love you walking in a dark alley alone. Love the way you don't kneel. Love you have persisted through despair. I won't cry. If Hua Xian was here, she might sing The Lonely Brave to the current Itaki. It's just that he doesn't want to see such a lonely brave man anyway. Hua Xian didn't even spare his soul and eyes, just wanted to kill Itaki completely. It's just a pity that he did a great job with Itaki, but reveal the Morning Crow. Uchiha's strongest forbidden technique finally succeeded, and Iyanaga brought a ray of light to the endless night. A few days later, the country of rain and hidden rain village. In this ninja village, where there is constant heavy rain all year round, a toad with a strange shape suddenly sticks out of the water in the inland lake of the village. Toad opened its mouth, and 5 figures emerged from it. All of them were wearing raincoats, and the leader was none other than Konoha's son in Jiraiya. The identities of the others are not simple either, they are all elite ninjas from other great ninja villages. Darui from Union Village, Huangta from Union Village, Maji from Sandy Hidden Village, and Ching from Wuyan Village. The 4 of them are ninjas who are highly used by the shadows in their respective ninja villages. They are all outstanding in terms of status and strength. Led by Jiraiya, a cage-level powerhouse, and assisted by 4 elite jounin, such a lineup is more than enough to explore any great ninja village. Green. I see, white eyes. Ching let out a soft drink, and the white eye of the right eye immediately opened, exploring the surrounding situation. Nothing unusual, Mr. Jiraiya. There are very few ninjas patrolling around. It's the rain. It seems that there is something tricky. I can see a faint chakra in it. Ching told what she had discovered, and Jiraiya and others also nodded, their faces full of solemnity. Chapter 86. So that's the case. Are you using perception ninjutsu in rainwater? It rains all the year round in Yuin village, so it's impossible for ordinary people to detect it when it is secretly mixed in rainwater. Fortunately, you are here for this operation, Ching, otherwise, we are afraid that our whereabouts will be exposed as soon as we come. Zilla also praised, and Darui and others couldn't help laughing. In their view, avoiding the enemy's perception ninjutsu will undoubtedly reduce the difficulty of lurking and intelligence gathering. No, Jiraiya-sama, I'm just doing my job, nothing special. Ching was a little embarrassed, but Zilla also laughed and said, okay, don't be modest. This time, the focus of this mission is still on you, the perception person. I will work hard, Ching said firmly, but there was something strange in her heart. At the same time, in the tower of Yuin village, a crystal ball appeared in front of Kagaya and Nagato, and the figure projected by the crystal ball was Jiraiya waiting for someone. Telescope technique. This is a perceptual ninjutsu that uses crystals as the medium to conduct insight and exploration. As long as you know the chakra information of the target, you can use the crystal ball to find someone anytime, anywhere, no matter how far away. Unfortunately, before the Jiraiya team arrived, Nagato had already obtained the chakra information of one of them. As for who it is, there is no need to say more here. That's why Kinghui cooperated so well and reported to Jiraiya what he observed with his white eyes. Because while they were investigating Yuin village, Nagato had already grasped their own whereabouts. So that's it, they are all familiar faces. In order to investigate Yuin village, Wudanin village is willing to spend money. Master Hui, yeah, leave these people to me to deal with. As the leader of the village, I should naturally be responsible for the invasion of outsiders. Nagato said, looking at the figure of Jiraiya in the crystal ball, although he was a little nostalgic, but more determined. Okay, just let me see how far you, who also have the eyes of reincarnation, can do it. My power is naturally inferior to you and Master Huaxian, however, it is more than enough to deal with these people. Speaking of which, I haven't used them for a while since I recovered. I want to know more now. Zilla also, to what extent can the teachers and the others achieve psychic skills? Nagato slapped the floor with both hands, a cloud of smoke dispersed, and Pain Lyudeo immediately appeared in front of them. Okay, let's not talk about this. It seems that we have all underestimated the other party's methods. Besides the rain, the other party must have other detection and perception methods that we don't know about. Ching, how is it coming? There are 6 people, and all of them have reincarnation eyes. What? Ching's words surprised everyone again. Jilai also gritted his teeth and said, this is the end of the matter, there is no point in hiding anymore, since the opponent has come, let's face it directly. Even if it is a challenge, at least, you must understand part of the reincarnation eye, the ability to send the information back. Regarding this, no matter it was Darui, Huangtu, or Maji, they all nodded with serious faces. The war is imminent. If the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation is not understood, then the Alliance is bound to fall into a passive position in the war. For this reason, even if they die here, they must collect information, which is the minimum goal of their line of work. Ching remained silent. In terms of combat ability, he was actually not as good as the 4 of them. This time accompanying, it is completely acting as a sensory personnel. No matter what Zilla said, he just needs to do it. The art of psychic. In the distance, the beast Daopain clapped his hands, and the hellhound immediately appeared under the feet of the 6 people, and then ran on 4 legs towards Zillei and others. With a slap of the claw, the whole street immediately exploded. Is it so exciting when you come here? It's really troublesome. Darui had some headaches, and the movements of the few people were also very fast, easily avoiding the attack of the hellhound. Lord Pain, go and evacuate the surrounding people, I will deal with the intruders. Yes. Several Yurin hurried over, seeing what Tiandeo Pain said, they immediately followed suit. Because of the Cerberus offensive, the streets are in chaos right now. Sure enough, you are Yahiko, no, Nagato controlled you. Gillet also looked at Tiandeo Pain with some complexity, and said that although the information that Itake passed was not much, what he could provide was basically comprehensive. Among them is the appearance of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Heavenly Deo Pain, who was previously controlled by Nagato, was naturally among them. After Jiraiya got his image, he recognized Yahiko's identity at a glance. Mr. Jiraiya, you still look so stupid. Tiandeo Pain said disdainfully, while Ching observed them with supercilious eyes, and said, Master Jiraiya, I didn't see the puppet line on them, it should be remotely controlled by a special method. No, apart from them, no other reincarnation eye holders have been found. Did you use a special method to cover up your whereabouts? This guy Nagato is really well prepared, not too good. If you don't find him himself, even if you defeat the 6 people in front of you, you will have nothing to lose. Significance. Zilla was also a little anxious, but what he didn't know was that Ching had actually lied to him. He naturally saw where Nagato was, but unfortunately, he himself was an insider under Hua Xian's command. Ching naturally knows what to say and what not to say. Naturally, Ching would not tell about things like revealing Nagato's real body location. Hey, Nagato, it's rare for us master and apprentice to meet, how about we talk about it? Yes, but that's after Master Huaxian ruled the world. At that time, as long as you can survive, Teacher Jiraiya, then, I don't mind talking with you all night long. The art of psychic. The beast Deopain made another move, and a huge gray rhino appeared immediately, staring at the few people, and began to gather strength to charge. Chapter 87. It seems that there is no way to communicate peacefully. I don't know what ecstasy soup Uchiha Huashin gave you to make you follow him like this, Nagato. No, it's not some ecstasy soup, it's just that Master Huaxian and Master Kagaya have shown me the hope of real peace. Unlike you trash who have fallen in the old age, the unification of the world is the general trend. The old Senshou Zujian we will complete the unfinished business with Uchiha Madara. As soon as Tiandeo Pain said this, the blue body beside Jiraiya suddenly floated up uncontrollably. This is Jiraiya-sama, be careful, there is something we can't see. Before Ching finished speaking, the person just disappeared. This sudden situation also made Jiraiya and the others bewildered, a little at a loss. What is this? Now, do you still have the time to care about other people's safety? Tiandeo Pain said that the big rhino also immediately charged. Seeing this, Huang Tu immediately formed seals with both hands. Earth Escape Earthquake Core. The land under the rhino's feet subsided suddenly, which made its center of gravity unstable, and it fell into a big pit directly. Master Jiraiya, Ching is. Don't ask me, I don't know. But I think it should be a psychic beast with invisibility and other abilities. Now I don't have any extra energy to deal with him. Let's solve the troubles in front of me first. Psychic art. Jiraiya bit his finger, then made a mudra, and slapped his right palm directly to the ground. With a loud noise, huge smoke immediately swayed in the street, and Toad Jian immediately emerged. Next, I will use the fairy mode. It just takes a certain amount of time to enter that state, please help me delay it. Jiraiya clapped his hands together, and the hemispherical perceptual ninjutsu of the transparent barrier and the sky cover magic circle spread out immediately. With this enchantment, if that invisible thing breaks in, we will be able to perceive it immediately. As expected of Mr. Jiraiya, this way, you don't have to worry too much about the hidden things. Maji said. Jiraiya painted eye lines on his face and began to condense natural energy. Toad Jian, next, I will trouble you to cooperate with them to fight together. Although I'm useless, I will try my best. As soon as Toad Jian said the words, Cerberus also immediately launched a surprise attack. It's just that just as it opened its ferocious sharp teeth, it was caught by Majian's steel fork, and its whole head was directly embedded on the floor. Although I say I'm useless, I'm actually very reliable, Darui said with a smile, but at this moment, the head of the Cerberus immediately split. The original one turned into 3 directly, facing them in a triangle. This sudden situation directly made Gillette and the others dumbfounded. Toad Jian also apologized for this, and said, sure enough, I'm useless. Don't forget, there are us. Tiandeo Pain said. Deo Pain immediately pulled away his right hand and right wrist, and missiles flew out immediately. Although I know it's a puppet, but why is it such a weird thing? There is no time to complain now. Wind Escape Windblade. Maji said, and shurikens condensed by the wind flew out immediately, intercepting the missile in midair. Darui immediately formed a seal, and a black panther condensed with black lightning immediately ran around on the battlefield. Laid done black spot difference. Earth Escape, Mountain Earth Technique. Huangtu was not idle either, and slammed his hands on the ground again. For a moment, the ground on both sides of Pain and the others immediately rose up, forming a pincer attack, and made dumplings for Pain and their psychic beasts. Good job! Seeing the attacks of Wind Blade, Black Thunder, and Earth appearing at the same time, they were extremely fierce, and Zilla couldn't help but admire them. Although, as a cage-level powerhouse, he is stronger than any of Maki, Huangtu, and Darui, this does not mean that a cage-level powerhouse can ignore the existence of Jonin. Shadow-level powerhouses can be completely suppressed by numbers. When he, Tsunade and Orochimaru were just elite Jonin, that's how he fought with Sancho Hanzo. Now, the three of Maji, Huangtu, and Darui are no worse than the Sunin back then. What's more, if Zilla is also facing this kind of offensive, he is afraid that it will be extremely dangerous. Little trick, Shenluo Tianzheng. Tiandao Pain raised his right hand, and a powerful repulsion burst out immediately, directly bouncing the Wind Blade, Black Thunder, and the Earth away. Hungry Ghost Dao Pain Seal is the absorbing repulsion, so that other Pain and Beast Dao's psychic beasts are protected from the shockwave of Shenluo Tianzheng. It's not that he can't absorb these three ninjutsu, it's just that he can't move well with other Pain around. Boom! In an instant, Maji, Huangtu and Darui were all thrown out. Since Jilla also had Toad Ken staring at the front, and the absorption of Hungry Ghost Dao, the power of Tiandao's Shenluo Tianzheng had dropped a lot, so it was not affected much. But when he saw that Pain was able to easily break through the attack from three sides, as well as that weird ability, Zi Lai Yuren couldn't help but look dignified. Mr. Jiraiya, it seems that you have been accumulating energy for so long, but you haven't made any moves. Are you preparing some powerful ninjutsu? Then, let me destroy him, Wang Xiang Tianyan. Oh no! Feeling a huge suction force, Jiraiya immediately changed color. His fairy mode is not yet mature enough, and he must accumulate enough natural energy before releasing it. During this period, he must put his hands together and not separate them. This is his preparatory action before performing the operation. Once it is broken, the natural energy he has accumulated will be dissipated immediately, and naturally he will not be able to enter the immortal mode. Don't even think about interrupting Jiraiya-sama's technique, Earth Dungeon Rock Pillar. Although his whole body was in pain from the previous shockwave, and several ribs on his body were broken, Huangtu did not intend to give up. He performed ninjutsu again and slapped the ground with both hands. Useless struggle. The art of psychic. Animal Road channeled a bullfighting bull, and its horns directly flew off the shield. Without the smoke, Jiraiya's body immediately flew up and headed towards Tiandao Pain. Shura Dopain lifted his skull, and the purple lasers condensed immediately. Farewell, Teacher Jiraiya. Boom! The violent explosion created a mushroom cloud on the street. Chapter 88 in the tower. Is that so? Is it the immortal mode? Although it is not a powerful force, the words of the immortal art will indeed cause harm to me and the adults. It seems that the three holy lands of the inheritance of the immortal art cannot just sit idly by. Kagaya thought in his heart. Huangquan Hirasaka immediately opened and disappeared beside Nagato. She wants to strangle all possible threats to death in the cradle. At the same time, on the streets of Yuyin village. As the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, it also revealed a distressed appearance. Not to mention the ragged clothes all over his body, a stream of blood flowed directly from his forehead. Because it was necessary to ensure that the enchantment and the sky cover magic circle could cover Maji and others in the widest range, even if they were targeted by Tiandao Pain, Jilla did not choose to escape. After all, as the captain, he must also be responsible for other teams. Ching had already had an accident, so Zilla naturally couldn't let the other team members disappear for no apparent reason. As a result, the condensation of natural energy was interrupted, and Jiraiya had to release his defenses. However, it was precisely because of this that he was able to save his life. Otherwise, the power of Shura Dopei's laser cannon is enough to take him away with one shot. It seems that your technique has been broken, Master Jiraiya. Damn it, if this goes on. Jilla also had a serious face, unable to enter the fairy mode, and he could not even display half of his combat power. Now everyone has a little injury on their body. In this case, he really can't see any chance of winning. Maki, Darui, Huangtu, retreat. Jilai also yelled loudly, and the four of them immediately took out smoke bombs from their pockets and blew up the whole street in smoke. As for Hamajian, he released the psychic and returned to Miyama Mountain. Do you think you can escape? In the tower, Nagato of the main body said disdainfully. He had already absorbed Huangtu's ninjutsu and mastered his chakra information before, so he could completely rely on the telescope technique to find out their location. It can be said that unless Jiraiya and the four of them disperse and escape separately, they are destined to be hunted down by Pain and him to the end. Soon, the crystal ball revealed the positions of the four of them. Under the extreme speed of the Cerberus, Penlai Udeo also found the figures of the four. Damn, those guys are too agile, they caught up so quickly. Maji had a gloomy face, gritted his teeth, and said, "How is your situation, can you still fight?" "Not too good, several bones are broken, it will be very troublesome to fight." "It's the same for me. Chakra is still enough. It's no problem to perform ninjutsu, but if it's close combat, it will be very bad. I'm not too far behind. Those guys are really difficult to deal with. One can absorb ninjutsu, the other has a body that is completely like a mechanism, changing at will, and the other can perform various psychics. I'm afraid, the six of them are each able to use a kind of ability to carry out a coordinated battle." As soon as Jiraiya said this, Maji and the others were also thoughtful. Thinking about the time they met until now, each other has indeed displayed a certain ability. It seems to be true, Master Jiraiya, that Yahiko seems to be able to attract and bounce objects. It's indeed very similar to what you said, but the specifics are still not clear. The remaining two haven't fought against each other, so I don't know what their abilities are. Reincarnation it's really too tricky. If your disciple Nagato is like this, Uchiha Hanazen and Kagaya must be even more terrifying. Darui said that the others also had dark faces. The more they know, the more they feel that the Fourth Ninja World War is more ominous. Vian Tian Tianyan. Not good. Tiandeo Payne's voice came from behind, and the next moment, Huang Tu flew upside down. But for this, Huang Tu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't worry about me, Mr. Jiraiya, Maji, Darui, at least, we must pass the information we know so far back to the Alliance. Go!" Gillet, who originally planned to save Huang Tu, immediately had veins burst out, and shouted at Darui and Maji. Seeing this, the two couldn't help lowering their heads. Their faces were terribly gloomy. They know that this is a necessary sacrifice, that if the information is interrupted here, then, when the Fourth Ninja World War breaks out, their alliance will pay more sacrifices for it. Compared with this, Huang Tu's sacrifice is undoubtedly worth it. Don't underestimate me, Earth Dungeon Fist Rock. Huang Tu, who flew to Tiandeo Pain, did not sit still, but gritted his teeth, and immediately performed ninjutsu and seals, and his right arm turned into a hard rock fist. Just when he was about to punch Tiandeo Pain in the face, Hungry Ghost Deo suddenly stood in the middle, and directly cast a sealing spell on him. In an instant, Huang Tu's boxing rock technique was directly absorbed. A black stick of yin and yang escape suddenly extended from Hungry Ghost Deo's cuff, and directly pierced his brother. Hateful. Boom! The Hungry Ghost Deo kicked him out, and after Huang Tu's body crashed through several high walls, he fell completely in the ruins and lost his breath. In this regard, Tiandeo Pain and the others did not stop, but continued to chase and kill Jiraiya and the others. Thunder escape illusion, lightning pillar of lightning magic. Is this duck trying to cover our sight? Just play smart. Seeing a sudden dazzling light in front of him, Hungry Ghost Deo also stepped forward immediately, ready to continue absorbing this technique. It's just that as soon as he stepped out with his front foot, his body sank immediately. Seeing this, the other Pain reacted immediately. It's too done, Huankanma. You set up a trap secretly while covering your sight, Mr. Jiraiya. It seems that you already understand some of our abilities in team configuration. Don't underestimate the ninja, Nagato, even if you have the eyes of reincarnation, it's the same. Jiraiya's voice came out from the dazzling light, and in the next instant, countless shuriken-sized wind blades flew from all directions. At this moment, the Hungry Ghost Deo who was in the quagmire couldn't absorb ninjutsu at all, and Tiandeo Pain couldn't perform Shenluo Tianjing at all. Otherwise, while flicking away the ninjutsu, I am afraid that other Pain will also be crippled by Shenluo Tianjing. The art of psychic. Animal Deo made seals with both hands, and a huge stone statue in the shape of a panda immediately blocked them. It's just that Maji's wind blade is extremely sharp. Although the stone panda has played a certain buffering role, Pain and the others still hang up. Although it was not a serious problem, it also blocked their pursuit. You can't be careless at all, Teacher Jiraiya. The Nagato of the main body came after him from behind. Although he could remotely control Pen 6 pads, he couldn't stay too far away. Therefore, when Pain Liudeo chased and killed Zilei and others also started from the tower, hanging far behind. It's a pity that Jiraiya and the three of them ran away after all. Chapter 89 Outdoor Activities. Lord Nagato. Ao appeared from around the corner and immediately bowed to Nagato. Thank you, Ching. During this period of time, you can stay in my village for the time being. Since Kirigakur is our ally, then, we can't let you bear the reputation of traitors, at least until the arrival of the new era. Kirigakur Yin is still one of the 5 great ninja villages. Yes, Ching responded, and at this moment, Baiju's figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Master Nagato, Kakuzu and Haiden failed. Nagato was killed by Kiribi of the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, and Haiden was captured alive by the 4th Reikage AI. Looking at the situation, it seems that he wanted to get information from Haiden. Failure is not allowed. Anyway, from the very beginning, they have lost their value. It would be great to be able to capture Renzuriki, but if they can't be captured, their combat power is not bad. The 4th time in the Ninja World War, the 5 major ninja villages will definitely put all the combat power that can be used into the war. At that time, just take down all the remaining tailed beasts in one fell swoop. Just like Mikato, Kushina was resurrected by Huaxian and returned to an equal state. It's not that Huaxian wants to be Cao's thief, but there's no way. Who makes Minato's wife beautiful? In the entire Naruto, the deceased wives that Huaxian can remember are Kushina and Mikato. Uzumaki Mito is not bad, but Huaxian's first impression of her was that of an elderly person, so she was passed immediately. With Kushina and Mikato, Huaxian doesn't have much thought for others. Then everyone from the Umbu, since you're all here, there's no need to hide. Moonlight Gale, do you think your penetration can hide from my eyes? Huaxian spoke suddenly, and 3 masked Umbu also suddenly appeared in the woods behind. Uchiha Hanazen, what do you want to do? The long purple-haired female Umbu questioned, and Hua Xianren was also taken aback, looking at her with interest. You are Uzuki Yuyan. I am very lucky. I just wanted to get the fourth Hokage, the soul of Namikaze Minato and Yin Kuwabite. I didn't expect to pick a beautiful wild flower here. How lucky. What? The Tomb of Wheels. Huaxian said, before Mao Yuzian figured out what it meant. A blood hole was opened in the chest of her two Umbu companions, and they died tragically on the spot. Blue bird, white fox. Uzuki Xian looked shocked, and at this moment, Huaxian suddenly had a samurai sword in her hand, and stabbed it behind her. The originally empty air immediately showed the figure of Moonlight Gale. His thigh was pierced, and the blood kept gurgling out. I've said it before, you can't hide from my eyes, Moonlight Gale. Huaxian said coldly. Moonlight Gale couldn't help gritting his teeth, picked up the samurai sword and slashed at Huaxian's neck. When, as if it had been cut on steel, Moonlight Gale's tiger's mouth was broken, but it didn't even leave a mark on Huaxian's neck. It's useless. The ninja profession, whether it's ninjutsu, illusion, or physical skills, is useless to me. If you want to fight me, immortality is the minimum configuration. To attack with ninja tools, I only need to use Earth Escape or its spear. It can be easily resisted, and it will not hurt at all. Boom! What? Huaxian's right foot stepped on Yueguan Galefang's toes suddenly, and the terrible force directly stepped on his left foot into a fleshy membrane, mixed with bitterness, flesh, and shoes, which looked very creepy. And this severe pain also made Moonlight Gale howl. That face instantly turned into a pig liver color, with cold sweat faintly oozing out. Blast! Seeing her lover in such a miserable state, Uzuki Xian also felt pain in her heart, but she didn't dare to act rashly. To her, Huaxian's abilities were both weird and powerful, and she had no confidence to contend with them on her own. Run away, Xian. If you stay here, you will be killed by him too. It's too late, don't be gods. Huaxian said with a smile. Although Mao Yuzian wears a mask on her face, Bi Tianshan doesn't need eye contact at all. She can cast it remotely, and directly hit the target regardless of obstacles. At this moment, Mao Yuzian was also stunned in place, and then lost consciousness, and his whole body was limp on the ground. Juzine had sharp eyesight and quick hands, and stepped forward to support her. She is also happy to have one more sister. Xian. Bastard, what did you do to him? It's nothing, I just found a home for the lovely female Umbu. It's you, Moonlight Gale, who is so unfortunate that you just met me here, just in time. If you want to use the death mask to break the ghoul seal, you need a living sacrifice that I originally planned to use by Jews, but since you are here, I can just use it. You. Before Yueguan Gale had finished speaking, he was directly hit by Huaxian's illusion, and he was stunned. Even the pain in the body seemed to be forgotten, and she followed Huaxian and Juzina into the mask hall like a dead person. Soon, Namikaze Minato's roar came from the mask hall. On the other side, Mt. Miyamu, one of the three holy places in the ninja world. With Kagaya's arrival, this toad's holy land was reduced to hell in an instant. Countless toads and grandchildren died tragically at the hands of Kagaya, and the abundant natural energy of Miyamu Mountain was also absorbed by Kagaya in an instant. The vegetation withered, the water dried up, and the huge Miyamu Mountain became a land of despair. As for the upper echelons of Mt. Miyamu, they naturally couldn't make waves in Kagaya's hands. With Kagaya's god-level strength, killing them can be said to be at his fingertips. Whether it's Fukazaku or Shima, or the big toad sage who has been living in seclusion in the temple Hamamaru, there is no room for resistance. Especially Hamamaru, Kagaya himself looks almost exactly the same as Itsutsuki Kagaya in ancient times. Seeing Kagaya's face, Tomomaru was stunned. Coupled with old age and frailty, he didn't even display half of his combat power, so Kagaya took care of him. Of course, not only Miyamu Mountain, but also Shibone Forest and Longdi Cave were not spared. As soon as Hui Ye made a move, there was no reason to show mercy. It was a lore kill. Chapter 90. The Ferocious Undercurrent at Night, Konoha's office building. Sarutobi, who was preparing for the Fourth Ninja World War, couldn't help being stunned. Right in front of him, a figure suddenly rushed in from the window, looking straight at him. You are, Itaki? Long time no see, Hokage-sama. Itaki, what's wrong with you? It's no wonder Sarutobi was so startled. The Itaki at this time was so strange that he could hardly recognize him. Not to mention the black and white crossed hair, the nasolabial folds, which were a bit vicissitudes, have become deeper now, and the whole person seems to be 30 years old, like an old man who is getting old and strong. With this appearance, if outsiders see him and say that he is at most a few years younger than Sarutobi, they will probably believe him. Itaka didn't hide it either. To achieve his goal, there are some things that must be confessed to Sarutobi, so that he can get Sarutobi's support. And after learning about Itaka's experience, Sarutobi also sighed. Even he couldn't help feeling sad for Itaki. I'm sorry, Itaka, about Suzuki. It's not your fault, Hokage-sama. It's just that person. Let's call him Huaxian for now. After all, he occupies the body of Uchiha Huaxian. Itaka said. Sarutobi also nodded. About your plan, I'm already preparing. It's just this matter. Is it really necessary to hide it from the other four shadows, Itaki? If you tell them your plan, then your plan will definitely be implemented faster. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but now I can't trust anyone except you. Huaxian and Kagaya are too scary. Too many people know about the plan, which will only increase the risk of exposure. Once Huaxian knows, we will never. There is no chance. Itake's face was serious, and Sarutobi stopped trying to persuade him and said, "Okay, Itake, you will be solely responsible for this matter. I will take on any responsibility for you, so go ahead and do it." "Thank you, Hokage-sama. This is the information you want. I have already inquired for you. It is absolutely reliable. If you want to complete your plan, you can ask these people to help you." Itake nodded, bowed slightly, and the man disappeared into the night. The next day, the small town of Kwa Port in the country of Tea. Huaxian is sharing lunch with a group of female relatives. After eating, he will play hide-and-seek with the girls to decide who will serve the bed tonight. Although the fourth ninja war is coming soon, in Huaxian's view, it is just a game. In the alliance of the 5 major ninja villages, the highest combat power is only those cage level and Jinzulai. On Huaxian's side, there is a 6 level and a god level. Even if it is Nagato, it is also a super cage level existence. In terms of high-end combat power, their side won. Perhaps the alliance can defeat Nagato through joint efforts, but they will definitely not be able to defeat Huaxian and Kagaya. Not for anything else, for ninjas at the 6 paths level and god level, they are no less than real gods. Gods want to fight, no matter how many mortals. The gap between Lu Dao level and God level is no longer a gap in combat power that can be made up by numbers. To put it bluntly, there is no need for Huaxian and Wei Ye to attack at the same time. Only one of them needs to be dispatched to destroy the alliance. It was also when Huaxian, Zionin and others were having lunch, Huangquan Biliang Saka suddenly opened, and Kagaya slowly appeared from it. "What's the matter? I haven't seen you since yesterday. I'm going to deal with the 3 holy places of Mount Miamu, Shibone Forest, and Longdi Cave. Although their strength is not very good, the location is not easy to find, so it took some time." Huiye said, "It doesn't matter to her whether it is the Great Toad Immortal, the White Snake Immortal, or the Slug Immortal. It's just that these 3 holy places are all hidden places, and it's really not easy to find them. Even if Kagaya opened Tenseikan, it took a lot of effort. 3 holy lands, yes, those old things are indeed some unstable factors. If it weren't for that old toad back then, Kagaya at Satsuki probably wouldn't have fought against Yui and Yumura. Killing them can be regarded as a fight. A layer of insurance," Huaxian said, affirming Huiye's actions. "Speaking of which, my lord, it's time to find that woman who is in debt." As soon as Kagaya said this, Huaxian also reacted immediately, and said, "You are right, that guy Tsunade owed so much money gambling in the small town. He borrowed 3.5 million from me, and finally took him away overnight. Run away with Gingian. If you don't ask her to pay the debt, she might think that the money doesn't have to be paid. How about it? Do you want to take the 2 of them down too? Tsunade is from the Senju clan, and he has a good foundation. If he has a child in the future, he must have full potential." Huiye said with a half smile, while Huaxian's face froze, a little weird. "I will definitely accept Shizen's words. Although she is not as tall as Tsunade, she is not bad looking. As for Tsunade, she is too old. Even if she has a good foundation, she is already in her 50s, so it is not suitable. Is there anything inappropriate? It's really not right that you can treat her like Kushina and Mikato, kill her, then use the reincarnation of the dirt to summon her, adjust her physical condition, and finally use the reincarnation technique to resurrect her. She doesn't need to be too young, she is in her 20s, she is very suitable, proper sister you." Huaxian nodded, and felt that what Hui said made sense. The message of Hei Tu appeared in Huaxian's mind, and she nodded immediately that he still has some impressions of the 4 generations of leg shadows in the original plot. Although he didn't make many appearances, he was really impressed by those long legs. In addition, she is also very beautiful, so when she has a child with her in the future, let the offspring of the 2 take over the land of Earth. Chapter 91 Arrangements before the Great War. Time passed day by day, and the 4th ninja war scheduled by Huaxian was getting closer and closer. Although the ninjas of the major ninja villages have begun to gather towards the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Tien, and supplies have been mobilized in place, the top leaders of the alliance headed by 5 cages still feel tremendous pressure. After all, the more they knew, the more troublesome they felt for Huaxian and the others. Kanaha, the office building of the village, has now become the headquarters of the alliance. At this time, the 5 cages were gathering together to discuss the arrangements for the war. According to the intelligence of the investigation team, the Land of Land, which had been turned into scorched earth, now has an extra forest. That's Huaxian's masterpiece. It has been confirmed that the Yinin village of Tonokuni was created and secretly controlled by Orochimaru earlier. It was there that Uchiha Huizan left Orochimaru, Suzuki, and others there. Is that descendant of Uchiha? I really didn't expect that he would not let go of his clan. AI was a little surprised, but Sarutobi didn't explain. Itake is still alive, and now only a few people know. But even so, they just knew he was alive. What he wanted to do and what purpose he had, those were top secrets among top secrets, and Sarutobi didn't tell anyone present. Just tell those in the know that Itake is related to the direction of the war, and let them cooperate with all their strength. By the way, is there any news from Tsunade yet? The casualties in this war may be extraordinary. If Tsunade from Konoha can preside over the medical team, casualties should be minimized to the greatest extent. Luo Xia looked at Yuan Fei and said, no matter how Tsunade is said to be a cage-level powerhouse, coupled with the strongest medical ability recognized by the ninja world, such a talent alliance is naturally impossible to let go. I'm sorry, everyone. As early as when Huaxian declared war, Arcana had actually sent someone to find Tsunade. However, she seemed to have evaporated from the world, and there was no trace of her. There were rumors that she people are already resident in the town of Jigong in the country of T. Everyone knows that place is very tricky. As soon as Yuan Fei said this, everyone was also in a state of confusion. According to the information provided by Kirigakure, the current town of Jigong has once again become the residence of Huaxian and Kagaya. That kind of place is much more dangerous than Yuan Village, the headquarters of Chief Xiao, and the elite team composed of Jiraiya, Umaji and others have all fallen into the sand in Yuan Village. If this enters the small town of Jigong, it will not be skinned by Huaxian. Can't you issue a notice to the outside world and call her back? Oniki frowned, but Sarutobi shook his head. No, in the ninja war in the past, Tsunade lost her only younger brother and lover, which made her very depressed. Since she left Konoha with her lover's niece, there has been no news. I just know that she is still alive, and what the specific situation is, this is not clear at all. Moreover, Tsunade's current state, to be honest, she may not be able to take on the responsibility of the medical minister. What do you mean? It's not convenient for me to disclose the specific situation. I can only say that in terms of medical treatment, she has a mental problem. After all, she didn't even save her lover. Sarutobi sighed, and the others didn't ask any more questions. They knew very well that in the current state, Sarutobi would definitely not deceive them. He said that Tsunade's spirit has a problem, so there must be something wrong. Dayemu on the side also had mixed feelings at the moment. Ever since he knew that his son Wang Tu had died in Yuan Village, he was secretly sad for a while, and his will became quite depressed. This is not the point. Huang Tu's daughter, his granddaughter, Haitu, locked herself in the room immediately after knowing that her father had died. It was only when Oniki wanted to visit her that he realized that his precious granddaughter had disappeared in Yinyan Village. He searched all over Yinyan Village, but couldn't find Haitu, which made Oniki, who was nearly 80 years old, even older. He is originally from the Mediterranean, and he has the tendency to develop into a monk. Since you can't count on Tsunade, let's talk about the team. According to the information sent back by the scouting troops, it has been confirmed that there are a huge number of troops hidden underground in Tianziguo. The country of rivers to the east, the country of iron to the west, and the sea to the north. Therefore, I think that the alliance team should be divided into 4 teams, surround the country of Tian, and wipe out Huaxian's troops. Is this too dangerous? Although the number of enemy troops is not clear yet, they are no less than our troops. Dividing troops will only reduce the combat power of our troops. If they plan to attack one by one, the dispersed troops will undoubtedly become more powerful. It's very dangerous, Terumi Mei said, but Sarutobi shook his head. Actually, I don't think there is any need to worry too much about this. If our opponent is a ninja, we should really consider the possibility of this aspect. But Huaxian is not a ninja, and neither is Kagaya. They are concerned about their own. They are undoubtedly very confident in their strength, even to the point of blindness. This can be seen from Huaxian directly declaring war on us. Hokage is right. However, don't forget that besides Huaxian and Kagaya, our opponent is Akatsuki's leader, Nagato. If we choose to divide our troops to encircle Tianziguo, then Yu Hidden Village is right behind us. If Nagato takes this opportunity to attack, we will not be able to deal with him. Mizukage is right, we must consider the possible changes that Nagato and Yukage Village may bring. Oniki also supports Terumi Mei, at least as far as the map is concerned. The land of rain and the land of land completely sandwich the northern area of the land of fire in the middle of the map. If it is really a siege, maybe their alliance will fall into a passive position in the end. We must leave a team to guard against Yuan Village. At least, during our attack on Tianziguo, we must keep an eye on Yuan Village. As for Nagato, the information currently known is still not complete. If you want to deal with him, you must at least it is only possible to deal with it by arranging 2 cage level and several elite Jainin. Then, lead Yuan Village to our Weian Village to keep an eye on. The geographical environment there is very suitable for water escape ninjutsu, and the ninjas in our village can better display their combat effectiveness. Mizukage, are you really alright? Seeing that Terumi Mei volunteered, the other 4 shadows were a little surprised. For nothing else, they knew from the information Jiraiya brought back that Nagato must be a tough nut to crack. If he calls on Urin to launch an attack as the leader, even a Dainin village may not be able to win in his hands. Chapter 92 On the eve of the Great War, Itaka's declaration of death. Don't think too much, everyone. At most, I can only guarantee to hold Nagato and Yuin Village, and this must be done with enough manpower. It is impossible to defeat him, Terumi Mei said with a little self-mockery, but her words did not cause discomfort to the other shadows. On the contrary, what Terumi Mei said was taken for granted in their view. If they could really defeat Nagato, then Jiraiya and the others wouldn't be driven away. Mizukage's proposal is reasonable. Then, in addition to the Kirigakure ninja troops who are good at water escape, How about picking out a few good players from the alliance to increase the combat power of the troops? I think Jiraiya and Maki and Darui it's very suitable. They have had contact with Nagato, and they should be able to deal with Nagato again. Luo She spoke, while Yuan Fei sighed. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed the case, but unfortunately, what's wrong, Hokage? Jiraiya and the others told me after they came back that MT Miyagi was destroyed, and it was Kagaya who did it. What? MT Miyamu, is it one of the holy lands of the ninja world? MT Miyamu? That's right, Jiraiya's combat power is basically a combined combat power that cooperates with the toad of MT Miyagi. After MT Miyagi is destroyed, his combat ability will naturally be greatly weakened. The most important point, his fairy mode is actually dependent on the two fairy toads from Mount Miyamu. After their sacrifice, it has been difficult for Zilla to enter the fairy mode, at least, it is impossible now. By the way, not only Meow, there seems to be a problem with Mushin, Longdi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest. Have the three major inheritance holy places in the ninja world been destroyed? It's strange, the three great sacred lands have never taken the initiative to participate in the ninja war. Even if they participated in the war, it was because they signed a contract with the ninja and appeared in the form of a psychic beast. Why, Kagaya will attack the three great sages' woolen cloth? Luo She looked puzzled. Speaking of which, Sandei Kazekage also signed a psychic contract with Ryaji Cave, one of the holy places. Therefore, Luasha, the successor of Fengying, actually knows something about the three holy places. According to the existing information, ninjutsu is ineffective against Hua Xian and Kagaya. Perhaps, the celestial art that has added natural energy will be effective for them. Only this possibility can explain why Kagaya put the three holy places are destroyed. If this is the case, then we really missed the opportunity to fight. The situation has completely moved in a direction that is not good for the alliance before the war begins. Oniki sighed, in the current situation, the alliance does not seem to have an advantage in terms of high-end combat power or backbone combat power. Please don't worry, all moviegoers, in this war, we have already grasped the key to victory. You are. Seeing the masked man in black suddenly barging into the conference room, several people couldn't help being taken aback. Sarutobi recognized his identity at a glance. It was Uchiha Itachi. Are you ready? Yes, in this war, the enemy of the alliance is undoubtedly headed by Hua Xian. Kagaya's words are too terrifying, and there is almost no way to defeat her. But Hua Xian, he must die. I see. In order to ensure the successful implementation of the plan, I allow you to act freely in this war. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi nodded slightly, and the person just disappeared. His arrival was actually just to give 5 shadows a shot in the arm. Why don't you explain, Hokage? Terumi looked at Sarutobi and said that she was completely unaware of Itachi's matter. Now when she heard the other party say that Hua Xian must die, her little heart went straight to her throat. At least, as an insider, Terumi felt that he had to know the secret and remind Hua Xian to prevent the ship from capsized in the gutter. Hokage, are you hiding something from us? Okay, Tying, I also know some of these things. It is the request of that person to keep it secret. That you can rest assured that since he said so, then, in this war, the possibility of us winning Huaxian will undoubtedly be reduced. It will be extremely high. The only thing to guard against now is Kagaya. Luo She said thoughtfully, and Lei Yingei on the side also nodded. He also knew some things, although very few. Regarding this, Onoji also looked at Sarutobi, Ai and Luo She strangely. But since they all said that, he couldn't ask any more questions. Anyway, in the current situation, the 5 ninja villages are all prosperous, and all are damaged, so he doesn't need to worry about anything at all. On the contrary, Terumi was very anxious, but Onoki stopped asking, and it was hard for her to continue talking. If you act too eagerly, it will attract the attention of other moviegoers. The next day, in the town of Jagong in the country of Tea, in a villa, Huaxian was lying on Kagaya's beautiful legs, while Sakura, Hinata, Ino, and Karen were leaning on his limbs, a scene of extreme corruption. In the next room, Tiantian, Ziwan, Kushina, Mikato, and the others were quietly waiting for Huaxian's call. Even Tsunade, whom Konoha was looking for, and Kurito, the granddaughter of Oniki's heart, were among them. In addition to the yin-yang and yin-yang that Huaxian and Hui occasionally brought back from the outdoors, there are now no less than 50 women in this villa. The flower fiber is changed every day, and after a month, there will be no duplicate samples. My lord, the latest information. What's wrong? After all, in the original plot, he was able to live to the existence of Bo Ren biography. If there are any special means of saving his life, it may not be impossible. Therefore, even if Hua Xian killed him when he was in Tian's Higuo. But whether he is really dead, neither she nor Hua Xian is sure. But as far as Orochimaru's ability is concerned, it is absolutely nonsense to say that it can kill Huaxian. Anyway, Hua Xian and Hui Ye definitely wouldn't believe it. Dare to say that I will be killed in the war, and it is something to do with Kazekage, Reikage, and Hokage. Hey, Kagaya, tell me, could it be that the Atsutsuki clan from the sky came secretly? When Hua Xian said this, Hui Ya was also taken aback, but nodded in agreement. It is indeed possible, my lord. I remember that in Boron biography, Urashiki traveled through time and space with Suzuki and Boruto, and came to this era. Suzuki is dead now, maybe in the future, it will be at Satsuki. A few people have traveled here and plan to attack you, my lord. Chapter 93 Final Preparations. Hui Yes words immediately gave Hua Xian a lot of thoughts. Kagaya, do you think there is such a possibility? After we ruled the world, we traveled to other worlds, and the Atsutsuki clan from the outer space came and conquered this place. In order to collect more chakras, use the treasure of time and space, the plow, to our present age? This situation is indeed not small, however, according to the information passed by Maime, the person who broke into the 5 Cages conference this time was wearing a black cloak and was a masked person. With the arrogance of those guys like Atsutsuki, it shouldn't be so. Hide your head and show your tail. Hua Xian nodded. Based on his understanding of Pu Shi, Tao Shi, Jin Shi and others, he really didn't look like that kind of person. If I really want to attack Huaxian, they will show up generously instead of playing tricks behind their backs. Even the Yishi that appeared in the middle of Bo Ren biography is actually the same. For Atsutsuki, who claims to be a god, human beings are nothing more than inferior creatures in their eyes. Kagaya, maybe we were thinking in the wrong direction. Maybe it wasn't Atsutsuki at all, or maybe it was because the upper echelons of the alliance realized that there were spies inside, and that's why we did this, or it was because of the bluff of that masked man. It is also possible to frighten us. Otherwise, it is really hard for me to imagine that someone can kill me on the battlefield. After all, the power of a ninja is nothing in our eyes. You're right, but I'm still a little uneasy. Huiye said. Hua Xian couldn't help but look directly into her eyes and nodded slightly. Although this war is an inevitable battle for us to rule the world, but I just regarded it as a game. After all, even if we didn't prepare deliberately, the power we currently have is enough to overturn the world. I don't even want you to make a move. I can kill them all by myself. But since there are variables, you should also participate in this war. At least, find the man in black and wipe him out for me. I see. Then, these people. Send it to Snow Country. Originally, Snow Country didn't have much contact with the outside world. With Zyaksu there, don't worry about their safety. It is good. Kagaya stood up, then opened Huankwan Hirazaka, and called a group of women to enter it. Although Huaxian doesn't think that there is a means to kill him in the alliance, since it is Miming's information, it is better to believe it than to believe it. In the next period of time, he will also make some preparations for the war. Are you going to kill me? Then, it's time to get the Sweji snare. I want to see, after my strength reaches the god level, what will they use to kill me? Hua Xian muttered to herself, calling out the system mall to purchase abilities in the special purchase area. Host Uchiha Flower Fiber Age, 13 years old Bloodline, Daitanyu Bloodline Equipment, 10 cubic meters of system space, Thunder God Sword, Kusanagi Sword, Beheading Sword. Items: 2 plain travel cards, 2 power system fusion cards, 200 pills, 15 chakra fruits, blood successor boundary, reincarnation eye, pure eye, kaleidoscope Sharinon, blood dragon eye, red eye, skeleton vein, wood escape, ice escape, explosion escape, burn escape, land escape. Blood successor elimination, dust escape, blood inheritance snare, none skills, chakra control proficiency, all attribute chakra form change proficiency, all attribute chakra property change proficiency, all 5 escape ninjutsu proficiency, all illusion proficiency, whole body proficiency, full blood limit ninjutsu proficiency, full blood follow-up elimination, proficient in ninjutsu, proficient in eye purification, proficient in reincarnation. Chakra amount 1705 calories. Chakra attributes, all attributes, comprehensive strength evaluation, 6 paths. Intermediate consumption amount in the unlimited purchase area, 635 tails. Special purchase area has points, 4352 points. System by Bin, Tenseian, Samsara Sharinon, Huankwan Biliang Saka, kill ashes together, and integrate with nature. The purchase was successful, a total of 1675 points were spent. The sound of the system echoed in Huaxian's mind. At this moment, Huaxian's panel also changed directly. In order to keep up with the amount of chakra, he even took out 2 chakra fruits from the system space and stuffed them directly into his mouth. In the past, I didn't buy Huaxian, I just wanted to come back after my body grew up. But now, he found that at the age of 13, he was still able to ride the battlefield with the girls, so he was relieved. Moreover, the feeling of the calf pulling the cart is really good. At least, he liked it. Therefore, even if he is now immortal and his body age is fixed at 13 forever, he will not care too much. Host Uchiha Flower Fiber Age, 13 years old Bloodline, Daitanyu Bloodline Equipment, 10 cubic meters of system space, Thunder God Sword, Kusanagi Sword, Beheading Sword. Items: 2 plain travel cards, 2 power system fusion cards, 200 pills, 13 chakra fruits, blood successor boundary, reincarnation eye, white eye, pure eye, tensei eye, kaleidoscope Sharinon, blood dragon eye, red eye, skeleton vein, wood escape, ice escape, explosion escape, burning escape, land escape. Blood successor elimination, dust escape blood following the snare, reincarnation Sharingan skills, Naruto plain all-round proficiency, is an agate, unique pupil technique, is an Aranzan, unique pupil technique, chakra amount, 2 calories chakra attributes, all attributes comprehensive strength evaluation, god level consumption amount in the unlimited purchase area, 635 tails special purchase area has points, 2677 points, this feeling is really great. Feeling her own strength, that kind of fullness and surge, let Huaxian go beyond. He used to watch anime, and often heard the protagonist say that the villain has become a slave to power, and he also agreed with this. But now, Huaxian can only say that the reason why those people slander the villain so much is because they have never really mastered power. Just like power, many people know that it is poison, but how many people in power are willing to let go of the power in their hands and live a retired or secluded life? Therefore, Huaxian does not reject power now, and of course, he will not sink into power. Because he grasped the power personally, he knew that everything he had was obtained by his own power. The system is just a shortcut to provide power. Time passed quickly, and it was time for war in a blink of an eye. South. The Land of Fire, headed by Hiruza Sarutobi of the 3rd Hokage, led Konoha ninja directly into the Land of Tan. East. The country of Kawa, led by the 4th generation of Raikage AI, approached the country of Tien with the Ninja Union. West. The Iron Country, headed by the 3rd Tsuchikage Onaki, brought the Uegakure ninjas to the Tien country. South. At sea, headed by the 4th Kazekage Raza, he brought the Seikiekan ninjas into the coastal area of Tonokuni by boat. As for the Kirigakure ninja, under the leadership of Terumi Mei, he arrived at Yuin village together with Jiraiya and other ninja elite ninjas. Chapter 90. For the outbreak of war at the junction of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, the Kirigakure troops headed by Terumi Mei set up camp directly in the border area. Although their purpose is to guard against Nagato and Yuin village, the alliance does not want to take the initiative to provoke troubles before the other party has not taken the initiative to get involved in the war. In the camp. Report, Mizukage-sama, according to the report of the scouting ninjas ahead, Yuin village has been very calm at present, and no abnormal behavior has been found. Very good, it seems that our mission may be the easiest in this war. Terumi Mei said with a smile. Jiraiya, who was the team's staff officer, also had a serious face. Don't be careless, Your Excellency Mizukage, the ability of the reincarnation eye has not been fully understood until now. Nagato's strength may not be comparable to Huaxian and Kagaya, but it must not be underestimated. Even if there is no large force to attack, Nagato alone is enough for us to treat it with caution. I know, Zilla too, however, with Huaxian's indomitable appearance, maybe she really plans to deal with our alliance on her own. If the situation really develops in this way, then we must consider let's change the problem. It's possible what you said, but before that, the troops must stay here. That's true. As soon as Terumi Mei said this, the scene in Jiraiya's eyes was suddenly blurred, and he felt dizzy. Ji Lai Ya, Zi Lai Ya, are you alright? Cut off his tendons and hand him over to Nagato, the leader of Yuin village. Since Huaxian and Kagaya promised to let Nagato be the commander-in-chief of the military in the future, then you will also become his subordinates in the future. Build a good relationship with him first, since this old man is his master. I think he should be happy to accept this prisoner. I see. By the way, what's up with Marki and Derui? Buried alive. Very good. For the rest, wait until this war is over. I don't know how many people will be left in the other 4 major ninja villages after this war is over. Terumi Mei said. She was also touching her abdomen with one hand, but her heart was full of expectations. She knew that after Huaxian ruled the world, she and Huiyin village would definitely not be treated badly. In Tianzi country and the northern coastal waters, several large ships emerged from afar. I'm really not used to it. Such a landing operation should be handed over to Huiyin village. Sandyen's elite Jonin Yura said, and other sand ninjas also echoed. Because of the geographical environment, they are more suitable for marching in the desert than fighting at sea. But there is no way. The Kirigakure army led by Terumi Mei directly chose to resist Yuin village and Nagato, and the other 3 major ninja villages in the other 3 directions are all on the road, so they can only drive ducks to the shelves. Okay, don't complain, you can already see the coastline. As soon as Kazekage Raza's words came out, all the sand ninjas couldn't help but started to prepare to go ashore. But as the boat gradually approached the coast, the faces of all the sand ninjas immediately turned livid. On the opposite side of them, tens of thousands of Baiju were looking at them with a sneer. They have dozens of kunao in their hands, and the kunao is also tied with a detonating talisman. And these detonating symbols are the goods that Huaxian either sells or gives away. Since Obito was killed by Kagaya, the technique of the paper of gods prepared by Zionin naturally lost its meaning. Instead of leaving them moldy, those 6,000 billion detonators might as well be used on the battlefield to make the most of them. Attack! The leader, Baiju, shouted loudly, and the group of Baiju immediately threw kunao towards the ships of Sheiyin's troops. At this moment, these kunao with detonating talismans were like grenades, and immediately roared continuously in the sea. The Wind Escape Ninja immediately stepped forward and used the Wind Escape to blow away the opponent's kunao. The ninja class used ninja tools to intercept the enemy's kunao. The others disembarked with me and forcibly landed. Yes, Master Feng Ying. Luosha directly ordered that this time, the troops they traveled in Wuyan had nearly dash people, and the number of ships was quite a lot, which could be called a fleet. These big ships are inconvenient to move at sea, and their targets are big. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are living targets. As long as he encounters the pain of Baiju's army, he will basically face the fate of sinking to sea. So, instead of taking the ship into account, it is better to abandon the ship. With the foot strength of a ninja, this distance is nothing to them. Attack, attack, don't stop. The leader, Baiju, shouted loudly, but even if it didn't order, the Baiju army would not stop. Baiju itself is the living weapon used by Itsutsuki Kagaya in the past to defend against Itsutsuki from beyond the sky. They don't have any thoughts. After being controlled by Kagaya, they have completely obeyed Kagaya's command. It can be said that it is a serious death scholar. And in just a few minutes, the tens of thousands of white zealots threw at least hundreds of thousands of kunao. Even though Luosha was orderly and ordered to respond in time, thousands of sand ninjas were still injured or injured. After the sand ninja came ashore, these Baiju did not hesitate, and directly took the detonating talisman kunao and the sand ninjas to fight. If they can win, they will fight. If they can't win, they will act as human bombs and die together with sand ninja. In less than half an hour, more than half of the casualties occurred on both sides, which made Luosha feel extremely distressed. Sand Hidden Village itself has become the weakest of the 5 ninja villages and the least number of ninjas because of the reduction of military expenditure by the daimyo of the Land of Wind. In this battle, even if the alliance wins, Cheyenne will definitely be hurt. Of course, this is also because the sand ninjas' attack location is not good. If they are marching from land, then the large-scale ninjutsu of Luo Sand Magnetic Dun can definitely block Baiju's kunao blast and minimize the casualties of Sand Ninja. Is this the current Sand Ninja? Although it is very heroic, but why is it so stupid? You are 0.3 generations of adults. Seeing the appearance of the third Kaze cage and a group of reincarnated ninjas, Luosha's complexion changed drastically. Although it has been known for a long time that this war will encounter ninjas reincarnated from the dirt, the Alliance has also arranged a sealing team for each team. But if you want to seal them, you must first defeat them. After all, a ninja reincarnated from the dirt will not just stand still and let the Alliance army do what they want. Chapter 95. The third Kaze cage looked at Luosha dissatisfied, and said, "You are the fourth Kaze cage, you should be very clear about what kind of environment our sand ninjas are suitable for fighting in. Why did you choose to land along the coast? You have to find out the situation on the coast before going up." Of course we did the investigation, Mr. 3 Generations. The current situation is beyond our expectations, Fang. Luosha shouted loudly. Zhu Lifang, the seven-tailed man, immediately flapped his wings and appeared beside Luosha. In this war, the Alliance will naturally put the greatest possible combat power into it, and Rensuli will naturally be the same. Now, there are only 4 Kuriki left in the Alliance, the 4 Tails, 5 Tails, Naneo and 8 Tails, who are respectively arranged in the 4 major armies, and advance into Tianzi Kingdom with the troops. Although Kaed is Takigakure's Jinchuriki, he is Akatsuki's target after all. And this war is related to the future of the world. Takian will not be ignorant, so he directly lent Feng to the Alliance, and acted with Cheyenne. Use your ninjutsu, cover your sight, and buy time for the troops to land. It's too disadvantageous to fight here. Yes, mystery, scale powder concealment technique. Feng spat out countless grains of scale powder from his mouth, and for a while, whether it was Baiju or Sand Ninja, their bodies were more or less affected. Not only is the body paralyzed, but even the vision is blurred. It's just that compared to the Baiju army, the Sand Ninjas made preparations in advance, directly took out their masks and goggles, and accelerated their landing while killing the enemy. After all, fighting at sea is really too bad for them. Not to mention, this kind of crowded battlefield, in the face of by absolutely explosive attack, the impact is also very serious. On the other side, to the east of Tianzi country, the Union army headed by AI also encountered the blocking of Beiju's army. However, compared with Sand Ninja who had to go ashore to transfer the battlefield, Yunnan and Beiju's army directly entered a fierce battle. And besides the Beiju army, the filthy reincarnated army standing in front of Yunnan is none other than the father of the 4th generation of Reikage AI, the 3rd generation of AI. The two who are good at lightning escape chakra mode fight, and 2 lightning flashes directly appear on the scene. That's like a different dimensional field, so those who approach Lei Guang, whether it is Yun Ninja, Baiju, or other ninjas reincarnated from the dirt, are all instantly severely injured or killed. Even the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Kiribi, didn't dare to set foot in it, but only helped the troops eliminate the Beiju army and other reincarnated ninjas. It has to be said that Kiribi, who is the perfect Rensuli, really helped a lot on the battlefield. The chakra coat of the tailed beast itself can provide a very strong defense, and Kiribi himself can also seal. With this start, Union's troops had an advantage. Even though all the ninjas reincarnated in the dirty soil are good players, they were quickly defeated by Kiribi's assistance and were directly sealed. The same situation also appeared in the west of Tianzi country. The Uegakur army headed by Onoki was naturally also blocked by the Beiju army, and the filthy reincarnated ninjas who blocked them were naturally headed by the second generation of Tsuchikage. But as far as the battle situation is concerned, although Yunyin's troops did not fall into the unfavorable situation of Sandyan's troops, they did not have an advantage like Yunyin did, but fell into a stalemate. On the offensive, although Yunyin is not as sharp as Yunyin, they are good at earth escape ninjutsu, but they have amazing defensive power. The Beiju army's detonating Kunao offensive was nothing to them, and with the four-tailed Jinzu power assist, the two sides fought back and forth. On the contrary, Onoki, who was good at dust escape, fell into a disadvantage when facing Washi. After all, Onoki is old, and he has no invisibility ability, so it is only natural for Onoki to fall into a passive position. It's just that Onoki's age was not in vain. Although passive, he still held back with his rich combat experience. Just wait for Yunyin's army to take down the Beiju army and other ninjas who have been reincarnated from the dirt, and then turn the tables in one fell swoop. In the south of Tianzi country, the Konoha army headed by Sarutobi. Sarutobi, you are really old. I'm sorry, my lord. Sarutobi's face turned pale as he looked at his former teacher, the second generation of Hokage Senju. After all, he is getting old, and his chakra, physical fitness, and neural response speed have all declined a lot. Facing Tobaima, who is good at forbidden arts and has flying Raijin in his hands, it is reasonable for Sarutobi not to be his opponent. Of course, this is not the most deadly. Leaving aside the Beiju army for the time being, the filthy soil reincarnation troops encountered by Konoha's troops, apart from those Jonin and elite Jonin, there were two cage-level troops. One is the second-generation Hokage Senshabanma, and the other is the master of the Flying Thunder God art and the fourth-generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. Although Yinyan village has put the five-tailed Jinzu Lihan into Konoha's army, Han is also helpless in the face of Minato, who shuttles rapidly on the battlefield. It can be said that among the four battlefields, the situation in the south is the most severe. Not to mention Minato, if Senshabanma also joins in the massacre of other ninjas in the army, then Sarutobi will have nothing to do. At the same time, Tian's Higuo was in the sky above 1,000 meters. Although they haven't joined the battlefield in person, Hua Xian and Hui Ya have been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. How about it, Kagaya? Have you found the man in black from Miming's information? Huaxian asked. Although his current pupil power is not inferior to Kagaya's at all, the only difference is the amount of chakra, but with an extra pair of eyes, he can search for targets better. That's right. Huaxian has indeed become stronger, reaching an unprecedented god level. But he also didn't relax about the man in black who threatened to kill him. Be careful, there is no big mistake. Huaxian doesn't want any accidents. Although he is in a favorable position in terms of the overall trend of the four battlefields, this is not a reason for him to be careless. To this, Wei Ye shook his head. Anyway, regardless of whether Ghost Lantern Huanyu and the others go to the battlefield, the general trend of this war is on Hua Xian's side. Now, the two are waiting to find the man in black and win in one fell swoop. Chapter 96. It's really annoying, although I know that waiting is the best choice. But Hua Xian's face was full of helplessness. He obviously had the world's highest strength, but he had to choose to be patient for a man in black, which made him a little restless. If the man in black really exists, he must be waiting for you to appear, my lord. Why don't you use your avatar to fish? Maybe you can catch him. As soon as Hui Ye said this, Hua Xianren also nodded. Now, we have taken down 5-tailed beasts, and the 4 human pillars in this battlefield happen to be taken down at once. While speaking, Huaxianren also separated into 4 wooden clones and flew towards the 4 directions. Although they are just avatars, each of them has 6-level strength. If it is not to save trouble, it is enough for him to create a clone. To the west, the battlefield where Onoki is. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky, and when Huaxian appeared on the battlefield, Onoki and all the Yanin were all dumbfounded. It's you, Uchiha Huashin, I didn't expect you to appear here. Onoki looked at Huaxian in horror, so much so that he forgot that there was Wu. Of course, Wu has already left the stage at this time, and Huaxian, who is the protagonist, has come, so naturally there is no such thing as their supporting roles. Even Bai Ju's army sneaked into the ground and chose to hide. But even so, the rock ninjas still felt unparalleled pressure, even worse than the previous battles. Huaxian alone, even if it's just a clone, is enough to rival thousands of troops. The protagonist of the battlefield will naturally be involved in the battle. However, you don't have to worry too much, old man Onoki. I will also participate in the other 3-party battlefields. So it's just a clone. Almost immediately, Onoki judged the information contained in Huaxian's words. Although he couldn't see through Huaxian's wooden avatar, it didn't prevent his excellent brain from analyzing it. Hey, Onoji, how about I give you a choice? What do you want to say? Your granddaughter Haitu is with me. What are you talking about? Haitu is with you. Before Huaxian could finish speaking, Onoki widened his eyes and looked at him angrily. Your granddaughter looks good. I liked her, so I took her back. Speaking of which, we are considered in-laws now. Who is your in-laws? Even if you deny it, it's useless. When I take over this world, the child I gave birth to with Black Earth will become the ruler of the land of Earth region in the future. Compared with your small hidden rock village, a big country handed over to you, your great-grandson will come to rule. Isn't this a guaranteed business? How about it, Onoki? As long as you choose to surrender and accept my rule, I can assure you that Union Village will still be Union Village in the future, and you can still get my material support. Huaxian said. At this moment, Onoki and all the Yanin chose to remain silent. There's no way, Huaxian's conditions are too generous. Although Yanyin and the other 4 major ninja villages are now in an alliance, the alliance itself is not reliable. This can be seen from their team configuration. It is undeniable that the quality of ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages is very high, but there are always things they are good at and not good at. San Ninja is the best proof. A reliable alliance will definitely make full use of the talents of ninjas and distribute troops. The 4 major ninja villages marched into Tianziguo, but they were only ninjas with their own ninja villages. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are fighting on their own. Especially San Ninja Village, knowing that it is going to attack from the sea, wise people will select a group of elite ninjas who are good at water escape to accompany them. But for them, they didn't. Isn't it a brain problem to send the Marines to play naval battles? It can be said that the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages is just fighting against each other under the guise of an alliance. The assignment of Renshuli and the Sealing class is just a choice made helplessly under the pressure of Huaxian. To put it bluntly, even if the alliance wins the war in the end, how to distribute the spoils may lead to the outbreak of the next war. No way, the stakes are too great. Once Huaxian is obtained by them, in the face of Huaxian, which can provide unlimited resources, which ninja village and which big country can control the temptation? At that time, it is not necessary to beat the head in blood. This is human nature. Oniki was silent for a few minutes, and finally lowered his head directly. You have won, Uchiha Hanazen. Union Village is willing to surrender. Old man Oniki, you bastard. Four-tailed Jinchuriki's complexion changed drastically, and he yelled at Oniki directly. If Union Village chooses to surrender, then his 4-tailed Renshuli will definitely be dedicated to Huaxian. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of the crime. Who made him seal the 4 tails in his body? At this moment, Lao Ziai didn't dare to wait any longer, so he turned around and ran away. Seeing this scene, the other rock ninjas couldn't help but have mixed feelings. On the one hand, facing Huaxian's terrifying coercion, no one could summon up the courage to fight against it. Based on the information they knew, everyone knew in their hearts that Huaxian's combat power was enough to wipe them all out easily. It can be said that Oniki's choice actually indirectly saved all of their lives. Although it is not honorable to surrender, but who makes him happy? Thinking of the prosperous life after Huaxian, the rock ninjas not only do not feel ashamed, but are also extremely excited. Damn, I finally surrendered. Oniki himself was also relieved, and the way he looked at Huaxian was no longer hostile and complicated, but admiring. After all, having such a promising grandson-in-law as Huaxian, no matter how you think about it, it is a glorious thing. Well, Huaxian, I want to see Black Earth. Okay, after this war is over, I will take her to find you. You can also rest assured in terms of supplies, just make a list when you go back, and I will provide you with it. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's go back first, and wait for your good news. Okay. Huaxian nodded, and then waved at the rock ninjas under her command. Little ones, go home. Yes. The same scene also happened in the north, the battle line of Hidden Sand Village. After all, among Huaxian's women, there is not only Haitu, but Luoshe's daughter, Tamari, is also among them. Furthermore, the current situation of the Sand Ninja troops is not good, and when Huaxian's avatar arrives, they will naturally be even worse. This surrender can not only survive, but also get a large amount of material support. Such a good thing, a fool would not surrender. So, almost immediately, Luoshe raised his hands. Chapter 97 Itaka's lore compared with Yanyin and Sandyin, Yunyin and Konoha are not so lucky. On the one hand, the 4th generation of Lei Ying Aik didn't have any daughters or granddaughters, so naturally he and Huaxian couldn't become in-laws. Although Union Village also has a beautiful woman like Samaii, she is just a trophy in Huaxian's eyes. Just like Sakura, Hinata and others, they are far from being able to become a political marriage representing Ninja Village. The same is true of Konoha's words. Although Huaxian has made many women in the village, she can't be a representative of Konoha. Although Tsunade's identity and status are sufficient, but the current position of Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen of the 3rd generation, and he has nothing to do with Tsunade. Even with the name of master and apprentice, in Huaxian's eyes, he is still not qualified. Not to mention, for Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, is still with him, and if she engages in a political marriage with Konoha, she will only be stabbed in the back by Konoha's ninja. Therefore, it is impossible to let Konoha Huaxian go. Of course, not all will be wiped out. Kill a group and recruit a group, this is the best situation. Moreover, there are 2 great ninja villages, Union and Konoha, as negative teaching materials, and it can also give Kirigashi, Sandy and Union a wake-up call, lest they make an inch. At this time, in the west of Tien country, Several black sticks of yin-yang dun fixed Lao Zi's limbs. Under the interference of the black stick's chakra, Lao Zi couldn't use the four-tailed chakra at all, and could only wait for death silently. Now, carry out the recovery of the tailed beast. Necromancy. Hua Xian let out a soft drink, and a huge heretic golem immediately appeared from the smoke, standing in front of Lao Zi. In the next moment, the golem lock shot out from his mouth, directly penetrated into the seal in Lao Zi's body, dragged the four-tailed monkey king out, and swallowed it alive. Lao Zi, who lost his four tails, also died directly, lying on the ground and turning into a corpse. From the very beginning, I felt a strong malice. Before, I thought it was a certain ninja from Yinyan village, but after they left, this malice did not disappear. Since you want to kill me, then, at least don't be like a rat, hide your head and show your tail. Hua Xian spoke suddenly, and the sound echoed throughout the surrounding area. That's right, the current attack he is using by Ju's mayfly technique. And he himself is actually a wooden clone. Hua Xian knew that it was because of the injection of intercolumnar cells that he could reach this level. If Hua Xian hadn't mastered all the abilities in the world of Hokage, including Kyubai's malicious perception, even he would not be able to detect Itake's existence from a long distance. However, Hua Xian can be sure that the muton mastered by Itake is definitely just some basic ninjutsu. The intercolumn cells he obtained came from Baiju, so it is understandable to be able to master some of Baiju's abilities. But Baiju's cells are just a diluted version of Qianshao Zujian. The concentration is extremely high. In this way, Itake is obviously not qualified to learn high-level would escape. Indeed, if you fight head-on, I, or even the entire ninja world, can't possibly be your opponent. But I have already mastered the means to kill you. I know that you are now a wooden clone just like me. But whether it is the main body or the avatar, you cannot escape death. Itake grinned the corners of his mouth, looking very ferocious. If she didn't know him, Hua Xian would never think that this expression came from Uchiha Itake. It seems that Suzuki's death and Mikato's embrace made you lose your mind, Itake. Itake was silent for a while, and when Hua Xian mentioned Suzuki and Mikato, his old face became extremely fierce at this moment. You are right. But it is precisely because of those close relatives that I risk everything to kill you. Although I still don't know your real name, at least I want to witness your tragic death with my own eyes. Ridiculous. Hua Xian had a sneer on his face, but at that moment, his left arm suddenly lost feeling, and the severe pain immediately spread throughout his body. What, my hand, is it broken? Hua Xian's complexion turned pale and she was in disbelief. He didn't know when he was attacked, nor how the arm was broken. What's even more frightening is that his strength has reached the god level, and his immortal physique under Daytime Mu's blood can obviously easily recover from various injuries. Even if his heart is beaten, it can also be regenerated. But now, this perfect self-healing ability doesn't work. Somewhere, it seemed that something had cut off the connection between him and his arm, making it impossible to recover from this injury. Haha. It's successful, my guess is correct. You are dead. Itake laughed wildly. Hua Xian also gritted her teeth, and stretched out her other hand, facing him directly. Vian Tian Tianyan. The huge suction instantly sucked Itake into Hua Xian's hand, pinching his neck. Say, what the hell did you do? Hee. Do you think I'll tell you? It doesn't matter if you don't say anything, I'll dig out your memory myself, the Tao and heart of the world. Hua Xian just wanted to dive deeper and explore Itake's memory. Although the other party is just a clone, the ability of human way is still effective. Only in the next moment, the severe pain hit again. The wrist that was supposed to grab Itake's neck suddenly lost consciousness, just like the arm of the other hand. It's useless, now you have become the fish on my chopping board. Itake sneered and took Hua Xian's hand away, then kicked Hua Xian in the face, kicking him to the ground. Unfortunately, this body of yours is also a clone like mine. If you can take care of your body yourself, that would be a pleasure. However, this can be regarded as a little interest. The wood clone is the same as the shadow clone, and you can see the clone. The message is passed to the main body, and it is even more excellent that your main body should be the same as you now, in great pain. Asshole. Boom. Before Hua Xian finished speaking, Itake stepped on his face. Chapter 98. Anger, Humiliation, Hatred. Hua Xian never thought that she would be trampled on by the existence that has always been regarded as an ant. Don't be too arrogant, Itake, Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. The terrifying repulsion erupted instantly. Although Hua Xian's hands were useless, the ability of her eyes was still usable. At this moment, Itake's whole body was directly sent flying by the shock wave. It's just that before the wooden clone disappeared, it still didn't forget to mock Hua Xian. Your eyes are really powerful, then, I must give it a good toss, haha. Asshole. South of Tien Country. Today, more than half of Konoha's tens of thousands of ninja troops have been destroyed, and Sarutobi has also been beaten like a dog by Senjo Banma and Namikaze Minato. If it wasn't for the fact that the ninja who had reached super shadow strength was not easy to control, Hua Xian would not mind summoning Senshou Hashirama to greet Konoha Ninja and Sarutobi. Of course, this is not to say that Hua Xian's strength is not in place, but that the limit of the technique of reincarnation is there. Control it casually under the super shadow, and with the strength above the super shadow and super shadow, it is difficult to suppress the technique of reincarnation. In any case, the jutsu of reincarnation is just ninjutsu after all. Although it is a forbidden technique, it still belongs to the category of ninjutsu, and it is incomparable with the powerful Shueji snare. Just when Sarutobi, Kakashi, Akai, and others were in despair, Huaxian suddenly let out a cry of pain and turned pale. This sudden situation made all the Konoha ninjas look puzzled. Sarutobi was also a little dazed, but he quickly came to his senses and smiled. It succeeded, Itaka succeeded, Huaxian, we have won this war. Lord Hokage? Don't worry, Huaxian's life is in our hands now. As the hostile leader of this kind of war, taking him down is naturally our victory. Sarutobi's words made Kakashi and the others puzzled. But there is one thing they can be sure of. Now, Konoha Ninja has taken the initiative. Bastard, that fellow Itake. Don't be proud, old man. Do you think you guys really won? You have reached my level, and there is no real death for a long time. Besides me, there are others Kagaya. Even if I die, I will definitely be able to be resurrected in the future. At that time, I will make the men of your Sarutobi clan slaves for generations, and the women will be prostitutes in brothels, and there will never be peace. Huaxian's blue veins bulged, and that ferocious face directly caused Yuan Fei's smiling face to stop abruptly. Almost, you still have grandsons and sons. Asma likes red, right? She is with me now. When I finish this war, I must eunuch all of you. As soon as Huaxian finished speaking, his right eye suddenly became bloody, and the eyeball and eye socket directly festered, looking extremely disgusting and terrifying. Seeing this, Yuan Fei couldn't help but gasp and said, Taki, I know you're here to observe, it's enough. With Huaxian's life in hand, we've secured the victory of this war. There is no need to continue to torture him. The next issue can be resolved on the negotiating table. As soon as Sarutobi said this, Itaka's figure also emerged from the ground. However, this is not the main body, just like in the south, he is also the wooden clone of Itaki. Seeing this, Sarutobi also said, Itaka, you can stop temporarily. I know you are full of hatred for Huaxian, but the ninja world still needs him. Why should I listen to you? Itaki, you. Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, never expecting Itaki would say such a thing. At this moment, including Sarutobi, Kakashi and others, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, when I slaughtered the family, I made a promise with you. Let me ask you, where is Suzuki now? Itaka's face was cold, the respectful face of the previous period had long since disappeared. Yuan Fei also had a click in his heart, secretly thinking that something was wrong. Itaki, I'm also sorry about Suzuki, but, hahaha. 3 generations of old man, look at your dog. Don't you know what kind of a bug Itaki is? He could slaughter the entire Uchiha for Suzuki's trash. I killed Suzuki and defiled his mother. The murderer, do you think he will let me go? How stupid. It is said that the person who understands you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you who have spent your whole life pondering about others, have not seen this guy as clearly as you. Itake mocked. Sarutobi couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't expect that the situation would turn into the current situation, completely out of his control. You know, in order to be able to hold Huaxian, he let Itake move freely. In other words, where is Itake's body now? Even he himself doesn't know, let alone stop it. Itake, you have to know that you can only hold on to Huaxian now. There is nothing we can do about Kagaya. Once Huaxian dies, the entire ninja world will probably be retaliated by her. At that time, it will be true. It's beyond redemption. Sarutobi said. The man also grabbed Itake's arm and shook his head at him. Itake, as long as he can negotiate with Huaxian, then, with the eyes of reincarnation, it is entirely possible for him to revive Suzuki. Itake, we must focus on the overall situation. Impossible, Itake, I will never resurrect Suzuki. Even if I do, I will torture him forever. Neither you nor Suzuki can survive. Even in hell, I will drag your souls out of hell and torture you. To the end, in front of you and Suzuki, I will personally tear Fugaku into pieces. I will also have a baby with Mikato, together. Halfway through Huaxian's words, the whole person vomited blood. In the blood, even a scarlet flesh can be seen, that is his tongue. Some things are lost if they are lost. Since Suzuki is dead, what do you want the whole ninja world to do? Ha ha. Itake looked gloomy, but Huaxian laughed hoarsely. Blood continued to flow out of his mouth, like ghosts and gods. Huaxian is actually very afraid of death, really afraid. After all, a person who has died once before transmigrating to this world, Huaxian is actually afraid of death. Itake looked excited, just like the Avatar, and the Huaxian of the main body was also extremely miserable at this time. Because the injury couldn't heal on its own, the whole body was dripping with blood, and it was no longer as carefree as before. It only made people feel shocking. Of course, for Itake, this is naturally full of pleasure, and he feels very comfortable. But before he could appreciate Huaxian's tragedy enough, Huiya appeared in front of him in an instant and grabbed his Tianling guy. My lord, he can't find your body, but I can. Hee, I know I will die, but that must be on the premise of dying with him. Now, Itake's avatar opened its shirt, and Sarutobi and others were dumbfounded by the chest covered with detonating symbols. Boom! Before Kagaya could explore the memory of Itaka's clone, his wooden clone exploded directly. Of course, this kind of explosion is nothing to Kagaya and Huaxian, but it is a pain for Sarutobi and others. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas around his avatar were all injured one after another. If you are unlucky, you will die directly. Regarding this, Kagaya couldn't help but turn pale, glanced at Sarutobi, grabbed his forehead directly, and searched for his memory. Although Sarutobi doesn't know where Itaka is, he knows Itaka's method of attacking Huaxian. As long as he knows the secret, Kagaya is confident that he will be able to deal with it. Soon, with the emergence of memories, Kagaya also understood the cause and effect, and his face turned ashen. I didn't expect it to be Fei Duan's dead Si Ping blood. Huaxian, who looked sluggish at the side, couldn't help being taken aback when she saw Huiye say that. Although he cannot speak without a tongue, he can communicate spiritually through illusions. So that's the case. Did Fei Duan's death rely on blood? That spell relies on absorbing the blood of the target, and then achieves the ability to share damage. Fei Duan himself has an immortal body, so he can ignore his own damage and use self-mutilation. Concoct the enemy, but I don't remember my flesh and blood falling into the hands of Itaki. Huaxian raised his own question that he knew that something had happened to Fei Duan and Jiao. Jiao was killed by the 4th Reikage AI, and Fei Duan was captured alive. Now it seems that Haiden should have fallen into Itaka's hands. It's just that he couldn't figure out where Itake got his flesh and blood and cursed him. My lord, have you forgotten that when you killed Suzuki and Itaki earlier, you summoned your physical predecessor through reincarnation? Could it be that? Well, that guy Itaki is ruthless enough. He directly unsealed the seal of the 10-fist sword, and brought out the reincarnated body of your predecessor. The root of Danzo has collected information in the major ninja villages in the past, and he knows the records of Sand Hidden Village. There is a secret technique to revive others by consuming vitality. You should also know this. It is Cho's forbidden technique called self-reincarnation. He resurrected your predecessor through this technique, and collected your flesh and blood. Although your blood has undergone many changes, and you even have the blood of Atsutsuki, the foundation of your body is still from Uchiha Hanesan. Your physical bodies are still connected after all. Itaki absorbed the flesh and blood of your predecessor cursed you, so it is equally effective. It is also because the damage is connected, so your immortal physique cannot be recovered. Bastard! Huaxian's face was ferocious, but in the next second, blood flowed from his left eye, and the eyeball even fell out of the eye socket. He knew that it was Itaki who started to do it. Through the information sharing ability of Mu Clone, he already knew that Kagaya and Huaxian from the main body had arrived. In order to prevent the situation from changing, he must speed up. In the next second, Huaxian's right leg heard a click and was twisted into a twist. Even the teeth fell out one by one. He knew that it was Itaki who was operating on Haiden, or his predecessor. At this moment, Huaxianren was in so much pain that he couldn't cry out, and his whole body was convulsed and convulsed, groan UPS. When Hui saw this scene, his veins bulged and his silver teeth clenched. Unforgivable. Itaki, since you have already disregarded the life and death of the ninja world, then I don't need to be polite to you. The Golden Wheel reincarnated. Kagaya looked at the surviving Konoha ninjas angrily, raised his right hand high, and immediately a huge lightsaber appeared in his hand, soaring straight into the sky. As the lightsaber in Kagaya's hand suddenly swung down, at this moment, all the Konoha ninjas were directly cut in half, the mountains were broken, and even the ground was split. If you look at this planet from the universe, it is not too much to say that the planet was lifted by Kagaya. At this moment, the blue planet where the plot of Naruto is staged can be said to be a landslide. The sun and the moon are dark, and it looks like the end. But even so, Huaxian still couldn't escape being judged by Itaki. His other leg was also twisted into a twist, his upper body was directly disemboweled, the large and small intestines were directly ripped out, and the internal organs were completely exposed to the air. Groan UPS. Seeing Huaxian's miserable state, Hui's anger disappeared immediately, and there was only distress and heartache. The next moment, a pair of footprints suddenly appeared on Huaxian's heart. Although he exerted a sudden force, he stepped on and broke his spine. Both of them knew that this was exactly what Itaki was doing to his predecessor or Haiden. Itaki, do you really think that you can kill me like this? How naive. Beings who have reached the 6th level and above can already survive in the world by their souls. Those who can be cursed by Sissy's blood are only the target. It's just the body, it can't touch the soul at all. Huaxian's soul floated out of his broken body. Although he was still alive, the demise of his body eventually turned his soul into a rootless duckweed. In this regard, Hui breathed a sigh of relief. She lost her composure before, but it was only because of Huaxian's tragic situation that her mind went blank. It was only then that Kagaya remembered that they, who had already achieved god-level strength, could achieve eternal existence even with only their souls. Boom! Suddenly, Huaxian's body exploded and turned into countless pieces. This sudden situation immediately made him dumbfounded, and his face became distorted to the extreme. Although it is not an exaggeration to say that this body is scrapped, but if it is properly repaired, it can barely be used. But now, I don't know if Itaki used the detonating talisman to directly destroy his body. In this case, it can't even be repaired. Unforgivable, Itake, I must not let you live or die, Kagaya, use infinite Tsukiyomi and God Tree World Birth, first pull that guy out of the ground. Yes. Chapter 100. Every enlightened person has been hopeless in the dark depths of the ground. There is an underground space where you can't see your fingers. The walls are covered with various spells. The flickering candlelight illuminated the abyss, and Itaka sat slumped on the ground, looking at Hijuan, who had turned into model flesh, with an empty and melancholy expression on his face. Sisi shares the damage with blood, and that's the best he can do. At least, the current Fei Duan has no place for him to continue attacking. The so-called immortal body actually has a limit. Just like the current Fei Duan, he really couldn't die anymore. At this moment, a bright light suddenly penetrated the ground and shone on Itake. Before Itake could react, his eyes turned into reincarnation eyes. A tree belt pierced through the ground, directly entangling and blocking others, pulling them out of the ground. Found it. Huiye's voice came out, and Hua Xian's soul also appeared beside Itake, who was carrying infinite Tsukiyomi. Right now, because of Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyomi, the moon directly emits a light that is even more dazzling than the sun. This light even covers up the sunlight, and can penetrate any obstructions in buildings. Kagaya released this move, directly causing the creatures all over the world to fall into the dream of illusion. Coupled with the birth of the God Tree World, it can be said that wherever the moonlight reaches, the tree belt of the big tree can capture all the recruits, and continue to absorb their chakra until all the recruits become living weapon, Beiju. These two tricks of Shueji's snare complement each other, because the range covers the entire planet, so it can be called the technique of destroying the world. My lord, what should I do next? Should I cut him into pieces, or, don't worry, let me see attack his dream first? Hua Xian said with a smile that although it is in the state of the soul, it can still switch the pupils of the eyes. Moreover, he, who also has unlimited monthly reading, can also peep into the dream of the recruiter. But after watching Itaka's dream, Hua Xian, who was originally murderous, calmed down again. In Itaka's dream, the clansmen are living happily among the leaves. Miraculously, Hua Xian actually saw his back. He doesn't know whether the Huaxian in Itaka's dream is him or his predecessor, but Itake really wants everyone to be happy. My lord, what's the matter with you? No, nothing. Hua Xian sighed. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all his hostility, showing a vicissitudes of life. Well, yeah, give him a good time. Sometimes this person is really hard to hate. I know. Although Huiya was a little puzzled, since it was Hua Xian's order, she naturally followed it truthfully. With the flick of a finger that killed all the ashes, Itaka's body immediately turned into decay. My lord, I will cancel the infinite monthly reading and the birth of the God Tree World now. No, there is no need. Eh? Hua Xian's words made Huiya pause again, her face full of confusion. Talk? Well, it means that your parents are not actually your parents. Of course, the parents here are biological. However, before every parent gives birth to a new life, who can know what their child will look like in the future? Is it a man or a woman? Is it filial or not? Is it outstanding or mediocre? Is it healthy or disabled? Everything is actually unknown. If your parents knew what you look like now, they would still choose to give birth to you. I don't know, but I know, I am the adult's child, and I am also the adult's guardian. Kagaya looked at Huaxian with a smile on his face, just like Itake could abandon the whole world for Suzuki. If one day, Huaxian also faces the same situation, Kagaya will give up everything to protect Huaxian. Hua Xian also laughed at this. Every life is actually a miracle. It is such a great fortune to stand out from hundreds of millions of brothers and sisters and be born into this world. It is simply the blessing of heaven, therefore, life should be born naturally. Yes, it is God who decides our birth, and Mother Earth raised us with abundant materials. Our biological parents are more like a pair of tools, just porters of life and resources. So, is it really good not to cancel the infinite monthly reading and the birth of the God Tree World? After all, I have such a feeling. Huiya asked again, but Hua Xian shook her head. No need, after all, this is not my root. After all, Uchiha Huashin is just a temporary skin for me. If that skin is still there, I will definitely let them go and live here for decades, set up a family and start a business. Now I have to thank Uchiha Itaki. He let me know that I am only Huaxian after all, not Uchiha, only this soul is truly my own. Huaxian took a deep breath. Obviously it was only in the state of the soul, but at this moment she felt extremely clear. It is said that death has great terror, which is true. Itaka's use of the blood of Sisi also made him deeply understand the threat of death. Although it was only the body that died, it did give Hua Xian boundless fear. But death also has great opportunities. At least, since he came to this world and got the system, Hua Xian has never been so relaxed as he is now. Let go of the shackles of the flesh, let him see himself clearly. Recalling what she did in this world, Hua Xian felt that she was like an upstart who lost herself in the indulgence. Thinking about it now, he is really a bit stupid. Although, even if he did it all over again, he would do it again. Even, Hua Xian felt that this was actually very good. Because he has vented once, at least he won't lose his heart next time. Kagaya, suck the life out of this world completely. After absorbing chakra, we will leave this world together. Then, what about your body? It doesn't matter. In the next world, I will use my technique to reincarnate again, I only know now why I awakened the two pupil techniques of his Inyojun and his Angranzun. Perhaps, that is what I have in my heart. Think about it. Huaxian felt a little emotional. We also nodded, and followed Huaxian's words. Chapter 101 The Twin South China Sea, Battery La Island. Porgas D. Luju looked at his twin brother with a pale face. However, although they were brothers born at the same time, the two children did not look alike at all. One has freckles, just like her. The other one is not long, but has some outlines of her executed husband. One Piece Gold. Roger. Luju looked at them, although her face was pale, but she was full of happiness. The only thing that troubled him, perhaps, was the child's name. When Roger was still alive, the two had said that if the child was a boy, the name would be Ace. If it's a girl, call it Anne. Well now, although it is a boy, but there are two, who should the name Ace be given to? The other, what should it be called? No, you can't go in. Step aside. Just when she, Luju, was heartbroken for Roger, a man in a suit and a Navy Justice uniform on his shoulders suddenly broke into it. Seeing the arrival of the Navy, Luju's bloodless face immediately became paler. One Piece Gold. Roger is the confidant of the world government. In order to prevent the birth of his offspring, the government has secretly executed a large number of pregnant women on the island during this period. In order to keep the crystallization of the two of them, Luju delayed the delivery of the child for a year and 2 months. In other words, Luju was pregnant with these two children for a full 20 months. Just like this, she is already exhausted at this time. Unexpectedly, before she could take a second look at the child, Hai had already approached her. Don't worry, Liu, I'm Garp, and I was entrusted by Roger. During this time, I've been following you secretly. It's just that the government personnel have left this island recently, and I can only find you now. Please don't worry, I will definitely take care of Roger's bastard's child. Garp looked at Luju sincerely, perhaps because of D, but Luju laughed and nodded, which made Garp heave a sigh of relief. Just looking at the two children in Luju's arms, he also had a headache. As a vice admiral, he can easily fight pirates and catch villains, but when it comes to taking care of children, how can he have such experience? His own son, Long, was educated by him to make a revolution, and his shoe prints are still printed on his face. Now that there are two more, is this because the government is not thinking enough? Garp, I believe you, this one with freckles is called Ace, as for this one, it's called. Before Luju finished speaking, she lost consciousness and completely fell on the bed without breathing. Garp watched this scene, while being shocked in his heart. He also felt heartbroken for Roger and Luju, so he couldn't help but sigh at the moment. He, the Vice Admiral, is naturally very clear about the tragedy caused by the world government. Before you leave, at least tell me the name of the other child. This is going to make things difficult for me, otherwise, call me Lu Fei. That child's name is Huaxian. As for Luffy, use that name for your grandson. Kagaya's voice sounded in the room. Garp was taken aback, and couldn't help but look at her vigilantly. Although Kagaya is a woman, he can feel his outstanding domineering aura. This woman is very dangerous, even more dangerous than the rocks he defeated with Roger in the Valley of Gods back then. Who are you? Kagaya, this is my name. The child is the master I have been looking for and waiting for. Give him to me. Kagaya looked at the other child in Garp's arms, his eyes full of longing. Garp stared at her, but shook his head. Although I don't feel your malice towards this child, I can't entrust the child to you either. Since Roger entrusted the child to me, I naturally have the responsibility to raise them. Kagaya frowned slightly, his expression full of displeasure. Navy hero Garp, I don't want to fight you, but if you prevent me from taking my lord away, then I'm afraid it won't work even if I don't fight. No matter what you say, I won't hand over the child to you, and you are a dangerous person no matter how you look at it. Although you didn't do anything evil, you can't let it go. This old man wants to arrest you. Garp had a fierce look on his face. If he hadn't had two children in his arms, he would have fought with Kagaya a long time ago. Regarding this, Huiya couldn't help but look at the two children, Huaxian and Ace, and slowly calmed down his emotions. Facing Garp, she was not timid at all. But if they fought recklessly, it would inevitably hurt the child. Neither Garp nor she actually wanted to see such a thing. Forget it, I will leave the child to you for now. However, I will keep an eye on it until the time is right. As soon as Kagaya's words came out, Huankwan Hirasaka immediately opened and disappeared. When Garp saw this, he couldn't help but be solemn. Huiya's method of appearing and disappearing really shocked him. At this moment, others couldn't help but look at Huaxian with doubts on their faces. He didn't know why this newborn child was being targeted by a weirdo like Kagaya. The next day, at sea. Garp, what are you guys doing in the South China Sea? Hey, South China Sea, I'm obviously in the East China Sea. How could I be in the South China Sea? Warring States, don't talk nonsense, be careful, I'll sue you for slander. Shut up, you really think I don't know what you're doing? With your virtue, I know what color underwear you're wearing even after taking a piss. Warring States' scolding came from the phone bug, and the Kappa people were also taken aback, and stopped talking back. They are all old partners. This matter can be hidden from other people, but it can't be hidden from the so-called wise general of the Warring States period. Warring States, that. Okay, since you're lost, return to the voyage in time. You listen to me well, since you made a mistake, take responsibility for me, understand? Haha. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. Carp laughed. He knew that the Warring States period was over as far as Ace and Huaxian were concerned. As long as he doesn't talk to Jean Guo and he, then the matter of Roger's descendants will be rotten. As for why the crane is involved, they are also old comrades in arms, who among the three of them doesn't know who is who. Crane's brain is no worse than that of Warring States. What the Warring States can know, Tai must also know. A few days later, East China Sea, Goya Kingdom, and Windmill Village. Garp took the step of denying his relatives, and appeared in the den of bandits with 2 dolls in his arms. As a vice-admiral of the Navy, although Fengch Village is his hometown, he has few relatives. Therefore, he can only give his 2 children to his friend, Dodden, to raise them. Although, Dodden and all his men are bandits. But Carp knows that they are actually good people and can be trusted. Chapter 102 Porgas D. Huaxian Night. Ding, the system update is complete. Naruto World merchandise is off the shelves. The products in the unlimited purchase area are being refreshed, and the funds are cleared. The products in the special purchase area are being refreshed, and the points are cleared. Seeing this, the others immediately understood their situation and couldn't laugh or cry. Host, Porgas D. Huaxian, Gol.D. Huaxian, aged 0 years old. Bloodline of the D family. Equipment, 10 cubic meters of system space, Thunder God Sword, Kusanagi Sword, Beheading Sword. Items, Dan 200, Chakra Fruit 18 Skills, Naruto Plain All-Round Proficiency, Izanagi, Unique Pupil Technique, Izanaranzan, Unique Pupil Technique. Consumption amount in the unlimited purchase area 0. Bailey Special Purchase Area has points 0 points. Although this situation has been expected for a long time, but when I actually face it, I really have a different feeling. Huaxian smiled wryly. Although after losing his body in the world of Naruto, he had already decided to obtain a body of his own, and he would no longer take it away like in the previous world. Although he knew that the world he crossed again was one piece, he couldn't guarantee what would happen after his soul reincarnation. And here, I have to mention his unique pupil technique, Yaizang Yozun and Yaizang Ranzun. It is said that Sherinan is the eye that reflects the soul. In fact, after awakening the eye of Samsara, the pupil technique obtained actually reflects the state of mind of the awakened person. Although Izanagi and Izanagi are another names for Ianagi and Ianami in Japanese mythology, their abilities and effects are completely different. Both Ianagi and Ianami belong to the category of illusion. Although they need to sacrifice a Sherinan to activate them, their abilities are almost perfect. Among them, Ianagi can record the caster's own state with Sherinan at the moment of activation, and then restore any damage suffered by the user, even death, to Sherinan within the effective time recorded state X. And Izanami uses physical contact to make the other party fall into the pupil technique and bring him into infinite reincarnation. Only by seeing yourself clearly and acknowledging your true self can you break free from the illusion. Huaxian's Yaizang Wojun and Yaizang Ranzun are completely different. Both techniques are pupil techniques aimed at the soul. Yaizang Wozun has the effect of allowing the soul to record memories, abilities, etc. Just like the wedge of the Atsutsuki family, it integrates all the data of Huaxian into the soul. This point is born out of the human brain. Even if the body is completely lost, the soul can still display the ability of life. Yaizang Ranzun is to let the soul reincarnate. As long as there is a life on the planet that is suitable for reincarnation, the technique can be activated. Huaxian also activated it after her soul traveled to One Piece and confirmed that this world was suitable for reincarnation. It's just that Yaizang Ranzun's reincarnation cannot be completely controlled. Apart from being able to confirm the reincarnation as a human being, there is no guarantee at all. And the combination of these two pupil techniques is very remarkable. Not only can Huaxian be reincarnated without drinking menpo soup, but it can also ensure that she returns to her previous strength. When necessary, it can be used as a life-saving skill. Of course, the recovery of strength takes time. The stronger the strength, the longer the recovery time. Huaxian's world strength in Naruto is god level. If you want to recover, the guarantee will take 10 years. If the status of reincarnation is not good and the environment is bad, it will take even longer. As for the system, although Huaxian's physical body was destroyed by Itaki and Hokage, the system is bound to the soul, so it doesn't hurt at all. It was also when Huaxian was feeling emotional that Huangquan Biliang Saka suddenly opened, and Kagaya walked out of it. Huiya, what's the matter with you? Why didn't you take me away as soon as I was born? Huaxian looked at Huiya. Although after reincarnation, there was not much strength left in her body, but there was no problem in communicating with illusions. I wanted to take you away, but your mother is so amazing that she conceived you for 20 months. I've been looking for you all over the world a year ago, but I couldn't find you. If I can still feel your faint breath, I thought you were aborted. Hui was speechless, and it was only then that Huaxian realized what kind of ruthless person her reborn mother Porgas D. Liu was. In order to ensure that Ace survived, the delivery period was extended for a year and 2 months. Now that this one child has become twins, Lu Ju's hard work will undoubtedly be directly doubled. It was really not easy to bring him safely into this world. At this moment, without thinking, that great mother has passed away. I owe her my life. Do you need me to resurrect her? No, summoning her soul from the Pure Land in the future and letting her see the child will be the greatest repayment to her. This debt will be used on Ace in the future. Although Huaxian is only a baby, the look in her eyes is extremely rich. Even adults may not have this look. So, what should we do next? Do you want to stay here? The Windmill Village is still peaceful, and it's not bad as a place for you to grow up. No, although Dodden is a good person, he is a bandit after all. I am afraid that one of them can't hold back and kill them directly. This world is distorted. Even if this poor village under the protection of Carp is far away from worldly disputes, it is nothing. It's just superficial. No matter where you live, it's the same. Besides, my system store has been updated, so I don't need to worry about supplies at all. The only pity is that Baiju and the ninjas who reincarnated from the dirt can't be brought here together. I used to think about putting people into the Shinwei space to see if I could catch the leak. Unexpectedly, the plane shuttle directly shattered my different space. The Shinwei space can only be rebuilt. Hua Xian's heart was full of regrets. You must know that the number of Baiju under their control was tens of thousands. If those Baiju were allowed to cross over together, Hua Xian could completely take down a country with sufficient supplies and use it as an environment for his growth. Regarding this, Huiya also shook his head regretfully and said, "My lord, don't say it's the power of the gods. The space in the Imperial Palace of Heaven is gone. Okay, fortunately, your system space is still there, otherwise, this time-traveling loss would be a real loss. It's so big it's boundless." Chapter 103 Rescue the villagers the next morning. It's not good, boss. What's the noise? It's early in the morning. It's gone. One of the two children brought by Mr. Carp is missing. Dodden, who was still brushing his teeth, immediately spit foam and ran into the baby room in a hurry. It used to be the place where Huaxian and Ace slept, but now there is only Ace left. What's going on here? Could it be that it was stolen by a monkey in the forest while sleeping last night? How do we know this kind of thing? Beijia Road, hurry up and find it. If that old bastard Garp finds out, we'll be finished. Yes. East China Sea, Casey Kingdom, Baidao Village. Are you awake? Well, it's really thanks to the parasitic ghost's bad technique. Don't even look for a place to sleep, just use your body to fall asleep, Kagaya. Huaxian's head popped out from Lui's chest and communicated by spirit. Where are we now? Is it my illusion? I can smell gunpowder smoke. It's not an illusion. This village has just been attacked by a wave of pirates, and there have been considerable casualties in the village. Such a place can just become your gold-selling place, my lord. Huiya said with a smile. Huaxian also opened her eyes and inspected the surrounding environment. Gunpowder smoke rose everywhere in this ordinary village, and corpses lying on the ground could be faintly seen. Because of the era of great pirates opened by Roger, the scene of pirates setting off to plunder is now being staged all over the world. Even the East China Sea, which is known as the most peaceful, has a large number of pirates haunting it every year. Although the protagonist of One Piece Luffy Straw Hat Pirates has always been sunny, but pirates like him are rare in this world. Pirates don't do production, what they eat and drink is not obtained by looting. Therefore, although the world government has done a lot of shady things, even its own existence is not above board. But it is undeniable that it is precisely because the government and the navy maintain the superficial order that the world is not in complete chaos. Of course, Huaxian doesn't think the government is just. If you really want to completely end this troubled world, the world government must be overthrown, there is no doubt about it. Go to the port, Kagaya, the villagers and pirates are there. Okay. At the port. The villagers in the village are being controlled by several pirates of the Jake Pirates, and the other crew members are carrying the looted supplies one by one. Whether it is money, treasure, food, or fresh water, they will not let go of it. Be quicker, it won't be easy to deal with when the navy comes. The Captain Jake scolded that he had already received a reward from the government for attacking villages and small towns in the first few months since he went to sea. Although he is now just a little-known little pirate who doesn't even have a name, and the bounty is only 200 million Baileys, but in the weakest East China Sea, he has gained some fame. The villagers under control saw their property being robbed, but they dared not speak out, because the villagers who really dared to stand up against them had already died in the village. After several people were killed, the remaining people naturally lost their courage. Captain, things have been moved. Okay. Go and grab some women, you want beautiful ones, this time. The brothers have worked hard, so I just want to let the brothers relax. Oh, no, don't come here. Jake and the pirates under his command did not shy away from these villagers, but expressed their thoughts in front of everyone. The pirates under him looked at the villagers with lewd smiles, their eyes patrolling a bunch of women. As long as you like it, just reach out and pull the person away. There are some perverted people who like young people, and they are not polite, they pick them up and throw them aside, and far rectification on the spot. The husbands, fathers, and children of these women wanted to resist, but they could only be killed directly by the knives and guns in their hands. As for Huaxian and Kagaya's spiritual communication, the pirates naturally couldn't hear it. Right now, he just looked at Kagaya with bright eyes, admiring Kagaya's exotic style. Seeing this, the villagers could only lower their heads. In their subconscious minds, Kagaya's fate had already been guessed. Hey, you guys, grab her for me, I'll be the first one. If anyone else wants to play, just line up for me. Oh, Hey baby, lie down obediently. Don't worry, we won't hurt you, we just want to play with you. Two rough pirates held knives and surrounded Kaguya from left to right. But just as the two approached Kaguya, a powerful coercion erupted instantly. Before Jacques and the others could react, the two pirates exploded into blood, splashing scarlet all over their bodies. What? At this moment, all the passion and wildness of Jake and other pirates were completely wiped out by blood. Their pupils began to dilate continuously. Of course, what was enlarged was also the fear they had long forgotten. God airstrike. What? The shrill screams began to echo throughout the port, and Kaguya's terrifying chakra condensed giant fists. Under the constant bombardment that could even distort space, in just a few seconds, the entire Jake pirates either turned into meatloaf or turned into blood foam, died a tragic death. A group of villagers watched this scene blankly, and Huiya also began to become extremely tall in their eyes, like a god. Saved, we are saved. That's great, wife, it's great that you're all right. Daughter, my daughter. A crowd of villagers wept with joy, and many even knelt down in front of Huiya, kowtowing to her as if they were treating a god. It's really ugly. Well, but, I found a good seedling. Facing these weeping and worshipping villagers, neither Huiya nor Huaxian looked down on them, but among the crowd, there was a child who looked at her with admiration. There is light in his eyes, which is the desire for power. Huaxian knows that this is a child with value to be cultivated. Chapter 104 New System. Mauled boy, what's your name? You there, Camilla. Camilla, who was only 7 years old, took a deep breath and announced her name to Kaguya. Huiya raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Would you like to hang out with the adults and witness the future of the world with the adults?" While speaking, Huaxian also emerged from Huiya's body and was embraced by him. Camilla was stunned, looking at Huaxian, who was still a baby, in astonishment. There is no need to doubt it. Although the adult is only a child now, he is the reincarnation of a god. In the future, the adult will definitely reach the top of the world. I am willing. Camilla doesn't know about Huaxian's situation, but she believes in Kaguya. In response, Huaxian, who was being hugged in her arms, also widened her eyes. For a moment, countless gold jewels immediately appeared out of thin air. That. Don't worry, this is the property that the adults gave you. That you can use these treasures to exchange for money to repair the village and bury the dead villagers. My lord and I will also live here for a while, and you can use them. Treat it as an accommodation fee. No, sir, you saved us, how could we? Okay, take it if you give it. Carmela, you should also take a good rest and come to us tomorrow. Yes. Camilla responded, and Kaguya took Huaxian and left first. You gave a lot of those gold jewels, my lord. It's quite a lot. In the world of One Piece, I need to spend 1 million Baileys for 1 point. This ratio is exactly the same as that of Naruto. 1 gram of gold is equivalent to 8,000 Baileys. I directly gave them 1 ton. You got 80 points. In other words, it is equivalent to 80 billion Baileys, which is indeed a lot. Huiya was quite emotional, because when she was created, she shared the memory with Huaxian, so she also knew the plot of the world of One Piece. You know, in the plot, the gold obtained by Luffy and his party returning from Sky Island is only 3 million Baileys. With this money, Frankie took 2 million to buy the treasure tree atom, and the remaining 1 million also hosted a banquet for the entire capital of Seven Waters. The 80 billion that Huaxian gave was enough to rebuild Baidao village. Not only that, I am afraid that the village will hold banquets for a month, which is more than enough. But Huaxian didn't care about it at all. In order to earn points in the special purchase area, he can spend wantonly in the unlimited purchase area. My lord, what are the prices in the special shopping area? 621232231115. Huaxian looked through the products in the special shopping area in her mind, and she was also a little excited. Kaguya also raised the corners of his mouth, in a good mood. It seems that just these 80 points are enough for adults to buy a lot of things. That's true, however, the products that appear in this special shopping area are somewhat restricted. Limit? Well, because of the settings or rules of devils in this world, devil fruits will not appear repeatedly, and each one is a single existence. Therefore, devil fruits eaten by people outside will not appear in the purchase area. For example, there is no special shopping area for Whitebeard shaking fruit. Moreover, the products in the mall must follow the rules of the world. The devil fruit purchased here will also turn into a landlubber after eating, and be rejected by the sea. Restrained by Halashi, there is a product called Fruit Side Effect Elimination Solution. After drinking it, it can be immune to the restraint of seawater and Halashi, and can swim, but it will still be affected by the domineering color of the armed forces. Eat multiple fruit, the body will explode as well. It's already very good. It's terrible for a capable person to be immune to the restraint of seawater and Halashi. Think about it, the way the world government detains criminals is to rely on Halashi's shackles. If it fails, then the government will definitely not be able to control this rampant era. You are right, this thing is enough to change the pattern of the world. Huaxian agrees with Huiya's point of view very much, but, as far as this thing is concerned, it is impossible for him to leak it easily. If the fruit side effect elimination solution is allowed to circulate on the market, not only will the world government be unable to control the rampage of the times, Huaxian will also become very difficult. This will cause him to control the world in the future, adding countless variables. By the way, my lord, what are you going to do with that brat named Camera? I haven't thought about it yet, but it must be to train his physique in the early stage. If that kid performs well, you can consider giving him a devil fruit. Hua Xian was a little bit looking forward to it. Unlike the various ninjutsu in the world of Naruto, which cannot be strengthened by others, in the world of One Piece, devil fruits are completely equivalent to consumables. As long as the qualifications of his subordinates in the future are not too bad, they can definitely become good players at sea. Of course, if you are domineering, Hua Xian can only exchange it for herself and Kagaya as a human being. The recruited subordinates can only rely on their own cultivation. Then, Kagaya, let me help you strengthen it first. In the world of One Piece, it is impossible to know the abilities of this world. It is good. Kagaya also had some expectations. After the two traveled to this world, they had already used the power system fusion card. Therefore, even if you mastered various abilities such as domineering, fruit ability, and chakra at the same time, different energies will not conflict. 6225 1025 1035 12. The exchange is successful, and the total consumption is 62 points. The system's voice sounded in Hua Xian's mind, and gleams of light immediately emerged out of thin air and merged into Wei Yes' body. For a while, Kagaya's aura also changed for a while, but soon calmed down again, as if it was the same as before the exchange. But Hua Xian knew that it was because Wei Yes' strength itself was very high. In the world of Naruto, her strength has already reached the god level. Although she got Hua Xian's exchange and became stronger, it was not enough to make a qualitative change in her strength, so she was still at the level of a god. Chapter 105 Various Commodities Navy 6 Style Proficiency. After exchange, immediately master the Moon Step, Haze Foot, Finger Gun, Iron Block, Shaving, Paper Painting, and fully master all kinds of 6 style variants, and can freely use various 6 style stunts. Required points 6 point. Return of Life. You need to be proficient in the 6 naval styles before you can redeem this ability. By instilling consciousness, you can freely control any part of your body, including internal organs, hair, blood, etc. Points required 2 points. Advanced Knowledge Colored Domineering. You need to master the primary Knowledge Colored Domineering and intermediate Knowledge Colored Domineering to exchange. After the exchange, you can perceive danger and attack, predict the opponent's next move, feel the target's strength, emotion, and thinking, and perceive the field of vision. The position and number of objects outside, and foreseeing the short future. Need to score 10 points. Advanced Armed Color Domineering. You need to master the primary Armed Color Domineering and intermediate Armed Color Domineering to exchange. It can improve your own defense and attack power. It can be used through flow to perform functions such as hardening, winding, external release, and internal destruction. Points are required 10 o'clock. Advanced Overlord Color Domineering. You need to master the Overlord Color Domineering Awakening and intermediate Overlord Color Domineering to exchange. You can intimidate and stun the target through your own aura. It can produce a coercive effect and cause physical damage to objects. You can use the Overlord Color Coil, greatly enhance the attack power and perform short distance air attacks. Need points 15 points. It has to be said that Hua Xian's ability to exchange for Kagaya is extremely practical. Especially the 3 color domineering. Even without using the power of the Hokage world, these 3 high-level domineering alone can make Kagaya have the level of the Emperor of the Sea, which is the strongest level of combat power in this world. Now, Kagaya's attributes have also changed a little, although the changes are not big. Creator Kagaya, Hua Xian is no longer surnamed Uchiha, age 8 years old, bloodline, Daitangmu bloodline equipment, Taitangmu clothing, chakra attributes, all attributes, comprehensive strength evaluation, god level occupation, guardian skills, full attribute chakra proficiency, whole blood snare proficiency, reincarnation eye ability proficiency, secret art, parasitic demon art, advanced 3 color domineering proficiency, Navy 6 style proficiency, life. Return. Well, yeah, now I still have 18 points. And I haven't exchanged the Devil Fruit ability for you. How about it? Is there any fruit you want? Bring it up, and I'll help you see if you can exchange it. As for Hua Xian and Kagaya's spiritual communication, the pirates naturally couldn't hear it. Right now, he just looked at Kagaya with bright eyes, admiring Kagaya's exotic style. Seeing this, the villagers could only lower their heads. In their subconscious minds, Kagaya's fate had already been guessed. Hey, you guys, grab her for me, I'll be the first one. If anyone else wants to play, just line up for me. Oh. Hey, baby, lie down obediently. Don't worry, we won't hurt you, we just want to play with you. 2 rough pirates held knives and surrounded Kagaya from left to right. But just as the 2 approached Kagaya, a powerful coercion erupted instantly. Before Jacques and the others could react, the 2 pirates exploded into blood, splashing scarlet all over their bodies. What? At this moment, all the passion and wildness of Jake and other pirates were completely wiped out by blood. Their pupils began to dilate continuously. Of course, what was enlarged was also the fear they had long forgotten. God airstrike. What? The shrill screams began to echo throughout the port, and Kagaya's terrifying chakra condensed giant fists. Under the constant bombardment that could even distort space, in just a few seconds, the entire Jake pirates either turned into meatloaf or turned into blood foam, died a tragic death. A group of villagers watched this scene blankly, and Huiya also began to become extremely tall in their eyes, like a god. Saved, we are saved. That's great, wife, it's great that you're all right. Daughter, my daughter. A crowd of villagers wept with joy, and many even knelt down in front of Huiya, kowtowing to her as if they were treating a god. It's really ugly. Well, but, I found a good seedling. Facing these weeping and worshipping villagers, neither Huiya nor Huaxian looked down on them, but among the crowd, there was a child who looked at her with admiration. There is light in his eyes, which is the desire for power. Huaxian knows that this is a child with value to be cultivated. Chapter 104 New System Mold Boy, what's your name? You there, Camilla. Camilla, who was only 7 years old, took a deep breath and announced her name to Kagaya. Huiya raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Would you like to hang out with the adults and witness the future of the world with the adults?" While speaking, Huaxian also emerged from Huiya's body and was embraced by him. Camilla was stunned, looking at Huaxian, who was still a baby, in astonishment. There is no need to doubt it. Although the adult is only a child now, he is the reincarnation of a god. In the future, the adult will definitely reach the top of the world. I am willing. Camilla doesn't know about Huaxian's situation, but she believes in Kagaya. In response, Huaxian, who was being hugged in her arms, also widened her eyes. For a moment, countless gold jewels immediately appeared out of thin air. Don't worry, this is the property that the adults gave you. That you can use these treasures to exchange for money to repair the village and bury the dead villagers. My lord and I will also live here for a while, and you can use them. Treat it as an accommodation fee. No, sir, you saved us, how could we? Okay, take it if you give it. Carmela, you should also take a good rest and come to us tomorrow. Yes. Camilla responded, and Kagaya took Huaxian and left first. You gave a lot of those gold jewels, my lord. It's quite a lot. In the world of One Piece, I need to spend 1 million Baileys for 1 point. This ratio is exactly the same as that of Naruto. 1 gram of gold is equivalent to 8,000 Baileys. I directly gave them 1 ton. You got 80 points. In other words, it is equivalent to 80 billion Baileys, which is indeed a lot. Huiya was quite emotional, because when she was created, she shared the memory with Huaxian, so she also knew the plot of the world of One Piece. You know, in the plot, the gold obtained by Luffy and his party returning from Sky Island is only 3 million Baileys. With this money, Frankie took 2 million to buy the treasure tree atom, and the remaining 1 million also hosted a banquet for the entire capital of Seven Waters. The 80 billion that Huaxian gave was enough to rebuild Baidao village. Not only that, I am afraid that the village will hold banquets for a month, which is more than enough. But Huaxian didn't care about it at all. In order to earn points in the special purchase area, he can spend wantonly in the unlimited purchase area. My lord, what are the prices in the special shopping area? 621232231115. Huaxian looked through the products in the special shopping area in her mind, and she was also a little excited. Kagaya also raised the corners of his mouth, in a good mood. It seems that just these 80 points are enough for adults to buy a lot of things. That's true, however, the products that appear in this special shopping area are somewhat restricted. Limit. Well, because of the settings or rules of devils in this world, devil fruits will not appear repeatedly, and each one is a single existence. Therefore, devil fruits eaten by people outside will not appear in the purchase area. For example, there is no special shopping area for Whitebeard shaking fruit. Moreover, the products in the mall must follow the rules of the world. The devil fruit purchased here will also turn into a landlubber after eating, and be rejected by the sea. Restrained by Halashi, there is a product called Fruit Side Effect Elimination Solution. After drinking it, it can be immune to the restraint of seawater and Halashi, and can swim, but it will still be affected by the domineering color of the armed forces. Eat multiple fruit, the body will explode as well. It's already very good. It's terrible for a capable person to be immune to the restraint of seawater and Halashi. Think about it, the way the world government detains criminals is to rely on Halashi's shackles. If it fails, then the government will definitely not be able to control this rampant era. You are right, this thing is enough to change the pattern of the world. Huaxian agrees with Huiya's point of view very much, but, as far as this thing is concerned, it is impossible for him to leak it easily. If the fruit side effect elimination solution is allowed to circulate on the market, not only will the world government be unable to control the rampage of the times, Huaxian will also become very difficult. This will cause him to control the world in the future, adding countless variables. By the way, my lord, what are you going to do with that brat named Camera? I haven't thought about it yet, but it must be to train his physique in the early stage. If that kid performs well, you can consider giving him a devil fruit. Huaxian was a little bit looking forward to it. Unlike the various ninjutsu in the world of Naruto, which cannot be strengthened by others, in the world of One Piece, devil fruits are completely equivalent to consumables. As long as the qualifications of his subordinates in the future are not too bad, they can definitely become good players at sea. Of course, if you are domineering, Huaxian can only exchange it for herself and Kagaya as a human being. The recruited subordinates can only rely on their own cultivation. Then, Kagaya, let me help you strengthen it first. In the world of One Piece, it is impossible to know the abilities of this world. It is good. Kagaya also had some expectations. After the two traveled to this world, they had already used the power system fusion card. Therefore, even if you mastered various abilities such as domineering, fruit ability, and chakra at the same time, different energies will not conflict. 6225 1025 1035 12. The exchange is successful, and the total consumption is 62 points. The system's voice sounded in Hua Xian's mind, and gleams of light immediately emerged out of thin air and merged into Wei Ye's body. For a while, Kagaya's aura also changed for a while, but soon calmed down again, as if it was the same as before the exchange. But Hua Xian knew that it was because Wei Ye's strength itself was very high. In the world of Naruto, her strength has already reached the god level. Although she got Huaxian's exchange and became stronger, it was not enough to make a qualitative change in her strength, so she was still at the level of a god. Chapter 105 Various Commodities Navy 6 Style Proficiency. After exchange, immediately master the moon step, haze foot, finger gun, iron block, shaving, paper painting, and fully master all kinds of 6 style variants, and can freely use various 6 style stunts. Required points 6 point. Return of Life. You need to be proficient in the 6 naval styles before you can redeem this ability. By instilling consciousness, you can freely control any part of your body, including internal organs, hair, blood, etc. Points required 2 points. Advanced Knowledge Colored Domineering. You need to master the primary Knowledge Colored Domineering and intermediate Knowledge Colored Domineering to exchange. After the exchange, you can perceive danger and attack, predict the opponent's next move, feel the target's strength, emotion, and thinking, and perceive the field of vision. The position and number of objects outside, and foreseeing the short future. Need to score 10 points. Advanced Armed Color Domineering. You need to master the primary Armed Color Domineering and intermediate Armed Color Domineering to exchange. It can improve your own defense and attack power. It can be used through flow to perform functions such as hardening, winding, external release, and internal destruction. Points are required 10 o'clock. Advanced Overlord Color Domineering. You need to master the Overlord Color Domineering Awakening and intermediate Overlord Color Domineering to exchange. You can intimidate and stun the target through your own aura. It can produce a coercive effect and cause physical damage to objects. You can use the Overlord Color Coil, greatly enhance the attack power and perform short distance air attacks. Need points 15 points. It has to be said that Huaxian's ability to exchange for Kagaya is extremely practical. Especially the 3 color domineering. Even without using the power of the Hokage world, these 3 high-level domineering alone can make Kagaya have the level of the Emperor of the Sea, which is the strongest level of combat power in this world. Now, Kagaya's attributes have also changed a little, although the changes are not big. Creator Kagaya, Hua Xian is no longer surnamed Uchiha, age 8 years old, bloodline, Daitangmu bloodline equipment, Taitangmu clothing, chakra attributes, all attributes, comprehensive strength evaluation, god level occupation, guardian skills, full attribute chakra proficiency, whole blood snare proficiency, reincarnation eye ability proficiency, secret art, parasitic demon art, advanced 3 color domineering proficiency, Navy 6 style proficiency, life. Return. Well, yeah, now I still have 18 points. And I haven't exchanged the devil fruit ability for you. How about it? Is there any fruit you want? Bring it up, and I'll help you see if you can exchange it. Camilla asked. During this period of getting along, he can be considered to have learned part of the information about Huaxian, knowing that Huaxian is the main one here. Therefore, Camilla also regards Huaxian as her master. Huaya went to find some companions. We are going to do something big. How can we do without companions? As soon as Huaxian finished speaking, Huangquan Biliang Saka also suddenly opened in the courtyard, and Hui walked out slowly with the 2 children. It's just that although they are children, one of the boys looks a bit tall, and his horn-like hairstyle is particularly conspicuous. On the contrary, the other girl was a little timid. She seemed to be very afraid of strangers, and she didn't dare to look at Camilla at all. I'm back. It seems that the harvest is good. Yes, I found 2 acquaintances, and they are willing to come with me. Needless to say, the boy, Bruno, is one of the members of CP9 in the original plot, and the girl is Baby 5. Both families are very poor, especially its Baby 5. When I found her, she was just abandoned by her mother. Baby 5, what about her character? There are indeed some problems, but they are not that serious. At least the timing I found is good, and I will train it well in the future. I shouldn't just run away with others if I need it. That's good. Hua Xian was quite satisfied that if this Baby 5 was fooled away like in the original plot, it would be a big loss. As for Bruno, nothing to say. Maybe the potential is not good, but it can be cultivated. Baby 5, Bruno, come, bow down to your lord. Hey, Master Kagaya, do you want to bow down to this baby? Well, your lord is the reincarnation of a god, an existence we must do our best to be loyal to. Hui Ye said. Bruno and Baby 5 also knelt down slowly towards Hua Xian. In this regard, Hua Xian immediately established communication with them using illusion. The 2 children, who were a little suspicious at first, immediately looked at him with admiration, and their expressions were also full of joy. That's great. The timing of time travel. Although it's 20 years earlier than the plot, we can always find some outstanding talents for training. In the future, these children will be the backbone of our subordinates. Hua Xian looked at Hui Ya, who also nodded with a smile. If you want, you can use other gods to change some people's minds. In this way, we can quickly establish a group of forces. Forget it, don't say God, I won't use it casually. Hua Xian was filled with emotion. Ever since she became enlightened in the world of Naruto, others had a little idea about the super illusion of other gods. In his opinion, this ability to change the minds of others at will is simply disgusting. Therefore, if it is dealing with the enemy, he can use it without any scruples. But if the target is one of his own, then unless it is absolutely necessary, he will definitely abandon it and resolutely not use it. If even the basic trust has to be based on other gods, then Huaxian feels that it must be a failure to be a human being. In addition, in the world of One Piece, Huaxian and Kagaya also discovered some restraint relationships between the two energy systems of domineering and chakra. The first is armed domineering, this kind of domineering that strengthens attack and defense. The physical bonus to the chakra system is undoubtedly huge. Moreover, it also has a very strong resistance to ninjutsu. Whether it is 5 escape ninjutsu or blood succession limit ninjutsu, it is difficult to cause huge damage to armed domineering. However, if the magic of natural energy is added, the result will be different. The power of Xianju chakra is completely comparable to domineering. Although there is no experimental material, Huaxian speculates that the immortal technique can completely ban domineering and cause tons of damage to capable users. Even if it is the element of a natural ability user, the fairy art should be effective. After all, nature and natural energy, this is the right account. As for knowledge and domineering, it almost completely overcomes illusion. The illusions in the world of Naruto all start from the target's 5 senses. It can be seen that whence domineering is different. Although it is to strengthen the power of listening in name, it has actually involved the 6th sense, which is undoubtedly beyond the scope of illusion. Therefore, most of the illusions in the world of Naruto are basically invalid for the holders of knowledge color domineering. As for domineering and domineering, Huaxian is still not very clear about it. But according to Kagaya's feedback, it should have touched the will and soul. Therefore, in Huaxian's view, if the other god is cast on the holder of the overlord color domineering energy, then the other god is likely to be invalid. Reincarnation, a forbidden technique to control the soul, might be less effective. In the future, when fighting at sea and facing strong enemies, you need to make corresponding choices about the use of skills. At least, it's better not to use ordinary illusions. By the way, my lord, I got some interesting news during this trip. What? Navy headquarters personally arrested Olivia and other archaeologists. O'Hara's demon-slaying order incident is about to begin. So, this is an opportunity. Kuzan and Sakazuki should still be vice admirals at present, but although they are lieutenant admirals, their strength has clearly exceeded the scope of lieutenant admirals. If they can fight against them, they should be able to roughly understand the level of the strongest power in the world. Do you need me to take action? Of course, now we are here, and only you can fight them. By the way, I brought Nicole Robin back. That kid's Hwawagyu is actually a very buggy ability, so instead of making it easier for Luffy in the future, it would be better for them to join us. Huaxian's heart is full of expectations. In his opinion, Robin is a rare talent. Chapter 108 Becoming friends with Robin. The next day, West Sea, O'Hara. Today is another lonely day for Robin. When she was 2 years old, her mother Alvia left her at her uncle's house to raise her because of going to sea for archaeology. It's just that he is dependent on others, and he is a person of ability, so it is inevitable that he will be disgusted by his relatives and neighbors when he is alone. The children around her also treated her as a monster, which made it impossible for Robin to make friends at all, and it was even a problem to have enough food and clothing. Fortunately, Dr. Kaluba and the archaeologists on the island treated her very well, and she showed her archaeological talent at a young age. On this island, it would not be completely isolated. Are you alone, kid? You are. Just think of us as travelers, with nothing to do, come to O'Hara, which has a long history, for sightseeing. Hueye said. Robin also looked at her, Huaxian, and Camilla and others curiously. It turns out that you are outsiders, no wonder you look so strange. That's right, you look very thin, and you can tell that you haven't eaten enough. While Hueye was talking, Huaxian in her arms also immediately bought a salad, bread and milk from the unlimited shopping area. Seeing the food appear out of thin air, the little girl's eyes widened immediately, full of disbelief. It's just that hunger has replaced her other senses, so she couldn't help swallowing at this moment, looking at Kagaya and the others timidly. Let's eat. My lord said I am very glad to meet you, so I treat you to dinner. My lord is also very optimistic about you and thinks that you will become our partner in the future. By the way, Carmela, Bruno and Baby 5, all 3 of them he is an orphan, and he has been affirmed by the adults and has become a companion. Kagaya's words made Robin a little unbelievable. At first, she thought that Camilla and the others were Kagaya's children. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be orphans. She suddenly felt that compared to herself abandoned by her mother, Carmela and the others were much more pitiful. At this moment, the little girl no longer hesitated, directly picked up the bread and milk on the ground, and ate them. While eating, he did not forget to look at Huaxian, his round eyes were full of curiosity. Is it strange why adults can conjure food? I'm sorry. Robin felt a little apologetic. Although she was still young, the upbringing she should have was not bad at all. She knows that it is rude to know other people's privacy. Don't be restrained, Robin. Strange, how do you know my name? Well, if you know it, you should regard it as fate. I am Kagaya, and as for your lord, you are the reincarnation of a god. Food is created by your lord. Creation, is it a person with abilities? I heard Dr. Kaluba say that there are many persons with abilities in this sea, and they can use various abilities, just like me. I am also a person with abilities. While talking, Robin made a move, and Kagaya immediately grew a few slender arms, which were Hwawaguo's ability. Well, I'm sorry, accidentally. Robin apologized again and said that she would regret this use of her ability, for fear that Kagaya and the others would fear and reject her. Huaya and Huasian didn't have much thought about this, but Camilla, Bruno and Baby 5 were full of surprise that it was the first time for them to see a devil fruit ability user, which broadened their horizons. Robin's ability not only didn't frighten them, but also filled them with yearning. No need to apologize, Robin. However, there is one thing you said wrong. My lord is not a person with abilities. No, he must be a capable person. Dr. Kaluba said that in this world, all human beings with strange abilities are capable people. Doctor, you will not lie to me. Robin looked determined, while Huasian bought a Hala stone from the unlimited purchase area of the system mall without saying a word. Seeing this, Huaya immediately understood, and said, devil fruit users will be cursed by the sea and become landlubbers that cannot swim. In addition, Hala stone, which is known as the crystal of the sea, can also make ability users. The ability cannot be used, it is equivalent to the solid embodiment of the sea. This is the sea building stone created by the adults. You can try it to see if your ability can be used. It is good. Robin was also polite, and directly grabbed Halashi in his hand. For a moment, a sense of powerlessness came immediately. When she wanted to use Hwawaguo's ability, she couldn't do anything at all. The three children agreed, maybe Baby 5 is still young and not suitable for physical training, but it can also be raised temporarily to accumulate potential for future growth. As for Carmela and Bruno, Kagaya is not worried. Although the two are only 7 years old, even adults can deal with fights. At this time, as long as the nutritional supplements are in place, it will definitely not be bad for growth in the future. After all, the humans in One Piece all have a super appetite for food. The more you eat, the more energy you convert. And the reason why they were brought here to O'Hara was not only to let them establish a bond with Robin, but also to let the children see the brutality of the Navy. Only in this way can Camilla and others join Huaxian's subordinates even more determinedly. At the same time, in the first half of the Great Voyage, a prison ship was heading towards Judicial Island. The person in charge, Vice Admiral Haguvardi. Sorrow, was looking at the prisoner hesitantly, feeling uncomfortable. Although he is a navy, he also obeys the government and the arrangements of his superiors, but he himself has the ability to judge right from wrong. For the criminal he escorted, Nicole Alvia, he didn't think the other party had any crimes. For an archaeologist, what kind of crime is this for world archaeology? Now, the government not only wants to send her to the City of Advancement, but also uses the demon-slaying order against O'Hara's hometown, O'Hara, which is beyond Sorrow's bottom line. Prepare the boat. Lieutenant General Sorrow, I'll let you prepare the boat. This is, although the soldier didn't know the reason, since it was the Lieutenant General's order, he naturally followed it. And Sorrow also drove off the other guards, then opened the prison himself, and released Alvia. Chapter 109. The Guidance of Fate. For several days in a row, Robin would come to the coast to play with Kagaya and the others in his free time. Although Carmela, Bruno, and Baby 5 still need to exercise their physical strength, they will also chat with Robin during their breaks. After going back and forth, the children became friends. Huasian is also not polite. What is Robin's life at his uncle and aunt's house? He listens to Hui Yes report every day, so he naturally knows it clearly. It can be said that Robin did all the housework and ate the leftovers from the 3 members of his uncle's family. Even sleeping at night, there is no decent bed, only the cold floor. Even that suit of clothes has been worn for some years, and it looks very shabby. If it wasn't for the fact that they just met each other not long ago, Huasian even wanted Huiye to persuade Robin to stay. Although they are only temporarily living in tents on the coast, they don't have to worry about food and clothing. There is an unlimited shopping area with Huaxian, the kind of things that can be bought casually by Bailey. That's not a problem. My lord, the latest situation, in the sea area at 3 o'clock, at 5 kilometers away, a giant is floating towards us with the current. Giant, that should be Sorrow. Knowledge-colored domineering is really easy to use, you don't even need to roll your eyes, you can perceive such a long distance. Kagaya. Huasian felt a little emotional, but Huiye frowned. My lord, do you believe in fate? Fate? Maybe. There really is. Thinking about the plot of Naruto and One Piece, Huasianren couldn't help thinking a little more. Although there are so-called plot factors, many things are indeed developing according to certain laws. Even Huasian has to admit that every plane world should have a special trajectory. Even himself, even though he is a reincarnated soul, just becoming the son of One Piece and Ace's brother is already amazing. Of course, Huaxian doesn't think that fate can completely manipulate him. At most, it can only affect his judgment and decision on certain matters. In itself, the existence of the system is definitely beyond the control of fate. As the host of the system, Huaxian is certainly no exception. As for the arrangement of fate, Huasien didn't care much. Whether it's for people or things, now he just wants peace of mind. So, my lord, how to arrange Sorrow? According to this trend, he should float to this island soon. Let him come here. Since God let him float to O'Hara, it means that God doesn't want the archaeologists here to die. In the original plot, Sorrow and Robin missed the best time to save them. Then this once, let's push forward and see what fate has planned for the future. At least, Sorrow and the archaeologists survived, which will definitely be a big blow to the world government. In the future, they will definitely come in handy. If it's aimed at the world government, that's true. But if you rule the world in the future, my lord, they may also become our hindrance. Don't forget about Itaki, my lord. Kaguya reminded that there has already been a precedent for Itaka's matter, and she will never allow it to happen again. Don't worry, Kaguya, I have no interest in ruling the world at all. Although I have obtained a body that truly belongs to me, it is no longer the kind of Uchiha Hanazen, but my soul is not belongs here. For us, this world is only a process point. One day, I must return to my real hometown. Huaxian's delicate eyes opened suddenly, and the eyes of reincarnation immediately emerged. In the dark, he seemed to be able to hear the voice of heaven and earth, as if he was talking to him. This feeling is very mysterious, like entering the state of harmony between man and nature, something he can't get from the ability of system exchange. Kaguya fell silent, not knowing what to say at this moment. On the contrary, Huasien seemed to have realized something, and her whole person seemed to have entered a very ethereal state. He seemed to be able to see that this world was bound by endless chains, only him and Kaguya were not among them. Hey, Kaguya, is there life in this world? Maybe there is. Huiye froze for a moment. Although she didn't know what Huasien meant, she still expressed her opinion. Bring Sorrow here. Is this okay? We managed to establish a relationship with Robin. If we let him meet Robin, will it be? Don't worry, Robin is a gift from fate. It told me so. Huiye was stunned again, looking at Huasien with a very strange feeling. Obviously Huaxian has always been under her nose, but at this moment, Huaxian seems to have undergone a magical change. This is a change that even she who has Samsara Sharinan can't understand. At the moment, Kaguya didn't hesitate, and directly opened Huanquan Hirasaka. Sorrow, who was drifting in the distance, came out directly along the space tunnel of Huanquan Hirasaka, and docked on the coast. Bruno, Camilla, and Baby 5, who were running around the island, immediately stopped and surrounded Sorrow curiously. Master Huiye, this is Giant family, well, continue to exercise. Yes, the three of them responded one after another, but they couldn't help but cast their eyes on Sorrow. The existence of the giant race is naturally very new to them, and it is reasonable to be full of interest. Kaguya walked in front of Sorrow, and with a wave of his hand, Chakra immediately transformed into a huge stream of water and splashed on him. For a moment, the giant who had been drifting in the sea for several days and had already fainted immediately coughed a few times and woke up slowly. This is O'Hara. Sorrow, who was still a little listless, immediately widened his eyes and stood up abruptly. This is O'Hara. Unexpectedly, I have been thinking about how to get here, but I was directly washed here by the current. It is really a trick of luck. Thank you for saving me, but, sorry, I have more important things to do now. Excuse me, Sorrow said, but he was just about to stand up, but the pain in his leg made him kneel directly. His face turned pale. Don't worry, there is still time, Paguvardi Sorrow. You know me, don't tell me you are from the government. Don't think too much, I just know a lot of things. According to the order of the adults, I will save the archaeologists on this island, Kaguya said, and then his body flew away, floating around his injured feet. As soon as the palm fairy technique came out, Sorona's injured part immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This magical method also left Sorrow dumbfounded. Chapter 110. Are you a capable person? No, it's not. Stop lying. How can such a magical method not be a capable person? Can ordinary people do this kind of thing? I am indeed not a capable person, but I am not an ordinary person either. Don't lie. Now, shouldn't be the time to get entangled in such things. Sorrow. Yes, I have to inform the archaeologists on the island as soon as possible. Wait, who was talking just now? Sorrow also woke up suddenly at this moment, and the voice that suddenly sounded in his head shocked him directly. It's just that looking left and right at this moment, others didn't find any suspicious person. We looked at Huaxian with a face full of astonishment. She could tell that Huaxian hadn't used illusion at all just now to communicate with Sorrow, but she was sure that Sorrow must have heard Huaxian's voice. At that moment, Huaxian must have used some method that even she didn't know. Huaxian is undergoing a magical change. This kind of change is definitely not the means of the Naruto world, nor is it any kind of ability she knows in the One Piece world. Sir, you are. Sorrow, don't look, I'm here. I know. Sorrow responded. Although he was a little horrified by Kaguya's horror, it was precisely because of Kaguya's strength that he could safely hand Robin over to her. At least, with the protection of a top powerhouse, even if the Navy dispatches a large number of warships, in Sorrow's opinion, it is enough to guarantee Robin's safety. He had served in the Navy headquarters before, and he knew how terrifying the top powerhouse was. Saying that they alone can easily destroy a country, I'm afraid it will be a piece of cake. Although the other archaeologists didn't know what happened, they could faintly feel the terrifying aura emanating from Kagaya's body, and they were silent at the moment, which was equivalent to acquiescing. Soon, with the help of Sorrow, he and a group of archaeologists also left O'Hara with a large number of books. My lord, do you need to protect them secretly? Watching the two big ships gradually disappear into the distant sea, Kagaya also asked. Now that he has decided to help them, Kagaya doesn't mind sending Buddha to the west. No, I have already seen their future. They will meet the revolutionary army and be protected by dragons. These archaeologists will become the lights of the world in the future. Destiny is really wonderful. Hua Xian's voice rang in her mind. She had entered Tathagata's state before, allowing him to see two different futures for archaeologists such as Kei Luba. One is the ending of the original plot, they did not leave O'Hara, and disappeared together with the demon-slaying order. The other is to be transferred by the Revolutionary Army and continue to study the blank 100-year history in secret. Those who survived will become the cogs of fate in the future, and they will play their role at the right time. Chapter 112. Alvia's entrustment. The departure of Kaluba and other archaeologists seemed normal, but it caused quite a stir in O'Hara. On the one hand, O'Hara, as a sacred place for archaeologists in the world, has already attracted the attention of the world. Now that Kaluba and other archaeologists are gone, this will undoubtedly cause O'Hara's status in the archaeological world to plummet. On the other hand, the incident of Sorrow's betrayal of the Navy has already been circulated in the sea. Now he's in O'Hara, helping the archaeologists escape, and that's getting attention in itself. Therefore, the people of O'Hara are making a fuss right now. It's just that no matter how much trouble they make, it's no longer helpful. The local security personnel can't do much except report the situation to the government. The same goes for the government and the Navy. Apart from complaining and speeding up their progress, they have nothing to do. At the same time, on the coast, Robin also chose to stay with Hui Ya and Hua Xian. Her mother, Alvia, had already become a wanted criminal. If she went back to her uncle's house now, it would inevitably attract the attention of relatives and neighbors. Therefore, staying with Hui Ya and Hua Xian is undoubtedly the safest. Robin is also very happy, because staying here, she doesn't need to do tedious housework. Food, drink, housing and transportation are provided with flowers, so the little girl naturally has a lot less trouble. However, after seeing Camilla and the others exercising, Robin also joined in. The nutritional value of the food provided by Huaxian has always been high. Not only are there various kinds of beef and mutton every day, but also such as ginseng and antler are never interrupted, and even sea king meat is available. There are so many good things. If you don't exercise for a while, digest and absorb them into your body and become nutrients for their growth. It is estimated that in less than a month, these little kids will grow horizontally and become chubby one by one. Furthermore, Robin is also very happy to be able to eat and sweat with these friends he has made. At least, compared to those indifferent people on the island, Robin feels that this place is much warmer. 4 days later. In the early morning, a small boat docked quietly at the port. Alvia dressed herself up and ran towards the library of the Tree of Omniscience. Now that she has been listed as a wanted criminal by the government, it is naturally best not to reveal her identity. And when she appeared in front of the Tree of Omniscience, she was also stunned. The largest library, which was originally the world's attention, has now been sealed by the government. 2 security guards blocked the gate, strictly prohibiting others from entering. Although Kaluba and others have already left, the government still refuses to let O'Hara go. Even if no one is caught, a prestige must be established to warn the archaeologists in this world. Now, Kaluba and the others have actually become wanted criminals. It's just that Alvia has been busy rushing back during this time, and there is no time to pay attention to the news of the past few days. Nicole, Alvia, who is it? Alvia was startled by the sudden voice in her mind. Just looking around, Alvia didn't find anyone talking to her. Don't worry, I'm Kagaya. We already knew about O'Hara a few days ago. Before you came back, Sorrow came here first and left the island with the books in the library. Doctor, are they all right, Sorrow? Alvia's pupils dilated directly, and her heart was full of gratitude to the giant lieutenant general who rebelled against the Navy for her sake. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense with you. The Navy and government official ships are now approaching O'Hara, and they will appear on the island in about 2 hours. Your daughter Robin is here with me now. You come here, let's meet her. Robin. Thinking of her daughter, Alvia's heart trembled, and tears flowed out unconsciously. At 6 o'clock, the tent on the coast. Robin is still sleeping, and the little girl has been thinking about you these days. As soon as Kagaya said this, Alvia immediately ran towards the coast without stopping. Although she has a lot of doubts, at this moment, nothing is more important than meeting her daughter. Soon, Alvia found Kagaya's tent. When she approached the tent, the curtain of the tent opened suddenly, and Kagaya walked out slowly with Robin rubbing his sleepy eyes. Robin. You are. Mom. Robin, who was originally curious about why Kagaya would wake her up, couldn't help but widen her eyes at this moment, looking at Alvia with surprise on her face, and then threw herself directly into her arms. The mother and daughter comforted each other and learned about the situation over the years. And after learning that her younger brother's family abused Robin and Kagaya's care for Robin, Alvia also had mixed feelings in her heart. There is not only anger and resentment towards his brother's family, but also gratitude towards Hui Ye, Hua Xian and others. Thank you, Kagaya-san, if it weren't for your help, my daughter might still suffer a lot. Don't be in a hurry to say thank you, Miss Olvia. Although I am very happy to reunite your mother and daughter, the future is the most important thing. Miss Olvia, you are a wanted criminal now. If Robin, you plan to how to arrange her. As soon as Kagaya said this, Olvia immediately turned pale, not knowing how to answer. It was a given that she would be hunted by the government. But her daughter is innocent, and Olvia doesn't want her daughter to live a life of darkness. It's just that she has no relatives in this world except for her own younger brother. Now that she knew that her younger brother's family had abused Robin, it was impossible for Olvia to send Robin back. At this moment, Olvia couldn't help but look sad. Gritting his teeth, he knelt down to Kagaya's knees. Miss Olvia, what are you doing? I'm sorry, Miss Kagaya. But I have nothing to do now. Please adopt Robin for me, please, mother. Seeing Olvia's humble appearance, Robin also had tears in his eyes and a sad face. She also knew what kind of life she was about to face. When she thought that she would be separated from her mother again, the Robin grabbed Olvia's hands and refused to let go. Mom, don't go, okay? Robin, if possible, Mom doesn't want to leave you. But Mom can't hurt you. At least, Mom wants you to live like a normal person. Seeing Robin's crying face, Olvia's heart was broken. But she knew that she must not soften her heart at this time. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to resist keeping Robin by her side. At that time, it will really hurt Robin. Chapter 113 The Arrival of the Navy. Miss Olvia, if it was Robin, I would naturally be willing to adopt her. However, there is one thing I must remind you: one day, we will go against the world government and become wanted criminals. What? I don't know what the future holds, but it should be right to be on the opposite side of the world government. Therefore, becoming a wanted criminal is inevitable. But one thing I can assure you, at least, within 10 years, Robin is safe. The world government cannot pay attention to her, Kagaya said. Olvia also had mixed feelings in her heart. Afterwards, she nodded her head with a firm face. 10 years is enough, but I think Robin must have grown up at that time. I know. I can also assure you that as long as you can survive, there will be a day when your mother and daughter will reunite in the future. Thank you, Miss Kagaya, Robin. Olvia grabbed Robin's hand and slowly brought her behind Kagaya. Although Robin was reluctant about this, he also knew that there was nothing he could do, so he could only stand beside Kagaya and cry loudly. Huaxian was held in Hui's arms again, looking at the sea. The warships of the government and the navy slowly appeared in her vision. Here it is. Hui, yeah, it's up to you this time, and let me see the level of the navy. Leave it to me. But, is it really good to keep these children here? That's right, although I want them to see the dark side of the navy and the government, staying here will really hold you back, even myself. Well, let me take care of these children, you can concentrate on dealing with the navy. Are you okay? Your current state? No problem. Suddenly, Huaxian's eyes also turned into reincarnation eyes. Baby 5, who was staying with Camilla, Robin, and Bruno, was startled immediately, then walked towards Kagaya, and took Huaxian. You three, come here quickly. Something bad may happen next, Master Huaxian will protect us. What? Okay, don't ask, come here quickly, Baby 5 said loudly, and Camilla and the others stopped hesitating, walked up to Huaxian, and surrounded her. In the next moment, the sand on the beach immediately gathered together, like a somersault cloud, floating in midair with several children. So that's the case. Although it's not particularly safe, it can save me a lot of trouble, Huiya said with a smile. Although Hua Xianren was born not long ago, his strength can be said to be nothing. But even so, it still has a lot of energy. In his heyday, he was a god-level strength, and his chakra amount was tens of thousands of cards. No matter how weak he is now, unable to fight, he still has dozens of chakras in his body. Floating in midair for extended periods of time with a couple of kids, that's not a problem at all. At the port. As the government warship docked, the CP intelligence personnel headed by Spanda immediately went to the library of the Tree of Omniscience to search. Although it has long been confirmed that the archaeologists have run away, there are still necessary procedures. The staff under his command also notified the people on the island and asked them to go to the evacuation boat to escape. Although Kaluba and other archaeologists have escaped, the government still needs to kill chickens and monkeys. Once an archaeological holy site like O'Hara is destroyed, it will naturally be able to effectively curb the archaeological community's exploration of the blank 100-year history. Soon, the residents on the island seemed to be crazy, and they dragged their families and ran onto the refuge ship. The guns of the naval warships were aimed at the Tree of Omniscientism, and after each round of shells, they fired continuously as if they were free of money. Why did they do this? Dr. Kaluba and the others have already left. Why are they attacking the island? Robin shed tears and kept asking. Hua Xian also cast an illusion on her to communicate with her spiritually. This is inevitable. The government needs to let the world know their attitude. For those guys who study 100 years of blank history, they will choose to kill the grass. O'Hara is famous in the archaeological world, and they will naturally not let it go. Boom! Cannon fires came one after another, watching buildings being destroyed by explosions, and the tree of Omniscient being shrouded in flames. Carmela, Bruno, Robin and Baby 5 all looked at this scene stupidly. There was burning fire in their eyes, and fear and despair were unavoidable in their hearts. Master Huaxian and Master Hui, will she be fine? Of course nothing will happen. God Baowei, Sky Feather Heya. At this moment, dozens of weapons emitting red light suddenly flew out of the flames of the explosion, directly hitting one of the warships. In less than a blink of an eye, this warship was punched with dozens of holes by the red light weapon of God Baowei, and slowly sank into the water. Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshan stepped on 6-style moon steps, immediately transferred from the sunken warship, and jumped onto Quzhen's warship. There seems to be some incredible person on the island, and his attack speed is so fast that I can't fully perceive it with my knowledge and arrogance. I see, leave it to me. Quzhen also cheered up at this moment. He knew that Hua Xiaoshan was right. Even after he felt that breath, he felt a little creepy. For him and Sakazuki on another warship, this demon-slaying order was completely a task of making merit. As long as it is completed, their careers as admirals will be unimpeded in the future. Although I also feel that destroying O'Hara is a bit cruel, but if only an uninhabited island is destroyed, then Quzhen has no psychological burden. Call out. Ice skates. Dang dang dang. Almost in an instant, a skate was condensed in Quzhen's hand. Seeing Tianyu Yuya coming through the wind, the others immediately swung their knives continuously, blocking Kagaya's weapons one by one. Hua Xiaoshan on the side was also unambiguous, cooperating with Quzhen to act together. The enemy is not simple. No matter whether Quzhen can deal with it alone, he cannot just sit idly by. Chapter 114 Kagaya's Pressure God Chase. Fuck! The sound of thunder and lightning rose instantly, and Quzhen, who was still blocking Tianyu Yuya, suddenly opened his eyes wide. In just an instant, Huiya appeared in front of him. Although he didn't know the woman in front of him, he knew that this woman was terrifying. The next moment, Kagaya also suddenly had a large red axe in his hand, and slammed it down towards Quzhen. Boom! The terrifying force instantly caused Quzhen to fly upside down, crashed through the deck of the warship, and fell into the sea. But at the moment when Quzhen fell into the water, the seawater instantly froze and turned into a huge glacier. It's so fast, what a guy! If you were 0.1 second late and the sea didn't freeze, you would really turn into a landlubber and sink into the sea. Quzhen. Huiya's praise, in exchange for Hua Xiaoshan's complexion drastic change. Although he is also a vice admiral, Quzhen is a serious candidate for admiral, and it is only a matter of time before he becomes an admiral. Such a strong man would be suppressed and beaten away by a woman of unknown origin, which shows the strength of the enemy. You guy, who the hell are you? Why are you attacking us? I really don't have any sense of shame that it's obviously your navy who disturbed my leisure time, yet you still have the face to ask me why I attacked you. As soon as Huiya said this, Hua Xiaoshan's expression changed, but he was a little embarrassed. We should have already notified the people on the island to board the refuge ship. That you don't get on the refuge ship yourself, but you are here against us. You are obviously uneasy in kind. Boom! Just as Hua Xiaoshan spoke, the refuge boat exploded. At this moment, whether it was Robin and the others floating in midair, or other vice admirals and soldiers, even Quzhen, who had just been beaten into the air, couldn't help but look livid. Asshole. Who fired the cannon? It was the refuge ship. Report, sir. It was the shelling launched by Lieutenant General Sokolsky's warship. The entire sea area fell into a turmoil. Although Sakazuki was famous for his iron blood in the navy, the attack on the refuge ship still caused a lot of shock to many navy and government personnel. Kagaya looked at this scene with a sneer, and said, "This is the refuge ship you mentioned. I think your navy simply wants to catch all the residents of the island." Hua Xiaoshan bit the cigar in his mouth, and didn't know how to answer at this moment. Even if he himself was angry about it, he was a member of the navy anyway. As a participant in this demon-slaying order, he also has an inescapable responsibility for what Sakazuki did. Although the government and the navy will definitely cover up this after the incident, the guilt in my heart will never disappear. Bastard, what kind of navy is this? What kind of justice is this? This kind of behavior is even worse than pirates. In midair, Bruno, Baby 5, and Robin were sitting on the yellow sand with tears streaming down their faces. What the government has done makes them feel extremely desperate. On the contrary, Camilla was resentful in her heart, but she was very calmed after Major Mantis robbed the treasure with his subordinates. He had long been disappointed with the navy and the world government. This scene now only deepened his hatred of the navy and the government. Hua Xian's expression was also full of strangeness. He knew that he could actually save those people, but he gave up. In order to make Robin and others more firmly stand on his side, he must let these children see the ugliness of the world. However, although she felt strange, Hua Xian didn't feel guilty at all. The birth of life, death, reincarnation, and the ties between the world of mortals can't produce too much emotion for him. At most, there are some emotions. Can the ability of a capable person be absorbed by the sealing spell of Samsara I Hungry Ghost Deo? No, it should be an external attack that will be absorbed. I see. No matter what type of capable person, as long as they rely on mental strength, and in a sense, the external attacks released by physical strength are similar to the ninjutsu released by the chakra system. Unless it is the shockwave of pure body arts, otherwise, the eyes of reincarnation can handle it. Huaxian in midair kept her eyes open, observing the situation below. I have to say that as far as the development of the situation is concerned, he has really collected a lot of information. In the future, he will be able to make better battle plans against the powerful in this world. Impossible, Kuzan's attack actually failed. Compared with Huaxian, who was a little surprised, Huaxian looked dignified. If Kuzan's ability is invalid, this battle will undoubtedly become very difficult for them. Flowing Cherry Sky Strike. What? A huge chakra fist was swung from Hui's back in an instant, and Huaxian's expression changed wildly. Boom! In an instant, Huaxian, who was caught in the middle of the door, flew upside down, and his body slammed into the glacier made by Kuzan, blasting out a big hole. Although he used the arm domineering aura in time to harden his body, but Kaguya, who also used the arm domineering and has reached the Luiying state, is more powerful. The Luiying God's air attack, which was enough to cause internal destruction, was simply not something that Huaxian's arm domineering spirit could resist. With one blow, Huaxian lay down in the big pit, completely losing consciousness. Although he didn't die, don't even think about standing up again. Big fire. It was almost at the moment when he was recruited in Huaxian, the magma fist formed by Sakasuke's right arm directly attacked Kaguya on the warship without mercy. He didn't care about the navy led by Kuzan on the warship. Even the fact that there might be archaeologists on the refuge ship, he dared to kill him mercilessly. He didn't think there was any problem with being buried with him. Sure enough, they are all the same. Sakasuke's shot naturally couldn't hide Kaguya's knowledge and color perception, and under the observation of her reincarnation eye, whether it was Kuzan or Sakasuke, their natural attacks were actually similar to those containing natural energy. Fairy is almost the same. Although such an attack has a certain degree of lethality for Kaguya, it can also be absorbed and devoured by the hungry ghost Deo of the Eye of Samsara. Now, she can draw conclusions. Natural ability users are completely defeated by the holder of the reincarnation eye. Chapter 115 times have changed. Kaguya, who was confident in his heart, couldn't help but sneer at this moment, stretched out his right hand, and used the Hungry Ghost Way sealing technique to absorb the seal again, absorbing Sakasuke's magma fist, the big flame. Navy, let me tell you, the times have changed. Gao Huang Chan Lingzun. As soon as Kaguya said the words, she immediately raised her right hand, and Sakasuke's fire-breathing fire immediately appeared above her palm. Moreover, under the power increase of Jao Huang Chan Lingzun, the volume of the hot magma increased by at least 10 times, just like a hot volcano. Impossible, this is my ability. Sakasuke was dumbfounded, and Kuzan and Huaxian's lieutenant general were also dumbfounded. This Gao Huang Sheng Lingzun is the large tube wooden peach-style pupil technique in the world of Hokage, which has the powerful ability to greatly increase the absorbed technique and then counterattack back. Although it is ineffective against physical skills and purely physical attacks, the attacks released by people with natural abilities like Sakasuke and Kuzan are undoubtedly Tianki. So, what are you going to do next, Navy? Kaguya grinned grimly, and then directly threw down the hot volcano in his palm. The target is the navy below. It is also Takuzan's blessing that the entire surrounding sea area has been frozen into a glacier, and the navy and government warships have been immobilized, and there is no way to escape. If they were hit by the volcano right now, except for a few people, the rest would all be wiped out in an instant. Ice Age. Just as the volcano fell, a huge thick ice wall rose abruptly, directly blocking the surging magma. The scorching steam kept rising. Although it was protected by the ice wall, most of the navy and spy personnel were sweating profusely, and they were so hot that they were smoking. Some even fell to the ground and lost consciousness due to massive dehydration. Kuzan and the others watched this scene solemnly, feeling more and more difficult about the situation. Sakasuke's ability was invalid, and Kuzan himself felt that his ability was restrained. In this demon-slaying order, the two strongest vice-admirals are unable to exert their combat power. Then, facing Kaguya, they will undoubtedly fall into an extremely passive situation, and it is impossible to turn the tables. When the hot magma melted the glacier, the entire surrounding sea area directly became two extremes. One side is boiling seawater, the other side is icy glaciers, which is quite spectacular. What exactly do you want? This time our navy's action shouldn't have much to do with you. Kuzan looked at Kaguya and said in a cold voice. In the current situation, he really couldn't think of the possibility of winning. In this way, how to preserve the navy here is the first priority he has to consider. Kuzan, what are you talking about with her? Since she has attacked us, she is an enemy of justice and must be eliminated. Shut up, Sakasuke, look what you've done. Kuzan looked at Sakasuke with dissatisfaction that he knew the other party's temperament, and the two often confronted each other in the navy. But even the refuge ship would attack such a thing. Kuzan could never have imagined it. Therefore, regarding Sakasuke, he had already had various opinions in his mind at this moment. Are you teaching me, Kyuzin, as a navy? How can you shrink back from evil? Kagaya was very strong, even far stronger than all of them present. Of course Sakazuki knew this. But cringing in the face of evil is not what he, who believes in absolute justice, can do. Even if his life might be in danger this time, Sakazuki would hit him head on. If he fails to achieve his goal, he will never let it go. You guy. Hee, what a bunch of idiots. Is it time for you to fight among yourself? As soon as Kagaya said this, God Chase activated again, and his whole body immediately turned into lightning, appearing in front of Sakazuki in an instant. In this regard, Sakazuki, who had already predicted the domineering look, did not hesitate at all, and directly transformed his right hand into a lava fist, and threw it directly at Kagaya. When, almost in the next instant, Yin Yang Dun's black stick appeared out of thin air and directly plunged into Sakazuki's right shoulder. This black stick of yin and yang escape can disturb the chakra of the human body. Although Sakazuki does not have chakra, chakra is formed by the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. Therefore, the black stick can still disturb the mind and body of the capable user. This made the natural ability users who could originally be elements useless under the disturbance of the black stick. Of course, the same is true for animal-type ability users and superhuman-type ability users. To put it bluntly, although Yang Dun's black stick is not Heilashi, it can completely play a role similar to Heilashi. At this moment, Sakazuki's shoulder, which had been pierced through, bled profusely, and his entire right arm also lost consciousness. Intellectual domineering is good, but mine is not much worse than yours. It is commendable to want to implement your own justice, but before that, you must first ensure your own strength. Kagaya sneered, and the red ring of God Baowei immediately appeared behind her, and a mace was immediately held in her hand. Lie down, asshole! Boom! Sakazuki roared unwillingly and angrily, but what greeted him was a domineering lash wrapped around him. The red mace smashed ruthlessly on his face, and the huge force immediately caused his head to bleed, and his face was extremely distorted. The domineering shock wave also burst out black and red lightning, and with a roar, Sakazuki's whole body directly smashed a huge crater on the glacier. His eyes turned white, his mouth was foaming, and he completely lost consciousness. Sakazuki. Although dissatisfied with Sakazuki's behavior, at this moment, no matter how they are all the same. Originally, their combat power was far inferior to Kagaya's, but now that they lost Sakazuki, they were no match for Kagaya. Then, it's your turn now. Hui looked at Kyuzin, Huashaishin, and the others. Kyuzin also sighed, and then looked at the still conscious communication soldier. Contact the headquarters and inform Mr. Garp or the general of the warring states. No matter what, you must let the headquarters know what happened here. As for whether you are here to receive the wounded or collect the corpse for us, it depends on luck. You are open-minded, Kyuzin. That can't be helped. There are some things that we can't just think about. Before that, at least tell us your name. Kyuzin said that he no longer had any hope of winning. How can I say that I followed Garp through the ups and downs earlier, and I still have some insights? Although he didn't understand Kagaya's ability, but the offensive that beat Sakazuki with his hand was obviously entwined with domineering arrogance, he still knew it. And in the sea, those who can master the entanglement of Overlord color are all top-notch powerhouses. At present, in the entire navy, only Sengoku and Karp can do this kind of thing. In the face of this kind of monster, Kyuzin still has self-knowledge, and he can't beat it at all. Chapter 116 God has arrived. I am Kagaya, Envoy Kagaya, Guardian of the Gods. It's not even a feat, it's just the power of the weapon. Compared with the supreme sword in the world of One Piece, it is naturally only strong but not weak. Now coupled with the domineering entanglement, the power is even stronger, and even the space seems to be trembling. Soon, under Hui Yes beating, Kyuzin, Huashaishin and other lieutenant generals fell to the ground one after another. As for the other navy and government spies, except for the correspondent, they had already been stunned by the domineering arrogance. Of course, the correspondent didn't faint, it was just Kagaya doing it on purpose. O'Hara's matter is destined to be hidden from the world government. On the one hand, Kagaya does not want to kill these navies, on the other hand, she also wants to build momentum for Huaxian in advance. For a long time, she has always declared that Huaxian is the reincarnation of God. No matter how Huaxian handles the world in the future, Huaxian must have an unparalleled status. And God is undoubtedly the best choice. At least, compared to those Tianlong people who live in the Holy Land Marijoa and claim to be descendants of the creator, Tianlong Ren, in Kagaya's view, Huaxian should sit in the supreme position. Only Huaxian is qualified for the title of King of the World. To hell with I'm and Joey Boy. It's amazing, this is the power of Master Kagaya. In the sky above, Camilla and other children sitting on the yellow sand looked at Kagaya with admiration. Even Robin, who doesn't admire power, is full of longing at this moment. After all, to her, Kyuzin and others were the murderers who destroyed her hometown. Kagaya defeated them, that's the hero. And heroes, aren't they worth admiring? Let's go, children, the matter of O'Hara has come to an end, it's time to go back. Kagaya floated into the air, stroking the heads of Bruno and the others. The children also nodded obediently. Only Robin looked at his hometown in flames with a sad face, and tears flowed unconsciously. Don't be sad, Robin. Although you lost a lot, your mother Olvia is still alive, and Dr. Kloba and other archaeologists are still alive. One day, you will meet again. Well, thank you, Kagaya. Robin wiped away his tears, and Kagaya also sighed slightly, and then with a wave of his hand, the space tunnel of Huanquan Hirasaka opened immediately. Soon, several people disappeared in midair. A moment later, Navy headquarters. Yes, I am General Warring States. What's going on? What happened to Kuzan and Sakursky? Please explain things clearly. In the office, Sengoku kept yelling at the phone bug. After he learned what happened to O'Hara from the correspondent, his face was also terribly gloomy. Garp, who was sitting below him and eating a donut, also had a complex expression at the moment, especially when the correspondent sent Kagaya's photo to the headquarters. Garp's expression was even more ugly. He already knew what Huaxian lost in Dodon, but he didn't expect that we would be so bold. After getting Huaxian, he dared to directly confront the Navy and the world government. You guys, go down first. Garp stays. Yes. Although I don't quite understand what happened, seeing that Warring States period left Garp behind, it seemed that there was an important matter to discuss, and several naval officers immediately left the office. Do you want to ask Roger about the posthumous child? You still know. Tell me, how did you promise me some time ago? What's going on in this situation now? Jean Guo said angrily. If he didn't know that Garp would not mess around, he would have wanted to beat him up. Regarding this, Garp also sighed, and told about his meeting with Kagaya one by one. This legendary scene also made Warring States look sideways, and their dissatisfaction with Garp was much smaller. He was even a little thankful that Garp was involved. At least, they have understood the preliminary information, so they don't know nothing. Gold. Huaxian and Kagaya. When we met for the first time, I already realized that Kagaya was not easy to. I didn't expect that he was so strong. Garp sighed, but what he got in return was the supercilious look of Warring States. You still have a bit of a brain, and you didn't fight her hard. I'm afraid at that time, she also thought about the child, so she didn't fight you. She didn't take the child away until you entrusted the child to someone else. It's just, where did this Kagaya come from? With such strength, he should not be unknown in the sea. Warring States thought, if there were only 5 ordinary lieutenant generals in the headquarters, no matter whether it was him or Garp, they would be able to defeat them unscathed. But if there are Kuzan and Sakursky among the lieutenant generals, then it's another matter. Although the two of them have not yet fully grown up, their strength is beyond doubt. Even if Sengoku and Garp can win, they still have to hang on to it. To crush them as easily as Kagaya, the two of them thought they couldn't do it. In this way, although they haven't really fought against each other, they know that Kagaya should be stronger than them. In the sea, the strength is definitely the highest level, the kind that is higher than them all. There is still too little information. About Kagaya, we still have to wait for Kuzan and the others to come back. I'm just curious, why didn't Kagaya kill them? As soon as Garp said this, Sengoku also nodded. This is also my doubt, but no matter what the reason is, Kagaya is already in existence that cannot be ignored by the government and the Navy. In addition, Gordi. Huaxian, although I don't know what the so-called god represents but once the child grows up, it may become a big trouble. The situation is not optimistic. Ha ha ha. Smile, you. No, I just want to say, don't you worry too much as a general. This kind of troublesome matter, let Kong and Wu Laoxing worry about it. Besides, your task is just to kill the demon, although there have been some twists and turns, but O'Hara is at least destroyed, and you have an explanation for the higher UPS, so why bother? Garp smiled heartlessly. Sengoku was also dumb, and shook his head bitterly. He also has a headache with such a bad friend. Chapter 117. Beloved by the world at night, East China Sea and Baidao Village. What kind of world is this? It's dark, empty, and there are clusters of clouds like will-o'-the-wisps flying around. Huaxian walked aimlessly in this world. Her eyes seemed a little blurred. Sometimes awake, sometimes confused. His body shimmered, dispelling the darkness. The will-o'-the-wisp cloud group couldn't get close to him at all, and would be bounced away by a magical force the moment it got close to him. Even though there are countless clouds here, bigger than the grains of sand in the desert, they still can't stop him in the slightest. A sliver of information continued to emerge from his mind, and when he suddenly opened his eyes, he realized that he had been lying on the crib at home. That's it, Tathagata Tibet is the 8th sense. At this moment, Huaxian seemed to understand a lot, but she seemed to understand nothing. But one thing he is very clear about is that he has indeed awakened the 8th sense Alaya consciousness, although it is passive. According to the setting of the 8th sense in Saint Warrior, death is not the end of everything. The saints who once lived in this world all surpassed life and death and broke through the laws of the underworld. Huaxian's unique pupil techniques Yizhangyozun and Yizhang Renzun, while helping Huaxian to reincarnate, they also passively break through the law of the underworld and the law of reincarnation, which is why Huaxian will awaken the 8th sense. And Tathagata Tibet is just another name for the 8th sense in Buddhist esoteric Buddhism, which means to contain all the merits of Tathagata, to be born Tathagata. In other words, when Huaxian fully comprehends the eighth sense and grasps the essence of it, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the reincarnated Tathagata. This is also fate. Before Huaxian traveled through the anime world, in the real world, his family originally believed in Buddhism. Although it is not possible to become a monk, there is indeed a Guanyin Bodhisattva in the house. Of course, in that era of believing in science, Huaxian definitely didn't believe in any Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, but he didn't care whether the system believed in it or not. As for why he himself obtained the eighth sense of the plane of Saint Seiya in the world of One Piece, he didn't even know about it. Perhaps, the enlightenment in the world of Naruto and the reincarnation in the world of One Piece may have inspired the eighth sense hidden in his body. After all, he himself has not mastered the energy system of the small universe. Can't sleep? Hui Ye's voice sounded in his mind. Huaxian was also slightly silent, and then the previous dream scene emerged again. Now, he can be sure that just now, he really dreamed of entering the underworld. Yes, there is the underworld in the world of One Piece, and it is the sole residence of the dead in this dimension. And those clouds are the souls of every dead person. Different from them who are muddle-headed and rootless like duckweed, Huaxian herself entered the underworld as a living person, which is also one of Tathagata Zhang's abilities. Of course, Tathagata's ability is not just a passport to the underworld, it also has many wonderful uses. Zhang can free Huaxian from the shackles of the laws of the underworld, and naturally help him break through the shackles of other laws. This is a very terrifying power, and it is something that only a god in the true sense can do. What's more, as long as she can fully grasp Tathagata Zhang, Huaxian feels that it doesn't matter even if she completely loses other powers. Tathagata Tibet is his root. My lord, are you all right? Don't worry, my lord, if this Baidao village is not suitable for living, it's a big deal. They'll just take you to Sky Island out there. It's very difficult for the world government to reach in. Fine. Speaking of Sky Island, Huaxian remembered the plot about Enel in One Piece. In fact, the current Enilo has not eaten the Thunderbolt fruit yet. This point, Huaxian also found the existence of the Thunderbolt fruit in the special purchase area of the system mall. Therefore, the current Sky Islands are actually relatively peaceful. The control of the sea by the world government is not yet stable enough, let alone the sky. If it is really difficult for them to survive in the sea, then going to Sky Island is indeed a good choice. Whether it is the Angel Island in the plot or other empty islands, it can also be used as the place where Huaxian grows up. Go get the fruit of the great Buddha. That is the power that suits you best. It was the same dream again, but this time, compared to the lonely clouds and the dark underworld, Huaxian seemed to hear something faintly. That kind of feeling is very strange, as if you are in the heaven and the earth, and you are one with the world. When Huaxian opened her eyes, it was already dawn. The sun shone in from the window, making him feel bright and warm. Host, Gore D. Huaxian age 0 years old bloodline of the D family equipment 10 cubic meters of system space, Thunder God Sword, Kusanagi Sword, Beheading Sword. Items, Dan 200, Chakra Fruit 18 Skills, Naruto Ninja Plain All Ability Proficiency, is an Agate, Unique Pupil Technique, is an Aranzun, Unique Pupil Technique, Tathagata Nirvana, Tathagata Tianren Huai, Uncontrollable, Current Status, Loved by the World Consumption Amount in the Unlimited Purchase Area, 125 Bailey Special Purchase Area has points, 20 points. How does this feel? It was as if the clouds and mist were lifted to see the dawn, and it suddenly became clear. Although she didn't use any pupils, Huaxian saw the reality of the whole world. The world whispered in his ears, as if it was telling some secrets to him. My lord, it's time for breastfeeding. Huaxian, who was still feeling the changes in herself, was speechless immediately, and looked at Baby 5 who entered the room with a bottle in her hands. Although, now he can't speak, and he can't make any expression on his face. Chapter 118 Which Kagaya in the courtyard. It's not good, Master Kagaya, you have become a wanted criminal. The village head of Baidao village ran over in a hurry, holding a newspaper and a wanted warrant in his hand. His face turned pale. I'm wanted, but this is also expected. Hui Ye took the newspaper and the arrest warrant, and looked at the propaganda made by the government for her, and she couldn't help frowning. Which Kagaya offers a bounty of 12 billion Baileys, regardless of life or death. Those guys don't seem to have listened to my words. Obviously I've said it all. I'm an god envoy. However, Master Hui Ye, you are really powerful. There is a bounty of 12 billion for the first arrest. This is also very remarkable in the sea. Bruno and Camilla looked at Kagaya with admiration. Since the O'Hara incident, they have had deep prejudices against the Navy and the world government. In the past, maybe they would sneer at the wanted criminals, as far away as possible, but now, the higher the bounty offered, the more they will arouse their interest. Of course, it's just an interest. They still hate those guys who do evil and become wanted criminals, but they'd be absolutely proud if they were wanted themselves. Regarding this, Kagaya didn't say anything, but just read the newspaper, especially the report about O'Hara. Not to mention, the government really just added fuel to the O'Hara matter. What is it that O'Hara's archaeologists joined Kagaya in an attempt to revive the ancient weapons, and finally after the Navy paid a heavy price, they successfully activated the demon-slaying order, erasing O'Hara from the map. After the entire report, there are almost no black spots from the government and the navy, and the rest, no matter what the blame is, are all blamed on archaeologists such as Kagaya and Kaluba. The misleading of the people by this hand is really amazing. Master Hui, yeah, it's okay, it's just a trick of the government, let them say it. No, the villagers are convinced of your situation, it's just that the government and the navy are so shameless and slandered you, and the villagers are very angry. The village chief looked filled with righteous indignation, which made Camilla and the others very happy. I have to say that the people in the world of One Piece are completely two extremes. The simple is very simple, and the mean is also very mean. In Baidao village, which has been favored by Hui, most of the villagers are deeply grateful to Hui. Not only the gift of life-saving, but also the gifts of those treasures have made most of the villagers have no worries about food and clothing, and the village has become more and more prosperous. These were brought by Hui Ya and Hua Xian. Okay, I have understood the matter. If the government personnel come to search, the village chief will help you take care of the spot. There is nothing wrong with me, but the children should pay attention. Please rest assured, my lord, there will be no problem. Besides, Robin and Bruno are loved by everyone. The villagers are very happy to help them if they need anything. That's good. Kagaya smiled and said, after all, she is not a pure nanny. At least, except for taking care of Hua Xian, she can't do everything for the other children. In addition to exercising, many times it is to let a few children move freely. If an accident happened, she might not be able to find out in time. If there are villagers in the village to help take care of it, it can save her a lot of energy. Time flies, and 6 years have passed quietly. In the courtyard, Bruno and Camilla are doing push ups, while Baby 5 and Robin are sitting on their backs, serving as their weights and increasing their training volume. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Finally finished. Bruno and Camilla were panting heavily, their faces turned pale. Although the two of them are only 13 or 14 years old now, after years of training, they both have the height of normal adults. Carmela is already 1 meter tall, while Bruno is a bit exaggerated, already close to 7 meters, and has a very strong physique. Of course, such a height is nothing in the world of One Piece. Not to mention other races, even humans themselves. There are also tall people like Kuzan and Sakazuki who are close to 3 meters. And Bruno himself, in the Judiciary Island incident in the original plot, also had a height of 2 meters. Now he is actually still in the growth stage. So, next, do a leg workout, kicking each leg 1000 times. Yes, as soon as Hui Yes words came out, the two big boys immediately got up to adjust their breathing, and walked towards the wooden stake nearby. Master Kagaya, we also want to continue training, Robin said, although at the beginning she was always called Kagaya by her first name, but seeing Baby 5 and others called adult, she also used honorifics. Regarding this, Kagaya shook his head slightly, and said, no need, everyone's position is different. Bruno and Camilla are the main combatants, and they need to practice the 6 styles, so physical exercise is the most important thing. Robin is a scout, and combat ability is not the focus. The main thing is to exercise spying ability. Baby 5 is positioned as a fire power player, focusing on fire cover and long range attack. Although physical strength is important, it is not necessary to be like the two of them. So strict. Fireman, Baby 5 was a little puzzled, and Kagaya immediately reacted. Almost forgot, Bruno, Camilla, and you, when you have lunch later, the adults will give you devil fruits, but Robin, you are already a person with abilities, but you can't eat the second fruit. Really, Master Kagaya, Master Huaxian wants to give us devil fruits? Of course, the development of the fruit takes time, and giving it to you earlier will also give you enough time to master the ability. Moreover, now that you have almost exercised your physical strength, it is also time to learn some skills to improve yourself. The fighting ability, Bruno and Carmela need to learn 6 styles, Baby 5, you also need to provide the ability to master weapons, and Robin needs to learn judo, karate, and other fighting skills. Yes, both Baby 5 and Robin seemed very happy. Although both men and women in the world of One Piece can rely on practice to become stronger, it has to be admitted that the probability of men becoming stronger in this world is still higher than that of women. After all, the advantages of physique are there. Seeing Carmela and Bruno gradually surpassing themselves, whether it is Robin or Baby 5, I am actually quite anxious. At least, they don't want to fall too far behind the two boys. Chapter 119 Growth. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Hua Xian sat under the white oak tree in a lotus position, entering meditation. Although in the real world, his family believed in Buddhism, but he didn't really know much about Buddhism itself. The reason why he enters the state of meditation in this posture is nothing more than the teaching of the world. Hua Xian, who entered meditation, actually entered the state of sympathy between heaven and man. In this state, Huaxian is able to communicate with heaven and earth, analyze the development of destiny, and even reach the point of understanding the past and predicting the future. This is also one of the abilities of Tathagata Zhang, heaven and human transformation. Host, Gore D. Huaxian age, 6 years old bloodlines of the D family, Daytime bloodlines, infusion, equipment 10 cubic meters of system space, Thunder God sword, Kusanagi sword, beheading sword. Items: Dan 200, Chakra Fruit 18 Skills, Naruto Plain All-Round Proficiency, is an agate, Unique Pupil Technique, is an Aranzun, Unique Pupil Technique, Tathagata Nirvana, Tathagata Paradise Current Status, Loved by the World Consumption Amount in the Unlimited Purchase Area, 34 Bailey Special Purchase Area has points, 75 points now. Huaxian is like a student, accepting the teachings of heaven and earth. It is said that the world and the earth are all there to help, and Huaxian also has self-knowledge. Without the help of the world, it is absolutely impossible for him to master Tathagata Tibet so easily. Moreover, even now, he has only grasped the fur of Tathagata Zhang. The mighty power of the eighth sense is not just as simple as the immortal nirvana and the transformation of heaven and man. The truly powerful essence is far from being touched by Huaxian. To put it bluntly, Huaxian's eighth sense is actually just an introduction. Sure enough, I still can't feel it. Hui Ya appeared in front of the white oak tree, looking at Huaxian, who had settled down. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Huaxian, who has entered the state of celestial being, is already in a state of emptiness. If it weren't for the eyes that could confirm his existence, with pure perception means, I'm afraid it would be just a breeze or a stone, with no life response. She once asked Huaxian why she didn't use the special purchase area of the system mall to buy Tathagata Tibetan directly. In this way, it will undoubtedly save a lot of time and trouble compared to letting him slowly realize it. However, the result was far beyond Kagaya's expectations. Rulezeng is not an ability possessed by the world of One Piece at all, and Huaxian can't find this product option in the special purchase area at all. Rulezeng is completely the product of the fusion of the two world rules of the world of Naruto and the world of One Piece. Maybe this kind of ability already exists in other worlds, but whether it is Hokage or Jellyfish King, this kind of state is indeed the first time it has appeared. Just like Huaxian's unique pupil techniques Yizang Nyozun and Yizang Renzun, they belong to Huaxian himself. It is precisely because of this that the world loves Huaxian so much, because the emergence of new abilities is actually making up for the shortcomings of the whole world. To change it to the saying of Flood World, that is to complete the way of heaven. It's a good thing that the will of this world has not been transformed into a human being, otherwise, she might have hugged Huaxian and kissed her wildly to show her love. Although she doesn't fully understand the development process of this world, Huaxian can be sure that in the past long years, the first person to create and establish the energy system of dominant spirit must be the same as Huaxian now, and is recognized by the world. Beloved. To put it bluntly, people like them are all people of great merit. To the world, ordinary people belong to the kind that are picked up in the trash can or produced in the assembly line. For someone like Huaxian, that's the right kind of treatment for a son. Even strong men like Warring States and Whitebeard are raised by stepmothers, and they can't compare with Huaxian. It was as if an alarm clock had been set, and when noon arrived, Huaxianren woke up from meditation. It's amazing, Huaxian is only a 6-year-old child now, but there is no immaturity on her face, but an elusive sense of solemnity, which makes people feel awe when they look at it. Let's go, it's time to eat. Or, hire a chef. In the future, you can meditate as much as you want, and you only need to prepare the ingredients. There is no need to prepare food for a few children. Hui Ye said. She knew that Huaxian could even sit for days when she entered a state of meditation. It is precisely because the food, clothing, housing, and transportation at home depend on the unlimited shopping area of the system mall that Huaxian's practice is intermittent. It doesn't matter, I have already mastered the realm of heaven and man, and can be in the state of heaven and man anytime, anywhere. Moreover, seeing the growth of those children will also make me happy. Huaxian said with a smile that he didn't lack time at all. In the past 6 years, his Daitaimu bloodline has begun to recover, and it has entered a state of fusion with the bloodline of the D clan. Although his current strength has not fully recovered, it is still very comparable. Putting it on the sea, that is also the strongest sequence. When he fully recovered his strength, not to mention Tathagata's nirvana, the power of Daitaimu alone would be enough to make him immortal. Therefore, time is really the most worthless thing to Huaxian. Soon, Huaxian and Hui Ye sat in the dining room with Camilla and the children. In the world of One Piece, the growth of strength basically means the growth of appetite. The current Bruno and Camilla can eat the amount of 5 adults alone. Although Robin and Baby 5 are much smaller, they also eat twice as much as adults. On the other hand, Huaxian herself remained at the level of a normal child. This feeling is very strange. Obviously he is the kid king among them, but he eats the least. Baby 5's meal is no less than Huaxian's daily meal. Chapter 120 Fruit Bestowment Lunch is very rich: steak, leg of lamb, sea king meat, almost everything. 4 roast suckling pigs alone, Huaxian prepared 4. Carmela and Bruno each had 1, Baby 5 and Robin shared 1, and Huaxian and Kagaya couldn't finish eating the remaining 1, so I gave it to them to fill their stomachs. Although a lot of food was prepared, there was hardly enough room for the dining table. But because several people were eating extremely fast, things were also being emptied at a speed visible to the naked eye. Master Huaxian, are you really going to give us devil fruits? Baby 5 held the leg of lamb in one hand and asked. Although Carmela and Bruno are still crazily destroying food, their eyes are looking at Huaxian brightly, and their eyes are full of expectation and longing. Hua Xian didn't deny that this incident was also said by him and Hui Ya. I really plan to give you devil fruits, although you haven't fully grown yet, you are only stronger than adults, I think it's time to give you fruit abilities. As Hua Xian said, she was also browsing the special purchase area of the system mall in her mind. System, by Superman-type weapon fruit, superhuman-type door fruit, animal-type phantom beast species griffin fruit. The purchase was successful, and a total of 33 points were consumed. Devil fruit Superman weapon fruit, the person with the ability can turn any part of the body into a weapon. Weapons such as swords, axes, pistols, cannons, etc. can all be transformed. Even if they transform into bombs and explode, they will turn into fragments of bombs. It can be restored again, and the ammunition of thermal weapons can be replaced by consuming stamina. It needs 10 points. Devil fruit Superman Mordor fruit, ability users can turn the objects touched by their hands into doors to open and close freely, and they can open doors anywhere and come in and out freely. The shape, type and size of the door can be freely opened by the person with the ability. Manipulation, the ability user can also become a door. It needs 12 points. Devil fruit animal type bird fruit phantom beast species griffin form, ability users can transform into griffins and have the ability to control the wind. Points required, 11 points. The 3 devil fruits are all relatively expensive among the devil fruits in the special purchase area. Although in the original plot, the 2 superhuman abilities of the door fruit and the weapon fruit did not perform well, this does not mean that these 2 fruits are not good. On the contrary, it is entirely because Bruno and Baby 5 did not use these 2 fruits. Unleash your true power. Needless to say, the fruit of the weapon naturally involves the concept of weapon, so the scope of operation is naturally large. But in the original plot, Baby 5 just conjures up ordinary swords and guns, most of which are missiles. I have to say, Baby 5 is completely narrowing the road. If it is fully developed and even awakened, Hua Xian thinks that even a nuclear bomb may not be impossible. Once successful, that little girl can completely walk sideways on the sea. As for the fruit of the door, it all involves the use of space. Can the ability be poor? It's just a pity that just like Baby 5, Bruno in the original plot also didn't develop this powerful ability, but he always thought that the Navy type dash is very strong. In the end, it turned out that even Luffy's second gear couldn't do it. As long as he can focus more on the development of fruit ability, he won't fail so badly. As for the griffin fruit, although it did not appear in the original plot, as a phantom beast species that is rarer than the natural system, it is naturally not bad. Not to mention, in the system description, the griffin is a legendary creature that can control the wind. If this kind of fruit ability is properly developed, it will be no worse than Margiao's phoenix fruit. Even if it is really worse, it will definitely not be too bad. This, Hua Xian is still very confident. Soon, Hua Xian took out the fruit and told the 3 of them about the fruit's ability. The door fruit and the weapon fruit are returned to the original owner. For Camilla, Hua Xian gave him the griffin fruit. The general situation is like this. After you eat the fruits, you will allocate part of your energy to develop your abilities in the future. Of course, I also have a lot of opinions on these 3 fruits that you can try them as a reference. Yes, Master Hua Xian. Well, don't rush to eat it. The taste of the devil fruit is not good. Eat it after lunch and digest it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will spit out all your lunch. No way. The 3 of them who originally wanted to eat it immediately froze and looked at Hua Xian in astonishment. Naturally, these devil fruits are also authentic. It is comparable to stool, but it is definitely the texture and taste of stool. On the contrary, it is the special purchase area of the Naruto world period, and those products are created by the system from scratch. As for the fruit side effect elimination solution, Hua Xian was not in a hurry to give it to them. If they perform well in the future, it will not be too late to reward them. Good things, you have to save some as the bottom of the box. Speaking of which, my lord, haven't you chosen the fruit ability yet? Seeing that the 3 children got the devil fruit, Hui Ya also had some thoughts, and asked Hua Xian. The world has already chosen devil fruits, but I am still young, so it is not suitable to start now. Is it because the fruit has already been eaten? Hui Ya frowned. She knew that if the fruit could be bought in the mall, then Hua Xian would have eaten it long ago, so why would there be such an argument? After all, there is no age limit for eating devil fruit. As long as you have it, you can eat it any time. Indeed, it is in the form of human fruit, phantom beast, and great Buddha. Big Buddha, warring states period? A murderous intent flashed in Kagaya's eyes. In fact, the current warring states has not reached the top admiral of the navy, and is still an admiral of the navy, but there are already rumors at sea that he will take the position in the next few years. But no matter what his identity is, since he has Hua Xian's fruit ability, Kagaya can't let it go. The naval headquarters is a dragon's pond and a tiger's den to others, but to Kagaya, it is no different from a back garden. Chapter 121 The Choice of Hua Xian. Okay, Hui Ya, don't think about it. The Buddha fruit will definitely be mine in the future. Everything has already been put on the agenda under the guidance of fate. The only difference is whether I want it or not. Then, what do you mean, my lord? Of course, the Buddha fruit is a devil fruit that fits my current state of mind and state very well. It is also the only one that can fully develop a person's mind, skills, and body, and awaken them to Buddha-like abilities. I don't care about becoming a Buddha. But I hope I can be as transparent as a Buddha. Hua Xian said, with a hint of longing in her eyes. It is said that if you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. The state of heaven and man is one. Let Huaxian experience the freedom of sublimation of the soul and the purity of the mind. Although it is not yet the ultimate freedom, it is also unfettered and completely liberated. And for those who are strong,